Your martial arts talent is so low that even a dog would dislike it. But not only are you not sad, but you're laughing heartily. The people all wondered if you had lost your mind and thought you were hopeless. But how could they know that the trashier the martial arts talent, the easier it is to cultivate chakra? And you happen to have awakened the strongest Shengshi system. So as long as you recruit students and teach the method of chakra cultivation, you will be able to obtain the system's various ninjutsu rewards. However, in Bluestar, the only path that was known to people was the martial way. Now when you tell people that there is a new path that is even stronger than the martial path, no one would believe it at all. You look to the side at your best friend Jiang, whose cultivation talent wasn't much better, with a pathetic 3.5 chi and blood value, perennially dominating the bottom of the school. Jiang is made uncomfortable by your measuring eyes, and is about to say something when he hears your question. Bitch, you said if there was a whole new path, similar to martial arts, and you could also become stronger, would you go and cultivate it? Jiang froze for a moment, frowned and came to you, said quietly, you guys is not met someone? Don't believe those words of the cult. His family is in a special situation, so he had heard that some cults really do seem to have different paths, but the Ministry of Martial Arts has expressly forbidden it, and once the cultists are found they are killed on sight. At the sound of that, you know it's hopeless to try to take Jiang as a student. You don't want to be called a cult. But besides him, who else could you accept as a student? You think about it for a while, but realize that the probability of receiving a student in the entire 5th middle school is not very high. After all, your reputation is too big. Not only will no one believe you, they might even report you directly. You spent the whole day pondering over this matter, not even listening to the class. As for martial arts universities and whatnot, you don't think about it either. With your weak scum talent, not to mention if you can get in, even if you get lucky and get in, what can you do? The muddled day is over, and you come home physically and mentally exhausted. When your father-in-law and mother-in-law saw your face of loss, they knew that your test today was not very good. They didn't blame you. There are too many ordinary people who can't become martial artists, and they didn't expect to rely on you to turn over a new leaf, as long as you have a happy life. Father Yi patted your shoulder and hugged you to the dining table. Don't think so much. What's so good about being a martial artist? You have to fight with ferocious beasts. Ordinary people are quite good. Your mother served the last dish on the table, took off her apron and put it into the kitchen. Right? Ordinary people are quite good. Dancer cultivation is tiring and costly. Sister Jiang in the building next to ours pushes her child every day. She's going crazy. Her family's wealth is emptied out just to buy her child pills to increase her chi and blood. But didn't she end up with just over 3 points of chi and blood value? Upon hearing this, you instantly came to your senses and hurriedly asked, are you talking about Zhang Zishan? Zhang Zishan is considered a celebrity in your neighborhood, even more so than you. Your parents are more enlightened, and even if your chi and blood are uncharacteristically low, your parents won't blame you, much less allow others to speak ill of you. But Zhang Zishan was different. Her talent was poor. Her chi and blood was also poor. Her mother still had high expectations for her, working many jobs a day just to spend money to buy cultivation supplies for Zhang Zishan, wanting her to get into a martial arts university. Zhang Zishan also worked very hard. She was hardly seen resting. Apart from sleeping and attending classes, she was cultivating. Unfortunately, the efforts did not work. Zhang Zishan's talent is too poor. Did not eat a lot of pills, but the chi and blood is just not very long. A lot of people in the neighborhood have admonished Zhang Zishan's mother. There is no need to be like this. Ordinary people are also quite good. But his mother is not into the salt. All day and night exhausted. The money earned as soon as the hand will be replaced by cultivation pills. Yi mother nodded and sighed. It's her. As a mother, she was able to understand Zhang mother's desire to see her son become a dragon. But she also had to refer to her own child's actual situation. It would be fine if their family was rich, but Zhang Zishan's family is much poorer than your family. Upon hearing this, your eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Isn't this a quality candidate? Zhang Zishan is not from the same school as you, but is a student of the 1st middle school, and Zhang's mother spent a lot of money to send her in, and the result is that she's the bottom student in the whole school. You picked up a chicken leg and took a bite, eating while pondering how you could take her in as a student. Soon, a plan comes to your mind. The next day, you woke up early, with 2 dark circles under your eyes, picked up the buns on the table and rushed out of the house. After you left the house, you ran to the corner of the entrance of the neighborhood with fire speed, waiting for Zhang Zishan's arrival. 10 minutes later, a boy's figure appeared within your line of sight, and your eyes lit up violently. Zhang Zishan walked out of the entrance of the neighborhood with a heavy heart, and just then, a voice floated past Zhang Zishan's ears, causing her to freeze directly. Sure enough, a new path. I can cultivate at this rate. I'll be a martial artist in no time. He stared blankly at you, who was holding a book to the side and scrutinizing it, unable to believe the words he had just heard. A new path? Becoming a martial artist? Fake. Definitely fake. Even a 1-year-old knows that there is only martial arts in this world. But what if it was true? Her own talent was so poor. If there were the rest of the ways to become a martial artist, she wouldn't fail her mother, and she wouldn't need to be so tired in the future. It had to be said that her heart was moved. Zhang Zishuan looked at you. She recognized you, the 5th middle school's hangman, just like herself. She hesitated for a moment and took 2 steps forward. Student Yi Ming. You violently put away the books in your hands. Your entire body shrank and took 2 steps back, as if you didn't expect someone to talk to you. That nervous look made a glimmer of hope surface within Zhang Zishuan. She quickly asked, "Ye students, you just said?" As if you were a cat with fried hair, you were close to jumping up. "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything. You misheard me." You reacted so vehemently that Zhang Zishuan was startled, and the loudness of your voice caught the attention of the people around you. Seeing the sight of the people around you, you firmly hugged the book tightly and ran away. A strong curiosity welled up inside Zhang Zishuan, as well as a hope that was hard to contain and ghostly. Zhang Zishuan also changed her direction and followed you. 10 minutes later, she saw you sneak around the park and find a corner with no one in it, then sit down on your knees, not knowing what you were doing. Zhang Zishuan just kept watching until class was about to start before running back to school. After an hour, your legs were really sore, and only then did you stand up. In fact, you had long since realized that Zhang Zishuan was following you, but you didn't have the chakra right now and couldn't tell if Zhang Zishuan had left or not, so you could only sit there for an hour straight. Good thing you called the homeroom teacher to ask for a vacation before. The homeroom teacher thought that you had been having a hard time in your heart because of the qi and blood test, plus the homeroom teacher hadn't been treating you very well, so she graciously let you have a week's vacation. After all, has been the 2nd semester of the senior high school. The classes are finished. The rest, in addition to review, is to enhance the qi and blood. To go to class or not in fact are the same. In order to do a full set of drama, you didn't even dare to go too far away, so you just kept moving around and swiping your cell phone until school was almost over at noon, when you sat cross-legged in the same place again. After 10 minutes or so, Zhang Zishuan sneakily appeared not far behind you. When Zhang Zishuan saw that you were still meditating, he instantly believed in what you were saying, and at the same time, he also brainstormed an image of a top human powerhouse creating a new path, and you just happened to be his chosen disciple. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly lit up. If you can learn this path with such poor talent, then he must be able to as well. Just like that, he stared at you for 5 days straight. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Zhang Zishuan felt it was time. When you wanted to leave, he stood out, "Student Yi Ming." When you saw Zhang Zishuan finally come out, you breathed a sigh of relief inside. This guy is really able to stay up, God. Froze to watch you for 5 days. If you don't come out, your legs are going to be ruined, What you think in your heart is one thing, but you still need to do a good job on your face. You nervously took 2 steps back. Zhang Zishuan, why are you here? Zhang Zishuan snapped, directly kneeling on the ground, "Student Yi Ming. I know that you are practicing a new path. For the sake of us being in the same boat, can you please ask your teacher to accept me? I also want to become a dancer." At those words, your face changed drastically, and you were so nervous that you stuttered a bit in your speech. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going home." Zhang Zishuan grabbed you and clanked her head 3 times. "Fellow student Yi Ming, please, I don't want to disappoint my mother." Seeing this, your face instantly became a bit ugly, and you just kept looking at Zhang Zishuan. After a few minutes of silence, you shook your head. "I'm sorry. My teacher doesn't accept any more students because he's no longer alive. I'm very sorry." At those words, Zhang Zishuan's mind was like being struck by lightning, and she froze in place for a moment. Her only hope dashed. Zhang Zishuan had a bout of vertigo and almost fainted on the ground. "After practicing for a day, I'm going to go home. You should return soon as well." You took a step and were about to leave. Zhang Zishuan grabbed your pants leg with another hand. "After a day of cultivation, yeah, you'll new path too." Zhang Zishuan seemed to have grabbed the last straw to save her life. "Teacher Yi Ming, please accept me as a student." You were ecstatic inside, finally waiting for this moment, but you can't rush. Take your time. You forcefully suppress your inner joy, frowning as you stare at Zhang Zishuan. "You want to be my student?" You determined. "I'm not much older than you. You'd better go cultivate martial arts. I can't help you." Zhang Zishuan knelt and moved in front of you, knocking her head to the ground. "Teacher Yi Ming, please teach me. My talent in martial arts is too poor. There is no future in practicing martial arts at all, and I won't necessarily be able to become a martial artist in this lifetime." You should know exactly how I feel. My mother suffered so much for me. I will always remember her being abandoned by that man. I can't let her down again, please. You were silent for a moment. Are you sure you want to be my student? You should know that this is a cultivation path that is different from the martial arts path, and once you have cultivated it, you will be. Zhang Zishuan raised her head excitedly, her eyes full of surprise. Sure. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to give everything. Teacher Yiming. Zhang Zishuan clunked her head 3 times, and when she raised her head again, a red mark had appeared on her head. In that case, you are my first student. As soon as the words left your mouth, the system's voice appeared in your head. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest, rewarding you with a novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for collecting his first student, rewarding him with the chakra refining method. Chakra is the first level of the basic Sanshou Jutsu, in the chakra realm from the lower ninja to the beginner level. You don't know if martial arts are divided into 9 orders, just like chakra. You only know the first 4 orders of a martial artist. After 10 points of chi and blood value to become a quasi-martial artist, you start practicing skin to become a Hotian martial artist. After skin, you are an innate martial artist practicing flesh, and a patriarchal martial artist practicing bone. These were the first 3 stages of a martial artist, and the stage of laying the foundation. Entering the 4th stage, a martial artist's strength would skyrocket, and it was then that the martial artist's strength was first revealed. Once you enter the 4th stage, you can use your body to carry an attribute and use attribute attacks, whether it's wind, fire, thunder and lightning, or water, wood, earth, and gold. As long as you carry the corresponding element, you can use the attribute to enhance your attacks, and that's the 4th stage of the martial arts elemental realm powerhouses. As for the realms further down the line, the school doesn't talk about them, and you don't know much about them. But you do know one thing. The chakra path allows you to use the corresponding elemental attacks as long as you have gained ninjutsu, and a chakra powerhouse of the 1st rank is equal to a martial arts powerhouse of the 4th rank. You take a deep breath, calming your restlessness, and open the newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the chakra detailed explanation. A copy of 100,000 katas of peak shinobi chakra, access to all level E and level D ninjutsu, and access to the chakra beginner's body. Instantly, a huge amount of extra power appeared in your body, and a series of ninjutsu appeared in your mind. It's as if you've been practicing these jutsu for a long time, and you instantly release them, and they're unsealed releases at that. Teacher Yiming. Zhang Zishuan looked at him nervously. It's not going to back out, is it? Why did you suddenly freeze? You cleared your throat and assumed a teacher's posture. Get up. It's too late today. Go home first, and meet me here at 6 tomorrow. Remember, the chakra path is different from the martial path. It is a path that has never existed before. So without my permission, you must not tell anyone, including your parents. Got it? Zhang Zishuan stood up. I know, Teacher Yiming. I will definitely not tell anyone. Early the next morning, Zhang Zishuan sits cross-legged on the ground. And you have taught Zhang Zishuan one by one the chakra refining methods rewarded by the system and watched as she began to slowly learn them. 20 minutes later, the refining method was learned, but no chakra was refined. You glanced around and said to Zhang Zishuan, you should go back to your classes first, and once you have refined your chakra, you can be taught ninjutsu. Remember, just know about the chakra yourself. Your current strength is only equivalent to an elemental realm martial artist. You don't want to be caught and tortured. Zhang Zishuan nodded. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and refine his chakra so that he could learn ninjutsu, and even if he did say it, no one would believe him. After Zhang Zishuan left, you scratched your head, not knowing where to go. So you sat down cross-legged and prepared to refine your chakra. Who would have guessed that the system's voice would ring in your ears at this time? The host already possesses this system and does not need to do any cultivation. The host's mission is to find a student, and when the student's strength increases, the host's chakra will naturally rise. If the host begins to refine the chakra, it will decrease by 100 calories of chakra per minute, and after the chakra reaches 0, the system will self-destruct. You stood up with a confused look on your face, or go to class yourself. The vacation you took seems to be almost due. You simply packed up and headed towards school. Just as he entered the classroom, Hao Jian's bitchy voice came over. Master, you're finally here. The days without you are really like years. Hao Jian stood by his seat, waving his hand with a smile on his face. Yes, the bottom one is not there. Can the bottom two not panic? Such a big and good enterprise. Actually stalled such a young proprietor. What a pity. You and Hao Jian simultaneously look at the person who is speaking. The person who is speaking is Lan Yu. Lan Yu's family's Blue Enterprise, and Hao Jian's family's Hao Enterprise just happen to be rivals. The relationship between the two families has not been good. So the two have been tit for tat. Hao Jian held his head high and sneered. It's a bit of a pity. Last time I almost let you lands go bankrupt, I didn't think I'd let you escape. Hao Jian's martial arts cultivation talent is indeed not very good, but his business talent is very good, coupled with often some whimsical, put forward some small ideas, often let the family business earn a lot of money. Recently also, because of a business pit, a sum of Blue Enterprise, let Hao Jian's father extremely pleased, happy. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's face turned ugly and he snorted coldly. This world is strength first. What's the use of knowing how to do business when a few years pass? I hope you can still be so optimistic. I don't know if he's optimistic or not, but I feel that in a few years, Lan's business may not even exist anymore. You're not the kind of person who doesn't say anything when you let people point their noses at you. Before, when you didn't have a system, you were all gagging at Lan Yu, let alone now that you still have a system. What's a Blue Enterprise in the district? Lan Yu didn't say much, just gave you a deep look. You are not worthy of letting him argue with it. Hao Jian frowned and said quietly, you guys aren't afraid of Lan dealing with it. You dare to say anything. The way I see Lan Yu, I guess he's not holding back any good farts. You have a face that doesn't care, directly sitting on your own chair. What are you afraid of? Aren't there still you? A mere blue, you wouldn't be able to handle it, right? Hao Jian, head raised, proudly said, what are you kidding? A blue only. Watch it. Not years, this year to screw them. Master cover you. He then came up and asked quietly, what have you been doing these days? It's not like you've gone to find some other cultivation path, right? Those are all fakes and lies. Don't believe them. If you come across the kind that spreads the rest of the cultivation paths, call the law enforcement team directly, and the law enforcement team will deal with it. Your heart is in a state of awe. Fortunately, you are cautious. No large-scale publicity. Otherwise, you may have been arrested by the law enforcement team. But Hao Jian, this guy is quite concerned about himself. Last time just so casually said. This guy actually always remembered. In the first high school classroom, Zhang Zishuan was concentrating on refining her chakra, and the desk mate on the side elbowed Zhang Zishuan, who only then came back to his senses and looked at the teacher with an ugly face in confusion. Zhang Zishuan stood up and opened his mouth to say something, but after thinking about it, he swallowed it and only said 3 words, I'm sorry. The teacher looked at Zhang Zishuan's appearance and inwardly sighed silently. Ever since the test results came out, Zhang Zishuan's situation had gotten worse and worse. Before, it was just the occasional absent-mindedness in class, but now she was directly dazed in class. Zhang Zishuan's family's situation he also knows. There are many students in this situation in the first middle school. All want their children to enjoy the best educational resources and become a martial artist. But where's a martial artist so simple? Adjust your state well, it's just one test. There's still a month to go before the college entrance exams. I know you're all nervous, but keep your mindset in check. Don't jeopardize the entrance exams. Okay, I know, teacher. Zhang Zishuan sighed as she sat down, and the table mate on the side gave a thumbs up and whispered, you're awesome. You dare to be dumb in the class teacher's class, awesome. Zhang Zishuan reluctantly smiled. It seems that the class refining chakra is a little dangerous. After concentrating too easy to be discovered, or else take a vacation. Anyway, the knowledge is almost learned, other people in class, because a day can only exercise so much time. More practice is not only useless, there is a possibility that the body will be practiced bad, but he is not the same. He can always refining chakra. After class, Zhang Zishuan hurriedly found her homeroom teacher. Teacher, I want to take some time off to adjust my state. The teacher did not hesitate and directly agreed. Receiving the reply, Zhang Zishuan hurriedly turned around and left the office, only to bump into someone just as she opened the door. Sorry, teacher. Sorry. Director Wang glared at him before entering the office. Zhang Zishuan's homeroom teacher stood up and greeted Director Wang. Director, what brings you here? Zhang Zishuan hurried back and study hard. Zhang Zishuan bowed to the 2 teachers before turning to leave. Director Wang, however, frowned as he looked at Zhang Zishuan's departing back. He's Zhang Zishuan, the school's #1 bottom scorer? When the class teacher saw Director Wang's appearance, he immediately had an ominous feeling. But before he could say anything, he heard Director Wang say, open him. The class teacher hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Director Wang, does the principal know about this matter? This Zhang Zishuan, there's something different about him. Is the first high school really something you can get into just because you have money? Director Wang's face became serious all of a sudden. He originally didn't know about Zhang Zishuan's identity, and it was only today that he suddenly knew about this matter. It was the principal who asked me to come over. We can't delay our school because of him. Although he was expelled, he can still participate in the college entrance exam. He just can't participate as our school. After Director Wang finished speaking, he turned his head and left, leaving the homeroom teacher standing in place with an ugly face. On the other side, you also encountered the same thing. You opened your mouth and were about to say something when the system beep suddenly rang out. As a pioneer of the chakra path, you were actually treated with such contempt. The host can endure it, but the system absolutely cannot. It is required to take the college entrance exam as an individual and achieve the top 3 grades on the exam. The better the grades, the better the rewards. The system actually released a mission. Yiming, who was just a little dissatisfied, was in a much better mood. It's not impossible to let me withdraw myself from school, but I always have to take the college entrance exam. There are still ordinary universities in the martial arts university. If I can take the college entrance exam, plus compensation from the school, I can agree, otherwise forget it. Anyway, you won't let me go to school anymore. I'll go around and publicize the school's tawdry operations one neighborhood at a time. Since the system said that it was possible to take the college entrance exam with a personal identity, there must be a way. Let the school have its own headache. Good. No problem, you can be allowed to take the college entrance exam, but it's to enroll in your own identity. It doesn't have anything to do with our 5th middle school, so don't talk nonsense when the time comes. This is the agreement. After signing it, you are not a student of our school. Leave a bank card. $100,000 will be called into the card. Yiming didn't have the slightest hesitation, directly signed and left his card number. The class teacher put the agreement away with satisfaction and revealed a smile. I'll keep this matter a secret for you. Just say that you took a leave of absence, and you don't talk about it outside. It's clearly written on the agreement, if you talk about it, but you have to pay $1 million. Chapter 009. Shock. The bottom number 1 hangs on to the top of the class? Yiming ignored this teacher. This guy had been looking at Self in a bad light for 3 years in high school. Self's martial arts talent is too poor, seriously affecting the average grade of the class. So this guy very hate Yiming, usually not less to Yiming's shoes. Leaving the school is also quite good. Self also has nothing to learn. Why not study self-chakra research? After the college entrance examination, they will regret it. He was an upper ninja, equivalent to an elemental realm martial artist, and a group of freshly graduated brats to participate in the college entrance exams. Taking the first place couldn't be simpler. Yiming turned his head and left directly, also slamming the door. You. Humph. The class teacher wanted to say something, but once he thought that Yiming wasn't even his student anymore, he ended up swallowing. Yiming returned to his class and simply packed up his things when a shadow suddenly covered him. He raised his head and saw Hao Jian with an apologetic face. Old Yi. I'm sorry. Hao Jian lowered his head and the corners of his eyes seemed to be moist. Yiming was dumbfounded and didn't even know why Hao Jian looked like this. What's wrong, bitch? Haven't seen you for a noon. You've become a pussy? I took a vacation recently. I might not be at school. Contact me on my cell phone if there's anything. Hao Jian's heart sank. Sure enough, he was still expelled. He also just realized this matter. This year's college entrance exam was different. He heard that a big shot was coming to Lishan Bay City. This was an important opportunity for many schools to improve their rankings. Originally, this matter was not so important for the 5th high school. There is the 1st high school in it. The 5th high school is simply impossible to steal the 1st high school's limelight. However, there was someone who specifically spoke to the principal and specifically named Yiming as the bottom of the list. This person's surname was Blue. Even though it was only mentioned in that one sentence, it still made the principal of the 5th middle school remember it. Hao Jian's father just happened to know about this and knew that Yiming and Hao Jian had a good relationship, so this happened. To put it bluntly, Yiming was considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster. But on the contrary, Hao Jian still had no way. After all, it was related to the entire 5th high school, related to the tilting of the resources of the 5th high school in the future. Even if Hao Jian's father opened his mouth, there was no way to solve this matter. Old Yi, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you were expelled. Yiming froze for a moment. What does expulsion have to do with Hao Jian? How did he know about it? At this time, a person came in at the door. It was Lan Yu. Yo. Isn't this our school's #1 loser? Why are you packing up and leaving? Have you been expelled? Lan Yu gloated loudly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the class. Yiming was expelled? It's good to be expelled. It's been pulling down the average score of our class. Words can't say that. Talent problem. Can't blame Yiming. At least did 3 years of classmates. Soon to be the college entrance examination. The result was expelled. I think it's quite good. Every time I see other classmates are mocked. Being mocked is your poor strength. What does it have to do with Yiming? How come I haven't been mocked? Yiming has poor talent, but he's also our classmate. I think we should look for the teacher. Right. Find the teacher. The college entrance exam is coming soon. How can Yiming take the college entrance exam if he is expelled? Hao Jian looked at Lan Yu angrily, clenching his fists and taking 2 steps forward. You damned guy. It's because of you that old Yi is like this. Lan Yu snorted coldly and easily grabbed the fist that Hao Jian swung over. Hao Jian only had how much qi and blood. Lan Yu's qi and blood value was twice as much as his. A stern color flashed in his eyes. Since I'm sending it to you, I'll be rude. He used his whole body strength and ruthlessly punched Hao Jian's head. This punch went down. It had to make Hao Jian break his face. The young master of Hao's enterprise broke his face, so he must be able to make the news. It would be best to leave an indelible scar. The corners of Lan Yu's mouth revealed a smile, and the force in his hands increased a little more. The moment Hao Jian's fist was grabbed, he knew that he had been impulsive. Mainly too angry, just wanted to give Lan Yu a punch, not thinking whether he could beat it or not. Strong wind came. Hao Jian subconsciously closed his eyes, ready to be hit. The wind disappeared with a pop, but there was no pain on his face. The entire classroom fell silent, looking at Lan Yu's fist with disbelief. It was actually stopped by a palm. One must know that Lan Yu was number 1 in the class. 8.7 points of blood value. His fist was actually stopped by someone. And the person who stopped him was Yi Ming, the bottom one. Number 1 in the school. Yi Ming with 0.83 qi and blood points. Unbelievable. Lan Yu didn't use any force. Definitely didn't exert any force. After all, they are classmates. So I guess it's a randomly swung punch. Yeah, otherwise how could Yi Ming have stopped it? Not only did the people around him not believe it, even Lan Yu himself was dumbfounded. He was very clear that he had used his full power, but how could Yi Ming, the tail end of the crane, have blocked it at once? His fist seemed to hit the steel as if Yi Ming pain he did not know. Anyway, he was quite painful. Lan Yu wanted to take back his fist, but it was useless. A powerful force firmly held his fist. I said what's going on, so it's you kid who's messing around in the middle. Yi Ming squinted his eyes, thinking about how to deal with this rich second generation who had been looking for things to do with self 3 times. Yi Ming, you trash. I advise you to hurry up. Before Lan Yu could finish his words, Yi Ming directly kicked out, directly sending Lan Yu flying and ruthlessly hitting the wall. The entire blackboard directly shattered and clattered on Lan Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he was looking at the large number of people around him, and considering the fact that Self had obtained a quest, Yi Ming would have had to kick Blue Yu to death here. However, the current Lan Yu wasn't doing well either, and he directly fainted. The ribs in his chest were broken by at least 4 or 5, and this was still Yi Ming collecting most of his power. One should know that he was running his chakra according to the power prelude jutsu, and with the amount of chakra he had as an upper ninja, it was enough to directly kick Lan Yu out and smash the building. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The number 1 in the class was kicked off by the school's bottom number 1. All the students, including Hao Jian, looked at Yi Ming in shock, as if they were recognizing him for the first time. What are all doing? The homeroom teacher looked at Lan Yu, who fainted on the podium, and rushed forward. Lan Yu was his sweetheart. Whether or not he could be promoted and get a raise all depended on Lan Yu, the first in the class. The homeroom teacher's fierce gaze swept around and settled on Hao Jian's body. Hao Jian, are you trying to rebel? You dare to fight in the class? Call your parents. Hao Jian took the blame and subconsciously had to defend himself. No, Yi Ming directly opened his mouth to interrupt Hao Jian's words. I've packed up and left, then I'll go home first. Classmates, see you at the college entrance exam. I'm just taking a vacation to go home and rest. Don't think too much. Chapter 010. The Forbidden Path. Turning over his hand to suppress, Yi Ming patted Hao Jian's shoulder and walked towards the door. Hao Jian hurriedly followed Yi Ming, wanting to see him off. The homeroom teacher, on the other hand, nervously took Lan Yu to the infirmary, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed students. When did Yi Ming become so powerful? Could it be the novels pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Is he planning to hit the high school entrance exams with a bang? Expelled? The school is stupid to expel him. It looks like he took a leave of absence to go back for the final sprint. Damn, I have to practice too. I didn't expect Yi Ming to hide so deeply. School entrance. All right, just send it here. Go back to class. Hao Jian stared at Yi Ming with a strange face, as if he knew him on the first day. You wouldn't have joined some cult, right? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Yi Ming glanced at him. Hao Jian is definitely one of the people who know him best. Since there is no hiding, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, Hao Jian is the most clear. That's right. I joined the cult. The sect master is the Pango who opened up the sky. I practiced a new path, That's why I'm so powerful. Hao Jian directly gave Yiming a punch and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. What are you pulling for me? Afterward, he looked around and spoke quietly in front of Yiming's ear. There are the rest of the paths in this world other than the martial path, but this is the forbidden path. Once discovered, the law enforcement team executes them on the spot. No matter what the reason is, as long as one cultivates, one must die. You know that. Hao Jian stared at Yiming's eyes dead on, wanting to see something. Yiming knew that Hao Jian was giving hints to self, but what self cultivated was not the forbidden path that he was talking about. On the contrary, he was curious about what the forbidden path was. What path are you talking about? Tell me about it so that I can understand it properly. Hao Jian remembered the little bit of information revealed by his own father, hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't know what exactly, but it was a path that walked on the opposite side of humanity. A path that all humans will be put to death together. Don't go astray. All of humanity? The opposite of humanity? No wonder I haven't heard of this path. It's so serious. Yiming patted Hao Jian's shoulder, knowing that Hao Jian was doubting him. Don't worry, I'm actually the reincarnation of Pangu and awakened my previous memories, so my strength is gradually recovering. Roll your own. If you are Pangu, I am Pangu's father. Inside the park, Zhang Zishuan was already sitting there extracting chakra when Yiming arrived. Only his spirit wasn't that focused. He was just sitting there in a daze, his eyes red and swollen. He was expelled. 1 second the homeroom teacher was kind enough to grant him a leave of absence and let him go back to rest, and the next second self was expelled. Zhang Zishuan almost cried out. But the homeroom teacher was very smart and instantly grabbed Zhang Zishuan's lifeblood, and with one sentence, he made Zhang Zishuan agree. No one can help you with the expulsion matter, but I can help you hide the news, especially from your mother. Think of it as you taking a leave of absence until the college entrance exams. You can even go with the students of the first middle school during the college entrance exams, but you are not a student of the first middle school. The class teacher's meaning was clear. Either agree or tell his mother to make her agree. Of course, Zhang Zishuan couldn't let his mother know. If she knew, she would definitely go crazy. If she knew, she would go crazy. He could only bear this matter himself. Dropping his head, he went to the park and had wanted to refine his chakra, but an hour had passed and his thoughts kept breaking down. What's going on? Why are your eyes swollen? Zhang Zishuan saw Yiming and hurriedly stood up. Teacher Yiming, I was expelled from school. Yiming had a head full of question marks. What the hell? Expelled from school? You were expelled from school? Are you sure you're right? It's you, not me? Huh. This question confused Zhang Zishuan. What do you mean? I was expelled from the first middle school, saying that my grades were too poor, affecting the school's promotion. Yiming smacked his lips. Such a coincidence. Good guy. Not ashamed to be my student, I was just expelled from school. You were also expelled from school. Mr. Yiming, you were also expelled from school? Why? Zhang Zishuan couldn't understand. Yiming was so strong. How could he be expelled? Same as you, saying that it affects the school's promotion. So I was expelled. Shit. Yiming sat his butt on a rock on the side with a displeased face. Even a strong person like Teacher Yiming was expelled. It seemed like it was just like that for him to be expelled as a poor student. Suddenly it didn't feel so sad anymore. Teacher Yiming, then what do we do? What do we do? Can you take the college entrance exam? Yes. That won't do. Cultivate normally, then give them a 1,000,000,000-point shock on the college entrance exam and make them regret it. Hit them hard in the face. Zhang Zishuan's head shrunk, and he said with some inferiority complex, Teacher Yiming, you can do it, but can I do it? Yiming glanced at Zhang Zishuan and patted his shoulder. Isn't this nonsense? Of course I can. At that time, the two of us will directly take the first and second place in the college entrance exam directly. As long as you cultivate chakra, I'll teach you a few more ninjutsu, just a district martial artist. Yiming stretched out his hand, palm facing upwards, then made a gesture of flipping his hand. Flip hand suppression. Understand? Zhang Zishuan's blood boiled at Yiming's bold words. Was chakra really that powerful? Even martial artists could be easily suppressed. In Zhang Zishuan's opinion, since he can become a martial artist is already very powerful, his only wish is to become a martial artist, even if it's only a first-order martial artist, and then he dare not even think about the realm. Yiming looked at Zhang Zishuan's excited red face and signaled him to sit aside. Not going to school is just the right time to refine the chakra. Start. Hurry up and refine the chakra so that you can carry out the cultivation afterward. Yes, Teacher Yiming. Zhang Zishuan sat on the ground. His spirit began to concentrate on refining his chakra. Yiming watched from the side for a while. Feeling very bored, he could not teach anything until Zhang Zishuan extracted his chakra. After thinking for a moment, Yiming got up and left, intending to get some weapons. Bitterless and shuriken. These two weapons were two weapons that could not be avoided in chakra cultivation, and some of the ninjutsu techniques could still use these weapons. The physical quality of chakra cultivators is definitely not as strong as this kind of martial artist who specializes in the physical body, and once they are close up they will be very troublesome. So these two weapons are still important to learn how to use. Yiming left the park and walked towards the city center. There was not only the Martial Artist Association, but also a large number of martial artist weapons for sale, with the largest trading market. Chapter 011, Zhao Yuanjui, Forging Weapons. Within the Lishan Bay City Hospital, cries and wails emanated from a luxurious ward. My Yuer who on earth has dealt such a heavy hand? I'll make him pay. Lan Yu lay weakly on the bed, wearing a respirator, his body wrapped in white bandages. On the side of the bed, a bejeweled noblewoman had cried her eyes red. Behind the noblewoman stood a middle-aged man who wasn't angry or authoritative, frowning tightly at the moment. Their blue family has such a precious son. He can't even beat himself, but today he was actually beaten up like this at school. Broken 5 ribs, ribs directly into the internal organs, if not rescued in time, maybe too much bleeding because of direct death. Even if he is rescued now, it is hard to say whether he can recover before the college entrance exam. The most important thing was that he would definitely not be able to cultivate and improve during this period of time. In other words, his son was ruined. This world's college entrance examination does not have this year did not pass the next year to continue to take the examination. One more year of cultivation for those students who are participating in the college entrance examination for the first time is too unfair. The college entrance examination miss is miss. There is only one chance. No matter what your reason is, there is only one chance to take the college entrance exam. In Lan Yu's case, even if he could take the college entrance exam, his grades would be much worse. Thinking about this, even if Lan Tian was the oldest president of Lan's enterprise, his expression was a bit dazed at this moment. The hope of the Blue Enterprise was just gone. With his son's talent, if he entered a good martial arts university, he might be able to become a strong person of the 4th stage of the elemental realm. At that time, the entire Blue Enterprise would usher in a qualitative leap. Now, however, the dream was dashed. Lan Tian's breathing started to become rapid, and his entire body became a little dizzy. Luckily, someone behind him held him up in time. Brother Tian, are you all right? Blue Sky grabbed Zhao Yuanjui's hand and squeezed it tightly, his voice hoarse. Yuanjui, help me take revenge. My Lan family's only hope, my Lan clan's dream, just dashed. I want him to die. I want that brute to die without a burial place. I want to lynch him with my own hands, cutting off his flesh one by one. Zhao Yuanjui sighed and nodded. As the Blue Clan's envoy, the Blue Clan's interests were closely related to him. The stronger the Blue Clan was, the more he profited. Not only was Lan Tian full of expectations for Lan Yu, Zhao Yuanjui was also full of expectations for Lan Yu. He had been in the realm of a 3rd stage sect master martial artist for many years, and had been unable to cross over into the elemental realm. He had pinned his hopes on the Lan Corporation, and if they could go one step further, they might be able to give self some opportunity to make a breakthrough. What's more, Lan Yu was also the one he had watched grow up, and now that he had been beaten up like this, he was also filled with anger. Don't worry, Brother Tian. I will definitely make his life worse than death. Lan Tian took a deep breath and patted his shoulder. Go back in a few days. Don't let the law enforcement team catch a hold of you. The two did not think for a second that there would be any unexpected circumstances. In their opinion, Yiming had already had a hard time escaping death. It was just a student, even if he had some strength. So what? What was the concept of a 3rd-ranked sect master martial artist? There were no more than 5 elemental realm martial artists in the entire Lishan Bay City, and a Zhongshe powerhouse was already the top powerhouse in Lishan Bay City. To deal with a student, it wasn't a handful. Unfortunately, martial artists couldn't openly take action against students, especially those who hadn't participated in the college entrance exam. They were all the future of humanity and were protected by the law enforcement team. Unless it was a fight between the students themselves, anyone who dared to make a move against a student would be liquidated by the law enforcement team. Lan Tian also had no interest in finding powerful students to deal with Yiming. He only wanted Yiming to die. He wouldn't be like the group of brainwashed villains in the novels who found some weak ones to go up and give away their experience. He directly sent out the strongest confessors under him. Even if Yiming, that beast, hid his strength, with the strength of a Hotian martial artist, he still could not escape death. At this moment, Yiming did not know that his kick had directly ruined Lan Yu's future, but even if he did know, he would not care too much. Lan Yu is the first to target Self. If Self is an ordinary person, then Self is not also no future. You let me have no future. I let you have no future. Very reasonable. Yiming stood at the entrance of the Martial Artist Association and looked up at the tall building. Martial artist certification was available within the Martial Artist Association, and there was even a monthly subsidy for martial artists. The status of a martial artist as a human being was not for nothing. The Martial Artist Association could be said to be the tallest building in the entire Lishan Bay City, and within it, there were not only branches of the Martial Artist Association, but also major merchant houses. This building contained everything related to martial artists in Lishan Bay City. As long as you had money, you could buy it. Yiming walked into the Martial Artist Association and came to the floor of trading. Surrounded by one store after another, there were weapons, armor, materials, and potions. Yiming first walked inside the nearest weapon store, intending to see if there were any similar weapons. "Welcome. What do you need, sir?" The clerk on the side saw Yiming come in and hurriedly greeted him. Yiming didn't come here without any preparation. He had long ago used his transformation technique and turned into a man around 25 years old. So what the clerk saw was just a somewhat handsome young man, not Yiming's appearance. "I'll just take a casual look." "Sir, what style of weapon do you need? Knives, swords? I can introduce them to you." Yiming swept over with a glance. Most of them were swords and knives. A few also had axes, halberds, clubs, and the like. It seemed that most martial artists use swords and knives. Otherwise, why display so many? "What I need is a smaller weapon. Do you have plum blossom darts and darts?" The clerk directly froze. "Plum blossom darts and darts? Plum blossom darts and darts are not really available. We have flying daggers here. They are all concealed weapons. Are flying daggers okay?" Yiming shook his head. The difference between flying daggers and bitterness was still very big. Flying darts and bitterless are quite similar, and the hand sword is even no different from the plum blossom dart. "Can you guys order it here?" "Yes. May I ask what grade of weapon you want to order?" Weapons are also divided into grades, heaven and earth, metaphysical yellow. Each grade is divided into the upper, middle, and lower 3 grades. Yellow grade weapons are applicable to the first 3 realms of martial artists. "What are the prices for all of them?" Because what you need is a concealed weapon, the materials used are few, but they all need to be specially ordered by our forger. The price may be slightly more expensive. Yellow grade lower grade 1 million yuan for a set of 10 concealed weapons. Middle grade $3 million, upper grade $5 million. Yiming covered his mouth and coughed. Why was it so expensive? He thought that he could build dozens of them with his own 100,000, but it turned out that he could only build one. So what? What about ordinary? Ordinary weapons? The clerk froze for a moment. Ordinary weapons? Pfft, laugh it up. Where did the bumpkin come from? This is the Luangxian Pavilion, the most powerful chamber of commerce in the entire Federation. Do you think it's a blacksmith store outside? Chapter 012, Luangxian Pavilion. Peak Elemental Realm. A mocking voice came from outside. A little white man walked into the store with a middle-aged man and looked at Yiming derisively. Such a big age cannot even shell out 1 million. It is estimated that it is a Hotian martial artist, or the kind of Hotian martial artist who does not dare to go out and take risks. It is really a dish. Unlike Self, martial arts university students, Senior has not yet graduated, has become a congenital martial artist. Now he was even going to take over the business in his family and become the head of Langxian Pavilion in Lishan City. Yiming frowned. He really didn't pay attention to the signboard of the store when he came in. He just picked the nearest store. The Luangxian Pavilion was indeed the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Federation. Almost every base city had a Luangxian Pavilion branch. Whether it was weapons, potions, or battle armor, they had a hand in all of it. It was rumored that the owner behind the Luangxian Pavilion was one of the Federation's top executives, a top human powerhouse. If Luangxian Pavilion were to do so, they really wouldn't take on this kind of ordinary weapon work. They were only responsible for serving martial artists. And ordinary weapons, obviously, were not within the scope of their services. All right, poor bastard. Hurry up and get lost. Remember, Luangxian Pavilion is not a place where people like you can come. The little white man spoke out in mockery, and the middle-aged man behind him frowned slightly. Yiming glanced at the little white guy, giving him face. Actually dared to taunt Self? The little white guy's body was stunned, only to see the store's wall violently shattered, and a bloody mouth instantly swallowed the shopkeeper aside, splattering him with blood. A huge black hyena stared at the little white man with its red eyes, and sticky saliva mixed with blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. This was A third-ranked ferocious beast. Black poisonous hyena. He knew this ferocious beast. He had come across it. It was a year ago during the vacation. He ran into the black poisonous hyena while doing a quest with his classmates, and he was the only one of the 5 people in the group who safely returned to school. The remaining 4 died on the spot. One broke both legs, and one broke his arm and leg. The black poisonous hyena was his nightmare. He had witnessed his own classmates being eaten by the black, venomous hyena, tearing off people's arms and legs as easily as tearing off a piece of chili. Don't come over. The little white man was shocked and fell to the ground, his face full of panic, and there seemed to be a puddle of yellow liquid underneath him, emitting an unpleasant odor. The clerk looked at the little white man with a strange face. What's wrong with this guy? Is he having a seizure? The middle-aged man next to the little white man, Wang Hongya, on the other hand, his face changed. Mental attack? Peak elemental realm? Or above the elemental realm? While others were unclear, how could he, as an elder of the Luangxian Pavilion and a 4th-ranked elemental realm powerhouse, not understand that this was a spiritual attack that could only be used by the peak of the elemental realm? After a 4th-rank martial artist's body accommodated the elements, they had to comprehend the spiritual power, and the spirit broke through in order to better manipulate the elements and become a 5th-rank powerhouse. Spiritual power could be said to be the key for the 4th stage to enter the 5th stage. Without this key, one could not enter the 5th stage no matter what. But with this key, as long as one accumulated enough, one could instantly break through the realm. I didn't expect that this guy in front of me who couldn't even shell out $1 million was actually a peak elemental realm, or even a powerhouse above the elemental realm. This senior is merciful. I'll make amends for him. Luang Hongya, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that if he was a little late, this junior would turn into an idiot. Yiming glanced at Luang Hongya. Why did he call self-senior? He thought about it and put the illusion back. Only then did everything in front of the little white boy dissipate and return to its original state. What's going on here? What happened? Luang Hongya breathed a sigh of relief and ignored the little white boy on the side. Instead, he said respectfully to Yiming, "Thank you, senior, for being merciful. This junior of mine doesn't know how to be courteous and doesn't have a mouth on him. It's really a shame. I will apologize for him. What weapon you need? We at Langxian Pavilion can build it for you for free." Luang Hongya looked to the shopkeeper at the side, and his inquiring eyes caused the shopkeeper to immediately react. "Boss, this senior wants plum blossom darts and darts. We don't have such weapons in the store, so senior asked if they could be customized." Lang Hongya nodded his head. "Can be customized. Plum blossom darts and darts, no problem. Our Luangxian Pavilion can create a set of plum blossom darts and darts for you for free." Yiming raised his eyebrows. There was this good thing. Don't want it for nothing. Good, that would be a problem. An ordinary set of plum blossom darts and darts. The specific style will just be built according to this. Yiming took out the paper he had prepared long ago from his pocket, and on it, he drew a picture of what a bitterness and a shuriken would look like. After receiving it, Wang Hongya took a look at it. It was similar to ordinary darts and plum blossom darts, so it should be built for the juniors. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so maybe it's to prepare for the entrance exam. Ordinary were enough. Directly build the yellow grade upper grade. Enough to be used up to the Zhongshe realm. You can just come and get it 3 days later. After that, he took out another silver-colored card and handed it to Yiming. This is the silver membership card of our Luangxian Pavilion. Holding a membership card gives you a 20% discount at all Luangxian Pavilions around the Alliance. The members of the Luangxian Pavilion were divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. A membership card was equivalent to a status symbol, and not everyone was qualified to obtain one. It wasn't enough to have money and strength. You had to be talented enough and have enough status to obtain a membership card. Bronze membership cards would only be given to talented martial artists in the first 3 realms, while silver-level membership cards were given to talented martial artists in the 4th and 5th realms. The highest authority he had was to give a silver-level membership card. After all, he was only in the elemental realm. Yiming, on the other hand, looked young and his strength was even more terrifying. It would be unreasonable for such a strong person not to give a membership card. Yiming took the membership card and hesitated for a moment before accepting it. "Thanks a lot. Then I will come back in 3 days." "Good. See you, senior." After Yiming left, Wang Hongya's entire body was much more relaxed. "Uncle Yi, what's the situation, that guy?" The little white boy at the side stood up and just asked a question before he was slapped by Wang Hongya. "The guy who can't make things happen just came here and is causing trouble for me. A peak elemental realm powerhouse, and you dare to taunt. I can't accommodate a big Buddha like you here. Go back and make yourself clear to the family and transfer out of Lishan Bay City. The little white face became even whiter. Peak elemental realm. That guy only looked a few years older than Self. How could he be at the peak of the elemental realm? Self had just come to Lishan Bay City and had offended an elemental realm powerhouse. What could he do? He knew that his talent was very poor, and he was only a member of the sideline in the family. Otherwise, how could he have been assigned to a remote base city like Lishan? If the other party really want to clean up Self, the family at most to ensure that Self alive, maybe way Self are possible. A gifted elemental realm martial artist, and a side kid who is unlikely to reach the elemental realm in his entire life. Think about it, and you will know how to choose. The Luangxian Pavilion is a chamber of commerce, and the Luang family are all merchants, and the most important thing for merchants is profit. Chapter 013. There is no one whose talent is worse than yours. The little white face panicked at once, and ignoring the yellow liquid on the ground, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and hugged Luang Hongye's leg. Uncle Yi, save me. I'm your own nephew. If the family finds out, they might waste me. I don't want to be an invalid. If it was someone else provoking him, it would be fine. Bullying the Luang family would not let them go. But the problem was that he provoked others first. An innate martial artist provoking an elemental martial artist, even if he was killed, it was a deserved thing. He also came up and called people poor and told them to get lost. They didn't turn him into an idiot all for the sake of the Luangxian Pavilion. Luang Hongye frowned and fanned the tawdry odor in front of his nose. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy was his own nephew, he would have wanted to slap him to death. All right, I'll talk to the family about this matter as well. At most I'll punish you. As long as that senior didn't open his mouth just now, it's impossible to abolish you. But your temperament is not suitable for staying in the Luangxian Pavilion. It's better to stay at home without fear. Hurry up and go clean up. It stinks. Only then did the little white boy sigh in relief, stand up, and run into the store to clean up. Luang Hongye stood at the doorway, looking at the back that had disappeared into the sea of people, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When had there been such an extra character in Lishan Base City? A strong person at the peak of the elemental realm, or even above the elemental? Could it be that he also came because of that incident? Yi Ming did not stay long after he walked out of the Langxian Pavilion and directly left. Originally came to buy weapons. Weapons bought directly leave on the line. There is no need to continue to blindly stroll. Leaving the Martial Artist Association building, Yi Ming also paid special attention to see if anyone was following him. Facts prove that novels were all lies. No one followed him with the intention of figuring him out. He was all ready for a good fight. Unfortunately, after returning to the park, Zhang Zishuan was still sitting on the ground. Still haven't extracted the chakra? Zhang Zishuan opened his eyes and nodded with a somewhat ugly face. Teacher Yi Ming, am I not very bad and talented? I've been working very hard on extracting chakra, but it's been more than a day and I haven't even extracted a single bit of chakra. Is there something wrong with my chakra refining method? Yi Ming rubbed his chin. He didn't know. He directly had the chakra of an upper ninja, and he didn't need to refine it. However, he had taught the chakra refining method according to the system's rewards, so there shouldn't be a problem. System, what's the situation? Does Zhang Zishuan not have the talent to cultivate chakra? It's been a day, and he still hasn't extracted chakra. There isn't anyone in the entire world whose talent is worse than yours. Normal people need a month to extract chakra. Those with good talent can extract it in a week, and geniuses only need 2 days to extract chakra. Oh, so that's how it is. What do you mean there isn't anyone in the world with less talent than me? System, make it clearer for me. The system's voice disappeared into thin air. No matter what Yi Ming said, it did not reply. Including when Yi Ming asked about Zhang Zishuan's talent, it still did not make a sound. Yi Ming could only cough and said to Zhang Zishuan, "It's normal. Those with average talent need a month to extract chakra, those with good talent a week, and only geniuses can extract chakra in a day or 2. Zhang Zishuan's expression darkened when he heard the word talent. His talent was notoriously poor. It couldn't be that he couldn't even extract chakra before the college entrance exam. Yi Ming looked at Zhang Zishuan's expression and knew what he was thinking. Chakra talent is not the same as martial arts talent. Maybe the worse the martial arts talent, the stronger the chakra talent. Look at me. How bad is my martial arts talent? But my chakra talent is strong as hell. Yi Ming held his head high and bragged. He gained the chakra of an upper ninja in an instant. Isn't this talent strong? Zhang Zishuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, teacher Yi Ming was even more famous than him as a martial arts waste. Poor martial arts talent. If teacher Yi Ming cultivated chakra so quickly, self should not be any slower. Teacher Yiming, how long did it take you to extract chakra in the first place? Me? Less than an hour. Extracting chakra? It's too easy. I'm an absolute genius of the chakra Tao. Get it? Zhang Zishan was directly shocked. Extracting chakra in less than an hour. Worthy of being Teacher Yiming. Too powerful. No wonder he would become Master Gong's heir. This talent is too good. Unfortunately, Self's martial arts talent is still too strong. If it could be as bad as Mr. Yiming, Self might have refined chakra. However, with my poor martial arts talent, I should be able to refine chakra in a week. In a week, he would be able to become an existence similar to a martial artist. Zhang Zishan was instantly energized. Good. I will definitely work hard to extract chakra and try to keep up with Teacher Yiming. Zhang Zishan clenched his fists as if he had been pumped with chicken blood to give himself a boost of energy and cheer, then closed his eyes and continued to extract chakra. Yiming frowned slightly. This guy can't really not be able to refine chakra for a month, right? Then what about the college entrance exam? What martial arts talent and chakra talent is inversely proportional to each other? Are his nonsense Host, don't worry. With the chakra patriarch's body in place, as the host's first student, his cultivation speed is a bonus. Even an ordinary person will possess a better talent. The system explained to Yiming, who then remembered that Self had a chakra patriarch body. The closer it was to Self, the faster the chakra cultivation speed would be. That's right. So what does it mean that there is no one in the world who has a worse talent than me? System, speak up, don't play dead. In the afternoon, Yiming and Zhang Zishan returned to the neighborhood. After the two said their goodbyes, they each went back to their own homes and looked for their own moms. Son, Baka, come and eat. Yiming washed his hands, sat down on the dining table, and started to frantically show off his rice. Eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. Mother picked a chopstick of meat into Yiming's bowl and another chopstick of vegetables. I ran into Sister Jiang when I came back today, grinning and happy. Isn't his son improving? Father glared at Mother, really mentioning the pot that doesn't boil. Knowing that his son's martial arts talent was not good, he had been grumbling about it, and now he was specifically taking it out to say, eat your meal, what does people's business have to do with you? Yiming frowned a little. Zhang Zishan, that guy would not tell his mom about it. Should not, if his mom really knew. It is estimated that Self has been arrested by the law enforcement team. Yiming picked up his bowl, and he was very happy with his meal. Chapter 014. Lands blocking the road. Sovereign Peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yiming stayed in the park with Zhang Zishan every day during school hours, Zhang Zishan refining his chakra while he played with his cell phone. In the past 2 days, he found 2 good-looking novels on Tomato Novels, one called Conceptual River God, leading the nation to become a godly civilization, and one called Survival on a Solitary Island, awakening conceptual river god abilities in the opening. Both books are well written, but unfortunately too few people read them. One sucks, and one is updated very slowly. In fact, Yiming understands this behavior very well. In his last life, he also tried to write novels in this industry. But this industry is very difficult. Sometimes busy day, earn money, may not even a cup of milk tea. Network writers are also people also want to eat a day, so a few dollars, still so much brain do. Good in the tomato readers are handsome and beautiful and generous, often reward, which makes the network writers barely alive. Deservedly, they earn a lot of money. Yiming opened the recharge page, directly charged $500, rewarded a king of the most expensive gift. This network writer called Hutu Egg's idea is still very interesting. Encourage it. Hope he can create more in the future. After rewarding the king of gifts, Yiming sighed as he looked at Zhang Zishan on the side. Alas, it's been 3 days and I still haven't refined chakra. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Every day I can only read novels and swipe short videos. When will I be able to obtain new jutsu? If he hadn't been unable to find another student, he would have wanted to find another one. Unfortunately, his reputation was so bad, coupled with what Hao Jian said last time, he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, and could only sneak around and sidestep the situation. The result was fruitless. Putting down his cell phone, Yiming stood up. The time was almost up. It was time to go get his own weapon. Yiming turned around and left, heading towards the Martial Artist Association. Of course, he definitely wasn't going directly to the Martial Artist Association. He had to find a place to transform first. So he came to the alley where he transformed last time. This alley was a dead end. Usually no one came over at all. As Yiming walked towards the alley, a beautiful figure noticed him not far away. Is that Yiming? Of course, Gu Qingqing recognized Yiming. Both were the buzzwords of the school. One was the top of the school and the other was the bottom of the school. A while ago, there were rumors in the school that Yiming hid his clumsiness and directly crippled Lan Yu. The reason for the incident was that Lan Yu used his own power to oppress the school and expel Yiming. Although Yiming explained that he was just on vacation, if she was right, Yiming should really be expelled. As a direct descendant of the Gu family, she certainly knew the importance of this college entrance exam. Yiming would indeed be dragging the school down, not only the 5th middle school, but it seemed that every middle school had students expelled. As for Yiming crippling Lan Yu, or whatever, she was completely unconvinced. It was probably because the Hao family's youngest master used some means to beat Lan Yu to the hospital, and the two families were not hostile for more than a day or two. Gu Qingcheng took a glance and withdrew her gaze. Suddenly, she frowned and looked over again. There was a silhouette sneaking behind Yiming, also walking into the alley. Why does that guy look so much like someone from Blue? Lan had visited Gu's family, and it seemed like she had seen that person before. Gu Qingcheng hesitated for a moment. It was clear what Blue sent people to follow Yiming to do. Should Self go over to take a look? Forget it, at least a classmate, do not know, did not find even if she saw it and didn't care. If something happened to Yiming, she felt that her conscience would be condemned. Gu Qingcheng quickly walked towards the alley. Lan's dealing with a student who didn't even have a blood value of 1. It shouldn't be possible to send a martial artist. And it just so happened that Self had already broken through to become a full-fledged martial artist today, so it would be easy for her to deal with this kind of thing. She even had some expectations in her heart. It would be best if something could happen so that she could test Self's strength as a martial artist. After Yiming walked into the alley, he didn't make any movements and just stood in place. Self was at least an upper ninja comparable to the elemental realm. Could he not know that someone was following him? What is a ninja? Specializing in assassination, intelligence gathering, and the like. All ninjas' tale, a hymn, tracking others, where there is a ninja being tracked. Yiming is a little curious. He also did not offend people. How can someone track him? No, it's not like he didn't offend anyone. He even kicked someone a few days ago. So the ass is behind the Blues people? What can be done about this? Beat up and put back? Blues not know his situation. In case Blues in a little shady, directly looking for law enforcement team to investigate him, in the exposure of the Chakra thing, then not the end of the game. He wasn't afraid of the Lai Shanbei City's law enforcement team, but he was afraid of the Federation's law enforcement team. What's more, he could fight and run, but what about his parents? Where is Zhang Zishuan's mother? It seems that this Blues guy must die. Not only him, this Blues also have to deal with it, or else always find trouble for Self. Yiming turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a shadowy face walking towards him. Yiming. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhao Yuanjui's eyes. Why did this guy seem to act like he knew I was coming? Lan? Yiming cocked his head and scratched his face. This look completely did not put Zhao Yuanjui in his eyes. Zhao Yuanjui inwardly laughed coldly. It looked like Yiming had some kind of bottom card. Could it be that hidden strength? But even if it is hidden, how much can it be hidden? At his age, even if he was a great genius, he was only a Hotian martial artist. But Self is a grandmaster. The next realm of the Hotian martial artist is the innate martial artist, and the next realm of the innate martial artist is the sovereign martial artist. Each realm of a martial artist had 9 layers, and he, Zhao Yuanjui, was at the 9th layer of the sovereign, a peak sovereign martial artist. Without the elemental realm, he was an invincible existence. A Hotian martial artist. What is he? Zhao Yuanjui wanted to know what Yiming's expression would be when he spoke of his own strength. He must have changed his expression greatly, and then kneeled down to ask for Self's forgiveness. Self could give him a little bit of hope before brutally torturing him, and finally bringing him back to the Lan clan and letting Tian cut off all of his flesh one by one. Well, he could also just tell him to go through the torture in fear. That's right, Blues. Boy, do you regret it? To actually dare to take action against our Blue clan's young master. Yiming thought for a moment, then shook his head. No regrets. Lan Yu has been looking for trouble 3 times. This is what he deserves. Zhao Yuanjui snorted coldly. Lan Yu looking for trouble from you? That's your honor. What is your status? What is Lan Yu's status? Looking at you before looking for your business. Forget it. What's the point of talking so much with you, brat? Did you think that no one would be able to tell if you hid a little bit of your strength? Looking at the surprise in Yiming's eyes, Zhao Yuanjui laughed out loud. I admit that you have hidden it for so long, and carrying the reputation of having the worst martial arts talent for so long is very courageous. But your fate ends here. Even if you are a genius, how strong can you be? A Hotian martial artist? I'll make another bold guess. Innate martial artist? Do you know what my strength is? Sovereign Master. Peak Zongshi. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 015. Oh, Gu family. Yi Ming was really shocked. Peak Zongshi? Lan's strongest is a Peak Zongshi martial artist, right? And actually sent out to deal with him, a high school student with less than 1 point of chi and blood value. No, what's wrong with Blue? To deal with a student who is not even a martial artist, directly send out the strongest combat force? Zhao Yuanjui was overjoyed when he saw Yi Ming's shocked appearance. Ha ha ha, weren't you very stable just now? Wasn't it rippling? To tell you the truth, Lan gave a death order for me to capture you and torture you ruthlessly before letting to lynch you to death. How do you think my strength is? Can it compare to your hidden strength? Can I accomplish this task? Zhao Yuanjui couldn't wait to see Yi Ming kneeling down and begging for mercy with a snotty face. However, Yi Ming was still calm and even gave a mocking "oh." Then it was gone. The smile on Zhao Yuanjui's face stagnated, and a nameless anger instantly surged to his heart. This kid is looking down on self? There were a few people in the entire Lishan Bay City who dared to look down on themselves in front of them, but they didn't include this student in front of them. Zhao Yuanjui took a step forward, a powerful aura instantly pressing out. Brat, I'm asking you, what do you think of my strength? Yi Ming waved his hand lightly, thinking to himself that this person was not suffering from some major disease, and that he had not shown enough to be obvious. To do it quickly, since there are still things. It's not bad. If you want to do it, hurry up. What are you, a maggot reincarnated? I'm in a hurry, I'm in a hurry, I'm in a hurry. Zhao Yuanjui's face instantly sank. He had lived so long. No one had dared to insult him so wantonly. Maggot? A peak Zongshi martial artist was actually called a maggot by a student. Who would endure this? Seek death. Yi Ming sighed as he looked at Zhao Yuanjui's grimacing appearance. It was too abrasive to finally make a move. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Think about how you're going to mess him up, chopping the airwave in two. Too brutal. Blood splatters. Not good to handle. Earth transportation. Heart beheading technique. Bury him alive in the earth? No, the hole in the ground is not easy to deal with. How about kicking him to death? Too much noise. Alas, Zhang Zishuan, when will you be able to refine the chakra? If you had a fire escape, you could just burn it to ashes. Too bad I don't have it. Forget it. Let's just beat him to death. When Yi Ming was about to make a move, his expression slightly moved, and he looked towards the entrance of the alley. Stop. Gu Qingqing walked into the alley and sighed in relief when she saw that Yi Ming was not in any serious trouble. You Lans are really lawless, actually letting martial artists take action against ordinary students. Zhao Yuanjui's face changed. Gu Qingqing? The second miss of the Gu family. The Gu family was one of the top families in Lishan Bay City. The captain of the law enforcement team, a strong person of the elemental realm, was from the Gu family. He could care less about Gu Qingqing as a person, but he couldn't care less about the Gu family behind her. Especially the relationship between the Gu family and the law enforcement team. Gu Qingqing crossed over Zhao Yuanjiao and walked in front of Yi Ming, blocking him from facing Zhao Yuanjiao. What do you Lan clan mean, when the martial department doesn't exist? Zhao Yuanjui's face recovered and said with a smile, Miss Gu, I was just chatting with little brother Yi Ming, but I didn't make a move. If you don't believe me, ask little brother Yi Ming. We just had a pleasant chat. Zhao Yuanjui looked at Yi Ming with threatening eyes, as if telling him, if you dare to talk nonsense, it's over. Gu Qingqing also turned her head to look at Yi Ming, while Yi Ming looked at Gu Qingqing curiously. A black, tight-fitting training suit outlined her figure. With a single ponytail hanging down to her shoulders, she looked incomparably spirited. Why was she here and suddenly ran out? The two people couldn't be in cahoots. Gu Qingqing frowned when she saw Yi Ming's eyes staring tightly at self. What a time. Still looking like a pig. If I had known, I would have left him alone. He didn't do anything to you, right? Yi Ming shook his head. No. Gu Qingqing thought about it. If the other party had really made a move, Yi Ming wouldn't be the way he was now, and still be in the mood to think about something that wasn't there. She once again looked at Zhao Yuanjui and chided. I'm warning you, it's a big no-no for a martial artist to make a move on a student. You Lans better be careful. If there's a next time, don't blame me for directly getting a law enforcement team to block your land's entrance. Zhao Yuanjui's face sank. He was being lectured by the brat again. But what could be done? Gu Qingqing could really mobilize the law enforcement team to block the Blue Clan. He didn't dare to say harsh words to Gu Qingqing, but he still didn't wimp out on Yi Ming. Yi Ming, it looks like someone interrupted our chat. Let's talk again next time we have a chance. Zhao Yuanjui glanced at Yi Ming. leaving behind a slightly meaningful look, turned his head and directly left. Yiming narrowed his eyes and looked at his departing back, always feeling that this guy would still be up to something. Unfortunately, if Gu Qingqing wasn't there this time, he would have directly killed Zhao Yuanjui. However, no matter what, Gu Qingqing was also there to help him. He couldn't even kill Gu Qingqing together. Watching Zhao Yuanjui directly leave, Gu Qingqing was also relieved. She was really afraid that Zhao Yuanjui would make a direct move. Although in her heart she thought of trying out her own martial arts fighting level, but when she really had to make a move, her heart was a little nervous. Phew, finally gone. Yiming glanced at Gu Qingqing and said with a teasing smile, I thought you weren't afraid. It was also impressive for a paramount martial artist to dare to talk to a Zhongshi martial artist like that. The most important thing was that the Zhongshi martial artist actually conceded. It seemed that Gu Qingqing's background was not small. Gu Qingqing glared at Yiming and, who is afraid? I'm a martial artist now. He's also a martial artist. I'm not afraid of him. Gu Qingqing had actually become a martial artist, but thinking about it, it was about the same. She already had 10 points of qi and blood from the last test. As long as she increased her qi blood a little bit more, she would be a martial artist. Oh. Yiming replied back and headed out of the alley. It was time to find a place to transform, and this place was obviously unusable. Gu Qingqing saw Yiming's flat-out O and felt as if she had suffered some kind of contempt. What does O mean? It's over? This was a martial artist. A realm that all high school students could only dream of. Just an O? Wasn't Yiming envious? Shouldn't a guy with poor martial arts talent like him be looking at her with envy? Moreover, Self had just finished helping him. Otherwise, he would have been crippled by that blue family martial artist. Shouldn't he thank himself for that? Yiming was also confused by Gu Qingqing's question. What else? Should Self give him a round of applause? Yiming thought for a while, raised his hand and clapped 3 times. Congratulations to Gu Qingqing for becoming a martial artist. Chapter 016. Martial Ministry's Reward. The elemental realms gathered at Mount Lai. 016. Gu Qingqing's face became even more ugly. Why did these words come out of Yiming's mouth, making her feel as if the other party was mocking Self? Watching Yiming walk forward without looking back, Gu Qingqing's stubbornness came up. Emph, you don't know to say thank you even after saving you. How rude. Yiming's back disappeared at the entrance of the alley, while a faint cry came out. Thank you. Gu Qingqing's head tossed, followed, and left the alley, heading towards the Martial Arts Association. She was going to go to the Martial Arts Association to get certified, and then give her family a surprise. After Yiming left the alley, he found a public restroom, and after making sure no one was there, he entered a cubicle and transformed and walked out again. As for why he didn't go to the public restroom in the first place, because the restroom smelled bad. Why go to the restroom for something that could be done outside in the alley? Moreover, the alley was right on the path of the Martial Arts Association, and the restroom would require a bit of a detour. When Yiming arrived at the Longxian Pavilion, Wang Hongya had already waited for a long time. Seeing Yiming's arrival, Wang Hongya hurriedly greeted him. Senior, you are here. This way, please. Have a cup of tea in the VIP room. Little Jade, bring Senior's weapons to the VIP room. Yiming had wanted to take the things and leave, but looking at this situation, he couldn't leave in a short period of time. Then sit down. At least people gave themselves $10 million of things. And so polite. Not a sit down would be a bit too much for Self. Then have a drink. Yiming followed Luang Hongya to the VIP room and sat on the sofa. Luang Hongya directly picked up the teapot and personally started to make tea for Yiming, which made Yiming a little surprised. This Luang Hongya seemed to be a little too attentive. Luang Hongya brought the brewed tea to Yiming with both hands. Yiming took a sip after the next. Well, I can't drink out what? Tea really doesn't suit Self. I haven't yet asked for Senior's name. Yiming put down the tea in his hands and opened his mouth to reply. Li Feiyu. Senior Knight. My name is Luang Hongya, the head of the Longxian Pavilion Branch Pavilion in Lishan Bay City, and I am honored to know Senior Knight. The latecomer brings tea with wine to toast you. Luang Hongya? Surname Luang. It seems to be a member of the Luang family. Even if Yiming had no contact with the martial level, he knew the great name of the Luang family. Logically speaking, he, a member of the Luang family, shouldn't be bullish. Why was he so polite? Yiming picked up the tea and took another sip. I should be the one to thank you, thanks to the weapons of the Luang Shuanga. Luang Hongya waved his hand. Senior is polite. Your strength is already at the peak of the elemental realm at a young age. You can be considered a supreme genius. I think you will soon be able to break through the bottleneck and become a powerhouse above the elemental realm. Humanity is because there are geniuses like you. Ordinary people can live so well. I respect you. Yiming raised his eyebrows. How did this guy know that self was at the peak of the elemental realm? Just because he saw self's illusion? It shouldn't be. Isn't the elemental realm the body that holds the elements? Self's body didn't hold any elements either. Yiming did not understand, did not know, but he also knew that it was not appropriate for him to ask. So he could only take another sip of tea and then put the cup down. Lang Hongya hurriedly poured the tea and then put the teapot aside. Yiming was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. Tell me straight what's going on. A hint of surprise flashed in Luang Hongya's eyes, not expecting Yiming to speak so painfully. Then Senior won't sell out. I think Senior is also here for that matter. Yiming was a bit confused. Which matter? Did this Luang Hongya make a mistake? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yiming did not say anything. He just stared straight at Luang Hongya. Luang Hongya coughed, a little weak from Yiming's look. Senior, although I just entered the elemental realm not long ago, I have seen all the elemental realm martial artists in the entire Lishan Bay City. Senior's use of spiritual power is so skillful. Even the Lord Mayor of Lishan Bay City does not have your strength, so I think he must have come from another city. Coupled with the notice issued by the Ministry of Martial Arts earlier, it is estimated that there are many martial artists under the Fifth Realm coming to Lishan Bay City, like the various martial universities seem to have sent their teachers to bring their students. Therefore, the late generation made a bold guess. Yiming had a thoughtful look on his face. Lang Hongya's words had a bit too much information. Unexpectedly, this guy in front of self who was so polite was actually an elemental realm martial artist. The strongest in the entire Lishan Bay City was also in the elemental realm. The mayor of the Bay City is equivalent to the city lord, not just an official position, but also a symbol of strength. If he wasn't strong, how could he suppress the rest of the forces in a Bay City? Listening to him, he seemed to think that self was even stronger than the mayor. Was it because of self's illusion? Did Luang Hongya treat illusions as spiritual power? The peak of the elemental realm had something to do with spiritual power? Or did the next stage of the elemental realm have something to do with spiritual power? Also, what was the notice from the Ministry of Martial Arts that there would be a lot of martial artists under the Fifth Realm coming to Lishan Bay City? Doesn't that mean that a group of elemental realm powerhouses would be welcomed? The teachers from the Martial University would also be coming. No wonder Self and Jiang Zishan had been expelled. It was because of this, right? But what exactly was the notice? Yiming's head shook. What notice had nothing to do with Self? Self is just a small karami with no blood value of even 1. Why care about those things? The guess was not right at all. Next time don't guess again. Luang Hongya's face was stunned. Self had guessed wrong? It couldn't be possible. Could it be that Senior Lee didn't come here because of the reward from the Ministry of Martial Arts? To know that the reward from the Ministry of Martial Arts this time can be said to be incomparably generous, as long as the top spot can definitely break through the elemental realm and become a powerhouse above the elements. This is not even moved? Yiming looked at Luang Hongya's skeptical look and suddenly had a bright idea. Your master accepted a disciple here not long ago, and it just so happens that my senior brother is about to take the entrance exam. So I came over to look at his entrance exam. College entrance exam? It turned out to be like this. He also specifically came over to build a weapon, so it was to give his senior brother a meet and greet gift. Such a young peak elemental realm martial artist, he really does have power behind him. In that case, it's probably hopeless to get him into the Longxian Pavilion. I thought he was here for the reward from the martial department. Come to think of it, the rewards of the martial department are very appealing to those martial artists who can't break through the elemental realm, but it doesn't seem to be that appealing to a martial artist like Senior Knight who is skilled in the use of mental attacks. In that case, it was good to have such an opponent less. Luang Hongya's eyes lit up, before he was still considering how to pull him into the Longxian Pavilion to help himself, but then he thought it would be difficult. After all, he also needed the rewards from the martial department. I didn't realize that the other party actually didn't come because of this. Since there was no conflict of interest, it was good to talk. If he could convince him to help Self, with the assistance of a peak elemental realm martial artist, Self might be able to take this reward. As soon as he thought of this, Luang Hongya became even more attentive. Is Senior Knight's tea not to your liking? Should I change it for you? I forgot that Senior Knight is a young man. I guess he doesn't like tea too much. Xiao Yua, go get a bottle. Oh no. A case of golden jade liquid. Chapter 017. Golden jade liquid. Spiritual rosary beads. Golden jade liquid, the favorite drink of young people. Not only did it have a slight and faint effect of boosting qi and blood, but it was also very tasty. It's just that the price, right, is a bit expensive. $1,000 a bottle. If you have that kind of money, why don't you just buy a cultivation pill? It'll boost your chi and blood a lot more than the drink. However, I heard it tastes great. Many rich families gave it to their children as if it was water, both satisfying their appetite and slowly raising their chi and blood. Yiming had always known about this stuff, but had never drank it once. A clerk pushed open the door, holding 2 black boxes, and behind him, another clerk held 2 golden bottles. The clerk slowly backed out after putting the things down. Senior Knight. Don't call me senior. It makes me not know how to call you. Lang Hongya froze for a moment and smiled. I'm slightly older, so I'll dare to call you Elder Brother Knight. All right, Brother Luong, just call me Elder Brother. Hee, okay, Elder Brother Knight. Luong Hongya smiled like a flower. He didn't expect to bring his relationship with Yiming closer so quickly. It was too smooth. Old Brother Knight, take a look at this weapon. Does it still fit? Luong Hongya picked up a golden bottle, unscrewed it, and handed it to Yiming. Yiming took it smoothly and took a sip. Well, it was really good, indescribably good. As for the effect of increasing chi and blood, well, sorry, the talent is too poor. Did not feel it. Yiming put the golden jade liquid aside and opened the first box. Inside were 10 pure black hand swords that looked exceptionally sharp. Yellow-grade top-grade plum blossom dart, indestructible. The special design of the arc reduces the resistance in the air, allowing it to fly faster. Yiming picked up a shuriken, played with it for a bit, and threw it towards the air. Only to see the speed of the hand sword flying out. Its speed was incomparable. Just when it was about to hit the wall, it suddenly turned a corner and flew back. Yiming grabbed the hand sword in the air. Felt very good. The art of manipulating the shuriken is a very simple art. He didn't use a steel wire or rubber rope, but twisted it with chakra, using chakra threads instead of steel wires. Very good. Yiming put the shuriken down with satisfaction and opened the box on the side again. Lang Hongya looked at Yiming with an envious face. He couldn't see the chakra thread. He thought that Yiming used his spiritual power to control the shuriken to fly back. This spiritual power, it was really too powerful. No wonder he couldn't see the rewards of the martial arts department. With such a strong spiritual power, breaking through above the elemental realm was absolutely no problem. This is a yellow-grade upper-grade shuriken, also built according to your requirements. Yiming took out the bitterless and swung it a few times. It felt very smooth. I'm satisfied with both weapons. Yiming closed the weapon box and took another sip of golden jade liquid. Elder Brother Luong did me a favor, and I remembered it in my heart, so just say what you have. Luong Hongya didn't hold back this time and said directly. Originally, I was planning to invite Elder Brother Knight to come to our Luongshan Pavilion, but Elder Brother Knight has a mentor, so I won't mention this anymore. But well, I'm also a bit moved by the rewards of the martial division this time, so I want to ask Elder Brother Yi to help me out. No matter what the final result is, 100 million. If we end up with the reward, I'll then build you a Shin grade weapon for free. Shin level weapon? The division of weapons Yiming was aware of, heaven and earth, Shin Yang, yellow grade was just the most basic weapon. Further up was the Shin grade. The price of a Shin level weapon was often in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more, and the expensive ones could even reach billions of dollars. Yiming's eyes lit up. He didn't care about weapons or anything else, but he was a bit moved by $100 million. He had always wanted to buy one. Or rent a venue. It couldn't be cultivating in the park all the time. There was only one student now. What if there were more in the future? All of them practicing in the park? That's ridiculous. If we had $100 million, we could buy a venue for our activities. It would be even better to buy a martial arts school. Lang Hongya was a bit anxious when he saw Yiming's delay in speaking. There were several strong people above the 7th level of the elemental realm that he knew of alone, and with his beginner's strength in the elemental realm, he would definitely not be able to take this reward. Logically speaking, Luong Shuanga shouldn't be lacking in resources, right? Luong Hongya sighed. The Luongshan Pavilion was not lacking in resources, but it was also not lacking in clansmen. Alas, the world thinks that the Luong family is so big that there's no shortage of anything, but it's not that simple. I'm just a member of the Luong family's collateral lineage. Why else would I be in a small place like Lishan Base City? Not to mention that the resources to break through the elemental realm require a large amount of family contributions, and it would take until the monkey's age to get enough contribution value just by running the Luongshan Pavilion. Yiming pondered for a while, still feeling a bit vain. He was not clear about how the strength of the elemental realm was roughly like and he was not clear about what exactly he had to do. Tell me the specifics first. I've been instructing my senior brother for the recent period of time. A hint of joy flashed in Luong Hongya's eyes. This matter had a chance. I really envy your senior brother. being able to have a peak elemental powerhouse personally teach him, I'm sure he'll be able to come out on top in the college entrance exam. Luang Hongya praised first before getting down to business. Since elder brother Knight doesn't know about this matter, I'll give a general description. A week ago, a strange movement came from the Moko Deep Ocean, and at the same time the ferocious beasts in the entire alliance began to riot. The Ministry of Martial Arts immediately responded by dispatching strong men to begin suppressing it, and one of the 6th-ranked ferocious beasts led 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, and numerous 4th-ranked ferocious beasts fled to Mount Lai. Mount Lai itself possesses numerous ferocious beasts, only that it's too remote and only has a few 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Now once this 6th-ranked ferocious beast came, the ferocious beasts in Lai Mountain began to stir, and recently there have been multiple cases of small-scale riots of ferocious beasts. Yiming then remembered that some time ago on the TV seemed to have reported on this matter to come. His mom also mentioned a mouthful. Only then he thought about how to fool Zhang Zishuan, did not care so much. So the reason for the riot was this. Then why didn't the Ministry of Martial Arts send someone to suppress it? Yiming was a bit puzzled. A 6th-order ferocious beast corresponded to a 6th-order powerhouse. Lishan-based city couldn't handle it, but the Ministry of Martial Arts could surely solve it easily. There aren't enough people. There are riots everywhere, and the Ministry of Martial Affairs sent all their people out. However, the Ministry of Martial Affairs isn't completely unprepared. 7 days later, there will be a 6th-order powerhouse descending on Lishan to exterminate the 6th-order ferocious beasts and 5th-order ferocious beasts. As for those 4th-ranked ferocious beasts and those below the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, they will be left to us. Killing ferocious beasts will earn you points, and the points can be exchanged for treasures in the martial department. The first of these treasures is the spiritual rosary beads, used to awaken spiritual power. Chapter 018 New Mission. Quest Reward. Sharingan Eyes. A spiritual rosary? A treasure used to awaken spiritual power? To be honest, this kind of touched Yiming's knowledge blind spot. Only the first 3 stages of a martial artist were taught in school. The later stages were not even mentioned. He only roughly had to understand that a martial artist's body could hold elements after the 4th stage and could release elemental attacks. As for what happened to the 5th stage after the 4th stage, he had no idea at all. Now it seemed that it was related to spiritual power. Luang Hongya also took self's illusion as a spiritual attack. No wonder he thought self was at the peak of the elemental realm. So only the peak of the elemental realm had spiritual power. It seems that the chakra path is a little more powerful than self thought. I don't know if I can dual cultivate. I wonder if I can practice both chakra and martial arts? I don't know if the system will let me practice martial arts, but it won't let me practice chakra. But the host needs to have self-knowledge. The host's martial arts talent is very poor. According to normal projections, cultivation for 100 years to enter the Hotian martial artist stage. Yiming. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Why is this system so annoying? The host can collect more students if they have nothing to do. The more students, the better the rewards and the stronger the strength. Yiming directly ignored the system's words and continued to listen to Lang Hongya. To be honest, I am very envious of elder brother Knight. At a young age, he has already awakened his spiritual power. You have to know how many elemental realm powerhouses are stuck at this stage of spiritual power, resulting in their cultivation not being able to advance an inch. Although I'm new to the elemental realm, but I also know my own ability. If there are no accidents, it is impossible to awaken the spiritual power, so I have to make plans early. If I have the help of Elder Brotherly, I think I will definitely come out on top this time, and Elder Brotherly will be my benefactor in the future. Luang Hongya was so excited that he looked at Yiming with hope, as if he had already gotten his hands on the spiritual rosary. Yiming was hesitant at the moment. The 4th stage ferocious beast was comparable to an elemental realm martial artist. It was not certain if self could fight it or not. According to what Luang Hongya said, there are still 6th-ranked beasts in Lai Mountain, and it is impossible for Yiming to go out and verify his strength. In case he encounters a 6th-ranked beast, he will be dead. Moreover, he now does not have a few attack jutsu, not even a C-rank jutsu, more or less a little worried. Don't look at Luang Hongya's attitude is so good now. That's because he thinks that self is the peak of the element, can help him. If the time comes when self-strength is not even as good as an ordinary elemental realm, then this attitude will not be the same. Maybe he would even hate Yiming at that time. Forget it. It's better not to. Little life is important. I thought about it or not. Yiming had just opened his mouth when the system popped up another voice. Mission released. Accept the other party's invitation and come out on top in the martial arts department's mission. gain the highest points and exchange spiritual rosaries for the other party. Mission reward, Sharingan eyes. Still had to participate, after all. Wang helped me so much. Yiming's mouth turned, and he directly agreed. This was the right wheel I. I don't know if the reward will be the kaleidoscope sharing wheel I, or what at that time. Lang Hongya's eyes widened in excitement and let out a loud laugh. Haha, that's a big thank you to Elder Brother Knight. With Elder Brother Knight, the spiritual rosary is something I aspire to win. Older Brother if you have any requests, tell Brother directly, Brother must fulfill them for you. Yiming's eyes lit up and he went along. There really is. Older Brother my senior brother doesn't have a place to train over here. I'm okay with that. I'll instruct my senior brother in whatever place I can. But when my master comes over, he can't be out there instructing my senior brother too. Master doesn't care. I as a disciple can't care. So, I was thinking if old brother could give me a whole small martial arts school in the Bay City. As for the rest of the rewards, money, weapons, I don't want it. Just have a place for my senior brother to practice and for my master to instruct. Hearing Yiming say this, not only did Luang Hongya not get angry, instead he was quite relieved. This showed that Yiming had the confidence to help self get the spiritual rosary a small martial arts center. In exchange for a spiritual rosary, a steady profit. Okay, this is all a small matter. Langxian Pavilion also has a few martial arts centers in Lishan Bay City, so I'll just give one to Old Brotherly. However, this is after all an asset of the Langxian Pavilion. It still needs to be reported briefly, and the land deed will be presented with both hands within 7 days. Yiming smiled and nodded. Reporting is fake. To get something first is real, right? If you don't get the spiritual rosary in the end, this declaration won't be simple. However, this spiritual rosary, Yiming, will take it. Good. No problem. Then I wish us success. All the best. Luang Hongya picked up the golden jade liquid and touched it with Yiming and drank it all in one go. Yiming stood up, with the matter all settled. It was time to go back and make some preparations. Take advantage of these 7 days to see if he could get a few more ninjutsu back. Then we'll be in touch after 7 days. All right, Old Brother Knight. I'll see you off. Jade, did you bring the golden jade liquid? Take 10 cases. Elder Brother Luang. No need? It's fine. Consider it as my gift to senior brother. 1 box of golden jade liquid is $12,000. 10 boxes is $120,000. Rich people are just generous. $120,000 at the drop of a hat. The clerk walked in with a tray in hand, and a ring was placed on the tray. Old brother, this space ring is a bit small, just 1 cubic meter, don't mind it. Luang Hongya was a bit smug inwardly. Don't look at this spatial ring of 1 cubic meter. Put it on the outside to sell at least 10 million. This thing called space ring is not very expensive, but it is very rare. If not for the fact that he was a member of the Luang family, he really couldn't give out this space ring. Yiming's eyes lit up. Space ring. This world actually had space rings. To be honest, he didn't even know there was this thing before. He thought that he could only carry something with him if he won the drawing for the sealing scrolls manufacturing method, but he didn't realize that there was a space ring. You're too polite, old brother. The space ring thing is too valuable. He had been living in this world for 18 years, and he hadn't even heard of a spatial ring, so he could imagine how rare it was. Lang Hongya waved his hand and directly took the ring and stuffed it into Yiming's hand. Valuable what? How is it as valuable as our friendship? Little thing, little thing. With a smile on his face, Luang Hongya accompanied Yiming to leave the store. Then together they came to the first floor. Elder Brotherly, then I'll send you here. See you in 7 days. Good. See you in 7 days. Yiming was about to leave when noises suddenly came from the distance. A group of people were gathered in the distance, not knowing what they were doing, and there was a familiar back in the center of the crowd. Chapter 019. Gu family's private daughter. Yiming's eyes narrowed. Wasn't that Gu Qingqing? She was standing in the crowd, covering her face with a helpless expression. Gu family is not the big family in Lishan Bay City. How can someone still dare to make a move on her? Thinking about the previous Gu Qingqing for self to block the Blue Clan's martial artists. The other party does not know the strength of self. Good intentions did a bad thing, but at least it is considered to help self. Now that the other party is in trouble, is it not too good for self to turn around and leave? Yiming frowned and walked towards the crowd. Luang Hongya froze for a moment, saw Gu Qingqing's appearance, and revealed a heartfelt smile. In the end, he was still a young man. It's hard for a hero to pass by a beauty. Lang Hongya let out a laugh, and then followed Yiming. Gu Qingqing had a helpless look on her face at the moment. Today was her happy day of becoming a martial artist. She excitedly came to the Martial Artist Association to get certified and got the badge that belonged to a martial artist. What a delightful thing this was. If her mother knew about it, she would be extremely happy, and probably even her father would spare some time to visit her. But it was during such a happy period of time that she ran into someone who made her unhappy. This unhappy person even slapped her when she was at her happiest. I told you why you didn't go to school today, so you ran to the Martial Artist Association to certify martial artists. Quite the heart. Did you learn it from your mom? It's exactly the same. Yiming had just walked to the front when he heard such a sentence, his brows directly wrinkled. The one who spoke was a woman with gorgeous clothes. If Gu Qingqing was a rose in bud, then she was a rose that had already bloomed. Her appearance and figure were excellent, and beside her was a girl who looked very similar to her, about the same size as Gu Qingqing. So it's the Gu family's second miss. No wonder, alas, and a poor person too. Lang Hongya's voice came from the back, causing Yiming to freeze for a moment. A poor person? Pitiful person? Isn't this Gu family quite strong in Lishan Bay City? Lang Hongya nodded and shook his head, confusing Yiming. The Gu family strength is indeed quite strong. It is considered the strongest one in Lishan Bay City. The captain of the law enforcement team is considered to be the strongest besides the mayor, and he is a member of the Gu family. Unfortunately, this Gu family's second misidentity is not very popular in the Gu family. Not very popular? Gu Qingqing's talent is quite good. Number 1 in the 5th form. Such a good talent and still not popular? Lang Hongya continued. The second miss of the Gu family is a private daughter. Yiming's head went down on the spot. Illegitimate daughter? No wonder she is not popular. Wait, that's not right. This isn't the last world. It's normal for strong people in this world to have several wives. What's this talk of illegitimate daughters? As if he could see Yiming's doubts, Lang Hongya explained. The Gu family head's wife is the mayor's sister. The Gu family could not have gotten to where it is without the mayor's help. The Gu family's second young lady's mother was just a nanny, and somehow, she actually got pregnant with the family head's child. In the end, what was born was this second Miss Gu family, and not many people in the entire Gu family liked her. Especially the Gu family head's main wife, often targeting the two of them. If it wasn't for her talent, she would probably have died a long time ago. Gu Qingqing's talent was quite okay. The number 1 in the 5th middle school was not for nothing. She was already treated as the hope of the 5th middle school. And this is not even to the college entrance examination is already a martial artist. This kind of talent should not be properly cultivated. This Gu family's second miss is a martial artist now, right? Why doesn't the Gu family cultivate it properly? Lang Hongya shook his head and sighed. That's why she's pitiful. She's the Gu family's second miss, and there's a first miss above her, the daughter of the main wife, whose talent is even stronger than hers. If I remember correctly, the Gu family's first miss was already a martial artist a few months ago. I have to say, the Gu family head's luck is really good. Both of his children are very talented. The only bad thing is that this main wife is too strong. Her own child went to the 1st middle school, and the other child was directly thrown into the 5th middle school. I've heard that the Gu family won't even let the master of the family see the two of them. Oh yeah, the one who spoke is the Gu family's main wife, the mayor's own sister, and the one next to her is the Gu family's first lady. As the saying goes, family scandal can't be spread outside. Why are they arguing outside? That woman is the wife of the Gu family head? How come she's so young? She looks just a few years older than Gu Qingqing. No wonder the girl next to her is so much like her. The whole thing is a daughter. Yiming's head is in a muddle, and he feels that the Gu family is in a bit of a mess. This is not a proper family ethics soap opera. How could an underling have the child of the head of the family? And why was it born in the end? Why does Gu Qingqing's mother look a bit like? Forget it, forget it. Why think so much? Gu Qingqing helped herself once, and she helped herself once to cancel it out, so we don't owe each other anything. In the crowd, Mrs. Gu got angrier and angrier, and seemed to want to do something else. On the side, Miss Gu pulled her a bit and said softly, Mom, there are so many people. Let people see the joke. Let's talk about what's going on at home. If we want to fight, let's fight at home. It's not a good influence on the Gu family. The crowd on the side looked at this scene and pointed and whispered. So many people bullying a student. What a shame. Yeah, anyone who knows that student, give their family a word. These three are so pretty. All of a sudden, I don't know who to speak for. You're crazy. They're from the Gu family. Don't drag me along if you want to die. What's wrong with me? I can't talk about the Gu family when they're pretty. It's not like I said anything else. They're all from the Gu family. The Gu family's family matters. It's not really good for us to open our mouths. Is it useful for you to talk? Speak as if someone cares about you. Just watch the show in peace. The Gu family, it's also a big family now, and it's true that there's a lot of right and wrong in big families. Hearing the words of the people around her, Mrs. Gu let out a cold snort, put her hand down and said to the bodyguards behind her, "Bring her back to me." The bodyguard behind her nodded and walked next to Gu Qingcheng, saying in a cold voice, "Second miss, please go back with us." How Mrs. Gu and the others spoke to Gu Qingcheng was one thing. Since Self was just a bodyguard, how to speak was another matter. It was still necessary to be polite. Gu Qingcheng's head shrank and took a step back. If she went back, she would definitely be beaten again. Being here might be 2 slaps. Going back would be more than 2 slaps. "No, I'm not going back. I still have to go to school." "Then I'm offended, Second Mississippi." Gu Qingcheng's face was scared. She had only just become a Hotian martial artist, but this bodyguard was a sovereign martial artist. If she was a Hotian martial artist, she would still be able to resist a bit, but a Zhongshe martial artist should just forget about it. The bodyguard stretched out his hand and grabbed at Gu Qingcheng, and at this moment Gu Qingcheng stood still as if she had resigned herself to her fate, her head lowered. "She said not to go back. Can't you hear her?" An indifferent voice came out, while a hand grabbed the bodyguard's hand and pushed it back. Chapter 020, Lin Xingxia. Gui Run. Lang Hongye froze for a moment as he looked at the person who appeared beside the bodyguard. He turned his head to look beside him, and Yi Ming's figure was long gone. When did it pass? I didn't even feel it. Is this the strength of a peak elemental realm? He really didn't feel it. 1 second the person was beside himself. The next second he was over there. This speed was too fast. Gu Qingcheng looked at the figure in front of her dumbfounded. Who is this big brother? Completely unrecognizable. But this kind of feeling, very good. It gave her an inexplicable sense of security. The bodyguard looked at the man in front of him with a disgruntled face. Where did the little Yakuza come from? Gu family's affairs also dare to manage. Looking for death. Mrs. Gu on the side frowned at Yi Ming. Where did the young man come from? Don't you know that the gun hits the head? She glanced at Gu Qingcheng, treating Yi Ming as a young man who coveted Gu Qingcheng's beauty, intending to have her bodyguard teach him a good lesson. You dare to control the Gu family's affairs. You really don't know the height of heaven. Teach him a good lesson and let him know. Wait. Luang Hongye walked out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Many people in the crowd recognized Luang Hongye. After all, Luangxian Pavilion was still very famous. More than half of the people here had bought things in Luangxian Pavilion. Isn't this the pavilion master of the Luangxian Pavilion? Why is he here as well? Luangxian Pavilion's pavilion master? An elemental realm powerhouse? I didn't expect that on this trip over, I'd actually run into the pavilion master of the Luangxian Pavilion and meet the legendary elemental realm powerhouse. Too lucky. Lady Gu obviously recognized Luang Hongye as well and bowed slightly. Greetings, Pavilion Master Luang. This is my daughter Gu Irin. Irin, this is the Pavilion Master of the Luangxian Pavilion, Lord Luang. Gu Irin greets Lord Luang Pavilion. Gu Irin also bowed and looked at Luang Hongye curiously. This was the first time she had seen the first elemental realm powerhouse other than her own uncle. Mrs. Gu, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Is brother Yuanqing still well these days? I haven't seen him in a while. Yuanqing has been busy with his official duties lately. A while ago, he even said that he would have time to find Lord Luanggu for dinner. Haha, good. Then I'll be waiting for brother Yuanqing's grand entrance. Luang Hongye walked over to Yi Ming's side, intending to be a peacemaker. Elder brother Li, let me introduce you. This is the wife of the contemporary head of the Gu family in Lishanbei City, Mrs. Gu. The brother Yuanqing I just mentioned is the Gu family's Gu Yuanqing, the younger brother of the Gu family's contemporary head of family, and the leader of our Lishanbei City's law enforcement team, an elemental realm martial artist. By the way, Mrs. Gu is also our mayor's own sister. Luang Hongye implicitly reminded Yi Ming that behind Mrs. Gu, there were 2 elemental realm martial artists. Afterwards, Luang Hongye introduced to Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Gu, this is old brother Li Feiyu, who only recently came to Lishanbei City. Lang Hongye didn't say too much, but how could Mrs. Gu not understand? Timesel. This young man in front of her could make the Luang Pavilion master call her old brother, so she must have an unusual identity. Either he had a strong background, or he was strong. Combined with what Pavilion Master Luang had just said, this man had only just come to the base city and was probably here for the rewards from the martial department as well. In other words, the man in front of him was most likely an elemental realm powerhouse. Looking at the attitude with which Pavilion Master Luang spoke, It was possible that his strength was even stronger than him. Such a young elemental realm powerhouse. Mrs. Gu's heart fluttered, and she hurriedly greeted. Lin Qingxia meets Mr. Knight. Gu Yiren meets Senior Knight. Lady Gu, also known as Lin Qingxia, glanced at the bodyguard, who hurriedly bowed and apologized and returned behind Lin Qingxia. The subordinate was unintelligent and bumped into Mr. Knight. Please forgive me. Yiming nodded his head. If Lin Qingxia was aggressive, he could have just stepped in. As a result, these two were so polite, he was too embarrassed to do something. No harm done. Lin Qingxia looked at Yiming and Gu Qingqing with some doubt, originally thinking that it was the young man who wanted to heroically save the beauty, but had not thought that this young man was actually a strong elemental realm. In that case, the saying of heroes saving beauty turned into nonsense. With the strength of the elemental realm, what kind of beauty could he not find? Could it be that these two knew each other? Luang Hongya also saw Lin Qingxia's doubt. Lin Qingxia couldn't ask, but he could ask. Elder brotherly, you know second Miss Gu? Gu Qingqing on the side were looking at Yiming curiously. This person was completely unknown. Looking at the attitude of these people, he should be a strong person. When did I know such a strong person? When did I know such a powerful person? But my senior brother and Ms. Gu have some connection. Luang Hongya looked as if he suddenly realized Li elder brother's senior brother was also a high school student, and Gu Qingqing was in the same year. They should know each other. I just don't know who it is. Gu Qingqing is the number one in the 5th high school. The person she knows should also have good talent. I don't know which lucky one it is. Luckily, Yiming didn't know what Luang Hongya was thinking. Otherwise, he would have to spit out a sentence. Talent is pretty good. The bottom of the list. I see. Elder brother Li's senior brother is also a high school student of this class. It's quite a coincidence that he knows second Miss Gu. Lin Qingxia on the side also glanced at Gu Qingqing. No wonder. If Gu Qingqing could know an elemental realm powerhouse, the problem would be huge. However, Lin Qingxia also knew that this matter was probably over and could not continue. Pavilion Master Luang, Mr. Knight, then I will leave first and not disturb you too. With that, Lin Qingxia led the people and left the first floor. Lang Hongya nodded. This Lin Qingxia was quite smart. Then, old brother Li, I'll leave first. The store can't leave people. This reason simply made Yiming a little speechless. Good, then I'll see you in a few days, old brother Luang. Lang Hongya looked at the people around him and waved his hand. Disperse, all disperse, do what you need to do. Luang Hongya had opened his mouth, and the people around him didn't dare to say anything, and they all dispersed. Yiming glanced at Gu Qingqing and said nothing, then walked towards the door. Gu Qingqing, who was on the side, froze for a moment and hurriedly followed Yiming. Thank you, Senior Knight, for your help. Yiming did not reply and walked straight forward. Gu Qingqing, on the other hand, looked at Yiming with a curious expression. Yiming didn't look much older than him. How could he be so strong? Even the Lang Pavilion Master was so polite to him. This was the real genius, right? Sure enough, Lishan City was still too small. Yiming walked out of the gate. The sunlight outside was just right. He walked forward with big strides. Behind him, Gu Qingqing was still following him. What are you following me for? Senior Li, I don't know which one is your senior brother. You helped me today. I may not be able to repay you, but I want to thank him. Chapter 021. Chakra Refining Successful. C-Grade Ninjutsu. Yiming glanced at Gu Qingqing, and the words that Luang Hongya had told him earlier came back to his mind. Private daughter, not treated well by her family, good talent. Why is this so familiar? It seemed like many of the protagonists in the novels of his previous life were this template. In that case, next Gu Qingqing should meet the Golden Finger, rise to power, then fall out with her family and take on the entire Gu family alone. After beating the Gu family, she would beat the Lin family, and then go out of Lishan Bay City to dominate the entire planet? Yiming looked at Gu Qingqing with a strange expression, and that strange look chilled Gu Qingqing's entire body. Senior Knight? Yiming came back to his senses and coughed. You also know my senior brother. Just now he even told me that you helped him. Gu Qingqing had a question mark on her face. I had helped Senior Li's senior brother? Just a moment ago? Did I do anything just now? It seems like I did. I ran into Yiming before going to the Martial Artist Association and then helped him. In other words, Senior Li's junior is Yiming? That famous martial arts loser in Lishan City, Yiming? The waste who had cultivated for so many years and whose chi and blood value had not even reached one actually had a senior brother in the elemental realm? Gu Qingqing really had a hard time believing her own guess. She opened her mouth to ask. Senior Li, your senior brother is? Yi, where is the person? Gu Qingqing looked at her eyes in confusion. When did Senior Li, who was just in front of her. Leave? She turned her head and looked around, but she did not see Senior Li's figure. Gone? Worthy of being a senior. He's gone in an instant. Is Yiming really his senior? Yiming found a place where no one was and lifted his transformation technique, then came to the park. Just as he walked not far from Zhang Zishuan, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, mission released. Student Zhang Zishuan has refined chakra. Please use chakra test paper to test the chakra attribute for the student. Mission reward. Corresponding attribute C-rank jutsu. Yiming had an uncontrollable smile on his face. He had finally refined chakra. 3 days, ah. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Yiming hurriedly accelerated his steps and walked to Zhang Zishuan's side. Zhang Zishuan excitedly opened his eyes and stood up about to say something. Great, you've finally refined chakra. It's killing me. Zhang Zishuan opened his mouth wide. He couldn't believe that Yiming actually knew that self had refined chakra, to know that self had only refined it. Worthy of being teacher Yiming, too strong. Self's heart finally stabilized. Before, I have been very afraid that I do not have the talent, cannot refine the chakra. I didn't expect to be able to refine it in only 3 days. According to Mr. Yiming's words, it should be considered a genius. Fortunately, Self's martial arts talent was very poor, or else he didn't know when he would be able to extract it. Subsequently, he felt a little ashamed. During this period of time, teacher Yiming was too concerned about him and kept asking about the chakra refining situation. But Self still took 3 days, making teacher Yiming wait for Self for so long. Teacher Yiming, I will definitely work harder to cultivate chakra. Yiming nodded his head. With this drive, he really didn't find the wrong student. Good. Since we've already refined chakra, it's time for me to popularize the knowledge of chakra for you. Zhang Zishuan nodded with an excited face. He had indeed refined chakra, but to be honest, he still had half a clue about chakra, and he didn't understand a lot of it. As I said before, the chakra path and the martial arts path are 2 different paths. Chakra innately has attributes, unlike the martial arts path which only has attributes after reaching the elemental realm. Zhang Zishuan froze for a moment. It seemed like teacher Yiming hadn't said this before. According to him, then wouldn't the chakra path be able to use attribute attacks just by cultivating chakra? Zhang Zishuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and raised his own right hand. Yiming paused for a moment and looked at Zhang Zishuan's raised hand. If you have anything, just say it directly, no need to raise your hand. Zhang Zishuan nodded and, Teacher Yiming, chakra innately has attributes. Does it mean that having chakra means that one can unleash attribute attacks? The more Zhang Zishuan said, the lower his voice became. This was too outrageous, but any normal person would know that only when a martial artist reached the peak of a Zongshi martial artist, and after completely quenching the skin, flesh, and bones, the body would be able to accommodate the elements. Moreover, to accommodate the elements, one must also have the corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be able to do so, and the fire heavenly materials and earthly treasures accommodate the fire element, so that one can use elemental attacks. But Chakra wrote a cultivation out can use elemental attacks. This is not pure bullshit. Chakra level 1 is equal to martial arts level 4? How can martial arts be so trashy? Zhang Zishuan regretted after asking. This question was just too silly. Yes, that's right. As long as there is enough chakra, you can release an attribute attack. Zhang Zishuan nodded. Sure enough, how could 1 rank be equal to 4 ranks? One had to have enough chakra to release an attribute attack. It was estimated that enough chakra should be equivalent to the chakra path of the 4th rank. Yiming continued. Generally speaking, it takes at least 1 card of chakra to unleash an attribute attack. Of course, you can ignore the strength of that attack. The more chakra, the stronger the attribute attack. Oh yeah, chakra 0 card to 10 card belongs to the reserve ninja. It can only be considered as touching the threshold of the chakra path. 10 card to 100 card is the shimanobi, which is considered as truly stepping into the chakra path. 100 card to 1000 card is the nakanabu, and 1000 card 10,000 card is the special upper ninja. A reserve ninja is equivalent to a Houghton martial artist. Zhang Zishuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth opened wider and wider. A reserve ninja was equivalent to a Houtian martial artist? Then Self was now a Houtian martial artist? So simple? Moreover, a reserve ninja could use attribute attacks? This is too strong. He couldn't believe his ears. Zhang Zishuan stammered. Yiming, old teacher. Yiming had a puzzled look on his face. Why was he still stuttering? I'm now, is what? What? You've been bitten by a snake and can't say a complete sentence. You're going to die if you say it? Zhang Zishuan hastily shook his head and spoke eagerly, slightly more coherent this time. Martial artist? Martial artist? Am I a martial artist now? Yeah. A reserve ninja is the equivalent of a Hotian martial artist. Yiming then asked the system again, being so messed up by Zhang Zishuan, self was not confident anymore. System, is a prepared ninja the equivalent of a Hotian martial artist? Chapter 022 Chakra Attribute. Fire Transportation. Howling Fireball Technique. The chakra path and the martial arts path are two distinctly different paths, and there is no such thing as a reserve ninja being equivalent to a latter-day martial artist. Preparatory ninja are also divided into those who have just become preparatory ninja and do not know jutsu, and those who have learned to unleash jutsu. The difference in the amount of chakra also affects the strength. A preparatory ninja may be able to defeat an innate martial artist, or they may not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. There is no comparison between the two. Yiming looked thoughtful and finally summarized a conclusion. The system had farted. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? A reserve ninja should be much stronger than an ordinary Hotian martial artist after releasing their ninjutsu. As for how much stronger, he really couldn't say. Anyway, it was definitely stronger than a fresh Hotian martial artist. Zhang Zishuan was trembling with excitement. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he had not even become a martial artist. As a result, after practicing the chakra path for 3 or 4 days, he had become a preparatory ninja comparable to a martial artist. He was too happy. He was finally able to put his own mother at ease, finally able to make it easier for her and not be so tired. Zhang Zishuan looked at Yiming gratefully. It was all because of him. It was because he taught himself the chakra refining method that he was able to become an existence comparable to a martial artist. Zhang Zishuan knelt on the ground and started kowtowing to Yiming. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and Yiming hurriedly helped Zhang Zishuan up. What are you doing? Hurry up! Zhang Zishuan wanted to continue kowtowing, but Yiming's strength was not something he could resist, and was directly yanked up by a hand. Only then did Yiming see that Zhang Zishuan had a red mark directly on his head. This kowtow was also too much effort. Teacher Yiming, thank you. My mother and I's dream has always been to become a martial artist, but my talent is so poor that I thought I would never become a martial artist in my life. It was you who gave me hope. Zhang Zishuan's eyes were filled with hot tears. For so many years, for many days and nights, he did not sleep well. He did not eat well. Every day was nothing but cultivation. But the increase in qi and blood value was like a nightmare that he could never wake up from, pushing him little by little into the abyss. Seeing that he was about to fall into the abyss, Yiming suddenly appeared. Yiming grabbed him with a handful of light and hope, pulled him out of the abyss, and brought him into a world full of light. Here, he saw the future. A future within reach. Zhang Zishuan secretly decided in his heart that Mr. Yiming would be the most important person to him besides his mother in the future. Mother, I did it. Yiming patted Zhang Zishuan's shoulder. For this world where martial arts was everything, he could understand how Zhang Zishuan felt. He was also very clear about Zhang Zishuan's efforts, and now there was a good result. It was ridiculous to say that this was like a school bully studying hard every day to get into Tsinghua University. As a result, the college entrance examination failed, not to mention Tsinghua University, not even a university. Who knows, just another Chinese-American teacher found his painting talent, directly special enrollment into the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts. It's true that the world is unpredictable. The big intestine wrapped small intestine. All right, don't shed horse urine. Preparatory ninja is just the beginning. Although the realm is here, but your current strength, it is estimated that you can't even beat a quasi-martial artist. Zhang Zishuan wiped away his tears and sniffled. Okay, Teacher Yiming, you continue. Yiming sat on a stone aside and continued. Where was I talking about before? Chakra innately has attributes. Oh yes, chakra attributes. There are 7 attributes of chakra, which are fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. Fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang? I can understand the first 5. What are the last 2? The first 5 are basic attributes. While the last 2 are rarer, it's hard to say if there are any. Yiming originally did not want to talk about yin-yang transportation. After all, it was estimated that this world would not have these 2 attributes. But looking at Zhang Zishuan's curious look, he decided that it would be better to roughly talk about it. It also allowed Zhang Zishuan to get a clear picture of just how high the upper limit of the chakra path was. The yin and yang attributes can unleash the yin and yang recluse. The yin recluse, utilizing spiritual energy, can create a material image from nothing. Yang Dun, utilizing bodily energy, infuses chakra or will into inorganic objects, giving them life. Yin-yang transportation can directly change the entire world. Zhang Zishuan's body shook and his pupils gradually dilated. Change the world? Too powerful. The martial path had never had a word about changing the world, especially something like creating matter and giving life. The chakra path was much stronger than the martial way. Could I be yin or yang? If I was a yin and yang attribute, then wouldn't I be able to change the world in the future? Zhang Zishuan felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate, and he could hear the boom sound of his heartbeat. He asked with a somewhat dry mouth, Teacher Yiming, then what attribute of chakra am I? Yiming pulled out the chakra test paper from the system space and placed it in his palm. This is chakra test paper, used to detect chakra attributes. If it's a fire attribute, then the test paper will be burned. Water attribute, the test paper will be wet. Wind attribute, the test paper will be sliced. Lightning attribute, the test paper will be wrinkled. And earth attribute, the test paper will be crushed. Zhang Zishuan took the chakra test paper from Yiming's hands and flipped it over and over. How could he look at it? It was just an ordinary paper. Hold the test paper with your index and middle fingers, then infuse the chakra you refined into the test paper. Zhang Zishuan clamped the test paper and began to infuse the drop of chakra in his body into the chakra test paper. A small flame suddenly emerged from a corner of the test paper, and just after lighting the test paper on fire, the next moment the flame was blown out by the wind. Zhang Zishuan was directly dumbfounded. What was this? He only had a little bit of fire attribute? Mr. Yiming, this? Zhang Zishuan looked at Yiming for help, but Yiming was immersed in the system at the moment. Ding! Student Zhang Zishuan detected the chakra attribute as fire, rewarded with a C-rank jutsu, fire transportation, magnificent fireball technique. Ding! Student Zhang Zishuan detects the chakra attribute as wind, rewarding the C-rank jutsu, wind transportation, gale palm. Zhang Zishuan actually had 2 chakra attributes. He was really a genius. And the system actually rewarded 2 C-rank ninjutsu at once. What a treat. The fire escape, magnificent fireball jutsu was, to be honest, an expected jutsu. Speaking of fire escape jutsu, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is the How fireball jutsu, which condenses chakra in the throat and then spits it out in one breath. Because it looks like a big fireball, so it's called a big fireball jutsu. The attack range, killing power in the fire escape is one of the existence of the second. Of course, chakra enough to kill, chakra just a little bit. It is expected that the magnificent fireball can only light smoke. Compared to the fire escape, fireball art, the wind escape, gale palm is a little general. Using the clap of the hands as an opportunity to compress the wind into a violent gale of the art, yes, clap of the hands, and not the kind of martial arts palm swing out, the gale of the 4 winds. Rather, it's a 2-handed clap that sends gusts of wind in all directions. It can blow people out of the air and block long-range attacks. No comparison to the art of howling fireball. However, after all, it was a gift. It was good to have. Yiming was not picky. Chapter 023 Changes in Nature. 12 Hand Seals. About the nature change of chakra, so many people have questions, hereby explain. I specifically checked, is the first to learn the nature of the change, and then there are a variety of recluse. Only the second part of Naruto introduced the nature of the change, so the beginning did not say. Why else would Naruto have to learn the nature change of wind first before he could learn the wind vanish? There might still be something wrong, so you guys can come up with evidence you've found out and tell me, don't just open your mouth. Zhang Zishuan's head was full of question marks. What was Mr. Yiming giggling about there? Teacher Yiming? What kind of attribute am I? Yiming came back to his senses, sucking back the saliva at the corner of his mouth and restoring his dignity as a teacher. Well, very good, dual attributes, wind and fire. Generally speaking, only the more talented ones will have dual attributes. Zhang Zishuan grinned. Genius? He was used to hearing people call him a scrap, a waste, and suddenly saying that he was a genius. He was still a bit unaccustomed to it. However, it was oddly refreshing. Isn't it said that fire burns and wind cuts through? It seems like there's no I just see small flames. Cough cough, that is your chakra is too little. The fire is small. The wind directly blow out the fire. As for why did not cut, you do not have a number in your own heart? Zhang Zishuan scratched his head, inwardly excited. Dual attribute Teacher Yiming would definitely not be mistaken. He actually had 2 attributes. I just don't know if there is a yin and yang attribute. It seems that Mr. Yiming didn't say how to measure the yin and yang attributes before. Teacher Yiming, Do you think it's possible that I still have yin and yang attributes? It's not whether there's a possibility, but there must be. Zhang Zishuan's face was shocked that self actually did have a yin and yang attribute. Thinking about the world-changing power that teacher Yi Ming had mentioned earlier, Zhang Zishuan was in an excited mood. But Yi Ming's next sentence directly shattered Zhang Zishuan's beautiful dream. There are yin and yang attributes within all individuals. The yin and yang attribute is actually the chakra attribute, only that you need to learn specialized yin and yang nature changes, and you need a specific jutsu in order to unleash the yin and yang vanquish. Having a wind attribute is good. Of the 5 attributes, the wind attribute is considered a rare attribute. These 5 attributes are mutually exclusive. Fire attacks wind attacks thunder, thunder attacks earth attacks water, water attacks fire. But of course it's not absolute, it still depends on the amount of chakra. All in all, chakra is the most important. There is enough chakra to unleash ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Zhang Zishuan recalled the scene a few days ago when Yi Ming split the lake in two with a wave of his hand. That was simply awesome. Ninjutsu is done by extracting chakra and then releasing the jutsu out through sealing. Without chakra, you can't release the jutsu. You are a chakra of 2 attributes, wind and fire, so you can only learn wind and fire jutsu and attribute less jutsu. Ninjutsu, which involves a change in the nature of chakra. The nature of chakra is the attribute. Fire attribute chakra, through the change in nature, can release flames, and that is the origin of ninjutsu. Next, you need to be taught how to nature change so that you can use jutsu. In addition to ninjutsu, the chakra path has 2 other means of attack: body arts and illusion arts. Physical arts on the demand for chakra a little less, and even some physical arts do not need chakra at all, only need to be physically fit to release, somewhat similar to martial arts. Illusion art, well, illusionism, wait for you to say it later. Zhang Zishuan nodded excitedly, originally thought that the path of chakra was just a path that had just begun, but after listening to Mr. Yi Ming, this was completely a path that had been perfected. Changes in the nature of chakra, ninjutsu, body arts, illusion arts. Just thinking about it was so exciting. Teacher Yi Ming, I'm ready for what I should do next. Next? Continue refining chakra next? What? Still refining chakra? You can't do anything with that little chakra. Let's wait until you have more chakra. I've been refining chakra for so long. I'm tired. Refining chakra also required physical strength, and one had to reasonably allocate physical strength and chakra to do so. That makes sense, so let's teach you the changes in the nature of chakra first. Your chakra has 2 attributes, wind and fire, which means that you need to be able to skillfully utilize the changes in the nature of chakra before learning the wind and fire jutsu. To put it bluntly, the change in the nature of chakra is quite simple. Visualize yourself chakra as a flame until it literally burns the paper in your hand. By analogy, the wind attribute is to visualize yourself chakra as wind until it cuts the paper in your hand in half. You can start by feeling more fire and wind, with your chakra to ignite, and cut it is probably quite metaphysical. Secondly, I'll teach you the 3 most basic attribute-less ninjutsu of the chakra path, the 3 body techniques. As soon as he heard that Yi Ming would also teach him ninjutsu, Zhang Zishuan was on the verge of jumping up in joy. After that mouth grinned, he couldn't even close it. Yi Ming mercilessly cracked down. Don't get excited, you won't be able to release it even after learning it. Your chakra is too little. There is one more piece of knowledge to teach you before I talk about the 3 body techniques. What did I just say is needed to release a jutsu? Yi Ming looked at Zhang Zishuan, clearly wanting him to answer. Without any hesitation, Zhang Zishuan opened his mouth and said, "It requires chakra. And also needed to form a seal?" Yi Ming nodded. It seemed that Zhang Zishuan was listening carefully. It was quite troublesome to not have a place to give lectures, nor could they go to Self's house or his house. Both of their parents still didn't know that they had been expelled. That's right, sealing. The next lecture is hand seals. Ninjutsu requires the use of 12 basic hand seals, which are Ziju In Mao Chen Si Wu Wei Shin Yu Su Hai. Yi Ming began to demonstrate the 12 hand seals to Zhang Zishuan. Watch carefully, 12 hand seals. Z, thumbs overlapping, right thumb on top. Ugly. Right hand horizontal, left hand vertical. C, thumbs of both hands should be straight. D, the right hand, except for the little finger, which is straight. The remaining 4 fingers are gently clenched in a fist. E, thumbs overlap, left thumb on top. S, 5 fingers interlocked. W, both elbows extended, index fingers of both hands opposite each other forming a triangle. Un, thumbs straight up and overlapping, left thumb on top. Shun, little finger and thumb parallel. You. Pay attention to the angle of the thumb and the front and back of the fingers of both hands. Do not get confused. HU. The right fist is placed in the palm of the left hand. Hi. This posture requires good flexibility of the wrist. As Zhang Zishuan watched, he followed Yiming's example and started to pinch hand seals. After the 12 hand seals were pinched, Zhang Zishuan thought back and, well, he had almost forgotten them all. Yiming did not expect Zhang Zishuan to learn it in one go. After all, these 12 hand seals were still quite complicated. These 12 hand seals must be memorized and rolled out. The faster you form the seals, the faster you can release the ninjutsu. If you don't even know the hand seals by heart, you might still be wondering what the noon seals should look like when people's fists are hitting you in the face. Ninjutsu has a lot of hand seals, and some of them even use dozens of hand seals, so I don't need to tell you how important hand seals really are. Zhang Zishuan nodded. I see. Teacher Yiming. Can you talk about it once more? I'll film it so I can practice it at home as well? Can. Film it. Anyway, without chakra, you can't release jutsu without knowing the hand seal sequence. It's just as well, there's still time now. Repeat the hand seals I just pinched. I'll correct you on the spot if there's any problem. Chapter 024. Sooner or later one day, you will be too high to climb. Zhang Zuelian sat paralyzed on the sofa after cooking. She was too tired. After so many years, I have become like this, but also let the child also become like that. Self really do right? She often fell into this kind of contemplation. Ever since that man left, she's been crazy. She's gone crazy trying to prove him wrong. For this reason, she worked multiple jobs a day, just for her child to have a day of success, to become a martial artist. Then she could bring her child with her to tell that man in a dignified manner that ordinary people could become martial artists just as well. But the closer she got to the college entrance exam, the more she panicked, the more she felt as if she was wrong. If she didn't have to be like that, maybe she wouldn't have to be so tired, and her child wouldn't have to be so tired. She looked at the child every day, desperately cultivation. She also heartache ah. That is her heart meet ah. With a click, the door was opened. Mom, I'm back. Zhang Zishuan walked happily into the house with a big grin on his face. Ever since the chakra refinement, his mouth hadn't closed. Zhang Zuelian hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced out a smile. Zishan, back ah. Come eat quickly. Zhang Zishuan was so preoccupied with giggling that he didn't even notice his mother's condition. He washed his hands and sat down on the dining table to start eating. He ate with great joy. Zhang Zuelian was a bit puzzled. Why did her son feel so happy today? Son, share anything good with Mom as well? Zhang Zishuan was waiting for these words and said excitedly, Mom, I made a breakthrough in my cultivation today. Yiming had specifically explained to him that he couldn't talk about the chakra path, and he didn't dare to say too much to his own mother. Especially since he was now almost as good as a martial artist, he didn't even dare to share this kind of joy with his mother and could only say that self's cultivation had broken through. When Zhang Zuelian heard this, not only was she not happy, but she was even more preoccupied. She knew Zhang Zishuan's talent very well. Even if he broke through now, he wouldn't be able to get good grades in the college entrance exams, let alone become a martial artist. In the past, she might have been happy for her child and encouraged him to continue working hard. Now, she wanted to give up. In fact, it was quite good to be an ordinary person, and one did not necessarily have to become a martial artist. Zhang Zishuan could see that something was wrong with Zhang Zuelian this time, and he knew what his mother was thinking. He put the bowl down and held his mother's hand. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Martial artist, it's no longer the end for me, it's just a starting point. I'll bring you with me, stand in front of that man, and ruthlessly punch him in the face. I will tell him that the person you look down on will sooner or later become the person you can't climb up to. Zhang Zishuan would never forget that day when that man just stood by and watched his mother being beaten without the slightest bit of emotion. He would never forget those words. Ordinary people will always be nothing more than inferior people. Martial artists are an existence that you can't afford to reach. From that moment onwards, he made up his mind that he must become a martial artist. He must shock everyone at the college entrance exam and let that man see that martial artists were nothing more than that. He must bring his mother and stand in front of that man to seek justice and return all the humiliation his mother had suffered to them. Before, he couldn't do it, didn't have that ability. But now, he felt that as long as he was given time, he could do anything. Hearing her son's words, Zhang Zuelian finally couldn't hold back and shed 2 lines of tears. She hugged her son tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Son, I'm sorry. It's Mom who has wronged you. Zhang Zishan hugged his mother, his fists gradually clenching. Mom, I don't blame you. It's all his fault. I will make him pay. Zhang Zishuan's eyes shone with fire, a flame called hatred. Mom, quit all your jobs. I'll support you from now on. I'm already a martial artist. I have the ability to make money. Zhang Zishuan said silently in his heart, looking at his mother expectantly. Zhang Zuelian wiped away her tears and touched Zhang Zishuan's head. Our family Zishan has grown up and knows that he cares for his old mom. But don't worry, Mom is fine now. Your task is to cultivate well and get a good grade in the college entrance exam. There was no need to worry about high school. There was still college. Martial arts university requires even more money. All kinds of pills, potions, and resources don't all cost money. Mom, don't worry about the college entrance exams. Wait for me to hit it out of the park on the entrance exams. Zhang Zishuan knew that it was impossible for Self to persuade his mother to rest at ease by relying on his mouth alone. Self must be able to earn money to do so. When Self had more chakra and could use ninjutsu, he would go out and hunt ferocious beasts, and then he would be able to earn money. Mother won't have to work so hard and can rest. This day won't be long. On the other side, at the entrance of a huge manor, Gu Qingsheng was hiding in a corner with some fear. Although she was the second miss of the Gu family, she hadn't been scolded much at home. Especially Lin Qingxia, she had a childhood shadow. Today this happened again. She was really afraid that she would be beaten again when she went back. How is it that she just can't keep her mouth shut? If it wasn't for the words she said being heard by Aunt Lin, she wouldn't have gotten beaten up. After getting the martial artist certificate, of course she was happy. All of a sudden she said what was in her heart. Go home and tell Mother. She will definitely be very happy, and if Father knows about it, he might even come to see Mother, so Father and Mother's relationship will change for the better. In the future, Mother will also be able to see Father often. Who knew that it just so happened that Lin Qingxia and Gui Run were right next to her and heard it, and Lin Qingxia came up and slapped her. She knew that Lin Qingxia had been unwilling to let Father come to see Mother, to see her. Perhaps her father had also not wanted to come to see them at all, but she still held expectations within her. Logically, she should hate her father and Lin Qingxia. However, her mother had told her since she was a child that it was her mother who had wronged Lin Qingxia, telling her not to blame Lin Qingxia and not to resent her. She also told her that it wasn't that her father didn't want to come, he just couldn't. In the past, she was still young. She didn't understand. Lin Qingxia targeted them at every turn, so why couldn't she blame her or resent her? But as she understood more and more, she seemed to probably know. For Bridget Lin, she couldn't feel any hatred, and sometimes she even felt sorry for her. On the contrary, she resented her father. Her mother wanted him so much, but he never went to see her. She could only strive to become better, hoping to impress her father to come and see her more. The manor's gate suddenly opened and Gu Yiran walked out. Come over, everyone is waiting for you. Gu Qingqing's head shrunk and nodded. Sister Yiran, why are you waiting for me? Is it still because of the Martial Arts Association? I know I said the wrong thing. Gu Yiran nodded and shook her head again. Yes and no. Come in first, Uncle Yuanqing is also here. Chapter 025. It can't be Yi Ming, the talent is too low. Gu Qingqing froze for a moment. Uncle Yuanqing also came? It seems that it is not the matter of Self's words. The probability is because of Senior Li. Gu Qingqing followed behind Gu Yiran and walked towards the manor with her head down. Watch what you say in the future, you know, my old mom. Gu Yiran's icy cold voice came from the front and traveled into Gu Qingqing's ears. Got it, Sister Yiran. Congratulations on becoming a martial artist. The road of martial arts is still long. Hotian martial artist is just the starting point. Don't be proud. Okay, I know. Well, tomorrow Mother is taking me back to the Lin family. Father isn't going. Gu Qingqing jerked her head up and looked at the figure in front of her. What did Gu Yiran mean by this sentence? Aunt Lin is not there and Father is at home. Wouldn't that be? Thank you, Sister Yiran. Gu Yiran did not reply and continued walking forward. Gu Qingqing's mood was instantly pleasant. Would her mother be able to see her father tomorrow? Great. Inside the hall, a white and clean middle-aged man was sitting on the first seat, currently chatting with Lin Qingxia. The word white and clean was usually used for young people, rarely used for middle-aged people. But as long as an individual saw him, their first reaction would be a white man. The skin was white and tender, looking fine and tender, more fresh meat than little fresh meat. Said to be middle-aged, but looks very young, is white hair more. The handsome face, with the lines of his face, had a different kind of handsomeness. He was the head of the Gu family, Gu Yuanlang. On the side, There was also a middle-aged man with a handsome look, wearing a white trench coat, sitting on the side and drinking tea. He was the Gu family's pillar, Gu Yuanqing, an elemental realm powerhouse. Gu Qingqing and Gu Yiren walked into the hall. Gu Yiren walked herself to Lin Qingxia and sat down, while Gu Qingqing stood in the center. Father, Aunt Lin, Uncle Yuanqing. Lin Qingxia and Gu Yuanling both ignored her. Instead, it was Gu Yuanqing who spoke up. Qingqing ah, I heard that you have become a martial artist. Congratulations. Thank you, Uncle Yuanqing. I will continue to cultivate hard. Gu Qingqing quietly glanced at Gu Yuanlang, who did not even look here. Gu Yuanqing took her small actions in his eyes and sighed inwardly. He also knew about his brother's family affairs, and to be honest, he was a bit unable to look at it. But there was nothing he could do about it. This elemental realm of his was still relying on the Lin family to become what it was. Qingqing ah, do you know anything about that Li Feiyu? Gu Qingqing shook her head. I'm not too sure. I just know that his senior brother seems to know me. What's wrong with Senior Li? Gu Yuanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was pondering something. The Luang Pavilion Master's attitude towards Knight Feiyu was very unusual and at a young age, he was already in the elemental realm, and behind him, there could be an even stronger master. This Knight Feiyu was not simple Recently, Lishan City has had many elemental realms come one after another, and I know every one of them. But this Li Feiyu, I don't know where he came from. I've even searched the entire city of Lishan, but I haven't been able to find out where he is. What exactly is the reason for this? Nothing. Which disciple is Li Feiyu's senior disciple? Do you know? Li Feiyu became an elemental realm at such a young age, so maybe his senior disciple won't be any worse. Since we are both students from Lishan Bay City, we can get to know each other first. Gu Qingqing's brows furrowed as she remembered what Senior Knight had said earlier. Self had only saved his senior brother, but she had only saved Yiming. Could Yiming be Senior Li's senior brother? One was a powerful martial artist who had become an elemental realm at a young age, and one was recognized as one of the worst in terms of martial arts talent in Lishan Bay City. How could the two not look like senior brothers? Elder Knight didn't say too much. He just said a person I helped before. Gu Yuanqing's body slightly leaned forward. Gu Yuanlang and Lin Qingxia also stopped chatting and curiously turned their gazes towards Gu Qingqing. It was obvious that they were also curious about this senior brother. Who? Yiming, but I think it might not be him. Yiming? Who is Yiming? Why does it sound a bit familiar? Is there a Yi family in Lishan Bay City? Gu Yiren's face was a bit stunned. She was a student. Of course she had heard of this Yiming. Gu Qingcheng continued. Yiming is a student of our school, perennially at the bottom of the list, and is said by many to be the one with the worst martial arts talent in the entire Lishan Bay City. His last test, his qi and blood value was only 0.83. Moreover, it seems that he was recently expelled from the school. Gu Yuanqing was simply speechless. 0.83 qi and blood value? A senior high school student? This wasn't the worst martial arts talent in Lishan Bay City. This was one of the worst martial arts talent in the entire Federation. How could this kind of person be Li Feiyu's senior brother? If the Elemental Realm's senior brother was expelled from the school, then Li Feiyu wouldn't be able to fight his way to the school. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. No wonder this Yiming sounded a bit familiar. At the meeting a few days ago, Lan seemed to have mentioned this student to the principal of the 5th middle school. Martial Arts University had a teacher leading a team over to participate in the Martial Arts Department's mission, incidentally looking at the high school entrance exams in Lishan Bay City to see if there were any good seedlings. Several high schools were like chicken blood, wanting to perform well. This Yiming should be the one who was expelled that day. You helped Yiming before? Gu Qingqing nodded and, yes, I saw him on my way to the Martial Arts Association, followed by a man from the Blue Clan. Previously, Yiming beat Lan Yu, the young master of the Blue Clan, to the hospital at school, so the Blue Clan should have sent someone to find trouble with him. Gu Yuanqing immediately interrupted Gu Qingqing's words. Wait a minute, what did you say? Yiming beat Lan Yu to the hospital? Didn't Yiming only have a 0.83 blood value? How much was Lan Yu's blood value? Gu Qingqing shook her head. How did she know how much blood value Lan Yu had? It's not like she and Lan Yu were in the same class. Knowing Yiming because he was famous, the whole school knew. I don't know how much Blue Yu is, but it should be above 5. 0.83 qi blood value. How did you beat someone with 5 qi blood value to the hospital? I don't know. It's the news that came out from their class, but I think it's possible that Hao family's young master made a move and used something to beat Lan Yu into the hospital. Yiming and Hao family's young master have a very good relationship. Hao family's young master. At the previous meeting, the Hao family had a fight with the Lan family, and the reason for the fight seemed to be because of that child called Yiming. It seems like it should be the Hao family's young master who did it. Hiding something is completely impossible. The qi and blood tests have never been a problem. Yiming only had a qi and blood value of 0.83 when he was tested a few days ago. It's impossible for his qi and blood value to soar above 5 in 2 or 3 days. It shouldn't be Yiming. The talent is too poor. Gu Yuanqing suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Could it be the Hao family's young lord? If it was the Hao family's young master who had made the move, Lan couldn't deal with the Hao family, so he could only go against Yiming. By helping Yiming, wasn't it equivalent to helping the Hao family? Chapter 026, Bone-Breaking and Muscle-Regenerating Pill. Zhao Yuanjiao acted again. In the hospital, Lan Yu knocked over the meal that was brought up with a scowl on his face. Where's Yiming? Why haven't you gone to deal with him yet? Why? He roared in the hospital room, the blue underlings on the side trembling in fear. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened and Lan Tian walked in cursing angrily. What are you screaming about? Do you hate to let everyone know that we're going to deal with that bastard? Lan Yu instantly calmed down when he saw his father's arrival. Lan Tian waved his hand and all the men in the ward obediently walked out. Zhao Yuanjiao sighed, glanced at Lan Tian, and said to Lan Yu, don't worry, I will definitely get Yiming back for you. Today, it was his luck that he just happened to run into the Gu family's second miss. Otherwise, I would have already brought him here to kowtow to you and apologize. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Lan Yu's eyes revealed a strong look of skepticism. Wasn't the Gu family's second miss Gu Qingqing? Why would Gu Qingqing help Yiming? It's not like the two of them were familiar with each other. What kind of look is that in your eyes, doubting your Uncle Zhao? Do you know how much your Uncle Zhao sacrificed to help you? Brother Tian, there's no need to tell the child. What's unnecessary? You even specifically went to beg your senior brother for this brat? I, Lan Tian, feel somewhat ashamed of you. Lan Yu directly froze. Wasn't Uncle Zhao and his senior brother always at odds? The two did not see eye to eye with each other. Neither one was convinced by the other. Neither one bowed down to the other. Usually, when he mentioned Zhao Yuanjui's senior brother, Zhao Yuanjui would be furious. Uncle Zhao, you? Zhao Yuanjui shook his head and pulled out a bottle from his pocket. This is the bone-breaking and muscle-regenerating pill. It can quickly restore your injuries so that you can participate in the college entrance exam normally. Hearing this, Lan Yu's eyes directly lit up. Being able to quickly recover from your injuries? Not only would Self be able to participate in the college entrance exam normally, he would also be able to continue cultivating after recovery. Lan Yu sat up in surprise, but accidentally touched his injuries. Hiss. The pain caused his face to start distorting, and Lan Tian hurriedly took 2 steps forward to place him. Thanks. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Don't just talk nonsense. If you really want to thank your Uncle Zhao, hurry up and recuperate your injuries, get a good grade in the college entrance exams, and only when you become stronger in the future will you be able to repay your Uncle Zhao. Zhao Yuanjui opened the bottle of elixir, and a fresh scent hit his face. He poured out a flawless white elixir, and then fed it to Lan Yu. All right, I guess I'll recover in a day or two, and I'll be able to cultivate then. Lan Yu felt the elixir turn into a stream of warmth the moment it entered his mouth, and that stream of warmth circled around his body, making Lan Yu feel very warm. In the next second, he felt the warm current gather at the location of the wound and began to repair it. It's a bit itchy. Itching is normal. It means it's recovering. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. I will definitely get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Lan Tian also looked at Zhao Yuanjui gratefully and patted his shoulder. Yuanjui, thanks. Brother Tian, you're too polite. Yuer is better. But that brute Yiming hasn't been put on trial yet. I'll make a trip over there later and directly arrest the entire family. Let them know what happens when they offend the Lan clan. Uncle Zhao, Yiming's parents don't matter, but Yiming he must live. I want to torture him myself. Lan Yu gritted his teeth and said, itching to bite all the bones in Yiming's entire body. That cheap bastard actually dared to sneak attack Self and even beat Self up like this. What a disgrace. Even if he was in the hospital, he knew that Self was being ridiculed. Those little brothers of his, one by one, couldn't even raise their heads in school. This is all because of Yiming. He must die. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhao Yuanjui raised his head and looked towards a unit building that was facing the gate. Is that the place? Yiming, I hope your luck is as good this time as it was before. At Yiming's home, Yiming was currently having dinner, and he was still unaware that Zhao Yuanjui had already arrived at the entrance of the cell block. On the dinner table, Yiming's father chucked a piece of chicken into Yiming's bowl. Go home after school these days, don't wander around. The base city doesn't seem to be peaceful. Yiming's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, stuffed the chicken into his mouth, and asked carelessly, "How is it not peaceful? Could there still be ferocious beasts?" As soon as the words fell, Mother Yi spoke up. "It's really possible. The north of the city seems to have been blocked by the law enforcement team. I heard that demonic beasts suddenly appeared and caused a lot of damage." Father Ye's brows furrowed. "Why are you telling your son this? It's not creating anxiety. What can't be said? This kind of thing should only be said clearly, in case he thinks it's fake. What if he accidentally touches it? Hurry up and blah blah blah. Crow's mouth. Blah blah blah. Son, once you encounter any danger, immediately run, especially if you see a ferocious beast, run as fast as you can." Yiming nodded his head. He didn't expect it to be this serious. The ferocious beasts were running into the base city. Strange. How did they run in? Who knows? It seems like they came in through a hole in the ground. You guys say it's strange or not? For so many years, those ferocious beasts didn't think of making holes. How come they suddenly became enlightened and smarter recently? I don't care why they have become enlightened and know to make holes. I just want them to stay far away from us. The farther the better. That's right. It doesn't have anything to do with us. As long as they don't appear in front of our eyes, what do we care about them? Yiming finished shaving the last bite of rice and put the bowl down. Those ferocious beasts had better not appear in front of him, or else he wouldn't mind having a ferocious beast barbecue. He hadn't yet properly experimented with the newly acquired fire escape, magnificent fireball technique, and wind escape, gale palm. Tomorrow, he would find some time to go out and try these two jutsu. Since he got the chakra, he hasn't tried his own strength. As long as you don't go too deep into the mountains, you shouldn't run into any fifth-order beasts. Suddenly, Yiming's gaze looked out the window and his eyes froze. "Mom and Dad, I'm full. I'll go back to my room first." Yi father and Yi mother didn't even notice Yiming and realized Yiming's abnormality. "Well, good, go. Cultivate if you can cultivate in. Cultivate if you can't, forget it." Yiming stood up and walked back to his room, unlocking the door. He opened the window and clapped his hands together. A powerful wind instantly surged out from behind Yiming and flew out extremely fast along the gap in the window railing. Inside the living room, Yi father and Yi mother shivered violently, startled by the sudden sound of the gale. "Where did the demon wind come from? Scared me." "Son, sleep with the windows closed. Don't catch a cold from blowing." "Okay, I know." Yiming replied back, then his eyes looked out the window. Looking for death. Chapter 027. Ferocious Beasts. Retreat. My name is Zhao Yuanjui, and I'm very confused right now. I'm an envoy of the Lan Enterprise, a martial artist of the 9th level of the Sovereign. I can be said to be the top tier of powerhouses in Lishan City aside from a few elemental realms. However, I have suffered a loss at the hands of a high school student named Yiming today, and I was also talked down to by a high school student named Gu Qingqing. I'm very upset, so I've come to find this guy named Yiming again. He actually dared to beat up the heir of the Blue Clan, and made Self have to bow down to the senior brother that Self had always looked down on, just so he could restore the heir of the Blue Clan. Before, Yiming was lucky and ran into the second miss of the Gu family. I don't believe that now, when it's dark, Yiming can still run into the Gu family to save him. This time, I'm going to torture him. However, not long after I entered the neighborhood, a gust of wind suddenly blew through the air, and before I could react to where the wind came from, a huge object smashed in front of me. What shocked me even more was that the object in front of me was actually a ferocious beast. My brain was on the verge of wattage. Why would there be a ferocious beast in the base city? And it was also a third-ranked ferocious beast. This is a demon mole? The beast in front of me looked similar to a mole, just that its size had been enlarged several times, and it was probably more than 1 meter tall. The mole rat's 2 black fangs were even more enlarged by several times and were half a meter long, looking incredibly sharp. The claws on both hands were even longer and sharper, scratching on the ground and easily plowing a trail. The demon mole shook its head as it stood up and let out a piercing chirp when it saw Zhao Yuanjui. Zhao Yuanjui's face was helpless. This devil mole with a sick brain at him began to attack crazily, as if since what it did to it, really heavenly misfortune. The devil mole waved its forelimbs, its claws like sharp blades towards Zhao Yuanjui. 3 silver-white crescents snaked out from the claws. Zhao Yuanjui's footsteps were a little bit on the ground, and he sidestepped to avoid this strike. After the claws fell short, the silver-white crescents shot out, and in a split second, they sliced the street lamp aside into 3 sections and left 3 deep gullies on the ground. Zhao Yuanjiao slapped out his palm, and the demon mole flew straight out. A Hotian martial artist's qi and blood power could only be stored in the body. An innate martial artist's qi and blood power could already float on the surface of the body, and a grandmaster martial artist's qi and blood power could even be released externally. That palm just now was the externalized qi and blood power. Himph, do you really think that I, a peak zone master, am a vegetarian? A third-ranked beast can't do anything to me. The devil mole chirped again after being sent flying, and 3 more huge figures appeared in the distance, running over violently. Identical demon moles. 4 of them. 4 third-order fierce beasts had actually appeared. Zhao Yuanjui's face changed at once. Damn it, can't you even get over it? Don't look like you just sent the demon mole flying with a single slap, but in fact, it wasn't hurt at all. Fierce beasts, with thick skin and flesh, its skin alone was not that easy to break defense. It would be fine for him to deal with 1 or 2, but with 4 of them coming down at once, how could this be fought? Count yourselves lucky today. I have things to do, so I'll spare your lives. Zhao Yuanjui's eyes flickered. He was here to capture Yi Ming, not to kill the beasts. What does the presence of a beast here have to do with him? He is not a member of the law enforcement team. Let the law enforcement team have a headache. As for how many ordinary people died. As for how many ordinary people will die, it's not like the Lan family will die. Zhao Yuanjui swung around the beast and ran in the direction of Yi Ming's house. Just before running 2 steps, he suddenly changed his face, feeling that something was not right underground. Zhao Yuanjui hastily backed up, and the ground where he was before exploded violently as a sharp claw swung out. Zhao Yuanjui broke out into a cold sweat as he looked at the huge figure. He was that close to being split up. Peak 3rd stage. His face changed drastically, and he subconsciously took half a step back. In front of him was also a demon mole rat, only it was much bigger than the 4 before. Just standing on that head was already almost as tall as Zhao Yuanjui. The 4 demon moles behind him surrounded Zhao Yuanjui in the center at the moment. Zhao Yuanjui's face was incomparably ugly, and he cursed angrily inwardly. What was the law enforcement team doing? A peak zone sure ferocious beast had appeared. Damn it. Is this Yi Ming poisonous? Why is it so hard to catch him? No, have to leave, can't stay here. Zhao Yuanjui stared tightly at the peak 3rd stage demon mole in front of him. He didn't care about the rest of the few. Only this one in front of him. It was about the same realm as him. Fleeing directly definitely wouldn't work. Turning his back to the enemy would be sending him to his death. Zhao Yuanjui took a deep breath. The qi and blood power in his body began to run wildly. There was only one chance to fight for his life. Open mountain palm. A yellow light flashed across Zhao Yuanjui's body while he slapped out a palm. After slapping out this palm, he didn't even look at it and turned around. He didn't need to see the result of this palm to know. The strength of a ferocious beast of the same level had to exceed that of a martial artist by quite a bit, not to mention a ferocious beast with thick skin like the demon mole rat. Zhao Yuanjiao swung out 4 palms again, sending 4 demon moles flying out. The peak 3rd stage demon mole behind him let out an ear-piercing scream and swung its sharp claws. The 5 silver-white crescents were unstoppable, instantly breaking apart Zhao Yuanjui's palm imprints and subsequently leaving 5 bone-deep blood marks on Zhao Yuanjui's back. Zhao Yuanjui let out a muffled grunt and used the momentum of the demon mole's attack to quickly leave the encirclement and run towards the distance. The peak 3rd-ranked demon mole was of course unwilling to let him leave just like that, and after letting out an ear-piercing screech, it was about to burrow into the ground and chase after him. Ah! Fierce beast! An even more ear-piercing scream instantly resounded through the entire neighborhood, and the demon mole immediately stopped and raised its head to look at the source of the sound. A young woman dressed in a flamboyant manner had just stepped out of the cell block and at once saw this scene. The 5 rats that were so hot instantly scared her guts out, and she immediately screamed. In the next second, a half-meter-tall mole rat scurried out from the darkness and bit her on the head. With a pop, the woman's head shattered like a watermelon on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Squeak! Squeak! Z. 3 or 4 more rats the size of a dog ran out of the darkness, lying on the woman's body and began to gnaw on it. With such an interruption, Zhao Yuanjiao's silhouette had disappeared. The peak 3rd-order demon mole rat didn't have the idea of continuing to chase anymore. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the cell floor to the side. It raised its head with a chirp, and a dense group of rats appeared in the darkness. The smallest ones were the size of a cat, and it was a good thing that there were only 5 third-order demon moles. At first glance, there were no less than 100 of them. They all gathered in front of the peak third-ranked demon mole, and the demon mole raised its head and let out a squeaky voice, about to say something. "Seek death, beast." A loud shout resounded within the neighborhood, and the pitch-black night suddenly lit up, the red light instantly dispelling the darkness within the neighborhood. Chapter 028, Fire Elemental Power. Limited Time Quest. Flames. Flames that filled the sky. The entire neighborhood was surrounded by flames. This strange scene instantly attracted everyone in the neighborhood. The previous demonic mole screams and human screams had long alarmed some of the people. Now that the sky had suddenly brightened again, except for the individual people who had already gone to bed, everyone walked to the window and saw the monstrous flames in the air, as well as the hideous-looking demon mole on the ground. Is that a fierce beast? Fierce beast. There's a fierce beast in our neighborhood. Oh my God. Why would a ferocious beast enter the base city? What are the law enforcement team for? Quickly hide. The entire neighborhood was instantly in chaos, but fortunately, they all still had some brains and didn't think of fleeing the neighborhood. In Jiang Zishuan's bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed looking at his cell phone practicing handprints, Jiang Zishuan froze for a moment when he saw the red light outside the window. He hurriedly walked to the window and saw the flames and also the ferocious beasts on the ground. There are actually ferocious beasts in the neighborhood. Luckily, Mom went out to work, otherwise it would be troublesome to run into it. He frowned and called his mother's phone. "Hey son, what's wrong?" "No, nothing, Mom. Are you okay?" "Fine, Mom is a bit busy right now. Take an early rest." "Okay, then you get busy first." Zhang Zishuan hung up the phone. It seemed that his mother had not encountered any ferocious beasts. Great. He then looked out the window again. The red sky appeared extraordinarily beautiful. So powerful. Wasn't it Mr. Yi Ming's hand? In the entire neighborhood, the only one who could do this was probably teacher Yi Ming. At Yi Ming's home, after Yi father and Yi mother saw this scene, their first reaction was to go see Yi Ming. They knocked on Yi Ming's room door and said anxiously, "Son, are you all right? A ferocious beast has appeared in the neighborhood." Yi father started to twist Yi Ming's door, but it was already unlocked, so he couldn't unscrew it. With a click, Yi Ming opened the door and walked out. "It's fine. I saw the ferocious beast. It seems like someone has already made an attack. The flames outside are so powerful. This should be an elemental realm powerhouse. I've always heard that elemental realm can control the power of the elements. This is the first time I've seen it." Yi Ming nodded, his eyes looking towards the roof of a nearby building. A man in a white trench coat on the roof was opening his hands, and as he opened his hands for a longer and longer period of time, there were more and more flames in the sky, gradually covering the entire neighborhood. This white trench coat was the clothes of the law enforcement team, right? The elemental realm of the law enforcement team? The captain of the law enforcement team. What's his name? Gu Yuanqing. When he finished eating, he sensed that something was wrong and discovered the demon mole underneath the cell block. That's why he went straight back to his room and used the wind escape gale palm to send the ferocious beast flying. Originally, he wanted to go out and settle it after dealing with his parents, but he unexpectedly found that the ferocious beast didn't come back, and there was the sound of an attack from outside. It was followed by the cries of the beasts, and there were many of them. He fixed his eyes and only saw a familiar back leaving the neighborhood. As for who it was, he didn't really think of it for a moment, and thought it was a passing martial artist who left after failing to defeat the ferocious beast. Then, Gu Yuanqing appeared. The flames that filled the sky were his work. Only after seeing Gu Yuanqing strike did Yi Ming retract his intention to strike, just in time to see the strength of the elemental realm. Gu Yuanqing at this moment is bitter. Originally wanted to come here to see Yi Ming's situation, is not related to that Li Feiyu, who knew that when he just entered the neighborhood, he actually found ferocious beasts and a bunch of ferocious beasts. He was the captain of the law enforcement team, and it turned out that there were actually so many ferocious beasts in the place under his jurisdiction. His entire face was green, and he immediately made the decision to attack. There were too many ferocious beasts. It was simple for him to solve them one by one, but there would definitely be ferocious beasts that would break into the homes of the residents, and there would be too many ordinary people who would die at that time. This was just an ordinary neighborhood. There were no martial artists, not to mention those third-order demon moles. They couldn't even deal with the first order. Whoever entered their home would die. Therefore, he could only use a wide range of attacks in order to kill with one blow. But how could a wide-range attack be that good? The elemental realm's attacks were all attacks that used martial arts to attach elemental power. Rarely were they so direct as to convert the elements out for a covering attack. especially covering the entire neighborhood with such a large ranged attack. It was about to empty out the elemental power in his body. Finally, the elemental power was exhausted. Gu Yuanqing waved his hand, and the flames in the sky began to fall. It was a good thing that the buildings in this neighborhood had a lot of spacing. Most of the ferocious beasts were in the central location, and most of the buildings were on the side, so the attacks wouldn't fall on the buildings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the flames fell, the demon mole was like a piece of paper. Even with its amazingly defensive fur, it was still instantly pierced through and burned into slag. This was the reason why elemental realm powerhouses were powerful. The power of the elements was not something that the first three ranks of martial artists and ferocious beasts could resist. Of course, it wasn't just the demon mole that disappeared along with it. There were also the greenery and streetlights of the neighborhood. Awesome. The ferocious beasts have disappeared. All dead. It's awesome. The ferocious beasts are dead. We're safe. Great. We don't have to die anymore. All the residents were so excited that they happily hugged each other, celebrating the fact that they were able to escape from death. Zhang Zishan enviously looked at the burnt black neighborhood square. This is the power of the elements. My chakra is fire attribute. If I learn ninjutsu, I should be able to do the same. It's too powerful. Gu Yuanqing looked at the ground of the district as bare. Nothing left. Finally rested his breath. But sit on the ground. He reached out and wiped the sweat from his head, gasping for air. Grandma Bear almost didn't tire me out. He now had no elemental power left in his body and had used it all to destroy the ferocious beasts. The good thing was that the results were remarkable. All the ferocious beasts were eliminated. At Yiming's home, Yi father and Yi mother hugged together happily. Great, the ferocious beasts have been eliminated. The martial artists are too powerful. Yes, in the face of ferocious beasts, it's still a martial artist. So many ferocious beasts, all dead at once. Yiming was not only not happy, but instead frowned. Did the ferocious beasts really all die? Yiming looked at the system panel, and just now another mission was released. Ding! Time-limited quest released. Destroy the third-order beast demon mole within 1 hour. Quest reward. Junction ninjutsu. Ito. Me. Lantern formation. If the ferocious beasts were all dead, how could there be this quest? Just now, with such a wide range of flames, there were actually ferocious beasts that managed to survive. These were all third-ranked beasts. Shouldn't the elemental realm kill them in seconds? Elemental power for the first 3 orders of ferocious beasts. There is no way to fight against it. Did the textbook teach you wrong? The rewarded jutsu is also very special. It's actually a boundary jutsu. Chapter 029 Ichiban Light Formation. Ninjutsu's first manifestation of power. Ito Lamp Formation is a kind of elementary boundary jutsu. After casting it, it will bind the opponent's ability to move with itself and the target as the center. But this is not absolute. If the opponent is very strong, can completely get rid of this binding. For Yiming is better than nothing. Stronger than him, he can't bind. Weaker than him, he can directly solve. It seems that the use is not particularly great. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The chirping of ferocious beasts appeared, and 5 demon moles drilled out from the hole in the ground. Their bodies blackened, and their fur seemed to be a bit charred. Fierce beasts. The fierce beast is still alive. How is it possible? Just now there were so many flames that covered the entire square. How is it possible that there are still living fierce beasts? It's fine. We have elemental realm powerhouses. If we can burn them once, we can burn them twice. Gu Yuanqing's face turned incredibly ugly. Damn it, actually didn't burn them. If it were the rest of the ferocious beasts, they would probably have turned into ash. But on the contrary, they were rats. Rats can make holes. Except for some demon mole rats that reacted slowly, the rest of the demon mole rats all made holes and drilled into the ground. Although the flames followed them into the ground and burned most of the demon mole rats that were slow to make holes to death, the few third-ranked demon mole rats in the lead were all still alive. He staggered to his feet and leapt down from the roof of the building, slamming down hard on the ground, denting it and spreading spiderweb-like cracks. The height of the 6th floor was nothing to an elemental realm powerhouse. Without his elemental power, his physical strength was still there, and he would kill these beasts even in a physical fight. Of course, the probability was that he wouldn't be able to kill them. The power of chi and blood has been transformed into elemental power. As long as he could drag it out until the rest of the law enforcement team members came. This is really fucked up. I didn't realize that I, an elemental realm martial artist, would actually have a hard time with a few third-ranked beasts. If I hadn't used a ranged attack, I could have killed them with one move. Gu Yuanqing sighed. If he were to do it again, he would still choose to unleash a ranged attack first. Otherwise, those demon moles would have charged into the building and killed too many ordinary people. He was the captain of the law enforcement team, and he had to be responsible for the ordinary people of the entire base city. If he couldn't even protect the safety of ordinary people, what kind of law enforcement team leader would he be? Gu Yuanqing walked towards the 5 demon moles, and when the demon moles saw Gu Yuanqing, they let out an ear-piercing chirp and angrily rushed towards Gu Yuanqing. Obviously sensing something from him, they knew that it was Gu Yuanqing who had killed their heir. The 5 demon moles swarmed at him, and Gu Yuanqing was instead relieved that he didn't have to worry about them attacking ordinary people. He took down his long sword from his back and pointed it horizontally at the leading peak 3rd Order demon mole. If you want to harm those ordinary people, step over my corpse first. Yiming raised an eyebrow. This guy still had the strength to fight again. Elemental realm powerhouses were really as terrifying as they were. After using such a wide range of attacks just now, he still had the strength left to deal with the ferocious beasts now. No, we have to grab the head. In case he really kills the beast, there will be no way to complete Self's mission. Yiming glanced at his parents next to him and released the Xia slave art. This way, even if Self left, they would still think that Self was still at home in the illusion. Yiming turned into Night Flying Rain's appearance, walked out of the room, and walked out through the window. Yes, walked out. He walked on the wall of the building. His body remained parallel to the ground, but still did not fall. This was the basic use of chakra, which allowed him to tread water, go up trees, and anywhere as if he were walking on the ground. Below, Gu Yuanqing was already fighting with 5 demon moles. Gu Yuanqing, who didn't have elemental power, could only use brute force to wield the long sword in his hand. But the long sword couldn't even break the defense when it stabbed at the demon mole rats. Damn it! If I still had a little bit of elemental power, I wouldn't be so tired of fighting. The coordinated attacks of the 5 demon moles made it difficult for Gu Yuanqing to fight, and he retreated back and forth. The leading demon mole waved its sharp claws, and 5 silver-white crescents flew out. Gu Yuanqing hurriedly placed his long sword across his chest to block the demon mole's attack. But after all, it didn't have any power boost, so it was blocked, and Gu Yuanqing flew out. The remaining 4 demon moles saw the opportunity and hurriedly followed suit, waving out their sharp claws, a total of 12 crescents, attacking Gu Yuanqing from different directions. Wind escape, gale palm. An abrupt voice came, accompanied by a fierce wind falling from the sky. The attacks of the demon moles were instantly blown away and smashed into the ground. Zhang Zishan, who was standing by the window, looked up and saw Yiming on the roof of the building. Although the looks and voice were different, he could be sure that it was Yiming. The transformation technique in the 3 body arts, he also knew it. After all, the transformation technique only required 3 hand seals, and he stumbled to be able to pinch it out. It was just that his chakra was too small to change. Teacher Yiming, was that the wind escape just now? The elemental ninjutsu attacks in the chakra path were also called transportation attacks. The fire attribute was called fire transportation, and the wind attribute was called wind transportation. Yiming had just told him today that when he had enough chakra and was skilled in hand seals, he would teach him the wind transportation and fire transportation. Too strong. It's too strong. This is the wind escape. Zhang Zishuan's body began to tremble with excitement. His eyes stared at Yiming with such fire that Yiming felt it. Yiming turned his head to look at Zhang Zishuan and blinked. Zhang Zishuan definitely knew it was Self. In the small area, Gu Yuanqing raised his head fiercely and looked at Yiming on the roof of the building. Wind elemental power. Elemental realm. Li Feiyu? He was really here. Of course Gu Yuanqing knew what Li Feiyu looked like. Didn't he come here to see if Li Feiyu was related to Yiming? Only, wasn't Yiming's home that building? How did Li Feiyu come out from another building? Brotherly, many thanks. My name is Gu Yuanqing, captain of the Lishan Base City Law Enforcement Team. Li Feiyu, duck to the side. Don't get hurt by mistake. Watch out. Yiming's voice came from the roof of the building, and his hands began to form seals. Zhang Zishuan stared intently at Yiming. He knew that the last sentence of watch out was for him. Yiming's hands began to change wildly. Si, Wei, Shun, Hei, Wuyin. Zhang Zishuan followed Yiming's example and began to pinch hand seals. Fire transportation. Magnificent fireball technique. Yiming put his finger up to his mouth. Once he inhaled and opened his mouth, monstrous flames instantly gushed out. Gu Yuanqing's pupils shrunk violently, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him. A fireball about 3 meters in diameter formed in the sky and violently fell down. A crisis of death instantly haunted Gu Yuanqing's heart as he pulled out his legs and ran, not daring to stay where he was. This madman, is he going to blow up this neighborhood? This Li Feiyu is actually a dual attribute elemental realm martial artist. This is too much of a genius. Chapter 030. Dual attribute elemental realm. Seconds. The information of the dual elemental force elemental realm flashed through Gu Yuanqing's mind and shook his head. Becoming an elemental realm wasn't only able to contain one element, you could contain two, three if you wanted to, provided your body could withstand it. To hold an element, you must have an elemental treasure and integrate it into your body in order to carry the element. The power of the elemental force must have a strong enough body to be able to carry it. If the body is not strong enough and is forced to contain it, the next step is to explode and die. To carry the second element, not only do you need an elemental treasure that is similar to the first element, to ensure that the two elemental forces are equal to each other, and that there will not be a situation where one is more and one is less violent. Moreover, to carry the second element also required an even more powerful body. If the strength of the body needed to carry the first element was 1, then the strength needed to carry the second element was 2, and the strength to carry the third was even higher, needing 4. Each additional element requires a body strength that is the square of the body strength required by the previous element. That is 1, 2, 4, 2 by 2, 16, 4 by 4, 256, 16 by 16. It seemed to be simple to carry 2 or 3 elements, but in reality, Li Feiyu was the first elemental realm he had seen to carry 2 elements. 2 elements, just think about it. You know it's more powerful than 1. As the huge fireball fell, the 5 demon moles were scared and immediately burrowed into the ground. However, Yiming's fire escape wasn't as weak as Gu Yuanqing's elemental attack, and with a huge roar, the entire plaza was blown out into a huge 10-meter crater. The depth alone was several meters deep, and the 5 demon moles were burned into flying ash on the spot. Gu Yuanqing was even directly blown away by the aftermath, flipping over in the air before landing safely. Mission accomplished, rewarded with the Junction Ninjutsu, Ito Light Formation. Zhang Zishan looked at the huge pit in the small area in shock, his heart thrilled. This was the power of ninjutsu. Self would become as powerful as Mr. Yiming in the future. Zhang Zishan suppressed his trembling body, looked at the photo on his cell phone, and began to continue practicing. I need to learn hand seals as soon as possible so that I can learn ninjutsu. Gu Yuanqing looked at the huge crater and was even more shocked. This strength was too powerful. Just this hand alone had crushed most of the powerhouses of the elemental realm. At the very least, he couldn't do this kind of attack effect. He couldn't even do it just by condensing the fire elemental power into a ball. Spiritual power, definitely spiritual power, condensing fire elemental power into a ball of fire, compressing the elemental power before releasing it. Peak elemental realm, or above elemental realm. Gu Yuanqing's eyes were filled with horror. No wonder Lord Long Pavilion was so polite. Such a young peak elemental realm powerhouse, the future was unlimited. Take advantage of this to build a good relationship. It might come in handy in the future. Gu Yuanqing looked up, but realized that Yiming's figure had long disappeared. Gone? Captain. Crap, what happened here? Such a big pit. Ma, Captain, did you break through in strength again? It actually caused this much destruction. Voices came from behind Gu Yuanqing. The rest of the martial artists from the law enforcement team had already rushed over, and were currently looking at the devastated neighborhood with shocked faces. If only I had this strength. All right, hurry up and check the surroundings to see if there are any more ferocious beasts, tally the victims, and wrap up the loose ends. Captain. Gu Yuanqing turned around, glanced at the location where Yiming had left, and turned to leave. Yiming, who returned home, removed the illusion at the first opportunity and heard his parents' exclamations. My goodness, what a powerful attack. I actually saw 2 elemental realm powerhouses at once today. Yiming's illusion art only showed his parents that Self had been standing next to them and had only manifested a figure. They had seen everything that had happened outside. No wonder it is said that elemental realm martial artists are considered truly strong. The difference between them and the first 3 realms is too great. Father Yi and Mother Yi sighed, more or less saddened inwardly at the thought of their own child not being able to become a martial artist. However, this kind of feeling was only fleeting. Ordinary people were quite good. At the very least, they didn't have to face such terrifying, ferocious beasts. They only have this one son. What if he dies? Yi father patted Yiming's shoulder and said with a palpitating heart, ordinary people are better. If you were to face such horrible beasts, would you dare to take action against them? Would I dare? They are the ones I killed. Yiming spat in his heart, but his mouth still said honestly, don't dare. So not having martial arts talent is quite good. Sit on the sofa and watch some TV. You won't be able to sleep for a while. Wait for the law enforcement team to finish checking the surrounding area and then sleep. Yi father pulled Yiming to sit on the sofa and turn on the TV, but there was nothing on the TV and no signal. Yi father then reacted, the neighborhood is like that. So big a hole. I guess the network cable is broken. Where there is still a signal. No TV can only chat. Yi father and Yi mother froze and pulled Yiming chat for 2 or 3 hours. Almost every family is like them. The family gathered together to chat and look after each other. Sleeping? In addition to those few who have been sleeping, the rest of the people dare to sleep, for fear of falling asleep, and then there are beasts over that will never wake up. Until 3 o'clock in the morning, the law enforcement team to notify the neighborhood has been safe. Yiming only then get away to return to his room. Inside a villa, Zhao Yuanjui treated his wounds and sat on the sofa. MD, this Yiming can be really evil, but it's good that he's finally dead. With so many ferocious beasts, I guess the entire neighborhood was eaten. Blue Sky on the side poured him a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Tough on you, Yuan Jiao. And so badly injured. Zhao Yuanjui took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. No harm done. It's just a pity that it was too cheap to let Yiming die. Lan Tian said in a flat tone. Being eaten by the ferocious beasts little by little is also considered a kind of torture. It's just a pity that I can't torture him with my own hands. Although Yiming's entire family is dead, but this matter didn't pass so simply. How Jian of the Hao family, if it wasn't for him, my son wouldn't have been injured. Zhao Yuanjui frowned slightly. How Jian could be different from Yiming. Yiming was just an ordinary person, while Hao Jian was the young master of Hao Enterprise. Hao's Enterprise and Lan's Enterprise had been fighting for so many years. No one could do anything about it. Both sides had strong people at the peak of the Zone Master. Brother Tian, should I go and capture Hao Jian back? As long as we capture Hao Jian, then isn't Hao still at our mercy? Lan Tian pondered, and the scene fell into silence for a moment. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about taking action against Hao Jian, they just didn't have the chance. There have been ferocious beasts appearing at the base lately. Is it possible for one to appear near the school as well? Lan Tian glanced at Zhao Yuanjui, who nodded as his heart fluttered. It was around the school. How many students would die if a ferocious beast appeared? Chapter 031. Back to school. Gu Qingcheng came to the door. Hey Yiming, I'm Wang Jinyi. I'm coming to school today. Yiming was dumbfounded. Wang Jinyi? Wasn't that the F*King homeroom teacher? Why would he go to school when he's been expelled? You're nothing. I'll go to school if you want me to. Wang Jinyi on the other end of the phone was Yiming scolded directly froze. When so many years as a teacher, the first time by the student scolded. Yiming, do you know how to respect your teacher? I am at least your teacher. But pull back. You to me what be like self-heart did not count? There is something to say. There is a fart put. Nothing to get out. If not counting on the homeroom teacher to hide the expulsion of his parents, he would have hung up. Wang Jinyi took a deep breath, inwardly secretly persuade himself. Not angry, not angry. A martial arts talent garbage students only. Not angry. Come to the school. Recently there are more gossip in the school. All say that you have been expelled. Come over to show your face. You don't want this matter to be known by your parents either. All right. Stand down. Yiming directly hung up the phone and opened the class group. Sure enough, it was all discussing Yiming's matter, saying that it was a leave of absence, but all of a sudden after so many days of absence, there was no news whatsoever. It very much made people wonder if he was expelled. Still have to go over there, lest this directly spread out and let the parents know. Yiming hung up the phone and turned his head to give a word to Zhang Zishuan, but Zhang Zishuan spoke first. Teacher Yiming, I have to go back to school today. Yiming was stunned. Such a coincidence? Good guy deserves to be my student. Expelled on the same day, back to school on the same day to go through a formality. Zhang Zishuan thought that Yiming was unwilling and hurriedly opened his mouth. Teacher Yiming, don't worry. In school I will also practice well. It's fine, let's go. It just so happens that I'm also going back to school today. The duo walked out of the park in pairs and then headed in different directions. Yiming had just walked into the class and everyone looked at him with surprised eyes. Yiming is here. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Yeah, if he hadn't shown up, I would have thought he was expelled. Taking such a long vacation, did he give up? If I were as talented as he is, I'd give up too. Last time he even beat Lan Yu into the hospital. Lan Yu hasn't recovered until now. He's still lying in the hospital. You really believe is his own strength? blood value of 0.83 people. How can a kick fly blood value of more than 8 people? The middle difference of 10 times ah. Then how did he do it? A lot of people in the class saw it. It should be Hao Jian, using something. Of course, Boss Lan Yu said that Yi Ming's kick was just a cover-up. If it wasn't for Hao Jian's sneak attack, how else could a mere Yi Ming deal with Boss Lan Yu? No wonder. I told you how Yi Ming's little strength could have that kind of effect. Che, if Yi Ming can be that strong, then wouldn't I be invincible? Lan Yu naturally wouldn't admit that Self couldn't beat Yi Ming. Yi Ming was a recognized waste in the entire 5th middle school. If Self couldn't even beat a waste, wouldn't he be worse than a waste? Hao Jian saw Yi Ming arrive, and a smile appeared on his face. Old Yi, how have you been these past few days? Hao Jian gave Yi Ming a hug. Not seeing him for a few days was a bit of a miss. The Blue family didn't find you in trouble, right? Yi Ming thought of the Peak Zone Sure martial artist he met in the alley yesterday, then shook his head. No. Hao Jian scratched his head. The Blue family didn't look for Yi Ming's trouble? That's not right. That's not like the Blue clan style. Anyway, you should be careful lately. You know what Lan Yu looks like. The Lan family are all the same. Yi Ming patted Hao Jian's shoulder. Don't worry, Blue clan wouldn't dare to mess around. I'll exterminate the entire Blue clan if they mess up. Hao Jian shook his head. Blue wanted to deal with an ordinary person more than simple. These still don't give Lao Yi said. However, the current Lao Yi is a bit mysterious. Last time. Actually, even Blue you were beaten down. Even Self cannot beat Blue you. He quietly groped and poked his head over and asked in a low voice. Old Yi, give me a bottom. What level of strength do you have? Have the strength of a martial artist? Yi Ming looked at the people around him, then followed Hao Jian's example and whispered. Yes, now I have the strength of an elemental realm martial artist. Hao Jian's eyes glared, and he cursed angrily. Good you old Yi, make up what you want to make up. Opening your mouth on elemental realm, you think you are the god of martial arts. Yi Ming helplessly spread his hands. I'm serious, I'm not lying to you. I'm true elemental realm strength. Go aside. You are still a 4th rank martial artist. Why don't you say you are a 6th rank martial artist? Don't want to say forget it. I still don't want to hear it. Fine then. I'm actually a 6th ranked martial artist. Get lost. You don't believe in the real one. You don't believe in the fake one either. Where is the trust between people? All right. No more bullshit with you. Class is over. Inside the Blue family villa, Lan Yu, who had taken the bone-breaking and muscle regeneration pill, had already recovered most of the time at this moment. Since last night when he heard that Yi Ming had already been eaten by the ferocious beast, Lan Yu's mood had been very good. If not for the fact that his body hadn't recovered, he would have wanted to find a few beautiful women to play with him. As Lan Yu swiped the video on his cell phone, he suddenly received a message from a junior. Boss, Yi Ming went back to class. Lan Yu's eyes widened. Impossible. Isn't Yi Ming dead? Didn't Uncle Zhao say that 5 third-order ferocious beasts appeared in Yi Ming's neighborhood, and third-order ferocious beasts are enough to eat the entire neighborhood clean? Did Uncle Zhao lie to me? Impossible. Send a picture, and I'll take a look. Okay, boss. Wait a minute. Photo.jpg. Lan Yu's face was cloudy. It was really Yi Ming. He was still alive. He turned his hand to Zhao Yuanjui and made a call. Uncle Zhao, Yi Ming is still alive. Impossible. 5 third-order beasts. He even went to school today. Someone has already sent over the photos just now. I'm sending them to you now. There was a moment of silence on the opposite side, followed by a voice. I know. You cultivated ease. Just leave this matter to me. Zhao Yuanjui stood in front of a storehouse and hung up the phone, looking at the photo in his cell phone. His face was ugly to the extreme. This guy was actually still alive. How did he escape the ferocious beast attack? Or was he not even in the neighborhood yesterday? I let you escape yesterday. Today you're dead. Zhao Yuanjiao looked at the other person in the photo, Hao Jian. And you? None of you two will escape. Zhao Yuanjui put his cell phone in his pocket and turned his head to leave. A hissing sound came faintly from the storehouse behind him. In the 5th middle school, Yi Ming stretched and rubbed his eyes. Finally, school is over. I'm not coming in the afternoon, bitch. Having slept enough for the morning, he really didn't want to come over in the afternoon. The face was leaking anyway. Hao Jian was just about to say something when a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Excuse me, is Yi Ming in? Hao Jian turned his head to look at the doorway, his mouth gradually opening wide. Gu Qingcheng? Chapter 032, School Flower Wants to Be My Sister? In the class, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Ming. Gu Qingcheng actually came to Yi Ming's door. That was the school beauty of their 5th form. She's beautiful, gifted, and from a good family. She's a dream girl, a top white beauty. Those who pursue Gu Qingqing can line up from the classroom door to the entrance of the first middle school. As a result, the school's flower girl actually came to look for a boy in front of so many people, or the boy with the worst talent. How Jian wrapped his arms around Yiming's neck and gritted his teeth. Damn it, old Yi. When did you hook up with the school flower? You kid is not honest. Yiming smiled mysteriously. The fish was hooked. I didn't hook up with her. Maybe it's because the person is too handsome. Even the school flower can't resist my handsomeness. How Jian rolled his eyes. You've changed a lot. Handsome? Shameless. Hurry up and get over there. The school beauty is waiting for you. How Jian patted Yiming and told Yiming to hurry over, lest the school flower waited impatiently and got angry. Yiming stood up and walked towards Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing looked at Yiming with a curious face. She really couldn't figure out why Yiming was Senior Fei Yu's senior brother. One was an elemental realm powerhouse and the other was a student with the worst talent. How could she not associate the two together? However, even Uncle Yuan Qing had confirmed that he had seen Li Feiyu in Yiming's neighborhood. If the two were not related, how could they be together? No wonder Yiming was not nervous at all when he saw the Blue Clan's martial artist yesterday. Maybe if Self did not show up, Yiming would be fine. Self also said that he had saved Yiming yesterday, and even asked him to say thank you to Self. Just thinking about this, Gu Qingqing's face became a little hot. Look, Gu Qingqing is blushing. She's so cute when she blushes. Mom, I'm in love. Crap, they're not really having anything, are they? My goddess. Heavens nah, earth nah. Why would the school beauty look at this loser Yiming? I'm not convinced. What does the school beauty see in Yiming? Poor talent. From tomorrow onwards, I won't cultivate. You're crazy. Gu Qingqing's face reddened even more when she heard the words discussed by the people around her, and the Yiming people on the side were dumbfounded. You blush a hairline ah. Did Self really become handsome and charmed her? That, you have something to do? XL. Gu Qingqing hurriedly came back to her senses and clutched the corner of her coat with both hands. Classmate Yiming, can I treat you to a meal? Your treat, are you paying for it? Huh. Gu Qingqing looked at Yiming blankly. Didn't this mean the same thing? Damn it. Yiming will be my enemy in the future. My lifelong enemy. The school flower invited him to dinner, and he actually wants the school flower to pay for it. It's too much. Yeah, not manly at all. Shouldn't a guy spend money on dinner with a girl? Hmph. I'm willing to take out my pocket money for the next year to treat the schoolgirl to a meal. He, on the other hand, shamelessly asked the school flower to pay for it. It's simply a man's shame. Heh, the school flower has to be willing to eat with you as well. I do think Yiming is awesome. I want to worship him and learn how to chase girls. It's heartbreaking. The school beauty's money was actually spent on a loser. Student Gu, I have money here. Or you can take it. Take it and treat Yiming to dinner, so I'll have some involvement too. Cow. Really, bull. The ultimate in dog licking. It's hopeless. Licking dog licking dog licking. Licking until you end up with nothing. I have money too. I still have lipstick here, newly bought. Yiming, these are for you. Remember, when you kiss you must wipe my lipstick ah. Yiming's entire body was numb. What the hell kissing ah? It was just a meal. Gu Qingqing looked at the several students around her who pulled out money and shook her head. Then she looked at Yiming and said firmly, No need. I have money. My treat. I'll pay for it. Yiming nodded and followed Gu Qingqing out of this place of wrongdoing. With no words along the way, the two came to a restaurant next to the school and ordered a few dishes. Gu Qingqing didn't know what she was thinking and kept staring at Yiming to see, from the school until now. Yiming realized, if Self didn't speak, Gu Qingqing might keep seeing Self leave. Handsome? Gu Qingqing froze for a moment and said with some doubt, What? I said, am I handsome? Gu Qingqing carefully measured Yiming. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, long or a little handsome, is a little narcissistic. How can you directly ask a girl if she is handsome? Not bad. Quite handsome. I knew you think I'm handsome. Gu Qingqing was a bit puzzled. Why? Why do you keep staring at me if I'm not handsome? You've been staring the whole way. Gu Qingqing's face turned red. Even the roots of her ears turned red. All this way she was thinking about the question, why on earth Yiming could become Li Feiyu's senior brother? So she had been staring at him all this time, wanting to know what advantages he had. She didn't expect to be misunderstood. No. I am because of Senior Li Feiyu. Yiming took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. The taste was not very good. You've met my senior brother? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yiming was admitting it. Li Feiyu was really Yiming's senior brother. But why was this? Quite puzzled, Why am I still able to become senior brother Li's senior brother even though my martial arts talent is so poor and I'm such a waste? Yes. Oh no, no. Gu Qingqing hurriedly denied it, calling Yiming a waste. Wasn't that slapping Li Feiyu's face? Li Feiyu was an elemental realm martial artist, a much stronger powerhouse than her uncle Gu Yuanqing. I don't mean that. I mean, Yiming waved his hand, signaling that she didn't need to be nervous. It doesn't matter. A lot of people think I'm a waste. It's normal to think that I have poor talent. Gu Qingcheng drank a mouthful of water to suppress her shock. So, you are really senior knight's senior brother?
Yes.
Then can I become your senior sister? Gu Qingqing looked at Yiming with hope. This time she came over not only because her family told her to get on good terms with Yiming, but more because she wanted to come over herself. Li Feiyu was a peak elemental realm martial artist, so his master was at least an elemental realm martial artist, and might even be in existence above the elemental realm. If she could become Yiming's senior sister, it would be equivalent to becoming the senior sister of a strong elemental realm master, which could be considered a step to heaven. In Lishan Base City, one could walk horizontally, let alone in the Gu family. At that time, Self would also be able to have a high voice, Self and Mother wouldn't be bullied, and most importantly, Mother would be able to see Father. Both of you, your dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal. A waiter came up and put the dishes down then left. Yiming picked a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. You want to become my senior sister? With your martial arts talent? Chapter 033. Reasons for having to become stronger. Inverted heavenly dipper. Gu Qingcheng was silent. Martial arts talent? There were too many better than her martial arts talent. She wouldn't dare to say that her own martial arts talent was very good. What's more, Yiming's martial arts talent was clear to her, and the fact that he was so poor that he could become Senior Li's senior brother meant that talent was not a criterion for accepting disciples. Yiming's question directly put her in a difficult position. She also didn't know on what basis Self could join Yiming's division. Want to become stronger? Who wouldn't want to become stronger? If Yiming's master wanted to find a disciple, what kind of disciple couldn't be found? Why did he have to find her? Gu Qingqing's head raced, thinking about what exactly made Yiming become Senior Li Feiyu's disciple. But this question she had already thought about from yesterday to today, and hadn't even come up with it. Yiming ate his own food and ignored Gu Qingqing. He was in short supply of students, but he didn't accept all students. What if he accepted Gu Qingqing and she turned around and reported Yiming? He didn't know Gu Qingqing well, so in comparison, he would rather accept Hao Jian than Gu Qingqing. Of course, Gu Qingqing is also one of his backup candidates. For the duration of the meal, Gu Qingqing kept thinking while Yiming finished all the meals alone. During this time, Yiming asked Gu Qingqing to eat, but Gu Qingqing shook her head and just stared at Yiming with her head propped up with both hands there, thinking. Those who know are fine. Those who don't know think that Gu Qingqing had a love brain attack and was watching Yiming eat with affection. As a matter of fact, many people felt that way and secretly took pictures and put them online. Thinking about it? I've finished eating, ready to go. Yiming wiped his mouth and was ready to go home. Gu Qingqing looked at Yiming with firm eyes and nodded. Think about it. I want to become stronger. Yiming shook his head. This was not the answer he wanted. He stood up and prepared to leave. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Gu Qingqing stood up and blocked in front of him. I have reasons why I have to become stronger. For that I am willing to give everything. Yiming raised his eyebrows and glanced at Gu Qingqing. A dessert after dinner would be nice. Gu Qingqing's hanging heart released, revealing a smile as if she was relieved. In an instant, the entire restaurant seemed to be much brighter. TSK, worthy of being the school flower. The name is really well chosen. Boss, one more blueberry yam. Okay, Lu, beautiful girl. You wait a moment. Yiming sat down. Gu Qingqing refilled his cup with tea, then took a sip of her own tea and moistened her throat. Although I am the second miss of the Gu family, I actually didn't have a good life. My mother was a servant who accidentally gave birth to me with the Gu family's head of the family, my father. But my mother wasn't actually the Gu family's mistress. Aunt Lin was. Gu Qingqing paused for a moment, glanced at Yiming, and then said, Aunt Lin is the mayor's own sister. Many years ago, father and Aunt Lin met. At that time, the Gu family was just an ordinary family. But with the help of the Lin family, that is, the mayor's family, the Gu family began to rise by leaps and bounds, and even father's own brother benefited from it, becoming an elemental realm martial artist and becoming the captain of the law enforcement team. The reason why the Gu family is where it is today is all because of the Lin family, because of Aunt Lin. So you can imagine how important Aunt Lin is to the Gu family. Aunt Lin loved my father very much and was also very strong, not allowing my father to find another woman. But it so happened that when Aunt Lin was pregnant, my mother entered the Gu family. Gu Qingqing picked up the teacup and drank it in one go, then reached out her hand to pick up the teapot and proceeded to pour water. Her trembling hands were enough to prove how unsettled she was at this moment. Thud. With a sound, the teapot was placed on the desktop. Gu Qingqing then said, "Ever since I can remember, everyone in the Gu family has not treated me very well. I'm obviously the daughter of the Gu family head, yet I live with my mother in a remote corner of the manor. The rest of the Gu family are all served, but only my mother and I are not. My father, from the time I was born until now, came to see my mother and I only a handful of times. Of all things, I'm always the worst, and Gui Ren is always the best, just because I was an accident. In fact, I've always wanted to go and ask him why he gave birth to me if he didn't like me." Gu Qingqing's eyes were slightly red and her voice was a little choked. She picked up the teacup and once again drank it all in one go, then grabbed for the teapot. This time, her hands trembled even more, and quite a bit of the tea poured onto the table. Yiming sighed, took the teapot and filled it with water for her. "Thanks." "Did you say ridiculous?" "This is something I've wanted to ask him since elementary school, but until now, I haven't had the chance to see him alone. I'm in the Gu family, and I'm not doing well at all, with the strange looks from the servants, the differential treatment of me, and Aunt Lin's targeting. I really feel like I might as well be an ordinary person. An ordinary person with a father who loves me and a mother who loves me. Unfortunately, the truth is just so cruel. Not only do I have a bad life, but I can't even leave. My mother kept telling me that everything was her fault, that no one else could be blamed, that she deserved it all. But she's my mother, the one I love the most, the one who loves me the most. How can I blame her? I know that she is always thinking about my father and wants to see my father. I just want to fulfill this wish of hers. I cultivated and practiced desperately just so that my father could be happy and come to see my mother, but it was no use. So what if I became a martial artist? He still won't even look at me, not even willing to meet my mother." Gu Qingqing remembered what Gui Ren said to her in the morning. She was truly and completely dead to her father. "I told my father, when he heard that he was going to Aunt Li's place. He said he would accompany mother back to the Lin family." Although Gu Qingqing already knew that her father was very desperate, she didn't expect to be so desperate. What did he take self and mother for? Gu Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "Since he doesn't want to see my mother, I'll force him to come. If I had the strength of Senior Li Feiyu, I would have grabbed him by the neck and dragged him hard to my mother to make him speak clearly. It's best to break my mother's mind so that I can take her away from the Gu family." Yiming took a sip of tea and glanced at Gu Qingqing. Inverted Tiangang, grabbing his old man's neck and lifting him up in front of his old mom. Awesome. He probably guessed the next plot, being bullied and humiliated as a child, and getting back with a vengeance after having strength. That's how novels are written. So, you want to get stronger? So strong that the Lin family and Gu family can't afford to mess with you, and then make those who bullied you and your mother pay the price? For example, destroying the Lin and Gu families? Chapter 034, Pua. Zhao Yuanjiao was hindered again. Gu Qingqing had a shocked look on her face, as if she had just met Yiming, looking him up and down. "Why would you think that? Why would I want to destroy the Gu and Lin families?" This time it was Yiming's turn to be surprised. Gu Qingqing did not have this intention. After laying out so much before, Yiming thought that Gu Qingqing wanted to take revenge. "The Gu family and Lin family treated you so badly, don't you hate them?" "Why would I hate them?" That's not how it's written in the novel." Gu Qingqing organized her words and calmed her emotions. "Actually, I don't blame the Gu and Lin families. On the contrary, I understand them, except for my father. Maybe there's some problem with my expression, making you think that I hate all of them so much that I want them to die, but actually it's not. It's the Gu family that provides me with cultivation. Without the Gu family, there would be no me. Although Aunt Lin often scolds me, she only allows herself to say that. The rest of the people, even Gui Ren, can't say that about me. She's just a knife mouth and tofu heart. It's only when I accidentally talk about my father and mother that Aunt Lin loses control of her emotions. If Aunt Lin really didn't want to see us, she could have 100 ways to kick me and mother out. Gui Ren also used to comfort me a lot when I was young. It's just that she has a colder personality." Yiming's eyes were a bit strange. Why did he feel that Gu Qingqing was being Pua? Gu Qingqing obviously saw Yiming's eyes and rolled her eyes. "I wasn't brainwashed. Aunt Lin was going to let me go to the first middle school as well, and also had people follow me to protect me, just all were rejected by my father. Yiming was a little confused. Your father? Right. It's quite unbelievable, isn't it? My real father transferred me to the fifth middle school, forbidding anyone to protect me, and Aunt Lin even had a fight with him, which I saw by chance. That's when I realized that it wasn't Aunt Lin who hated me the most, but my father. With this father as a father, it was no wonder the child was going to turn against the Big Dipper. That's why I don't have that much ill will towards the Lin family and the Gu family. I just want to wait until I'm strong and ask my father why he gave birth to me and why he treated my mother that way. Speak clearly, and after that, I can take my mother and leave Lishan Bay City, never to return. After all, Aunt Lin is the Gu family's wife. My mother and I were just accidents. Gu Qingqing picked up the teacup and finished the tea in one gulp. This is the reason why I want to become stronger. I don't want my mother to continue in this torturous situation. Gu Qingqing took out a photo of an old man with white hair and wrinkled skin, who looked like he was estimated to be 70 to 80 years old, and between his eyebrows, he could still see a slight resemblance to Gu Qingqing. Yiming's eyelids jumped and looked at Gu Qingqing in surprise. That's right, this is my mother. There's a big difference between it and Aunt Lin, isn't there? Oh right, you haven't seen Aunt Lin. How can I put it? Aunt Lin is also over 40 this year, and she and Gu Yiren stand together like sisters. Well, my mother is 36 this year. Yiming had seen Lin Qingxia, and she indeed looked young. This appearance of Gu Qingqing's mother was really something Yiming did not expect. No wonder she was in such a hurry. In a few more years, before Gu Qingqing's strength rose, it was estimated that Gu Qingqing's mother would have to go first. Gu Qingqing put away the photo in her hand and looked at Yiming's eyes. I don't know how to become your senior sister, but I won't give up any opportunity to become stronger quickly. Yiming nodded and stood up. I know. I'll relay your situation for you. As for whether or not it will work out, I don't know. Gu Qingqing said sweetly with a smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Yiming. No need to thank you. Just pay the bill. After settling the bill, Yiming and Gu Qingqing both walked to the entrance of the school. Student Yiming, thank you again. Gu Qingqing bowed to express her gratitude. Yiming waved his hand and left in large strides. In the alley diagonally opposite the school entrance, Zhao Yuanjui frowned and muttered. Actually really still alive, quite a life. This guy really does have an unusual relationship with the Gu family's second young miss. No wonder he came out to save him before. However, this time, I'll see what you do. Zhao Yuanjui walked towards Yiming, and just as he took 2 steps, 2 people blocked in front of him. Zhao Yuanjui? Zhao Yuanjui's eyes stared at the 2 men in front of him. It couldn't be that he was going to pull another stunt. You guys are? One of the men pulled out an ID from his pocket and lit it in front of Zhao Yuanjui. Law Enforcement Bureau. Come back to the Law Enforcement Bureau with us. There's something to ask you. Zhao Yuanjui's heart pounded. It couldn't have been discovered by them. Despite the batch of internal panic, his face remained as normal. Can I ask what is it? The man put his ID in his pocket and glanced at him. Can't. Take it away. The man turned around and walked away. Another man on the side stepped forward and shook his head, motioning for Zhao Yuanjui to follow. Zhao Yuanjui let out a cold snort. Self was a peak zone sure realm martial artist anyways. How dare he treat Self like this? If I don't make it clear, I have the right not to go. The man turned around and stared at Zhao Yuanjui. You want to make an arrest? You've thought about the consequences. Don't come to pressure me. You say arrest is arrest? Want me to go to the Enforcement Bureau? You should at least tell me what I've committed. Zhao Yuanjui directly emitted his aura of a peak zone sure and pressed towards the man. Not only did the man not retreat, he instead took a step forward, and the other man similarly took a step forward, his powerful aura releasing out. Zhao Yuanjui's pupil shrunk slightly. Peak zone sure. 2. These 2 law enforcement bureaus were actually both peak zone masters. I said that I would naturally give you a word at the bureau. Are you going to resist now? Zhao Yuanjiao withdrew his breath and stopped talking, obviously from his heart. Hmph. The man from the Law Enforcement Bureau didn't expect Zhao Yuanjui to wimp out so quickly, and inwardly felt some pity that the captain's mission wasn't accomplished. This guy messed with the captain. Count him unlucky. Keep up. Better not have the tendency to run away. Otherwise we have the right to shoot you on the spot. The man turned around and left. Zhao Yuanjui had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, his gaze drifted towards the school entrance. Yiming, count yourself lucky this time. Yiming, who felt the gaze, turned his head just in time to see the 3 departing backs, especially the one in the center whose back seemed to have been seen before. Hee hee. Why does this back look so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere? Yiming thought about it for half a day but couldn't think of it. Shook his head. He probably remembered it wrong. He looked towards the school entrance. Gu Qingqing raised her hand and waved at him. He waved back and turned to leave. Gu Qingqing, to accept or not to accept? That was the question. Chapter 035, Growth Quest Opening. A generous quest reward. When he returned to the park, Zhang Zishuan was already sitting cross-legged refining chakra. Yiming saw this scene as a little heartbroken, since at least is also an upper ninja, elemental realm of the strong. Actually can only teach students in the park, too poor. Fortunately, after a few days, after helping Wang Hongya will have their own house. Otherwise he did not know when he could have a place to stay. Speaking of the martial arts mission in the next few days, Yiming always felt a little weak. He knew that this was because he would have too few ninjutsu, and even fewer attacking ninjutsu. It was important to realize that all fear came from a lack of firepower. Just one fire escape, howling fireball technique was not enough to cure his fear of insufficient firepower. He had to get a few more jutsu to do so. In fact, taking Gu Qingqing as a student would not only give him one jutsu, but also more jutsu when she refined her chakra, but Yiming still hesitated. Gu Qingqing is not like Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan has no path to choose, only chakra. But Gu Qingqing was different. Gu Qingqing's martial arts talent wasn't bad in the first place, and she had already become a martial artist even before the college entrance exam. The chakra path was dispensable to her. As for what she said, Yiming needed to understand it well. It was not possible that once Gu Qingqing said it, self thought it was true. Knowing a person's face is not knowing their heart. Moreover, there is a saying that the prettier a woman is, the more she can cheat, and he still understands this. When he felt that Gu Qingqing had no way out but to cultivate the path of chakra, and that it was unlikely for her to tell the truth about this path, only then would Yiming take her in as a student. Yiming sighed and said to the system, "Tell me about you. If you just let me become the strongest, would I be so wimpy? Other than that, if you gave me a nine tails, I would be able to promote the path of chakra brightly. How would I use it to be like now, cowering?" This question directly silenced the system. I am the strongest Saint Master system, not a daydreaming system. As long as you recruit more students, students will be rewarded for every improvement. Yiming sneered in his heart. Snort. Are you being funny? How can I recruit students with such a strength? If I let the Ministry of Martial Arts know about it, I will be directly arrested and dissected at that time. Not to mention the Ministry of Martial Arts. If I let some cult organization know about it, I would also have to die. Yiming was not idle for a while. He went online and checked a large amount of information. Even though a lot of the information was blocked, as if it was peaceful, it still allowed him to find clues. Humans were not all peaceful within, and were not very united. 2 years ago, a senior high school student from a base city suddenly disappeared into thin air on his way to the martial arts university. Whether he was alive or dead was unknown. The most unbelievable thing was that the fall of a base city 10 years ago also seemed to have a cult in it, with everyone in the martial arts department being stopped 100 kilometers outside of the base city. Even though there were only a few clues, with the experience of reading novels in his last life, humanity definitely had traitors. Even the human hierarchy had them. In novels, this kind of situation was commonplace. He didn't dare to risk exposing the matter of the chakra path. In case the cult noticed it, self would surely die. The strength of an upper ninja was still too weak, not enough to defend himself. Only after he had enough self-preservation would he start accepting students with great fanfare. The system was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking about something. Ding! Releasing student Zhang Zishuan's growth task. Growth task 1. Learn the 3-body technique and successfully release it. Reward: the shadow divergence technique. Growth task 2. Learn 1 wind escape and fire escape jutsu each and release them successfully. Reward: scorch transportation, over steam kill. Growth task 3. Chakra reaches 10 cards and becomes a shimanobi. Reward: random B-rank jutsu, 100,000 kachakra. A new growth quest will be refreshed after all growth quests are completed. Yiming's eyes lit up. Originally, he was just spitting and complaining, but he didn't expect the system to give him a surprise. System, you are too awesome. You are the best system in the entire universe, bar none. I will complete my mission as soon as possible and become the strongest Saint Master. Yiming's mouth was watering, giving 3 quests at once. Learning the 3-body technique rewarded the shadow diversion technique. The shadow diversion technique and the diversion technique were not the same. The 3-body arts and the split art was nothing more than an illusory split. It wasn't a solid entity. This shadow separation technique is different. The shadow separator is physical. and can be used to attack, release jutsu, and even what he sees, hears, and learns can be shared with the main body after canceling the separation. With the shadow separation technique, both the ability to attack and the ability to save his life had grown a lot. The three-body art itself is not difficult. As long as the chakra is enough, practice can be learned, the equivalent of directly for nothing. This is only the first task. There are 2 more tasks behind. The second task to learn a fire escape and wind escape. Now the fire escape he will only one, that is, the fireball art, belongs to the C-level jutsu. This ninjutsu is not simple. After all, it is a C rank. It can only depend on Zhang Zishuan's ability to learn. Secondly, the amount of chakra needed for a C rank jutsu was quite a lot, and it was expected to be a bit difficult for Zhang Zishuan to release it. However, the system said to learn and release it on the line, did not say to release what kind of attack power, just make a small spark should also be considered released it. If the wind disappearance, Yiming did not intend to teach him the Gale Palm, which is after all a C-ranked ninjutsu. In addition to the Gale Palm, he also knows a wind escape, a D-ranked ninjutsu, Zonkong Wave. D-ranked ninjutsu could be much better to learn than C-ranked ninjutsu. The level of a jutsu doesn't represent the strength of the attack, it represents the difficulty of learning it. The fact that C-rank jutsu are harder to learn than D-rank jutsu doesn't mean that D-rank jutsu are weaker than C-rank jutsu. The strength of a jutsu depends on the amount of chakra injected into the jutsu. If more chakra is injected into the jutsu will be stronger, and if less chakra is injected into the jutsu will be weaker. For the same fire transportation, fireball technique, Yiming injected 1 Kachakra into a ball the size of a flame, but if he injected 100,000 Kachakra into it, it would be a ball the size of 100 meters. That's why Zhan Air Wave is much easier to learn than Gale Palm. And as long as Zhang Zishuan learns these 2 jutsu and has enough chakra, he'll be able to obtain scorching transportation. This was a blood relay limitation. Wind transportation plus fire transportation is scorching transportation. The power of the 2 attributes of wind and fire gathered together, it could instantly raise the temperature inside a living creature. The scorch transportation, over steam killing makes use of this characteristic, releasing several similar fireballs. As long as it comes into contact with a living organism, it can instantly vaporize the water inside the organism and turn it into a dry corpse, which can be said to be a big killing move. As long as Yiming obtained this jutsu, it could instantly become Yiming's best move. Chapter 036 Chakra Control. Tree Climbing Training. Compared to the scorching transportation, the jutsu rewarded by the 3rd mission was pretty average, a B-rank jutsu only. However, the other reward, 100,000 Kachakra, satisfied Yiming. He was now a peak upper ninja, and his chakra was only 100,000 chakra. Elite upper ninja was 100,000 Kachakra to 1 million Kachakra. If Yiming obtained this 100,000 Kachakra, he would be able to break through the upper ninja and become an elite upper ninja. Chakra was the most fundamental. 100,000 Kachakra was enough to double the self-strength. If 10 students broke through the lower ninja together, then self would be at the top of the elite upper ninja. This is only the reward for breaking through the lower ninja. If you break through the middle ninja, the reward must be even more. If there were more students, it would be easier to get stronger. But the problem is that there aren't that many students. Should I just take Gu Qingqing under my wing? As long as I collect students fast enough, no one can do anything about it. 1 student breaks through the Shimanobi and gains 100,000 chakra. 10 is 1 million chakra. 100 is 10 million chakra. 10,000 students straight away. 1 billion Kachakra. Directly invincible. Yiming giggled as saliva unconsciously flowed out of his mouth. Teacher Yiming, what's wrong with you? Zhang Zishuan opened his eyes and saw Yiming with a piggy look, not knowing what he was mimicking there. Sucking. Yiming wiped his mouth and coughed. Ahem, it's nothing. How's the cultivation going? Zhang Zishuan didn't care that much. After last night, Yiming's status in his mind skyrocketed. In his eyes, Yiming was the light that illuminated his path forward, and he believed in light the most. It's not bad. I feel that the speed of refining chakra is much faster than before. Yiming nodded, remembering the system's growth quests. Now ninjutsu is the top priority. I hope that I can make Zhang Zishuan learn the 3-body art before the martial arts department mission and get the shadow doppelganger art first. Very good. Chakra is fundamental. Refine chakra more. What about the hand seals? How are the 12 hand seals you were taught yesterday? A small smile appeared on Zhang Zishuan's face. I've already learned them. Yiming raised his eyebrows. So fast? Then I'll test you. I'll say, you pinch the seal. Are you ready? All right. It's starting. Shun. Not bad. Un. You. Z. Ing. You. C. 111. C. Tatsu. Hi. Every time Yiming said a seal, Zhang Zishuan quickly set up his handprints, without much thinking in between. After finishing all 12 hand seals, Zhang Zishuan actually got them all right. It could be seen that Zhang Zishuan must have practiced all night last night. It's okay. It's actually all right. How about in a row? Ziwu Hayu. For consecutive pinches, Zhang Zishuan began to pinch them in a row, stumbling down the line, still a bit rusty between transitions. Well, it's okay, but it still needs practice. It's only 4 seals and you're stumbling. What if it's a dozen or so seals, 30 or so seals? Okay, teacher Yiming, I'll practice when I have time. Well, but also pay attention to rest. The body is the capital of the revolution. Zhang Zishuan froze for a moment and nodded. I know. Yiming glanced at Zhang Zishuan, knowing that he wasn't listening and didn't plan to say anything more. He would not let up until Zhang Zishuan had accomplished his wish. The seal of the 3-body technique that I gave you yesterday, say it again. Doppelganger technique. Unouglyashioin. Split body technique. Unsicin. Transformation technique. Un. Yiming nodded. The seals of the 3 ninjutsu had already been taught to Zhang Zishuan yesterday. These 3 ninjutsu seals, pinch them and let me see. Zhang Zishuan began to change hand seals rapidly. The 3 ninjutsu seals were remembered very skillfully. Even though there were 5 seals for the substitute jutsu, it was still easily pinched out, not at all like before when he stumbled. Yes, remember very skillfully, but the speed is still a little slow. The substitute technique is used by those who are attacked. The remaining 2 seals can be slow, but this one has to be fast. It's about your life. I will now teach you how to exercise your own chakra control and how to release jutsu through hand seals. Yiming taught Zhang Zishuan the hand seals, but did not teach him how to release ninjutsu. Zhang Zishuan's face was excited, and he nodded his head in a hurry. Ninjutsu's hand seal movements can stimulate the chakra in your body, but you can't control the chakra perfectly right now, so there are 2 situations that can occur. One is that the ninjutsu that is activated simply cannot reach the power of the jutsu, and the other is that the ninjutsu cannot be activated at all. What you need to do now is to use your body to memorize the feeling of controlling the balance of chakra. So, today's first lesson is to teach you to climb trees. Zhang Zishuan froze for a moment. Climbing trees? What did controlling chakra have to do with climbing trees? Climbing trees? Yiming nodded his head and looked at the large tree on the side. They happened to be in a small forest with many trees beside them. Just this one. It's quite big. The large tree was half a meter in diameter, which was just right. Zhang Zishuan walked to the big tree and looked up at the top of the tree before reaching out to climb it. Yiming directly rolled his eyes and yanked him back with one hand. Not climbing with your hands. What's the difference between this and an ordinary person climbing a tree? Zhang Zishuan scratched his head. How could he climb without using his hands? Watch this. Instill chakra into the soles of your feet and control it precisely to achieve balance. Just like this. Yiming walked straight towards the trunk of the tree, one foot stepping on the trunk and just walking straight up, his entire body parallel to the ground. Zhang Zishuan's eyes were glazed over. How did this happen? He watched as Yiming walked to the top of the tree and walked down again, during which his body stayed parallel to the ground, as if there was a rope pulling him. Zhang Zishuan rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. There was indeed no rope. Yiming walked next to Zhang Zishuan, looked at his surprised eyes and explained to him. Chakra, transport it towards the soles of your feet and cover the top of your feet. When you can fully step on the tree, when the control is almost there. You should have tried the 3-body technique. Can you release it? Zhang Zishuan shook his head, but he had always assumed that self-chakra wasn't enough for the reason, so he didn't dwell on it much. Now that he heard Yiming talk about it, it turned out that there was also a reason for chakra control. You try it. You have less chakra, so I guess it'll be gone after a few tries. I'll watch beside you. Remember, you can only train all the time when I'm around. Be careful not to overtrain when I'm not. I don't want you to die of exhaustion straight away. Also, prepare more food at home. It's easy to get hungry. Chapter 037. Deep in Mount Lai. The Flying Silhouette. Chakra overuse can be very tiring or very hungry. After all, it is a combination of physical and mental energy. In case the chakra ran out and so did the physical energy, it was something that would kill one. Zhang Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he had eaten last night and was still so hungry afterwards. Before going to sleep, he felt self-deficient, as if his hands had rushed hundreds of times. So it was because of this. Zhang Zishuan walked to the tree and distributed his chakra evenly on the palms of his feet. then stepped towards the trunk. One foot went up, but there was no feeling, and by the time the second foot was supposed to be put up, he was a little hesitant. Normal thinking told him that when the other foot was lifted up, the self was definitely going to fall. But just now teacher Yiming did walk up. Don't be afraid to fall. Fall a few more times. Practice a few more times and you'll get it. Zhang Zishuan directly lifted his other foot and then fell to the ground with a plop. Hiss, it looks like it hurts a bit. Yiming rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Don't get up, just keep lying down, with both feet on the tree trunk. Then chakra infusion to the soles of your feet until you can stand straight. Once Zhang Zishuan heard this, he didn't get up either and followed Yiming's method, with both feet on the tree trunk. Yiming just watched from the side. Zhang Zishuan's waist was about to get up, but he ended up lying flat. I'm asking you to stand up naturally, not to do sit-ups. Do you need to straighten your waist when you walk? Try to make sure that your body, feet, and the ground are parallel. If you can't, close your eyes and open them when you can do it. Zhang Zishuan closed his eyes and began to sink into the chakra with all his heart and began to learn to control it. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zishuan opened his eyes and looked at Yiming. Teacher Yiming, there's no more chakra? Refine. Zhang Zishuan just used his physical strength to refine his chakra after exhausting it, and after an hour, he didn't even have any physical strength left. Yiming walked over to him and took out the golden jade liquid from his spatial ring. He didn't have the Hyrule pill, so he could only use this instead. Golden jade liquid could boost chi and blood. Naturally, it could also restore physical strength. It should be effective for a guy like Zhang Zishuan who was not even a martial artist. With his physical strength restored, he could refine chakra. Try this. Golden jade liquid. For me. Of course Zhang Zishuan knew about the golden jade liquid. $1,000 a bottle. It was too extravagant. Zhang Zishuan took the golden jade liquid and opened the cap for a small taste. It's so delicious. After taking a small sip, he didn't dare to drink it anymore and put the golden jade liquid aside. What, it's not useful? It's a bit useful, then why don't you drink it? Drink more. Zhang Zishuan smiled coyly, scratched his head, and, forget it, this is too expensive. $1,000. His mom worked so hard, working so many jobs a day, and her salary was only $500. This bottle is his mom's salary for 2 days. Yiming waved his hand. He still has dozens of bottles of this stuff. It's okay. Hurry up and drink it. You can learn ninjutsu faster than anything else. When you learn ninjutsu, then buy a few boxes to honor me on the line. Zhang Zishuan was still a bit hesitant. Yiming frowned and said fiercely, hurry up, don't be a mama's boy. Okay, Mr. Yiming. Zhang Zishuan picked up the golden jade liquid and gulped it down. Teacher, thank you. I'll remember it. In the future, when I earn money, I will definitely buy you 100 cases. Yiming watched Zhang Zishuan drink it so painfully that he made himself want to drink it a little bit. He took out a bottle of golden jade liquid, opened it, and took a sip. Delicious. He then turned to the system and asked, I can't keep using this to restore my stamina. It's too costly. Where are the Hyrule pills? How can I get Hyrule pills? The Hyrule pill was a good thing. As long as one was taken, it was able to support an ordinary person to fight for 3 consecutive days without rest or sleep. Not only could it quickly restore stamina and recover chakra, but to a certain extent, it could also boost chakra. It's equivalent to returning blue plus, temporarily increasing the blue bar limit. With Hyrule pills, cultivation can only be more convenient. Hyrule pills can't be used for a long period of time. There are side effects. Yiming thought back. It seems that Hyrule pills are used in battles, and the rest of the time, he didn't see anyone else taking Hyrule pills. Okay. Without the Hyrule pill, one could only find some pills or potions that were available in this world. Another hour passed, and Yiming once again took out a bottle of golden jade liquid. This time, Zhang Zishuan's training had some results. He could already stabilize one foot. The other foot was still almost on fire. Until the evening, Zhang Zishuan could only manage to stand on the tree trunk with both feet, but he could not move. If he did, he would fall. With this result, the golden jade liquid had also consumed 5 bottles. The two said their goodbyes and went back to their respective homes. Yiming thought about it and felt that relying on the golden jade liquid alone might be a bit unsupportable. Tomorrow he still needs to go out and see if there are any suitable elixirs. At night, the moon was high in the sky, and the silvery light spilled onto the ground through the trees, reflecting a bit of starlight. On Mount Lai, a figure swept through the air and sped towards the depths. If someone were to see this figure here, they would definitely be shocked, because this person actually didn't step on anything, but instead flew in the air. This person could actually fly. One must know that those who could fly in the air without relying on anything were definitely all the upper echelons of humanity, the strongest of the strong. And such a strong person would actually come to a small place like Mount Lai. The silhouette flew into the depths of Mount Lai, and the further in, the more powerful the ferocious beasts became. Roar! A loud tiger's roar resounded through the mountains and forests as a 10-meter-tall tiger violently jumped up and bit at the silhouette in the air. The silhouette stopped in the air, coldly grunted, and with a wave of his hand, the tiger was instantly knocked to the ground, leaving behind a huge, deep pit. The tiger not only didn't retreat under the pain, but instead inspired ferocity, opening its bloody mouth and roaring. In an instant, a golden pillar of light shot out from the giant tiger's mouth and slammed straight into the silhouette. The silhouette slapped out a palm, and a huge scarlet palm immediately appeared in the sky, accompanied by an endless bloody aura. The golden pillar of light was directly pressed down by the giant palm and landed on the giant tiger without the slightest obstruction. The giant tiger's entire body exploded with blood, bones broke, and the entire tiger was pressed into the ground. A giant palm print about 1 meter deep appeared on the ground, and the giant tiger lay dying in the pit, unable to move. Himph, is this how you treat your guests? The next time, don't blame me for showing no mercy. A ferocious beast of the 4th rank in the district dared to strike itself. If not for the consideration of what was to come later, he would have had to extract this tiger's muscles and bones. Reptile of the Scarlet Sect, you are not welcome here. Get the hell out of here before I get angry. Chapter 038, Scarlet Sect. 6th rank ferocious beast. Fengho. In a cave deep within Mount Lai, a huge golden eagle stood at the very front with its eyes closed. Below it stood 3 other ferocious beasts, a yellow mountain-piercing armor, a golden mouse, and a black bird. Strangely enough, these beasts were actually about the same size. Only the golden eagle was slightly larger. The remaining 3 beasts were all about the same size. The man in the mountain armor stood upright at the bottom and actually opened its mouth to speak. Scarlet Sect, isn't that a street rat among humans? Devouring Xian, your kindred spirit. The rat humanely glanced at the mountain-piercing armor and said disdainfully, I'm a noble gold-devouring rat. If I use a lowly creature like a rat to describe me again, I'll fuck you to death. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Let's see who kills who. The 2 beasts, the gold-devouring mouse and the pangolin armor, stared at each other with wide eyes, neither of them convinced by the other. The blackbird also spoke up at this time. Yao Ho, what is this Scarlet Sect doing here with us? It couldn't be that it was discovered by the humans, so it came to clear us out. The golden eagle opened its eyes and swept its icy cold eyes across the bottom. The gold-devouring rats and the mountain-wearing armor immediately shut their mouths, not daring to continue the noise. One must know that this one in front of them was a 6th-order fierce beast, Eagle Yao. Moreover, it was also the existence of a sealed marquee. It is important to know that a marquee is not something that can be conferred casually. It is only possible to confer a marquee to an existence that has superb combat power in the same realm. At first, this concept was only circulated within the human race, but the beasts thought it sounded good, so they used it as well. Eagle Yao is the strongest person who has been awarded the title of Marquis. All ferocious beasts had to honor it by saying, Marquis Yao, when they saw it. Humans hate that group of reptiles from the Scarlet Sect more than they hate us. It's impossible for them to cooperate. Humans don't have good feelings towards the Scarlet Sect. I have even less good feelings, even killing their own people. What a bunch of trash. Blackbird nodded. Yes, at the very least, we ferocious beasts won't harm our own clansmen, whereas this group of Scarlet Sect fellows, in order to raise their strength, they'll do anything. They're simply heartless. The golden mouse's eyes rolled and said sorrowfully, Why don't you let me go and eat him? There aren't many good things in the Scarlet Sect anyway. The pangolin armor was anxious all of a sudden. They were all relatively weak right now and hadn't completely recovered. If they could eat a human powerhouse, they could all recover much faster and possibly break through. Why are you going? It's only right for me to go. Emph. Can't you see that tiger is metallic? I'm a gold-devouring mouse, and I'm also gold. Understand? UTM just have gold in your name. It's not like you're a metallic ferocious beast. Get out of here. The 2 guys started to quarrel again. At this time, the golden eagle's voice came over. It's really right to say that you're rat-faced. You 2 go together. Since you're so confident that you can deal with a human powerhouse of the 6th realm, then bring back his head. Upon hearing that it was a human of the 6th realm, the 2 stopped talking for a moment. They were only at the 5th rank. If only they could deal with a strong human of the 6th realm. Self wouldn't have to flee to this poor and remote place of Lishan. The golden eagle snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Self had been injured earlier and didn't have many beasts to use under him, he would have eaten these two guys long ago. Noisy every day. Annoying as hell. Ta-da-da-da. Footsteps sounded, and a silhouette walked into the cave. A cold light flashed in Eagle Yao's eyes. Was this human provoking it? It actually dared to barge in. Human, are you looking for death? A man in red robes glanced at Eagle Yao with shadowy eyes, squeezing out an ugly smile on his face. The Scarlet Sex Hong Tian has come to see Marquis Yao. I came here to inform Marquis Yao of a message and make a deal with him. Hong Tianyi took out an elixir bottle and opened it. A clear scent wafted out. Eagle Yao's eyes slightly condensed. Just by smelling this smell, Self's injuries had a slight tendency to recover. This is the Sang Sang Unlimited Pill. It can quickly recover Marquis Yao's injuries. This is the sincerity of our Scarlet Sect. Hong Tianyi threw out the pill bottle, which just floated in the air and floated in front of Eagle Yao. Eagle Yao used his spiritual power to take out the elixir and placed it in front of his nose and smelled it before swallowing it in one gulp. Hong Tianyi stood aside without saying anything and sized up the other 3 ferocious beasts. Sure enough, 5th-ranked ferocious beast Gold Devouring Mouse, 5th-ranked ferocious beast Earth Splitting Armor, and 5th-ranked ferocious beast Black-Winged Eagle. The intelligence was not wrong. After taking a look, Hong Tianyi closed his eyes and quietly waited for the Eagle Yao to recover. The 4 of them had escaped from the front to here with a group of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts and had suffered heavy injuries. If it wasn't for the fear of the human race's powerhouses knowing their location, they had planned to slaughter the city to recover from their injuries. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the human race had already known of their location and had sent a 6th-order feudal marquis powerhouse to prepare to come and finish them off. He had come this time just for this matter. The Gold Devouring Mouse said quietly to the mountain-piercing armor. What's wrong with this human? Didn't he come over for something? Why is he standing there not moving? Eyes are closed, sleeping. The pangolin armor snorted in disdain. This human is waiting for Yao Ho to recover. Can't even see that. He's a rat. Who are you calling a rat? Say it again. Believe it or not, I'll fuck you. Yao Ho said the same thing about you. Why don't you see such a big reaction? You want to fuck, just come. See who fucks who. You. Eagle Yao violently opened his eyes. One of his wings violently flapped, and the Gold Devouring Mouse and mountain-piercing armor were instantly flapped away. Let your excellency see the joke. These 2 guys just know how to fight all day long. A humanized smile appeared on Eagle Yao's face, clearly very happy. This Sang Sang Dan was indeed very powerful, and it didn't take much time to recover a portion of its injuries. It was believed that after a day or 2, Self would be able to recover all of its injuries, and even go to the next level. All of this was brought to it by this human in front of him, and the bad impression of the Scarlet Sect in its heart instantly disappeared. In the future, whoever said that the Scarlet Sect was bad, it would kill them. The Scarlet Sect are all good people. Good people. Hong Tianyi opened his eyes, not caring at all about what had just happened. I don't know what news your excellency is talking about. What kind of cooperation is cooperation? Hong Tianyi glanced at Black-Winged Eagle, and Eagle Yao knew what it meant. Little Black, go out and take a look at the 2 of them. All right, Marquis Yao. Black-Winged Eagle turned his head and left, bringing out the 2 beasts that were about to walk back. It's okay to talk now. Hong Tianyi nodded and took 2 steps forward. Marquis Yao, your location has been discovered by the humans, and the humans have already made preparations. 5 days later, the human feudal marquis powerhouse Feng Wen Yao, also known as Marquis Yao, will come over here for a trip, and I don't need to say more about the purpose. This Yao Ri Marquis is the #1 powerhouse of the human seal marquis realm. The strength is comparable to a 7th realm martial artist. The target of our cooperation this time is him. Chapter 039, the first Ho of the human race. 7th realm of martial Dao. Eagle Yao's eyes flickered. This Feng Wen Yao it had heard of before. The first marquis of the human race. Marquis Yao's son. When he attacked, it was like a great sun descending, hence the title. It was Marquis Yao, and Feng Wen Yao was Marquis Yao Ri. Both had the word Yao. That's why Eagle Yao paid more attention to him. In his heyday, Self might be similar to him, but if he was injured, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Even if Self had 3 5th-ranked beasts by his side, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yao Ri Marquis. However, it would be different if there were multiple 6th realm martial artists. Eagle Yao looked at Hong Tianyi and seemed to have thought of something. Are you the Marquis Tianyi of the Scarlet Sect? Hong Tianyi bowed slightly and, introducing myself once again, Scarlet Sect, Marquis of Heavens will in charge of Heaven's will. Hong Tianyi, X. Eagle Yao's mind was in awe. The strength of the Marquis of Heaven's will was not much worse than him. It might not be much of a sure thing against Marquis Obsidian on its own, but with the addition of Marquis of Heaven's will, it wouldn't be much of a problem. It might be able to make Yao Ri Ho, the #1 Ho of the human race, die here. This was a good opportunity to hit the human's heart. This cooperation sounds good. What do you guys want? It didn't believe that the Scarlet Sect would be so kind as to help self. If it really thought so, it would be a fool. Hong Tianyi revealed a smile, looking very amiable. I'll take whatever you guys plan to do after you recover. Eagle Yao sneered, and it was true. You want the humans of Lishan Bay City? You want a blood sacrifice? Hong Tianyi laughed out loud. This is the fate of Lishan Bay City. Heaven's will is like this. Ha 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 ha. The next day, Yiming woke up and did not go directly to the park, but came to the Martial Artist Association. Of course, he still came over in Li Feiyu's appearance. After entering the Martial Artist Association, he directly walked towards the Langxin Pavilion. Senior Knight. The attendants of the Luang Shuanga immediately greeted Li Feiyu after seeing his appearance. Luang Hongya had specifically told them to see Li Feiyu as if he were seeing himself. They knew that Luang Hongya attached great importance to Li Feiyu, not to mention that Li Feiyu was still a strong person. Please wait, I'll go find the pavilion master now. Alas, no need. Yiming had wanted to stop it, but as a result, before he could even open his mouth, the people had already run to the back. He just wanted to come and take a look at the pills. How did he make it so troublesome? It wasn't long before Luang Hongya walked out with a smile. Elder brother Knight, you're here. Go, sit inside. Yiming could only helplessly follow Luang Hongya to the back. Luang Hongya took out 2 bottles of golden jade liquid and gave one to Yiming. Elder brother Li, you also got the news and came here. Luang Hongya looked very excited. His cheeks were red, like a little fanboy. I didn't expect that the one who came to Mount Lai this time was actually Marquis Yao Ri. Marquis Yao Ri, the first Marquis of the human race. He's my idol, a 30-year-old feudal Marquis powerhouse, the youngest feudal Marquis powerhouse, the most powerful feudal Marquis powerhouse. Yiming was a bit confused. A Marquis sealer? What the hell is a feudal Marquis? And what the hell is this look of yours? At least 30 to 40 years old. Can't you be a little more stable? Hold on, old brother Luang. Who are you talking about? I'm a bit confused. Luang Hongya froze for a moment and looked at Yiming with a strange expression. Marquis Yao Ri, Feng Wen Yao, the most powerful 6th realm martial artist, the first Marquis of the human race. Don't you know him? Yiming shook his head with blank eyes. Should I know? Self is just a high school student, where to know so much? Luang Hongya coughed. It seems that old brother Li is the kind of genius who is headlong in cultivation and doesn't hear anything outside the window. Then I'll give you some simple words. Aren't we in the elemental realm now? After awakening spiritual power in the elemental realm, we can break through to the 5th realm and become a control realm martial artist. The control realm can already completely control the elemental power in the body and perform some micro-manipulations, such as utilizing the elemental power to condense elemental wings that can fly. Yiming's eyes lit up. Flight? A 5th realm martial artist could fly. If there was anything that the chakra path could not compare to the martial path, it would be flight. Unless a special ninjutsu was used, one could generally only fly when they reach the 6th Dao level. 6th realm, that's equivalent to the 8th realm of martial arts. A 5th realm can fly, an 8th realm can only fly. In terms of flight, one can tell at a glance which one is stronger or weaker. Fortunately, there were a few ninjutsu techniques that could also fly, but they might have requirements for chakra attributes, so it was impossible for everyone to learn them. Yiming stroked his chin and pondered. Perhaps Self could study the principles of the elemental wings of the 5th realm martial artists and see if he could study a chakra path flying jutsu. Both are elemental forces. There is no reason why the martial arts path can fly and the chakra path can't. Luang Hongya continued. He came from the Luang family and knew much more about these cultivations than Yiming, a high school student. After the control realm is the 6th realm, the treading heaven realm. To enter the treading heaven realm, one must make another breakthrough in their spiritual power. After the breakthrough, even without relying on the elemental wings, one can soar in the sky. The spiritual power of the treading heavenly realm can be materialized, and when you break through to the peak of the treading heavenly realm, and if your strength is so powerful that it can be ranked at the forefront of humanity, you will be sealed by the martial ministry. Every feudal lord realm is a peerless powerhouse of the heaven treading realm. After the 6th realm is the 7th realm, I heard that one needs to open the two orifices of heaven and earth. At that time, one will be able to extract the elemental power in heaven and earth. At that time, the elemental power is endless, just like a celestial being. So the seventh realm is also called the celestial being realm. Likewise, a strong person in the celestial man realm will also be given a title and be crowned as a king. As for further, I don't know. After all, the most powerful of the human race right now are the eighth realm martial artists. How to break through is estimated to be known only to the celestial man realm martial artists. Eighth realm powerhouses will be sealed as emperors, and there are even legends that there is a ninth realm above the eighth realm, but the human race doesn't have any ninth realm powerhouses for the time being. Luang Hongye shook his head rather regretfully. If the human race had a ninth realm powerhouse, perhaps the ferocious beasts would no longer be a problem. Hotian realm, innate realm, sovereign realm, elemental realm, mastery realm, stepping heaven realm, celestial realm. These are the first 7 realms of martial arts. Marquis, king, emperor. It really sounds like it makes one's blood boil. However, what Yi Ming didn't expect was that the human race actually didn't have any martial artists in the ninth realm. You have to know that the chakra path has a total of 9 realms. Lower ninja, middle ninja, special upper ninja, elite upper ninja, shadow level, super shadow level, 6th path level, and ancestor level. The super shadow level corresponds to the celestial realm, the 6th path level corresponds to the 8th realm, and the ancestor level corresponds to the 9th realm, doesn't it? If I reach the ancestor level, I might become the first 9 realms of the human race. Luang Hongye was still talking. Feng Wenyao, he's only 30 years old this year, and he's become a treading heaven realm martial artist. You have to know that on average, treading heaven realm martial artists are over 50 years old. You can imagine how talented he is, and he's also one of the most powerful in the treading heaven realm, the youngest in age and the strongest in strength. He's also known as the first genius of the Federation. You now know why I'm so excited. Chapter 040, 10 Perfect Pills. Unorthodox Old Man. Yi Ming said that he understood himself a little bit, not still a little fanboy. So, when the time comes, we will act together with the Obsidian Marquis? How could that be? Lang Hongye's head shook. He would like to act together with Yao Riho, even if he could look at Yao Riho from afar. Unfortunately, Marquis Yao Ri is only coming over to settle the 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. How could he possibly move with us? He'll go straight to Mount Lai when he arrives, and leave after he's finished solving it. He is still needed elsewhere. Yi Ming was directly speechless. That means you can't even see him. What are you excited about? I'm already prepared. I'll wait at Mount Lai in the early hours of the day before Yao Riho comes. I might be able to see Yao Riho. Luang Hongye's behavior looked exactly like that of a brainwashed fan in his previous life to Yi Ming. This? Elder brother Luang, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the ferocious beasts? If he remembered correctly, there should be a 6th-ranked ferocious beast and 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts in Lishan right now. The excitement on Luang Hongye's face lurched, then his expression calmed down and he sighed. That's somewhat reasonable. Alas, it seems that we won't be able to see the Yao Jiho. Luang Hongye's mood slumped for a moment. Yi Ming smacked his lips. This guy was so old and still chasing stars. Elder brother Luang, let me ask something. Luang Hongye said listlessly. You said, I want to ask if there are any elixirs that can restore my strength? Luang Hongye glanced at Yi Ming and frowned slightly. Restore physical strength? Or qi and blood strength? There was a big difference between physical strength and qi and blood strength. The first 3 realms of a martial artist had qi and blood strength in their body, and it was only after the elemental realm that they would convert to elemental strength. Quasi-martial artists below martial artists generally didn't need to restore their physical strength either. Although they didn't have qi and blood strength in their bodies, their physical strength generally couldn't be used up, unless special circumstances. For example, this elixir would only be used in certain occasions when one needed to recover quickly after running out of physical strength and continue to consume physical strength. Pills that restored physical strength were generally only used by ordinary people. Martial artists used elixirs that restored qi and blood strength. Stamina, not qi and blood power. Elixirs to restore physical strength. Langshan Pavilion doesn't really have any. We mainly face quasi-martial artists, and that elixir is rarely bought by ordinary people, so we don't stock it here. Oh, it's fine. I'll take a look in another store. What's that elixir called? 10 Perfect Mending Pill. 10 Perfect Mending Pill? Yi Ming froze for a moment. Why does this name sound so? Luang Hongye raised an eyebrow at Yi Ming. That's right, 10 Complete Mending Pill. You get it. Yi Ming's eyelids jumped. He was really not expecting this pill to be used for this purpose. Why did he feel a bit humiliated? That's fine, elder brother Luang. I'm going to look elsewhere first and buy some for my senior brother. After Yiming finished this sentence flatly, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wasn't Li Feiyu's senior brother still self? Rely. Lang Hongye nodded and stood up to send Yiming out. Yiming walked out of the Luangxian pavilion and strolled around the entire trading floor one more time, but he could not find any pills to replenish his strength. He was about to give up when he ended up seeing another very small grocery store in the corner. Approaching it, the sides of the grocery store were covered tightly, and pink lights were on inside, not too serious at first glance. Once he thought of the immodest name of the 10 perfect pills, Yiming hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Welcome, what do you need? A short old man saw Yiming standing at the door and walked out with a lewd smile on his face. Little brother, go inside and take a look. Lots of good stuff, yo. All kinds of inverted molds. 1 to 1 year old. Yiming quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Do you have the 10 perfect pills? The old man's eyes lit up. Actually really came to buy something. Yes, come in and sit down. The old man pulled Yiming and walked inside. Yiming hesitated and followed. Once inside the store, Yiming was shocked by everything in front of him. All kinds of molds, male, female, everything, so blatantly placed there. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was also considered to have seen a lot of things, learned a lot of senior drivers, and has been somewhat immune to these. Yiming withdrew his sight and looked at the old man in front of him. Ahem. How did you buy the 10 perfect pills? The old man looked at Yiming's unperturbed appearance, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He pulled out a bottle of pills from under the counter and placed it on the table. 100 apiece. Buy 10 at once and get 1 free. One will ensure that an ordinary person can have a violent battle for 2 hours straight without stopping, that kind of thing. Yiming blinked. 2 consecutive hours without stopping? What the hell? I just want elixirs to restore my stamina. Are you sure this thing can restore your stamina? The old man's eyes glared and his beard blew. Of course, you suspect me of selling fake goods? You go out and ask around. I am the most honest in business. Yiming picked up the elixir bottle and opened the cap. Inside lay several black elixirs. Just from the flavor, one couldn't smell any difference. It was good to know that 100 apiece was not very expensive. 10 of them was only $1,000. Luckily, this was only an elixir for ordinary people. If it was used by martial artists, the price would be at least 10 times higher. All right, let's try on 10 of them. I'll transfer 1,000 to you. Young man is quick. That bottle directly take it over. There are just 11 pills in it. The effect is good. Remember to come back to me, Yiming took the pills and turned his head away. Young man, pay attention to moderation, The body is important. Yiming stumbled and his footsteps sped up again. When he arrived at the park, Zhang Zishuan was honestly sitting on the ground to refine his chakra. Come on, keep climbing the tree. I just want to buy some elixirs. I'll try how effective they are later. Zhang Zishuan stood up, rubbing his 2 hands back and forth one after another as if he was a little embarrassed. Teacher Yiming, how much is the elixir? Let me make it up to you. You've taught me to cultivate, but you still have to pay for my pills. This? Yiming waved his hand. Before the school gave him $100,000, he didn't want to tell his family that he was expelled, so he could only keep it for himself. This elixir was only $1,000, plus the recent spending. The total did not add up to $2,000. Not much money. What's the point of making up for it? If you have that kind of mind, why don't you cultivate properly and learn ninjutsu in a hurry? Hurry up, go lie down under the tree and climb it. Zhang Zishuan still wanted to say something, but was disliked by Yiming. He had to go to the tree and continue practicing climbing. 10 minutes later, after the chakra was exhausted, Yiming took out the 10 perfection pills and threw them to Zhang Zishuan. 1 pill an hour. Try the effect. Zhang Zishuan took out one and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Not long after swallowing it, he felt that his physical strength was rapidly recovering. His eyes lit up in surprise. It's working. Teacher Yiming, physical strength is recovering. Good. Continue training. Chapter 041. Task 1 completed. The Art of Shadow Divergence. I've succeeded. Teacher Yiming. Zhang Zishuan stood with his body parallel to the top of the tree trunk and happily shouted out to Yiming, and in the next second he fell from the tree. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed a branch, which prevented him from falling down. Yiming looked at Zhang Zishuan. 3 days had passed from the time he bought the 10 perfect pills until today. In 3 more days he would have to go and fulfill the mission of the Ministry of Martial Arts It was good that Zhang Zishuan was finally able to climb the tree. This was all thanks to the 10 Perfect Mending Pill. The effects of the 10 Perfection Pill were not as good as the old man had said, not to mention 2 hours. It could not even last for an hour. Considering that Zhang Zishuan had been refining his chakra, the rate of physical exertion should be much faster than normal, so almost an hour wasn't bad. After experimenting to the effect, Yi Ming went to buy 100 pills that afternoon. Zhang Zishuan was indeed a cultivation fanatic, and after having the 10 perfection pills, he almost didn't stop for a moment and kept cultivating. The change in the nature of chakra, the control of chakra, were all quite effective in these 3 days. It was possible that he would learn the 3-body technique today. Just fool around. You'll be happy when you fall down and get crippled. Zhang Zishuan scratched his head, swung onto the tree trunk, and stepped down from it. Teacher, I did it. You can release the ninjutsu now? Yi Ming nodded. It was all almost ready to try releasing a ninjutsu. Come on. I'll give you a demonstration first. First transformation jutsu. Yi Ming pinched an unseal and instantly turned into Zhang Zishuan's appearance. Not only did he look exactly the same, even his hairstyle and body were the same. It's actually really identical. Ninjutsu is too amazing. Thinking that self would soon be in control of such a powerful ninjutsu, Zhang Zishuan's entire body was trembling with excitement. And then the split jutsu. On Si-10, Zhang Zishuan directly turned into 2, 3 Zhang Zishuan appeared on the field at once. You looked at me, I looked at you. Zhang Zishuan walked to a Zhang Zishuan and poked his finger. With a bang, Zhang Zishuan directly turned into smoke and dissipated, startling Zhang Zishuan. Last one, substitute technique. Unhai Yuji Shou-in. 5 hand seals rapidly changed in Yi Ming's hands, his fingers all pulling out residual shadows in the air. Zhang Zishuan only blinked his eyes, and the Yi Ming in front of him disappeared, leaving only a piece of wood falling from the air. Well? The voice came from behind Zhang Zishuan, scaring him. When he turned his head, he realized that Yi Ming had run behind him at an unknown time. This speed was too fast. It's too powerful. Teacher Yi Ming, I'm ready. Zhang Zishuan was like a child who had gotten candy. His face was beaming as he waited for Yi Ming's order. Yi Ming lifted his transformation technique and turned into his original appearance. Good. Begin. Let me see the results of your training. Zhang Zishuan took a deep breath, nodded, and pinched an unseal. His appearance began to change. His hair became the same as Yi Ming's, but his face was only very similar to Yi Ming's, not exactly the same. The shape was even half Yi Ming's appearance, and half was still self's appearance. How about it, Mr. Yi Ming? Yi Ming shook his head. The difference was too great, but it was also sort of released. Average, just like it. Not enough chakra. Zhang Zishuan lifted his transformation technique and scratched his head. Indeed not enough. It was too forced, after all. Zhang Zishuan had only practiced for a few days. One should know that the graduation exam of the ninja school in Naruto was only a test for a transformation technique, and all those students had grown up with chakra refining and had gone to school for a few years. Let's recover first. Try the next jutsu after recovering. Yi Ming glanced at the system quest. It was good to see that the transformation jutsu was counted as a successful release. After recovering for a while, Zhang Zishuan then used the transformation art. A puff of smoke appeared, and a white, weak, and powerless flat Zhang Zishuan lying on the ground appeared next to Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan looked at Yi Ming with an embarrassed face, but Yi Ming had expected it. Continue recovering and check out the substitute technique. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zishuan's body double technique was also used. That speed, well, it was slow as hell. Anyway, he was able to see it clearly. He just didn't know if the system recognized the success of the stand-in technique. Ding! Student Zhang Zishuan's growth task 1 has been completed, rewarding him with the shadow doppelganger technique. The information of the shadow divergence technique was instilled into Yi Ming's mind, and Yi Ming instantly learned it. The shadow split art was only a B-ranked ninjutsu, but there was another A-ranked forbidden art that extended with it, the multiple shadow split art. Multiple shadow split art, as the name implies, can be divided into multiple shadow split. Chakra enough can even be divided into thousands of shadow split art, very powerful. But it is also very dangerous, not only very consuming chakra, and secondly, after withdrawing the split, all the fatigue on the split will also return to the body. The fatigue of thousands of people returning to one person can make people die instantly, which is why the multiple shadow split technique is a Class A forbidden technique. However, Yi Ming was still very much looking forward to it. Yi Ming happily patted Zhang Zishuan's shoulder. His student's progress was his progress. Very good. All 3 body techniques can be released. It's just that the chakra is too little. Still need to refine chakra more. Recover and teach you the second stage of chakra control training. Zhang Zishuan nodded. Before, the time to refine chakra was limited due to physical limitations. Now with the 10 perfection pill, his refining speed had increased by a lot. Just from these 3 days of refining alone, his chakra had almost reached 2 cards. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zishuan stood up and looked at Yi Ming with his thirst for knowledge. Yi Ming led Zhang Zishuan to the lakeside of the park, circling around before finding a more remote location. Chakra second stage control training, treading water. It's similar to climbing a tree, only it's harder than climbing a tree. Yi Ming jumped directly into the lake and stepped on the water with his feet, but there was no sign of sinking. Afterward, he walked around the lake again and returned to the shore under Zhang Zishuan's admiring gaze. Teacher Yi Ming, this is too cool. Light power. Yi Ming knocked Zhang Zishuan's head, looked at the people walking over in the distance, and coughed. Ahem, this place is not very suitable for training. Go home at night and get pots of water and practice at home. Continue to consolidate your tree climbing during the day. Do it until you won't fall down easily in any situation. Okay, teacher. I know. At the location of the city center of Lishan Base, there was a magnificent building with the words Law Enforcement Bureau written on it. A middle-aged man walked out of the Enforcement Bureau and took a breath of fresh air. Finally out. Chapter 042, Life-Doubting Zhao Yuanjui. Combination of labor and ease. Zhao Yuanjui was simply doubting his life. Was this Yi Ming poisonous? A high school student. So hard to deal with? The first time he was looking for trouble, he was blocked by the second Misku family. The second time since I directly found his home, the result just happened to be in the neighborhood actually appeared ferocious beasts. Or the peak of the third stage of the ferocious beasts, he can only retreat. Originally thought that Yi Ming could hardly escape death, but the result was that he did not expect him to be alive. The third time just went to the school entrance to confirm Yi Ming's situation, but the result was that he was arrested by the Law Enforcement Bureau before he even started to do anything. One imprisonment is 3 days. During the 3 days, the Law Enforcement Bureau relentlessly interrogated him over and over again about whether or not the appearance of the ferocious beasts in Yi Ming's neighborhood had anything to do with him. Gu Yuanqing went back to check on Yi Ming and accidentally found this Zhao Yuanjui who had found him in trouble. At a glance, he could tell that Zhao Yuanjui was the one who left the back of the night that the ferocious beast appeared. Zhao Yuanjui left the neighborhood and the ferocious beast appeared in the neighborhood. This made him wonder if the ferocious beast and Zhao Yuanjui had any relationship. After 3 days of interrogation, although he hadn't gotten any news, Gu Yuanqing was even more certain that Zhao Yuanjui had a problem. If he really didn't have a problem, how could he obediently cooperate with the Law Enforcement Bureau for 3 days? From Zhao Yuanjui's expression, he was definitely hiding something. But it was true that he couldn't find out anything, and after the investigation, it was also determined that the ferocious beast had drilled its way in through the ground. So he could only release Zhao Yuanjui first, but Gu Yuanqing had also arranged for someone to follow Zhao Yuanjui. Zhao Yuanjui returned to the Lan clan with a gloomy face and met the Lan clan father and son who had been waiting for a long time. Lan Tian was relieved to see Zhao Yuanjui's safe return. Zhao Yuanjui was the Blue clan's center of gravity. With him in the Blue clan could continue to develop. Yuanjui, how did the Law Enforcement Bureau get to you? It shouldn't know. Zhao Yuanjui shook his head and sat on the sofa. Last time to find Yi Ming that bastard is not just a ferocious beast appeared. Was the Law Enforcement Bureau knows, and then looked over, suspect that I and ferocious beasts have an affair. Lan Tian's tightly furrowed brows soothed. He thought that Zhao Yuanzhao's matter of capturing the ferocious beast had been discovered. I thought it was that, not just that. Zhao Yuanjui thought for a moment and looked out the window. I'm being watched by the Law Enforcement Bureau. It seems like someone is following me, and I probably won't be able to make any other moves lately. Blue Sky patted Zhao Yuanjui's shoulder and said without any concern, just as long as you're fine, the big thing is to be a bit more honest lately. Just do our business properly. Lan Yu on the side was anxious when he heard this. He was still waiting to take revenge on Yi Ming. Uncle Zhao, what about Yi Ming? The day he lives, the day I feel bad. Lan Yu gritted his teeth and said, Yi Ming was nothing more than an ant that could be twisted to death with his hand in his eyes. And this uncaring ant actually rebelled against himself, and even almost destroyed his own future. He was always thinking of killing Yi Ming, killing this ant that brought him endless pain. Lan Tian turned his head and slapped Lan Yu's face with a hateful anger on his face. Shut the hell up. It's all because of you. This punk. If it wasn't for you, how would your Uncle Zhao have been targeted by the Enforcement Bureau causing us to not dare to make any big moves for the Blue Clan right now. Lan Yu covered his face and didn't dare to speak. Zhao Yuanjui opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Lan Yu said sternly, "The rest of the time you give me a good cultivation, you are not allowed to go out until the college entrance exam." "But Yi Ming, there's no buts." Zhao Yuanjui hurriedly dissuaded him. Listen to your father. Your goal right now is the college entrance exam. Anything else is unimportant. Leave Yi Ming's matters to your uncle Zhao and me. Don't worry." Lan Tian glanced at Zhao Yuanjui and shook his head. "Yuanjui, with the Law Enforcement Bureau watching you, it's better to keep your hands off. Leave this brat alone." "Don't worry, Brother Tian. I won't be impulsive. In a few days, it will be the time for the Marshal Department to clear the mission. At that time, the Law Enforcement Bureau will definitely send people to Lishan, so I don't think anyone will be watching me at that time. Just take advantage of that day to take care of that bastard Yi Ming along with the Hao family's kid." Lan Tian hesitated for a moment, while Lan Yu was filled with joy. Yi Ming has become a knot in Yuer's heart. If he doesn't settle it, there's no way for him to quietly cultivate. It's better to resolve it as soon as possible. "Yes, father. When I think of Yi Ming still being alive, I have no way to cultivate at all." Lan Yu hurriedly followed Zhao Yuanjui's words and then continued on, and only then did Lan Tian reluctantly agree. "That's fine, Yuanjui. Take care of yourself. That little bastard Yi Ming we can pinch to death anytime, but nothing can happen to you." In the afternoon when school was over, Yi Ming received a familiar phone call. "Old Yi, come out for dinner. It's my treat. Go jerk off." "Huh, how Jian?" "That said, it's been a while since I've eaten with him." "Okay, see you in front of the school. I'll bring a new friend." Yi Ming looked at Zhang Zishan on the side. After practicing every day, sometimes he needed a proper rest. "Good. I also brought a new friend. See you later." Hao Jian hung up the phone and said to Gu Qingqing on the side, "It's done, schoolgirl Gu. Old Yi will be at the door later," and said he's bringing a new friend. Gu Qingqing's sexy little lips spat out an icy sentence that, "Male or female?" Hao Jian's neck shrank as if a gust of cold wind was blowing through it. "I don't know, Old Yi didn't say. Later on, if he comes over, he won't know." Gu Qingqing nodded, and Hao Jian asked curiously, "Gu schoolgirl, you and Old Yi, just ordinary friends, looking for him for something?" Oh. Hao Jian turned his head and muttered, "Doesn't look like it. Where would an ordinary friend care about the man or woman that Lao Yi brought with him?" Gu Qingqing froze for a moment. She was just curious about Yi Ming. Curious as to why the other party could become Senior Li Feiyu's senior brother. Curious as to what kind of flashpoints he had. That's why she was more concerned. "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem." Yi Ming hung up the phone call to his parents and looked at Zhang Zishan at the side. Go out with me and have a barbecue. Give your mom a heads up and go back later." Zhang Zishan hesitated. He didn't really want to go. For one, it was costly, and secondly, he wanted to continue his cultivation after eating. "Teacher Yi Ming, can I not go?" "Can't. Just knowing how to cultivate day in and day out, one would be stupid to cultivate. Go out and socialize. Combine work and rest. Hurry up." "Fine." Zhang Zishan reluctantly pulled out his cell phone and called his mother. "Hey, Mom, I'm going out for dinner with my classmates tonight, so I might be back later. You don't have to wait for me, and you don't have to cook my meal." Chapter 043. Leave some space for the schoolgirl and Old Yi. Zhang mother was astonished. This was the first time her child had said that he wanted to go out and socialize with his classmates. Usually he would go home as soon as he got out of class and cultivate after eating. She felt that her own child had changed a lot recently. Good. I'll transfer some money over to you to socialize more with your classmates." Zhang Zishan hesitated for a while, but still agreed. Seeing that Zhang Zishan had finished his call, he led Zhang Zishan out of the park. "Zishan, remember, it's useless to just work behind closed doors. I remember telling you that chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy, and it is the spiritual energy that is tempered through many cultivations and accumulated experiences. The cultivation here is not for you to just sit there and cultivate chakra extraction techniques, but to go through all sorts of things to accumulate different experiences." Zhang Zishan nodded thoughtfully, listening to teacher Yi Ming. It would be correct. "Okay, teacher, I know. Well, just call me directly by my name when you eat later. Don't call me teacher." "Okay. Old Yi Ming." Yi Ming brought Zhang Zishan to the entrance of the 5th middle school, and Hao Jian had been waiting for a long time. Just what Yi Ming didn't expect was that Gu Qingqing actually stood beside Hao Jian in a well-behaved manner, and the students coming and going around looked at Hao Jian with envy and jealousy. Hao Jian was like a peacock, holding his head high and holding his chest out, looking as if he had already taken Gu Qingcheng down. "Bitch, what are you doing? Courting?" Yiming walked up and directly started mocking him. Hao Jian instantly wilted, and his erected back fell. Other people thought Gu Qingcheng was here to find him, but he knew Gu Qingcheng was here to find Yiming. Self was just a companion. "Too lazy to care about you. Go to the barbecue." "Gu schoolgirl, are you going together?" Or, Hao Jian looked at Gu Qingcheng. With his past understanding, Gu Qingcheng should directly talk to Yiming about business and then leave. Unless Gu Qingcheng was interested in Yiming. Recalling what Gu Qingcheng had asked before, plus Gu Qingcheng's relieved look after Yiming appeared just now. 9 times out of 10, Gu Qingcheng would follow. Go together. Seeing Yiming's gaze, Gu Qingcheng didn't know what to think and actually agreed. She never ate barbecue. She felt that barbecue stuff was dirty and was junk food. Hao Jian looked at Gu Qingcheng and then at Yiming, revealing a look of determination. "Let's go, old place. Brothers barbecue. Let's go." Hao Jian walked to Zhang Zishuan's side, wrapped his arm around Zhang Zishuan and led him to leave first. "Brother, your name?" "My name is Hao Jian." Hao Jian's Hao Jian's Jian. Hao Jian's hand on Zhang Zishuan's shoulder made Zhang Zishuan feel extremely uncomfortable. He shook his shoulders and finally did not push Hao Jian away. "My name is Zhang Zishuan. I'm Yiming's old." "It's Yiming's old friend." Old Ye's friend. Why haven't I heard him say that before?" Hao Jian sneakily turned his head to look, his feet speeding up a few more points. "Let's walk faster and leave some space for old Yi and schoolgirl Gu." Zhang Zishuan was led faster and faster by Hao Jian, and in the blink of an eye, he was 10 meters away from Yiming and the two of them. "Yiming and that Gu. Schoolgirl Gu, is our schoolgirl pretty?" Zhang Zishuan nodded his head. It was true that he was a bit stunned him when he first saw it, but it was only for a moment. He only had the word cultivation within his heart, and women would only affect the speed of his cultivation. Schoolgirl Gu is not only pretty, her talent is even better. She's already a martial artist. Zhang Zishuan jerked his head up and looked at Hao Jian in disbelief. A martial artist? The martial artist that he had his heart set on? Zhang Zishuan turned back to look at Gu Qingcheng, who walked beside Yiming. Pretty, good talent, and still a martial artist, but still too bad compared to teacher Yiming. He had seen the way Yiming dealt with the ferocious beast that day. Even the elemental realm powerhouses were not as powerful as teacher Yiming, which meant that teacher Yiming's strength was above the elemental realm. An 18-year-old elemental realm powerhouse. Teacher Yiming is the most powerful, the most talented. Even Self, a waste of space, had a strength comparable to that of a martial artist in just a few days. Previously, Self's lifelong pursuit was merely the starting point now. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Such a young martial artist. Zhang Zishuan nodded his head and did not say anything. If he had learned ninjutsu, I wonder if he could beat this Gu schoolgirl. Teacher Yiming had said that after a preparatory ninja learns ninjutsu, he should be a little more powerful than a Hotian martial artist. Behind the two, Yiming and Gu Qingcheng strolled forward. "Looking for me for something? Can't find you for nothing?" Yiming fell into silence. Why did this sound a bit awkward? Fortunately, Gu Qingcheng did not dwell on it and directly spoke. "Lan hasn't given up and is still looking for someone to deal with you. Do you know about Zhao Yuanjui, the Blue Clan's envoy, a peak zone sure powerhouse?" Gu Qingcheng stared closely at Yiming, wanting to see how he reacted when he heard this. As a result, Yiming had a calm face, as if the person Zhao Yuanjui was going to deal with was someone else. "I know. Didn't you even help me drive him away that day?" Gu Qingcheng froze for a moment. Self helped Yiming drive Zhao Yuanjui away? She knew about this matter of Zhao Yuanjui, or Gu Yuanqing had given her the word to tell Yiming, so that she could get on good terms with Yiming in the meantime. But what Zhao Yuanjui looked like, she really didn't know. "You mean, the martial artist that I threatened in my exit that day was a peak zone sure powerhouse?" "Yes, you don't know?" Gu Qingqing knew a hammer. She thought it was an ordinary martial artist. She even wanted to have a go with Zhao Yuanjiao at that meeting. Luckily it scared him. "Sai, now I know. I thought he was Lan's minion martial artist." "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Didn't a ferocious beast appear in your neighborhood a few days ago?" Zhao Yuanjui was at the scene. Yiming's eyes stared and his brows furrowed as he violently turned his head to stare at Gu Qingqing. "Are you saying that the ferocious beast in the neighborhood that day was made by Zhao Yuanjui just to kill me?" Yiming remembered. That day's back shadow was no wonder so familiar. It turned out to be that guy Zhao Yuanjui. Really looking for death. actually dared to find my home. Gu Qingqing felt a great sense of oppression from Yiming's eyes, and that sense of oppression was even stronger than what she felt from Gu Yuanqing. Only, this oppressive feeling disappeared in an instant, as fast as if it was Gu Qingqing's illusion. Gu Qingqing looked Yiming up and down with her gaze. She was getting more and more curious. No, the ferocious beast that day was just an accident. It just so happened that a ferocious beast made a hole and drilled into your neighborhood. If there was no ferocious beast, Zhao Yuanjui might have just come straight to the door. Senior Knight was at your house. If he went there, I guess he was gone on the spot. However, he probably didn't die. 3 days ago, when the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau went to arrest him, he was in the vicinity of the 5th middle school. That would be when we had just finished eating and walked to the entrance of the school. Chapter 044. Yiming's killing intent. Lan's when dead. When Gu Qingqing said this, Yiming remembered. He did see a familiar back that day. It seems to be Zhao Yuanjui, and the two people next to him should be people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhao Yuanjui, this guy is trying to kill me. Again and again. If Zhao Yuanjui was just looking for me, I could still play with him. But his behavior in the neighborhood touched Yiming's bottom line. And Yiming didn't believe that he would only look for himself in the neighborhood. Since Zhao Yuanjui, no, I should say the Blue family, they want to move the idea of self-family members. Be prepared to be full of extermination. Yiming's mind was born with a monstrous killing intent. Dare to move my family? I will kill your whole family. Gu Qingqing looked at Yiming for a long time and thought he was worried, so he comforted and said, "You don't have to worry. The Law Enforcement Bureau has sent people to follow Zhao Yuanjui. His every move is under the surveillance of the Law Enforcement Bureau. If he wants to do something, someone will stop him." Yiming looked a little strange. Zhao Yuanjui was being watched by the Law Enforcement Bureau? Then wouldn't Self's move be discovered? It couldn't be done by taking out the Law Enforcement Bureaus together. At this point in time, no matter how Zhao Yuanjui died, it should be suspected on Self. Li Feiyu, to put it bluntly, is not still Self. He does not want to let Self too prominent, let the Law Enforcement Bureau too much attention to Self. 3 days later, he will go to complete the task of the Ministry of Martial Arts. By then, so many people in, Self will use the shadow split to destroy the Blue family. Surely no one will think of the Blue family things and Self-related. Just let Zhao Yuanjui and the Blue family live for 3 more days. All right. Yiming said to Gu Qingqing, the Law Enforcement Bureau sending people to follow Zhao Yuanjui was definitely an arrangement by the Gu family, and this was already the second time that good intentions had gone astray. Otherwise, Zhao Yuanjui would have already died the first time he looked for Yiming. Yiming walked forward on his own. Gu Qingqing frowned. Why did he feel that he was not very happy? Gu Qingqing was a little puzzled. Wasn't doing this good for Yiming? Even though Yiming had Li Feiyu as his senior brother, it was impossible for Li Feiyu to stay in their house all the time. What if Zhao Yuanjui came to their door and arrested Yiming and his parents while Li Feiyu was away? This is obviously a good thing, but why does Yiming look like this? Couldn't figure it out. Gu Qingqing followed Yiming, and the two of them soon met up with Hao Jian and Zhang Zishan. Huh? Why are you guys so fast? Hao Jian looked at the two of them suspiciously. Don't you need to whisper? Self specifically pulled Zhang Zishan to give them a bit of personal space. So fast to exchange finished. Yiming, which would not know what Hao Jian was thinking, glared at him and walked into the brothers' barbecue restaurant. Boss, for people. Okay, sit here. The boss walked up with tea and handed Yiming a menu. Yiming took the menu and sat down. Zhang Zishan just wanted to sit next to him. Hao Jian grabbed him over and sat opposite Yiming. Gu Qingqing came over and obediently sat next to Yiming. Let's serve 20 skewers of grilled lamb, 10 golden needle mushrooms, and 10 grilled wings. Yiming looked at Zhang Zishan and handed him the menu. Whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. Hao Jian's treat, don't save money for him. His family's real estate, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Hao Jian was anxious at once and said in a hurry, Old Yi, don't talk nonsense. My family does not have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Obviously hundreds of millions a month. Okay, our family is not bankrupt yet. Old Zhang, feel free to order. It doesn't matter if you buy all the barbecue in the whole store. Hao Jian exchanged a few words with Zhang Zishan along the way and found out that this guy was a bit sociopathic, a bit introverted, and not good at communicating with people. So he made a small joke to soothe Zhang Zishan's tension. Zhang Zishan, on the contrary, relaxed a bit after hearing Hao Jian say so. But after looking at the menu, which didn't move for $5, $10, and dozens of dollars of barbecue, he hesitated for a moment and handed the menu to Hao Jian. I don't have anything I want to eat, you guys order. Hao Jian looked at Yiming, who gave him a wink, and he nodded. Okay, then I'll order more later. He handed the menu to Gu Qingqing and said with a smile, Schoolmarm Gu, you order first? Gu Qingcheng looked at the dirty menu and took it with a frown. At a glance, it was all barbecue, but she didn't really want to eat barbecue. She felt it was unhygienic. After all, she was born in the Gu family and usually ate good food, like this kind of roadside stall. Honestly, this was the first time she came. She looked around and didn't know what she could eat, hesitated for half a day, and ordered skewers of grilled corn. Hao Jian then took the menu, scanned it, and started frantically ordering. 10 grilled livers, 10 grilled chicken claws, 10 grilled beef, 10 slabs, 10 mushrooms, 10 meat tendons. Yiming hurriedly interrupted Hao Jian. Just 4 people. Order so many. All right. Are you done eating? Hao Jian looked over the menu with some unfulfillment, then handed the menu to the boss who had a smile on his face. All right then, that's it, and 10 more roasted cashews. You don't need that. What's the point of eating it? How do you know I don't need it? I don't eat that stuff. I didn't order it for you. If you want to eat it, order it yourself. Gu Qingqing asked suspiciously. What's roasted cashew? Zhang Zishuan was also a bit puzzled. He wasn't too sure. Where is the karma waste usually karma? Kidneys. Right. Roasted waste is also roasted it. Gu Qingqing's face changed, and she subconsciously moved back. Hao Jian glared at Yiming and hurriedly explained. Roasted waste is sheep's waste, a great tonic. What else? If you don't roast sheep's waste, is it human waste? Hao Jian looked at Gu Qingqing's eyes with increasing dislike and hurriedly changed the topic. All right, let's not talk about the waste. Isn't schoolgirl Gu looking for you for something? Yiming nodded and said carelessly. After all is said and done, the Blue family is looking for someone to mess with me and was discovered by the law enforcement team, so they told me to be careful. Hao Jian turned serious all of a sudden. His fists clenched. Old Yi, you're all right. Why didn't you give me the word to deal with the Lan? Damn Lan Yu. Their family are all animals. I'm calling my father right now and asking him to send a few martial artists over. The Lan family also has peak Zhongshe martial artists. Ordinary martial artists aren't really useful. I'll talk to my dad. It's best to send Uncle Jiang over as well. Uncle Jiang is a peak Zhongshe martial artist. He can definitely protect you guys. Hao Jian took out his phone and was about to call his own father. Yiming waved his hand. No need. Don't trouble your father. It's a small matter. Gu Qingcheng was a little surprised. Hao Jian's appearance really made her a little surprised. She didn't expect his relationship with Yiming to be so good. Just by knowing that Lan was going to deal with him, he was planning to invite his family's peak Zhongshe martial artist to protect Yiming. Was this what boys called brotherhood? Chapter 045. Hao Jian's shock. What? Elemental Realm's senior brother? Once Zhang Zishuan heard that someone wanted to deal with his teacher, he was instantly reluctant. Yiming old. Yiming, who is Lan Yu, and the ferocious beast in the neighborhood a few days ago, is related to them? Zhang Zishuan instantly associated it with the ferocious beast of the other day. It was too coincidental. No ferocious beast had ever entered Lishan Bay City in the past 20 years. It just so happened that someone was trying to deal with Yiming, and then a ferocious beast came in. Anyone else would have associated it together. Yiming shook his head and signaled Zhang Zishuan to not be so excited. Other people were not clear about his strength, but did Zhang Zishuan still not know? What ferocious beast? Lan dares to drive a ferocious beast and harm ordinary people. Hao Jian's face was so angry that he was close to slapping the table and standing up. Gu Qingqing suddenly spoke up at this time. It was an accident. After the Law Enforcement Bureau's investigation, the ferocious beasts entering the neighborhood had nothing to do with Lan. It just so happened that a person appeared there. She then looked at Zhang Zishuan, somewhat curious about how he knew. This matter should have been issued a gag order. This person is? Zhang Zishuan, in the same neighborhood as me, a student of the first middle school. Well, yes, from the first middle school. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Zishuan. Why did Yiming repeat himself? Hao Jian was still immersed in the matter of Lan's trouble with Yiming at the moment, thinking about how to solve it. Please close the table. The barbecue is here. The boss carried an iron plate filled with barbecue. Eat, bitch. Eat barbecue. Yiming picked up a skewer of barbecue meat and bit on it to jerk it into his mouth. It's still the same old flavor. Gu Qingqing, you taste it. It tastes good. Yiming picked up a skewer of grilled meat and handed it to Gu Qingqing, who frowned again when she got it in her hands. She took out a piece of paper and wiped the skewer, still thinking about wiping the grilled meat. Eat it directly. What's the point of wiping the grilled meat? Can it still have flavor after wiping it? Yiming directly interrupted Gu Qingqing's operation. Gu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, put the kebab to her mouth, and took a tentative bite. Her eyes lit up in surprise as she looked at the grilled meat. It was actually so delicious. She then took another bite and happily ate it. Yiming picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat and handed them to Hao Jian and Zhang Zishuan. Must I serve you too, right? Take it yourself. Bitch, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hao Jian took the roasted meat, wiped the front end of the stick clean, and then bit down hard, as if what he was biting was not the roasted meat, but Lan Yu. I've thought of a way. A chance to screw over Lan. Schoolgirl Gu just said that someone from the Blue Clan appeared in your neighborhood, and then there was the appearance of a ferocious beast in the neighborhood. I can find someone to spread the word that the Blue Clan drives the ferocious beasts, so they'll be left to their own devices and won't look for trouble from you for a short time. Gu Qingcheng somewhat didn't quite understand Hao Jian's logic. The Law Enforcement Bureau had investigated clearly, and the Lan clan had nothing to do with the ferocious beasts. It's just a coincidence. The Blue Clan has nothing to do with this, and someone from the Enforcement Bureau is investigating the Blue Clan. Yiming will be fine. Hao Jian bit the rest of the meat into his mouth and slapped the sign on the table. Can the Law Enforcement Bureau guarantee to watch everyone at Blues 24/7? Old Yi is just an ordinary person. A martial artist can hurt him. It doesn't matter if Blue has anything to do with this matter. No one will bother to check the truth of this matter. People will only resist the Lan clan and report them so that they don't have the effort to find Yiming's trouble. Gu Qingqing now understood Hao Jian's meaning, spreading rumors, letting people go to Cyberstorm Blues, resisting Blues. But isn't this not too good? After all, it's something unfounded. Yiming glanced at Gu Qingqing, inwardly shaking his head. It seems that Gu Qingqing is not very suitable for the chakra path, at least not now. Hao Jian didn't listen to Gu Qingqing this time. He didn't even pay attention to her. He just looked at Yiming. Old Yi, don't worry. I will use all of our house power to hold all of the lands at bay. When this period of time comes, I will think of a way to directly bankrupt the Blue Clan, so they have no way to mess around. Yiming picked up a skewer of grilled meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He usually didn't rub the front end of the skewer much because he didn't feel that it was necessary. What difference did it make if he rubbed it or not? Don't bitch. I appreciate your feelings. It's better not to start this. Once there's a first time, there's a second time. I don't want you to turn into the kind of guy who will do anything to get what he wants. Hao Jian frowned, picked up a skewer of grilled meat, and jerked it all off in one bite. But there's no way I'm letting you face the Lan clan alone. You don't know how dirty they really are. Don't worry, I can deal with it. Looking at Hao Jian with a worried look, Yiming hesitated or said, My senior brother is in Lishan Bay City. I'll be fine with him. Hao Jian was stunned. Senior? Yiming had a senior brother? Where did you get a senior brother? Made up ah. Don't lie to me. The two of us will face Lan together. Gu Qingqing opened her mouth. Yiming does have a senior brother, a martial artist of the elemental realm. Zhang Zishuan glanced at Yiming in surprise, instantly knowing what was going on. Hao Jian was confused and dumbfounded as he looked incredulously at Gu Qingqing and then at Yiming. What? You have an elemental realm senior brother? The fourth realm of martial artists? The elemental realm? Yiming nodded bashfully. If I let you know that that senior brother is myself, then wouldn't you be even more shocked? Crap. Where did you kid find a senior brother? So hung. My uncle Jiang is only at the peak of Zhongshi. Hao Jian was shocked and happy. With the backstage of the elemental realm, what's a regional Lan? Damn, why didn't you give me a heads up about this kind of good thing? This meal should be your treat. Didn't I tell you now? As for the treat, it's fine. I'll treat, you pay. Shit. Why should I pay? Because you're rich. Grass. Why are you here? Your talent is so bad. You're not as strong as me. Take me to meet your senior brother someday. Maybe he's still short of younger brothers. He doesn't need a brother. He needs a nephew. Nephew? A nephew is fine. Hey, no, you're messing with me. Is the nephew not your disciple? Yes, I am. Your master is not quite good. Fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. Hao Jian paused and thought carefully, as if Yiming had a point. It's not impossible for you to be my master, but why does it feel so weird? Yiming said with a smile as he ate his skewer. Why, what doesn't work ah? There is no more store after this village. Ha ha ha. Hao Jian gritted his teeth and jerked off a skewer of meat. Good. Recognize you as a master as long as I recognize you. Having an elemental realm master uncle is also very impressive. Yiming was amused by Hao Jian's appearance. This guy is really a comedian. He even pretended. Then you kowtow 3 times and I'll recognize you. Let you pretend. Hao Jian frowned, directly stood up and kneeled down to kowtow 3 times. Master is above, accept my disciple's obeisance. Crap. You're playing for real. Yiming was stunned. This guy really kowtowed. I've kowtowed my head. If you play me, you're done for. Hao Jian stood up and stared viciously at Yiming. Yiming smashed his mouth and said in a coping manner, Okay, okay. Take you in. Call out master to hear it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for collecting the second student. Hao Jian, rewarded with Chakra test paper. Chapter 46, Psychic Technique, Rashomon. Reject Gu Qingcheng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for collecting the second student. Hao Jian, rewarded with a Chakra test paper. The Art of Psychic, Rashomon. The stick in Yiming's hand fell on the table, attracting everyone's attention. Hao Jian skimmed his lips and picked up a bunch of cashews. Well, 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 well. As for dropping the sign. Master Yiming, I'll be relying on you in the future. When will you bring me to see Master Uncle Ah? Yiming ignored him and called out the system internally. System, what's the situation? Why did you suddenly accept a disciple? Can this be considered successful? Detected that student Hao Jian sincerely wants to worship the master, and the host has always had the idea of accepting him as a student, so master worship is successful. Yiming was dumbfounded. He thought that Hao Jian was joking, but it turned out that Hao Jian was actually serious. You kid is serious. I thought you were just playing around. What are you kidding? Of course I'm serious. Don't see my head knocking. If you give me a joke, you're dead? Okay. I'll recognize you then. It's not worth picking up a disciple for nothing. Yiming had a big smile on his face. This was really picking up a student for nothing. It also rewarded a ninjutsu. Psychic jutsu, Rashomon, belongs to defensive jutsu, just what Yiming lacks. After casting it, it can float a huge portal in front of his body, which can withstand powerful attacks. And as long as there is enough chakra, Rashomon can be upgraded to triple Rashomon, 5 Rashomon. The more weights of the Rashomon, the stronger the defense ability grows exponentially. The Rashomon alone could resist elite upper shinobi level attacks. The triple Rashomon could resist shadow level attacks, and the 5 heavy Rashomon was even able to resist super shadow level attacks. If we compare by martial arts, the Rashomon can withstand the attack of a 5th realm control realm martial artist, the triple Rashomon can withstand the attack of a 6th realm treading heaven realm martial artist, and the 5th is able to withstand the attack of a 7th realm celestial human realm martial artist. It's a shock when you compare it. Yiming's current strength at the peak of Upper Ninja was not yet able to unleash the triple Rashomon, but the Rashomon was still able to be unleashed. In other words, his current strength could withstand the attacks of a control realm martial artist. Of course, it could only withstand long range, and it still couldn't withstand melee combat. Yiming remembered that the Rashomon should be able to attack, only the attack ability was very weak. After thinking about it for half a day, I guess it was only considered to be an attack if the moment the Rashomon rises up and crashes into the person. All in all, picking up a student for nothing, picking up a B-rank jutsu for nothing, Yiming is still very happy. Hao Jian ate one of the cashews in 3 or 2 bites and picked up another. Oldie, when will you take me to see Master Uncle? Let him teach me. I definitely won't be able to take the college entrance exam with my current chi value. Yiming ate the roasted meat in his hand and thought for a while. When the martial arts department is finished, he will have a good chat with Hao Jian and teach him something. Call master or teacher, what oldie? No big deal. When I have time, I'll teach you a couple hands. The premise is to serve me well. Holy shit. Why do I suddenly feel a bit regretful? You're so shameless. Regret is useless. Once a teacher, always a father. Call me father. Scram. Zhang Zishan looked at Hao Jian with some envy, feeling that his relationship with Mr. Yiming was really good. Will Hao Jian also become the teacher's student? Or is it just a joke? Zhang Zishan self are a little confused. You say it is false. Hao Jian head are kowtowed. Yiming teacher also recognized. You say it's true, but also feel too childish, like talking about playing. Gu Qingqing also did not take it seriously, just as a joke between the two. Yiming was only the youngest in their division, and it wasn't his turn to accept a disciple. Moreover, this kind of thing should not be careful. Get the master's permission before accepting the apprentice, which has so 2 or 3 sentences to finalize. A meal down. Most are Hao Jian and Yiming in chatting. Zhang Zishan on the sidelines listening. Hao Jian will occasionally bring him together to chat. However, Zhang Zishan himself was not good at socializing and ended the conversation after a few sentences. As for Gu Qingqing, almost no one paid attention to her during the meal. Even Hao Jian, who was always enthusiastic before, didn't say much to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing also felt the change in Hao Jian's attitude. Before, Hao Jian would take care of her, such as ordering food, pouring water. But he changed from the moment he said his idea was bad. Gu Qingcheng does not feel that there is a problem with self. Itself is something that is not necessary. Why spread rumors, which in itself is a wrong thing? After finishing the meal, Hao Jian sharply settled the bill. Lao Yi. Huh. Shit. Teacher Yi Ming. Okay. Mr. Yi Ming, old Jiang. I'm leaving. We'll meet again some other time. Hao Jian then glanced at Gu Qingcheng and waved his hand. Bye. Yi Ming and Zhang Zishuan also left in passing, and seeing Gu Qingcheng still in place, Yi Ming said to her, We're leaving first. By the way, I told you about you, but unfortunately, you don't quite fit into our division, sorry. Yi Ming left with Zhang Zishuan, leaving Gu Qingcheng with a dumbfounded face. It wasn't that she didn't expect Self to be rejected, but she felt that Self was rejected a little too abruptly. It was as if the one who rejected her was not Yi Ming's division, but Yi Ming. Gu Qingcheng looked at Yi Ming's departing back in confusion. She didn't know what Self had done wrong. Hao Jian's attitude had changed, and Yi Ming's attitude had changed. Little girl, don't look. People have gone far away. The boss cleaned up the table and saw the stone-looking Gu Qingcheng opening her mouth to comfort. Such a pretty little girl. If you like it, go directly to chase women chasing men through the veil. Gu Qingcheng hurriedly explained. No. No need to explain, I understand. I've been there before. When you guys were eating just now, I passed by and listened to a few sentences, and I don't know if I should say some things. You say. Just now I heard that guy's friend say that he was going to help him with something, 2 ribs. If you like people, you definitely have to agree with them. How can you be against it? Gu Qingcheng reacted for a moment, remembering what Hao Jian had said earlier. But that's wrong. That's not right. The boss laughed and shook his head, wiping the table clean. There's no such thing as right or wrong. People are going to bully your favorite person. Even if you don't want to find a way to solve the problem, you still have to refute the rest of the people's solutions. Aren't all young people impulsive? If you bully my person, I'll get you. No matter if the method is right or not, just get it over with. Isn't that how dramas play out nowadays? In order to save you, I'm willing to destroy the whole world. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to be the enemy of the world. Youthful, hot-blooded. Tisk. The boss put the rag into the basin and turned to leave. Gu Qingcheng stood in place and fell into deep thought. She seemed to understand a bit of what the boss was saying. Chapter 047. Feng Wenyao. Physical Arts Study. On the endless plains, a wave of black, pressurized ferocious beasts rushed forward, and all sorts of ferocious beasts roared angrily. Directly in front of the tide of ferocious beasts, there was a city wall that was tens of meters high. Countless human martial artists on the wall unleashed their most powerful attacks, killing the incoming wave of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a beam of red light descended from the sky, blasting hard into the center of the ferocious beast tide. The moment it hit the ground, red ripples spread out, instantly clearing out all the beasts within 100 meters. The red glow slowly dispersed, revealing a huge pit about tens of meters deep, with a red lance standing in the center of the pit. At the bottom of the lance, there was also a huge red-haired orangutan. Half of its body had been blasted into pieces by the lance. All the ferocious beasts stopped in their tracks in fear when they saw that red-haired ape. The blood-pupil demon ape is dead. Why don't you quickly retreat? Still not retreating quickly. Retreat quickly. Retreat. Echoes came from the air as a man in red battle armor floated in the air, and endless pressure was released from him. The weaker ferocious beasts were overwhelmed by this powerful pressure and could not move on the ground, while the stronger ones turned their heads and ran away, fearing that the human in the air would strike to finish them off. Seeing this scene, the people on the city walls shouted and applauded. We won. We won. Once the peak 6th-ranked blood-pupil demon ape died, the tide of ferocious beasts retreated without attack. Long live the obsidian marquis. The beast tide has receded. We survived. Feng Wenyao made a move with his hand, and the lance on the ground rose up in the air and flew back to him. He grabbed the lance, pulled a spear, placed the lance on his back, and flew back to the city wall. Marquis Yao Ri. Marquis Yao Ri. Marquis Obsidian. Everyone shouted his name happily, their faces overflowing with the joy of survival. Feng Wenyao nodded without saying anything and looked to the Supreme Commander on the side. Where should we go next? Lai Shan Base City. There is a peak 6th-ranked golden-winged eagle in the western sand wasteland, and 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts have fled to Lai Mountain with a group of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. The strongest person in Lai Mountain Base City is only 4th ranked. We need to go there as soon as possible. Good. I'll set off now. Obsidian Marquis. Aren't you going to take a rest? No rest. Feng Wenyao directly shot up into the sky and flew extremely fast in the direction of Mount Lai. Deep within Mount Lai, Hong Tianyi opened his eyes and said to Eagle Yao, Feng Wenyao has set off. Eagle Yao opened its eyes. After these few days of recovery, it had not only recovered its strength, it had also taken a step forward. After taking care of Feng Wenyao, it would be able to proceed with the matter of breaking through the 7th rank. This was all thanks to this fellow in front of it. Eagle Yao's eyes grew more and more kind, and the more he looked at Hong Tianyi, the more satisfied he became. Good, just follow what you said. This time Feng Wenyao will die. Hong Tianyi had a small smile on his face. Then I'll leave first. I'll make a move when the time comes. No need. It's just a mere Yao Marquis. With my current strength, I'm completely unafraid. Then I will wait for Marquis Yao's good news. Hong Tianyi smiled as he turned to leave, but inwardly, he was unimpressed by carved Yao's words. Marquis Yao, the title of the first Marquis of the human race, wasn't called for nothing. There were only wrongly named names, not wrongly called nicknames. With just one beast, Eagle Yao, there was no way he could be a match for Marquis Yao. It's a good thing that God's will is with me here. Feng Wenyao will surely die. In Lishan Bay City, all the forces had all laid low in the past 2 days because there were a lot of strong people coming to the base city. 80 elemental realm martial artists alone had come, and even more sovereign martial artists had come under the elemental realm. It was important to know that there were not even 10 elemental realm martial artists in the whole of Lishan, but now so many had come. 4 of the top martial arts universities each had 5 elemental realm martial artists, plus the leading teachers, a total of 24 elemental realm. Together with the rest of the martial arts universities, the idle martial artists, 50 of them came in bits and pieces, and the entire city of Lishan now had a total of nearly 80 elemental realm martial artists. 80 people, grabbing one spot. It was a little scary to think about. Inside the park, Yiming was teaching Zhang Zishan physical arts. Physical arts and ninjutsu are different. Some physical arts cannot use chakra at all, relying on one's own physical strength and physical fitness. Physical arts were similar to martial arts, but completely different from martial arts. The power of a physical art depends on the quality of the body, but the strength of a martial artist in the first 3 stages of Budo depends on the power of chakra in the body. The power of chi and blood could increase the power of the techniques, and there was some essential difference between the physical arts, which relied on physical fitness to attack. One is to increase the effect of martial arts, attack martial arts increase attack, defense martial arts increase defense, body martial arts increase speed. One is all rely on physical quality, rely on their own strength, their own speed, their own defense. But from the outside looking in, it was almost exactly the same. Yiming will be 3 kinds of physical arts: Power Prelude, Wooden Leaf Whirlwind, Wooden Leaf Gale. Power Prelude is an aerial kick. Wooden Leaf Whirlwind, a spinning kick. Kiba Gale, a quick kick to the enemy's lower body. The 3 body jutsu looked ordinary, just kicks, but in reality they were not ordinary at all. Body jutsu can be done without chakra, or they can use chakra. Chakra could give the body more strength and faster speed. In other words, chakra could enhance the body's quality, which would then increase the power of the body art. So after Zhang Zishan learned the physical arts, it was possible to use chakra to increase the power. However, the physical art was not the focus. It was just to allow him to keep himself safe in the future when he did not have chakra. The learning of physical arts was different from the learning of ninjutsu. Zhang Zishan practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he grasped the punching and kicking skills very quickly, and it didn't take long for him to learn the physical arts. In addition to physical arts, the chakra control training for treading water was also getting better. Most importantly, he had learned the wind escape, chopping air wave that Yiming had taught him earlier. Zhang Zishan started to form seals with an excited face, and after forming the seals, he opened his hands to the lake. Wind escape, Zonkong wave. The calm sky suddenly picked up wind. The gust of wind blew the trees back and forth, dropping a few leaves. And then there was no more. How about Sensei? Very good. Wind transportation, Zhan air wave was after all a D-rank jutsu, and the difficulty of learning it was not very high, which was why Zhang Zishan had to be taught Zhan air wave instead of blazing air palm. What about fire transportation? How is the howling fireball art? Upon hearing the art of howling fireball, Zhang Zishan's face drooped. That one is a bit difficult. Although there were only 5 seals in the fire transportation, magnificent fireball technique, it was a relatively difficult jutsu. Alright, practice more. When you learn the Howling Fireball Jutsu, I'll teach you the new Wind Transportation Jutsu. The main thing you need to do now is to practice the Howling Fireball Jutsu first. Yiming was still waiting for Searing Transportation. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Hey, old brother knight. There's an Elemental Realm party tonight. Do you want to come? Chapter 048, Elemental Realms Gathering. Mayor Lin Qingfeng. A gathering of the Elemental Realm? Yiming changed his voice line and signaled Zhang Zishan to go aside and cultivate himself before asking. What Elemental Realm Gathering? News came from the Ministry of Martial Arts that the Yao Ri Marquis has already arrived this way, and it is estimated that the mission will begin tomorrow. The mayor has specially organized a gathering of Elemental Realm martial artists. After all, they are going to work together tomorrow, so they can get to know each other first and can bring a descendant. Do you want to come? Yiming thought for a moment. It was good to make a trip. Just from Wang Hongyer alone, he got a lot of news that he didn't know before. There might be new gains. Good. Where is it? Star Hotel, 15th floor. Call me when you arrive. Okay. See you tonight. Hanging up the phone, Yiming glanced at Zhang Zishan. Should he take him? After all, he was his first disciple, so it would be good to bring him over to see the world. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the principal of the first middle school is also in the Elemental Realm, right? He should be there. I wonder what he would think when he saw Zhang Zishan, the student he had expelled, on such an occasion. Zishan, there's an Elemental Realm party later on, so I'll take you there. Zhang Zishan raised his head and looked at Yiming with confused eyes. Ah, Elemental Realm? That was the Elemental Realm. The strongest person in Lishan Bay City was only in the Elemental Realm. Once upon a time, Hotian martial artists were unattainable existences to him. Now, Self could actually participate in a gathering of Elemental Realm powerhouses? This was a bit too sudden. What? Hurry up and give your mom a word. Go back later. Oh, good. On the other side, in the Star Hotel's logistics department, the logistics supervisor was lecturing a group of waiters. Tonight, there's a powerful martial artist party on the 15th floor. All of you give me 100 points. Smile and serve every customer with enthusiasm. No one is allowed to make any mistakes, or don't blame me for being impolite. I'll give you a precaution in advance. This gathering is mainly for Elemental Realm martial artists and Elemental Realm martial artist descendants. Each of them is an extraordinary existence. Oh, some of you may not know about Elemental Realm martial artists. Let me briefly explain. The fourth realm of a martial artist is the Elemental Realm. Our mayor and the captain of the law enforcement team are all Elemental Realm. It's your good fortune to serve them, but whenever someone can be recognized by them, a random reward of a little something will be able to match the wealth you've worked for years or even decades. But at the same time, this is also your misfortune. The more powerful the martial artist, the more lonely and arrogant their character is. If you accidentally mess with them, you should know the consequences in your own hearts. All of the customers' rewards and tips from this party belong to you, and the hotel will not take them back. Likewise, if you mess with the customers, don't expect the hotel to step in and bail you out. So, I'm giving you all a chance to raise your hands now if you want to quit. Think it over, you guys, especially the usual furtive ones. This time is different from the previous situation. All the waiters looked at me. I looked at you. And after a few moments of pondering, a few of them raised their hands with a wince. All right, you few stand aside first. But more people chose to gamble. In case it came true, wouldn't they just get rich? A few waitresses with good looks even thought about how they would maneuver a bit at night to gain the strong man's heart. The head of the logistics department saw through their thoughts with a glance and said mockingly, "Those with crooked thoughts had better put away your unrealistic ideas. Elemental Realm powerhouses want women, and more than enough women are willing to send them to the door. Thousands of gold, schoolgirls, white collars, and even presidents of major powers, they can get them with a wave of their hands. So certain people shouldn't waste their efforts, lest they offend their honored guests and get into trouble." She had been a supervisor for so many years that she could tell at a glance what people wanted to do. If she wasn't afraid that the honored guest would implicate the hotel, she wouldn't have even reminded. After those few waiters heard the supervisor's words, their looks obviously tightened up a lot, but there were also head irons that had to try. The supervisor shook her head after looking at them and didn't care about these guys. She looked towards the plain middle-aged woman at the back of the crowd. Although she was only a temporary worker and a bit old, she was down to earth and very careful. Originally, she had planned to have her transferred to a regular job, but she actually refused, only wanting to work odd jobs, the reason surprisingly being that a regular job was delaying her other part-time jobs. Sister Jiang, take a few people to set up the 15th floor in advance. Don't make any mistakes. Okay, supervisor. Sister Jiang brought a few attendants to the 15th floor and began to set up the venue. After a few hours of hustle and bustle, finally everything was ready. The supervisor came up to take a look and was very satisfied. Not bad. Sister Jiang, it's really a pity that you don't do this business. Full-time is very good. Do you want to consider it? The salary I can give you a higher one. 5,000 a month. How about it? The average waitress is only 2,000 yuan a month. The supervisor directly gave Jiang 5,000 a month, much higher than others, can see how much importance to her. However, Sister Jiang still shook her head and refused. Thanks to the supervisor, let's forget about it. If I do it here, I won't be able to do it part-time elsewhere. Again, the supervisor had heard this many times, and she had asked Sister Jiang about her situation, knowing that all her part-time jobs added up to tens of thousands of dollars a month. But that was exhausting. Almost always working part-time jobs, one after another, working 14, 15 hours a day, people were dragging themselves down. She had talked to Sister Jiang many times, to no avail. She would like to pay Sister Jiang more, but her own salary is only 10,000 yuan. Less than 10,000 yuan. Sister Jiang will not stay. It's a pity that such a careful waitress is not often seen. Alas, well, if you figure it out, you can find me. All get ready. The party is about to start. The supervisor commanded and turned his head to leave. The waiters on the side all looked at Sister Jiang enviously. If only they could be taken seriously by the supervisor, that would be great. Unfortunately, the time came to 2000 hours and the mayor of Lishan Bay City, who was the organizer, was the first to arrive. Lin Xingfeng was followed by a boy taller than him and walked into the Star Hotel. Star Hotel welcomes the mayor. The owner of the Star Hotel rushed forward and bowed in greeting. The waiters behind him hurriedly followed suit and bowed, revealing smiles as they said loudly, "Star Hotel welcomes the mayor's visit." Lin Xingfeng nodded and asked the boss, "Is everything ready?" The boss bowed with a fawning smile. "Don't worry, everything is ready." Lin Xingfeng looked at Lin Tianwu on the side and instructed, "Tianwu, wait here for your Uncle Gu. I'll go up first." "Okay, father. I know." Chapter 049. The Difference Between Elemental Peaks. Li Feiyu, who stepped into the threshold of spiritual power. After the boss brought Lin Xingfeng upstairs, he bumbled over to Lin Tianwu again. "You're the mayor's son, Lin Tianwu, right? I've heard of your great name for a long time now, a renowned teenage genius in the entire Lishanbei city." Lin Tianwu revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. He was indeed a genius. As early as his senior year of high school, he had already stepped into a Hotian martial artist. However, he was not the strongest student in first middle school. The number one in first middle school was Gu Yiren, his cousin. Gu Yiren had become a Hotian martial artist even a month earlier than him, and just that 1 month had caused him to become the second in first middle school. Many people thought that he was deliberately giving way to Gu Yiren. After all, they were cousins, but in reality, he really couldn't beat Gu Yiren. Gu Yiren's talent was one of the strongest he had ever seen. For the same feats and martial arts, Gu Yiren's comprehension speed was twice as fast as his. The boss continued, "Are you waiting for Captain Gu? I've heard that the Gu family also has a genius girl named Gu Yiren who is extremely talented." Lin Tianwu nodded with approval. "That's right. Yiren's sister's talent is indeed better than mine. She ranked first in first middle school. I ranked second." The boss's head directly went down. "Mama said the wrong thing," patting the horse's ass on the horse's leg. Luckily, the mayor's son didn't look angry, so the boss's hanging heart was released. After this experience, he did not dare to speak, can only be quiet on the sidelines waiting. Luckily, this awkward atmosphere didn't last long before Gu Yuanqing came over. "Good day, Uncle Gu." Gu Yuanqing brought Gu Yiren into the hotel, and Gu Yuanqing replied with a smile, "Tianwu, has your father already arrived?" "Yes, already up there." "Good. Let's go up then." Gu Yuanqing walked towards the upper floors, and only then did Lin Tianwu greet Gu Yiren. "Good day, Sister Yiren." Gu Yiren didn't say anything and nodded. Lin Tianwu didn't take it personally. Gu Yiren's personality was like this, cold to everyone. He followed Gu Yiren and asked quietly, "Yiren's sister, did Qingqing's sister not come?" Gu Yiren glanced at him and shook her head. "Father won't allow it." Originally, Gu Yuanqing had planned to bring Gu Qingqing. After all, Li Feiyu would also come over, but he was rejected by the Gu family lord. A hint of disappointment appeared in Lin Tianwu's eyes, then returned to normal. The three of them arrived at the 15th floor and met Lin Xingfeng. After 10 minutes, the principals of the first, second, and third middle schools also came. Of the 5 middle schools in Lishanbei City, only the principals of the first, second, and third middle schools were in the elemental realm, The principals of the 4th and 5th middle schools were all at the peak of the Zongshi. The 3 principals all had a junior with them. After all, it was a gathering of the elemental realm, and a teacher from the top martial arts university. Even if they weren't looked upon by the martial arts university, it would be good to make good karma by whichever elemental realm powerhouse looked upon them. Then Luang Hongye came. He didn't bring anyone with him. After all, the Luang family wasn't even in this base city. A few elemental realms saw Luang Hongye and came up to greet him. After all, they were people from the Luang Xian Pavilion. Luang Pavilion Master, long time no see. Huh, has an old brother knight come yet? Several people froze. Who was old brother knight? Only Gu Yuanqing, Lin Qingfeng knew of Li Feiyu's existence. The rest didn't know there was such a person. Gu Yuanqing shook his head. Elder Li Feiyu hasn't arrived yet. Ever since the last time he saw Li Feiyu's powerful fire elemental power attack in the neighborhood, he had been deeply shocked. Li Feiyu's strength was definitely no less than his own great-uncle, Lin Qingfeng. The principal of the 1st middle school asked curiously, Li Feiyu, senior? Is he the newest elemental realm in our Lishan-based city? Gu Yuanqing almost laughed out loud. Newly promoted elemental realm? Are you kidding me? He can beat 10 of me all right. Senior Li Feiyu is not a newly promoted elemental realm, but a peak elemental realm. His strength is estimated to be not much worse than the mayor. The remaining few people were shocked. Strength not worse than the mayor? How could that be possible? The peak of the elemental realm also differs greatly. Those who have not awakened their spiritual power, those who have entered the threshold of spiritual power awakening, and those who have fully awakened their spiritual power, the difference in the middle is not just a half a star. Mayor Lin Qingfeng, on the other hand, had already stepped into the threshold of spiritual power awakening and was able to simply mobilize his spiritual power and was only one step away from fully awakening his spiritual power. With this kind of strength, he could completely hang on to a normal peak elemental realm martial artist. This Li Feiyu who came out of nowhere was actually stronger than the mayor? Everyone's gazes looked towards Lin Qingfeng, who nodded silently. According to what Yuanqing said, Li Feiyu might have also stepped into the threshold of spiritual power awakening. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. It was actually true that he had stepped into the threshold of spiritual power awakening. One must know how many elemental realm geniuses were stopped by the threshold of spiritual power. The sovereign realm to the elemental realm was just crossing the threshold of becoming a strong person. The elemental realm to the control realm was the real path to becoming a strong person, and spiritual power was the cornerstone of this path to becoming a strong person. How many people have crossed the threshold, but have been standing still, unable to embark on the path of the strong? And after crossing the threshold of spiritual power awakening, becoming a strong person of the control realm was only a matter of time. One could be considered a quasi-control realm powerhouse. This Li Feiyu is actually so powerful, I'll have to get to know him then. Having crossed the threshold of spiritual awakening, wouldn't he become a control realm powerhouse sooner or later? I didn't expect that our Lishan base city would actually have the arrival of such a powerful person. But the spiritual nimbus should be useless to him. Hey, it's useless to him. It's useful to his descendants, who doesn't have descendants. Lang Hongye smiled as he watched them gossip. Crossing the threshold of spiritual awakening? What a joke. Li old brother but has fully awakened the existence of spiritual power. Spiritual attack used that called a skillful ah. If they knew about it, they would be shocked. Several elemental realms chatted, and the juniors they brought along also chatted. After all, they were all elemental realm descendants. A few of them were all talented students of Lishan base city. They all knew of each other's existence, but it was the first time that a few of them had gotten together. Lin Tianwu, as the son of the mayor, was not the strongest one in there, but he was the one with the highest status. Under his leadership, the few people chatted happily. It wasn't long before the elemental realm powerhouses that had come to participate in the martial ministry's mission also arrived. The first to arrive were the teachers and students of the 4 top martial universities, and all of a sudden, 20 elemental realm powerhouses came. The 4 top martial universities were the Jinghai Martial University, the Southeast Martial University, the Tianlong Martial University, and the Military Martial University. The 4 teachers that came over were all peak elemental existences, and most of the students were beginning to enter the elemental realm, while a small number of the students had already reached the 4th level of the elemental realm, becoming mid-elemental realm martial artists. Chapter 050, Top Martial Arts University. Luang Yuju. The 4 top martial arts universities were the dream martial arts universities of all high school students. They not only symbolized honor, but also represented the pinnacle of strength of the younger generation. One of them, Jinghai Martial University, was located in Jinghai Bay City, the largest and most prosperous Bay City in the entire Federation. It had the most powerful faculty, and the founding father was the strongest man of mankind who had led mankind out of their predicament hundreds of years ago, winning invincible. The name of the military martial university may seem generic, but it was the direct martial university of the Ministry of Martial Arts, and if one excelled at the school, one could even join the ministry directly after graduation. The Southeast Martial University was located in the Shindu Bay City in the Southeast region, and the Tianlong Martial University was located in the Upper North Bay City. Both were founded by martial artists from the private sector, and had metamorphosed from an ordinary martial arts university to the current top-tier martial arts university. 4 years of training a Hotian martial artist to an elemental realm martial artist could only be done by a top-tier martial university. And this time, the few graduating seniors who came were not the most powerful batch in their respective martial university and could only be considered as the students at the front of the line. One could imagine how powerful the top martial universities were. When Lin Qingfeng and his group saw the arrival of the people from the martial arts universities, apart from Luang Hongya, the rest of them greeted them. After all, apart from Luang Hongya, the rest of the few elemental realm juniors still had to take the entrance exams. If they could enter one of the martial arts universities, it would be considered a successor. Lin Qingfeng was not good at flattering too much. After all, he was the mayor. While Gu Yuanqing on the side took the initiative to open his mouth and take over the job. Several teachers, welcome to Lishan Bay City. Inside, please. Trouble everyone. The several people came to the table at the very front and sat down. Several teachers, let me introduce you. This is the mayor of our Lishan Bay City, Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng bowed his hand and said to the 4 teachers, my name is Lin Qingfeng. Meet the 4 teachers. My name is Jinghai Martial University's Old Wetjia. Meet Mayor Lin. My name is Yushan from the Southeast Martial University. Meet Mayor Lin. My name is Zishan from Tianlong Martial University. Meet Mayor Lin. Military Martial University. Ding Lingling. The 4 teachers, 3 men and 1 woman, the rest of them except for the Military Martial University were polite and returned the salute. After all, the mayor was personally appointed by the Ministry of Martial Arts. Only Teacher Ding of the Military Martial University, because he was originally from the Martial Ministry, didn't have that much to worry about. Only after the 5-peak elemental realm had all been introduced did Gu Yuanqing begin to introduce the rest of the people. My name is Gu Yuanqing from the law enforcement team. I'd like to introduce you teachers to a few people from our Lishan Bay City. This is the Pavilion Master of the Luangxian Pavilion's Lishan branch, Luang Hongya Luang Pavilion Master. Luang Hongya nodded at the few people. Although his strength wasn't considered the strongest, his status could be considered the highest one besides Lin Qingfeng. Luang? Your Excellency is a member of the Luang family? Teacher C of Tianlong Martial University suddenly opened his mouth and asked, while glancing at a female student behind himself. The female student calmly said, Luang Yuzhu has met Uncle Hongya. Luang Hongya looked at the student who had spoken, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Yujiwa, I didn't expect you to be here as well. How is your father doing recently? Thanks to Uncle's concern, my father is well. Luang Hongya looked at Luang Yuzhu's appearance and didn't say anything more. The boys beside Luang Yuzhu quietly asked, It's really your Luang family. Why are you so cold? Luang Yuzhu glanced at Luang Hongya and didn't take him seriously. If it wasn't for Teacher C opening her mouth, she wouldn't even want to bother with Luang Hongya. It's just a collateral lineage, and the talent isn't very good. Otherwise, why would it be in this kind of base city? Her voice was small, but the people present were all in the elemental realm, so how could they not hear her? Luang Hongya's face changed slightly, but he immediately recovered and treated it as if he hadn't heard it. Luang Yuzhu was the first line genius of the Luang family. She was already in the elemental realm at a young age, while he was over 40 years old and was only in the elemental realm. The difference between the two was not generally large. Moreover, Luang Yuzhu's father was still a martial artist of the 7th realm, and he was just a collateral lineage. The rest of the few people in Lishan Bay City all pretended that they didn't hear it. After all, it was the Luang family's family matter. It was not good for them to say too much, not to mention that it also involved an elemental realm genius. Lin Qingfeng frowned, saying Luang Hongya he could pretend he didn't hear, but saying Lishan Bay City was a bit excessive. He was the mayor of Lishan Bay City. Saying that Lishan Bay City wasn't working wasn't just slapping him in the face. He was about to open his mouth when Mr. C spoke. Sorry everyone, they've been in school for a long time, and they've drifted a little bit from being held up every day. Yushan from Southeast Martial University snorted coldly and said mockingly, Hemph, I don't think it's just the students who have drifted. It's you, Tianlong Martial University, who have drifted. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Si Zishan was unimpressed by Yushan's mockery. This kind of thing was too common. Tianlong Martial University and Southeast Martial University were themselves in a state where no one could see eye to eye with each other. The two martial arts universities were notoriously hostile to each other. Not only were the teachers hostile, but so were the students. Tianlong Martial Arts University is established by the family. Most of the students inside are disciples of the family. All of them are very arrogant, looking down on ordinary students. The Southeast Martial University was the opposite. It was established by strong commoners, and the students were almost all commoners, with very few family disciples. Family and commoners are two classes. How can they get along as equals? Under the friction between the two, the conflict intensified. There were even rumors that the first president of the Southeast Martial University was treated unfairly at the Tianlong Martial University, which was why he started the Southeast Martial University in order to have a fair, equal martial arts university. Heh, your Southeast Martial University is all about powerful mouths. Your strength is not good. Surname C, say that again. Saying it again 100 times is the same. Is your Southeast Martial University as powerful as our Tianlong Martial University? Come and fight. Let's see who's better. Come on, who's afraid? The two were about to quarrel, but the two teachers from the Military Martial University and the Jinghai Martial University on the side didn't have the slightest intention of trying to dissuade them. They had seen this kind of situation many times and could not be dissuaded by one or two sentences. Suddenly, Lang Hongya's eyes lit up and he stood up and walked towards the door. At the entrance of the 15th floor, Yiming, oh no, Li Feiyu brought Zhang Zishuan over. Just when Yiming had two eyes and didn't know where to go, Wang Hongya's voice came over. Elder brother Knight, you're finally here. Didn't you say to call before coming over? So that I can go down and pick you up? Li Feiyu also revealed a smile when he saw Wang Hongya, finally seeing a familiar face. Elder brother Wang, how can I be so kind as to let you pick me up? Just come up yourself. Wang Hongya happily patted Yiming's shoulder and looked at Zhang Zishuan on the side. This one is... Wasn't elder brother Li's senior brother Yiming? Why didn't he bring Yiming this time over, but instead brought a youngster he didn't recognize? Chapter 051, Clash. Is the seventh realm very dangling? This one, is one of my division's juniors, called Zhang Zishuan. Zishan, this is the pavilion master of the Luangxian Pavilion. A strong person of the elemental realm, just call him, call. Yiming was a bit confused. What to call him? Just call Uncle Wang. Zhang Zishuan glanced at Yiming, who nodded. Zhang Zishuan meets Uncle Wang. Hey, good. Luang Hongya pulled out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhang Zishuan. This bottle of Qi blood elixir will be taken as a meet and greet gift for you. Zhang Zishuan was directly dumbfounded. Of course he knew about the Qi blood pill. It was even more expensive than the Qi gathering pill he used to take. The Qi gathering pill was an elixir that martial artists took before. It also boosted Qi and blood, but there was certainly no way to compare it to the Qi and blood pill. Qi and blood pills were pills that could only be taken by Hotian martial artists, able to raise a martial artist's Qi and blood, and were essential pills for a martial artist's rapid advancement. A Qi gathering pill cost 1,000 yuan, while the price of a Qi and blood pill would be 10,000 yuan for one. A bottle was usually 10 pills, which meant that this bottle of pills was worth 100,000 yuan alone. Why don't you thank Uncle Wang? Yiming knew that 100,000 was nothing to Wang Hongya. After all, he had given away tens of millions of dollars in a single gift before. If it wasn't for Zhang Zishuan's low realm, Wang Hongya could have given away even more. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Luang Hongya waved his hand and said unconcernedly, what's the point of being polite? Come back to Luangxian Pavilion to find me when you run out and don't have enough. I can't help with anything else, but the Qi and blood pills are enough. What a big bully, taking our Luang clan's things and giving them away. I'll truthfully report this matter to my father, and then I'll see if you can still use the resources of the Luangxian Pavilion at will. Luang Yuzhu had a disgruntled face. She was the first line of the Luang family, and this Luang Hongya didn't give away things to himself, but instead gave away things to two brats. She was not able to look at a low-grade elixir such as the Qi and blood pill, but Luang Hongya's behavior made her feel that she couldn't hold her own face. Luang Hongya was a bit embarrassed and was about to say something when Yiming spoke. What are you? Didn't your adult teach you not to interrupt when others are talking? Yiming looked at Luang Yuzhu with a disgruntled face. What's in your way if elder brother Luang gives me student pills? Beep, 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 beep. The moment Yiming said this, everyone's face changed. Luang Hongya was even more alarmed and pulled Yiming and, Elder brother Li, don't say anything. She's a direct descendant of the Luang family. Her father is a martial artist of the seventh realm. Seventh realm within the entire human race was a powerhouse among powerhouses. Yiming froze for a moment. Seventh realm. Crap. Coming from such a big place. The rest of the people who had wanted to speak decisively closed their open mouths after hearing this. This was the seventh realm. Lin Tianwu and the others on the side held their breaths, afraid that taking a breath would draw the gazes of the crowd. Luang Yuzhu smiled coldly. This guy was completely asking for death. The seventh realm already belonged to the top echelons of the human race. How could he be insulted casually? Hee, you're the boldest I've ever seen. You actually dare to talk about even the powerhouses of the seventh realm? Who gave you the guts? Did Luang Hongye give you the guts? Thinking that a Luang Shuanga pavilion master from a garbage-based city on the list dares to point fingers at our Luang family? Garbage-based city? Lin Qingfeng clenched his fists but said nothing. What could he say? This was the daughter of a seventh realm martial artist. The alumni beside Luang Yuzhu also laughed and teased. So an elemental realm martial artist is so powerful and can even give people guts. It's really a long time ago. Hey, no way. I'm an elemental realm, actually don't know that self is so powerful. Next time I'll give the ant some guts. Maybe it dares to fight against the ferocious beasts. Ha, laughing me to death. A bug is a bug, and it still wants to fight against a ferocious beast. 1 foot and it'll be trampled to death. Several students laughed happily, and even Zishan on the side couldn't stop laughing, glancing at Yushan expectantly. Yushan was silent, ignoring Zishan's provocative eyes. A martial artist of the seventh realm. He couldn't afford to offend. Lang Hongye sighed and stepped forward to block Yiming. Yuzhu, this matter is my problem. I don't blame old brother Li. Give me a face, this matter will just go away, okay? Afterwards, I will resign from the position of Langxian Pavilion Master and give the position to the first family. Yiming froze for a moment, not expecting that Luang Hongye would actually be willing to pay such a large price. Elder brother Luang. You? Luang Hongye shook his head. Elder brother Li, you leave first. I will find a way to resolve things here. Alas, it's also my fault. I didn't expect to implicate you. You'd better talk to your master. Luang Yuzhu sneered and looked at Luang Hongye with disdain. Give you face? What face do you have? Calling you uncle just now was already giving you face. Do you think that after I report this matter to father, you'll still be able to work peacefully as the head of the Luangxian Pavilion? You can't even protect yourself, but you still want to save others. Luang Hongye's face was ugly, but he still blocked in front of Yiming and did not take half a step back. He truly did not expect that Luang Yuzhu would actually be such a character. Just seeing that self had given Zhang Zishuan a bottle of pills, he was so jealous. Previously, he had only heard of Luang Yuzhu's name, the genius of the Luang family, but he had not thought that this genius was so unbearable. He also blamed self. If he had known that Luang Yuzhu was coming, he would have prepared another lavish gift, and he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Yuzhu. Shut up, old thing. What qualifications do you have to call me Yuzhu? You're nothing but a waste from the sideline. Luang Hongye took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner rage. I am willing to hand over the profits of the Luangxian Pavilion for the past 10 years in order for you to spare old brother Knight this time. If it is reported to the family, the probability is that these profits will be turned over to the family, and you won't be able to get a single cent at that time. Luang Yuzhu's eyes flickered a little when she heard these words. Luang Hongye was right. If it was reported to the family, it would indeed not be her turn. Although Lishan Bay City was trash, there were nearly 10 million people. There should be quite a lot of money from 10 years of operation. Ahem. Zishan suddenly coughed and spoke. Yuzhu, Luang Gu has been in charge of Luangxian Gu for so many years. For the Luang family there is no merit but also hard work, almost line. This can't be blamed on him. After all, Lishan Bay City, this small broken base city, what kind of genius can there be? It's normal to not have seen any knowledge. Luang Yuzhu made up her mind inwardly and nodded her head. Since my teacher has opened his mouth, I will give you face. Remember what you said. Otherwise, I will truthfully report my father. Yiming suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Luang Yuzhu. Are you a 2-year-old? You have to tell your father about everything, daddy treasure girl? Did I say anything about your father? I've been talking about you, a giant baby, from beginning to end. What does it have to do with your father? Besides, is the seventh realm cool? Chapter 052. Let your father beat me up? Fey attribute. Is the seventh realm cool? Is it cool? Is it cool? Is it? Yiming's words echoed throughout the hall, shocking everyone present. How did he dare to say this? This was the seventh realm, the battle power of the upper echelons of humanity. He actually looked down on the seventh realm and even fired a direct map cannon. This was no longer a matter of whether or not Lan Yu was willing to hide it. If Lan Yu was given 1,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to hide this matter. Lan Hongya's face went straight to green. My ancestor. You're not my little brother anymore. You're my own father. I've wasted a lot of effort and just got through to Lan Yu, willing to suppress this matter, and then you came up with this. This is the end. There are so many people here. As long as the word gets out, there will be countless strong people coming to find Yiming's trouble. Elder brotherly, you're? Alas, I can't help you anymore. The big deal is to die with you. Lan Hongya shook his head in frustration. There was no way he could get out of this matter. How bold. You're the one who's a father's treasure girl. How dare you insult a martial artist of the seventh realm? Lan Yu heard the first few words and became furious. She was most annoyed with people saying that she was a father's treasure daughter. Her father had said that daughters were their father's sweet little coats, so it was right to give him everything. A crowd of complicated gazes fell on Yiming's body. There was shock, there was horror, there was disbelief. So what if I insulted? Let your father come and beat me up. Yiming spoke without shock. This sentence was like throwing a bomb on the calm water surface, splashing countless waves. Crap, he's gone crazy. Letting a seventh realm martial artist beat him up? Where did this fool come from? This kind of even if he was cured, he would still be drooling. Drooling, proud and arrogant, insulting the top echelons of the human race. Deserves to be killed. A few students from the Heavenly Dragon Martial University were first shocked, then they spoke out in mockery. Lan Yu snorted coldly. You're not worthy of letting my father do it. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to provoke a martial artist of the seventh realm. As soon as Lan Yu raised her hand, the temperature of the entire floor instantly dropped to freezing point. Lin Tianwu realized that ice had formed in the glass of water in front of him, and the gas that spewed out of his mouth was actually a white mist. Ice attribute? Yu Shan frowned. It was actually a heterogeneous attribute. Elemental realms could convert their own qi and blood power into elemental power by fusing elemental treasures, but general elemental treasures were usually the 5 types of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 attributes were the most common attributes and the easiest to fuse. In addition to that, there were wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness, which were 5 rare attributes, also known as Fey attributes. These 10 attributes were the 10 elemental attributes discovered by humans at this stage. The fusion of heterogeneous attributes not only required a strong physique, but also enough luck to be able to possess a heterogeneous attribute treasure. The price of a heterogeneous attribute treasure was more than 10 times the price of an ordinary attribute treasure. However, when one thought of Lan Yu's status as a member of the Lan family, it seemed like an ice attribute treasure wasn't so outrageous. When Lin Qingfeng, who was standing on the side, saw the movements of Lan Yu, a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. A beginner in the elemental realm actually dared to make a move against a peak elemental martial artist, so purely looking for abuse? So what if the ice element, the Fey element, was more powerful than the same realm, and might even cross 1 or 2 small realms against the enemy? But Yiming is the peak of the elemental realm, or the peak of the elemental realm that has stepped into the threshold of spiritual power. Lan Yu could not possibly be an opponent. What's more, Gu Yuanqing had told him that Yiming not only had the ordinary attribute fire attribute, but also the exotic attribute wind attribute. Lan Yu's mouthful of garbage-based city had long been dissatisfied within him, so it was just time for Yiming to teach her a good lesson. It was just a pity that Yiming, a genius, had actually offended a 7th realm powerhouse. Otherwise, he really wanted to have a good relationship with Yiming. Slowly, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Lan Yu's hand was raised, but how did she stay in one position and remain motionless? Her body was trembling slightly, as if she was trying her best to move, but she just couldn't. Lan Yu was being controlled? Can't move. What have you done? Lan Yu's terrified voice confirmed the rest of the people's suspicions. What exactly did Yiming do? So many people present froze and did not see how Yiming did it. Yiming retracted his gaze. A mere elemental realm still wants to fight with himself? Is he worthy? Ever since he learned about the existence of spiritual power from Lan Hongya, he knew that he was invincible in the elemental realm. Anyone without an awakened spiritual power cannot resist self's illusions, even if he is at the peak of the elemental realm. Yiming felt that self's illusion art could even affect a strong person of the control realm when taken by surprise. What was a strong person of the elemental realm? Himph, wanna fight me? Are you worthy? A mere elemental realm, a piece of trash. A small D-ranked ninjutsu fixation technique made Lan Yu unable to move. Fixation jutsu, also known as golden binding jutsu, could make the enemy unable to move. It came in two types, illusion and ninjutsu, and the golden binding technique rewarded by the system had both. What Yi Ming had just cast was the illusion art, the golden binding art. Elemental realm. Trash? These words might even be shocking if they were in someone else's mouth, but they seemed to be just like that in Yi Ming's mouth. After all, this guy didn't even put a 7th realm martial artist in his eyes, let alone a 4th realm martial artist. Although the words were said this way, the several elemental realm martial artists at the scene were all very upset inwardly, but they just didn't open their mouths because they didn't know how Yi Ming actually did it. Humph, Your Excellency has a big mouth. The others could hold back from speaking, but prophecy really could not. The one who was controlled was a student of their Tianlong Martial University. If he, the teacher, didn't open his mouth, wouldn't he be a joke to others? Humph, which martial arts university student are you? So uneducated. Doesn't it mean that you think you can underestimate all the elemental realms just because you've learned some crooked ways? I'll teach you a good lesson for your teacher today. Zishan stood up, and he could feel Yushan's smirking gaze staring at him. Yi Ming's gaze landed on Zishan, and his brows furrowed. What are you? Are you talking to me? Zishan's face was unsightly. He had been a teacher of Tianlong Martial University for so many years, and it was the first time he was scolded. Listen carefully. I am the teacher of the Heavenly Dragon Martial University, Zishan. I really don't know what kind of school can teach students like you who have no regard for others. If I knew about this, I would have to have the Ministry of Martial Arts cancel the enrollment qualifications of this school. It's a mistake. Zishan? Zhenjisi? The legendary dragon riding clay? What kind of school, anyway? It's not the kind of trash school like Tianlong Wuda. No wonder this pig is so arrogant. Seeing you, I know. Pig? What pig? Where did the pig come from? Chapter 053, Golden Binding Technique. The time-limited quest was released. Everyone froze for a moment before they reacted and looked at Lan Yu. This pig was talking about her, right? Lan Yu also reacted and cursed loudly. You're the pig. Your whole family is a pig. Zishan's face turned green, obviously infuriated. Good boy, sharp teeth. I want to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. A long sword suddenly appeared in Zishan's hand. He pulled up a sword flower aimed at Yi Ming. A golden aura surrounded the long sword, causing the surrounding students to feel as if their skin was being cut open, and they had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Zishan's hand flung out. A golden sword chi slashed out. The golden sword chi was like an instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Yi Ming, instantly cutting Yi Ming in half. Himph, I thought how powerful it is. The whole thing is just a flower show. Sita really want to put the sword away, but realized that Yi Ming, who turned into two halves, just fell to the ground and stood up again. Two petals can see the organs of the body began to rapidly recover. In the blink of an eye became two identical Yi Ming. Zishan's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, how is this possible? He picked up his sword and swung out another golden sword chi, this time at Yi Ming's head. I don't believe you can still recover after your head falls off. Yi Ming's two heads suddenly flew up, and just when Zishan thought that Yi Ming would surely die, a body actually grew under Yi Ming's two heads. The two headless Yi Ming had two heads growing out of their bare necks. Two swords down, Yi Ming not only did not die, but also turned from 1 to 4. Zishan inwardly could not help but surge a burst of fear. This Yi Ming in the end, what is it? How can it not be killed? He frantically sent out his sword. Golden sword chi flew out one by one, drowning the 4 Yi Ming. By the time he stopped, the 4 Yi Ming standing in the distance had already turned into pieces of broken meat. However, in the next second, hundreds of Yi Ming appeared in Zishan's horrified eyes. Impossible. What kind of monster are you? Zishan frantically began to swing his sword, and with each swing, a few more Yi Ming appeared on the field. His eyes also grew more and more fearful and terrified. The people around him stood far away, looking at Zishan with puzzled faces as he madly swung the sword in his hand. They didn't know what was wrong with this guy. Just now, he looked like he was going to fight Yi Ming, and his gold elemental force was attached to his sword. But in the next second, the elemental force was withdrawn, and he even swung his sword in a pretentious manner. His mouth was chanting as if he had already cut Yi Ming down to the sword. Then Zishan started to swing his sword inexplicably, saying some strange words, and his sword dance was so dense that the people around him didn't dare to stop next to him for fear of being cut. Everyone else stepped back, but Lan Yu couldn't move. She could only stand in place, feeling the wind of the sword drifting past her body. Her hair was cut off a few strands. "You guys, take me there too. Teacher, you're going to cut me." The students on the side hurriedly pulled Lan Yu to her body. Lan Yu was relieved, but unfortunately she still couldn't move. "What's wrong with teacher? Why is she acting like she's crazy? Her mouth is still babbling." "I don't know. It can't be some weird disease, it's kicking in now. How could it be possible that a peak elemental realm could get sick?" The faces of the few peak elemental powerhouses present changed. Zishan's condition seemed to be known to them. Spiritual power attack? Wasn't that a means of the control realm? Or was it that Yiming had not only fully awakened his spiritual power, but had also mastered a spiritual power attack move? Even Wang Hongya beside Yiming was a bit shocked. This spiritual power attack seemed to be different from the last one. 2 mental power attack moves? Is Elder Brother Li actually this powerful? Perhaps Elder Brother Knight's master is also very powerful and might not even be afraid of a 7th realm martial artist? That's why he dared to provoke a 7th realm martial artist like that. The more Wang Hongya thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Old Brother Li didn't look like the kind of person who didn't have a brain. He must have a way to deal with 7th realm martial artists. Maybe it's his master, who is also a 7th realm martial artist. There is still a chance for this matter to turn around. As for the 8th realm, he doesn't dare to think about it. None of their long family had an 8th realm martial artist. The 8th realm was already the peak strength of the human race. "Hey, that pig." Yiming suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. This time, no one dared to belittle him. Those students weren't fools either, and this time, they also reacted to the fact that their own teacher had been hit by a spiritual power attack. Everyone, including the teachers of the remaining 3 schools, looked at Yiming with fear, not realizing that this young man, who was as old as their students, had actually surpassed them in strength. This strength was properly capable of becoming a control realm martial artist. Lan Yu at the moment inwardly regretted, since why had to be brave to open his mouth against him. No wonder Wang Hongya looked arrogant and respectful. Such a young future controlling realm powerhouse, it was too normal for him to flatter Yiming. Maybe Yiming could even become a 6th realm martial artist in the future. If any of the Wang family members were here, they would probably make choices similar to those of Wang Hongya. Lan Yu felt a little aggrieved inside at the moment. "You're so powerful, why didn't you say it earlier?" Causing self and teacher to make a joke. "Alas, a little bit miss father. If only I could contact father. He would definitely take it out on me." "Pig, I'm talking to you. Aren't you going to ask your father to beat me up? Call him now." The moment Yiming's words came out, it directly dumbfounded everyone present. What? Getting a 7th realm martial artist to come and beat him up? Come for real? It was fine to talk about it before, but now he really wanted to contact a 7th realm martial artist? A trace of joy flashed in the eyes of Wang Hongya on the side. Sure enough, old Brother Li was so emboldened. His master must be very powerful. But how could Wang Hongya know that Yiming had a hairy master? The fact that he was so arrogant was entirely due to a task that the system had just released, and he wanted to complete the task to do so. Just before, when Wang Yu provoked him, he received a task from the system. This was also why he spoke out of turn and provoked repeatedly. It was really because the reward given by the system was too generous. He had to do it. Ding. Detected someone provoking the host? The host can tolerate it. The system can't even tolerate it. A mere daughter of the 7th realm dares to provoke the host. The system is the host's strongest backing. Releasing a time-limited task, requiring the host to ruthlessly dislike the other party within 10 minutes and draw out a strong person of the 7th realm to attack or send out an intention to attack. Mission reward: 8 gates of recluse. Carrying out an attack is not to mention. Sending out an intention to attack means the intention of wanting to strike. Regardless of whether to strike or not, having that intention is considered completing the mission. And the reward of the mission: the strongest physical art, the 8 doors of transportation. Chapter 054, the 8 gates of transportation. Time-limited quest completed. The 8 gates of evasion was ridiculously strong as a top-level physical art, and it could temporarily gain great power by unlocking the channels that bound chakra within a person's body. There are 8 gates within each person's body, and it is these 8 gates that inhibit and control the flow of chakra in the meridian system where it flows. They are the open door, the rest door, the life door, the injury door, the door of dew, the Jiang door, the surprise door, and the death door. When the 8 gates are fully opened, It is also known as the 8 gates of transported armor formation, and one can instantly gain power dozens of times above the shadow level, but when the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, one's own life force will be burned out until one dies. The more powerful the caster is, the more the power of the 8 gates of evasion will increase exponentially. Although the 8 gates of evasion are powerful, they are not easy to use. Everyone has 8 doors, but must exercise to be able to withstand the load of opening the 8 doors. To use the 8-door recluse, 8-door recluse open body parts and organs will be subjected to superload. If the physical quality is not in place, it is estimated that the first time you use it will die. However, this still does not affect it as the representative of the strongest body art. There was once an upper ninja who opened the formation of the 8 gates of the transported armor and almost kicked a 6th path level powerhouse to death with a single kick. It was known as the upper ninja who almost kicked the big finish. The 4th realm almost kicked the 8th realm to death with one kick. Just think about how strong it was. This was why Yi Ming wanted to complete this mission no matter what. As for provoking a 7th realm powerhouse and letting a 7th realm powerhouse beat him up, the system would never really let a 7th realm powerhouse come and beat him up, unless the system wanted to change hosts. Ding. Hosts don't think nonsense. This system is bound to live and die with the host and will never live and die. What's more, it's just a 7th realm. The host should trust this system. Aha, I believe in you. So you mean you have no way to unbind it, right? Don't say some melodramatic words about sharing the same life and death. Why don't you come up with something practical? The system fell silent for a long time. Ding. The time-limited mission ends in 3 minutes. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system shifted this topic very well, and Yi Ming's spirit instantly perked up. He looked at Lan Yu and said viciously, "Do you hear me? Hurry up and contact your father. I'd like to see how much a 7th realm martial artist hangs." Lan Yu's body trembled. She didn't know if Yi Ming was serious or testing her. It must be testing her. After all, she couldn't even move right now. How could she contact her father? "Big brother, don't worry. I definitely won't tell my father. I don't know anything. Nothing happened today. Just let me go." Yi Ming lifted the golden binding technique. Lan Yu's body went limp and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, she grabbed the sleeve of her classmate beside her, which prevented her from making a fool of herself. "You can move now. Hurry up and contact your father." Contact father? This idea flashed through Lan Yu's head, but it was immediately thrown away. If Self dared to take out her cell phone, she might die in the next second, even if her father knew about it afterward. So what? Self was already dead. No, can't trade lives with him. Self still has a lot of years left. "Big brother, I won't contact my father. Really, I'm true to my word. I swear by the martial arts. If I contact my father afterward, I won't be able to for the rest of my life." "Stop." Yi Ming immediately interrupted Lan Yu. "What the hell? If you swear and don't contact your father, how am I going to get the reward? Just now, you had a mouthful of father, but now that you need to use your father, you're silent again?" "Resolutely not. I'll give you 2 choices. Either I fuck you to death, or you get your father to fuck me to death. 1 minute if you don't call, I'll fuck you up." Lan Yu's entire body was confused. He's going to fuck me in front of so many people? Yi Ming glanced at the few classmates beside her and pointed at them. "And you guys, you were laughing so hard just now, right? If she doesn't contact her father, I'll even fuck you all together." Tianlong Martial University's several students' faces were green. One by one, they regretted so much. Just now, why did Self's mouth so cheap? Looking at the teacher who was still waving his sword back and forth like a fury, his mouth chattering, they decisively began to dissuade Lan Yu. "Yu, get in touch. Yes, your father is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. You give your father a good talk. There's still room to turn this matter around. Yeah, it's better for you to call yourself than for him to take your phone and call him." After a few people said this, Lan Yu also felt that there was some truth in it. If you call yourself, you can still make a round, but if that guy gets the phone, it's hard to say. She is now full of how to live, revenge, and whatnot are all afterthoughts. Lan Yu tremblingly took out the phone and called her own old man. Public release. After opening the public release, a huge ringtone resounded throughout the entire venue as if it was a countdown to death. Everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva and stared nervously at the phone. How exactly would things develop? It's so confusing. This situation was getting more and more confusing. With a beep, the phone was connected and a magnetic male voice appeared. "Good daughter, what's wrong? Did the trip go well? You've already arrived at Lishan Bay City, right?" Luang Yuzhu raised her head and glanced at Yiming, then forced herself to be calm. Arrived. Dad, I miss you. Good daughter, I miss you too. If you really can't, you can just go back to the Wang family. It's just a spiritual rosary. I can still get it. Good. Then I won't participate in the martial department's mission. Yiming glared at Luang Yuzhu and told her to get down to business. Luang Yuzhu's body trembled, then said, Can you come pick me up? I've met a friend here who wants to meet you. Oh, your friend? Wants to meet me? Far away in the Wang family, Luang Xingyun frowned as he sensed a sense of fear from his self-same daughter's tone. Even though it was only a trace and fleeting, he still felt it. Self's daughter was in danger? Previously, he had asked Luang Yuzhu not to participate in the mission of the Ministry of Martial Arts. The spiritual nimbus was more precious to others, but it wasn't impossible for the Luang family to get it. However, Luang Yuzhu just wouldn't come back, saying that she wanted to exercise herself. This time, he just opened his mouth and Luang Yuzhu agreed. There was obviously a problem. Luang Yuzhu is his only daughter, and he loves and cares for her very much. If something went wrong with her, he would kill the person who harmed her daughter even if he went to the Yellow Springs. Yes, is Zishan here? I have something to say to him. Luang Yuzhu glanced at Zishan, who was still madly swinging his sword, his face getting more and more hideous, and gulped. Teacher, see, he won't be here this time. Luang Xingyun's face changed. Something was really wrong with his own daughter. A powerful murderous aura instantly surged out from him. The entire Luang clan was enveloped under this powerful murderous aura. Ding! The killing intent of a 7th realm martial artist has been detected. The time-limited mission is complete. Obtaining the mission reward. 8 Gates of Evasion. Ding! A new mission has opened. Chapter 055 Special Mission. 6th Path Level Chakra. Temporary Ninjutsu Carousel. Ding! A mere 7th realm martial artist dares to provoke the host. This is not only an insult to the host, but also an insult to the system. A special mission is now being released. Special mission in release? Special mission has been generated. After accepting the mission, the host's shadow doppelganger can be teleported to the target location through the art of heavenly delivery, and at the same time open the temporary ninjutsu carousel. Through the temporary ninjutsu carousel, a temporary ninjutsu can be extracted. After extracting the ninjutsu at the same time obtaining Rokuto level chakra, ninjutsu, and chakra existence time is 10 minutes. The mission requires the host to kill or defeat a 7th realm martial artist within a 10-minute time frame. Mission reward, none. Do you accept the mission? Yiming froze for a moment. This mission, it was a bit tempting. 6th path level chakra. Wouldn't it be a direct 6th path level? To convert it, 6th path level is the 8th realm. 10 minutes of 8 realm experience card. Yiming was moved. He was moved by the 6 paths level experience card alone. Not to mention the fact that there was also a ninjutsu. The only beautiful thing was that there was no reward. System, why is there no reward? The system was directly speechless. Why was this host so shameless? How can he still have the nerve to ask for a reward? There is no reward. The host cannot accept it and then wait for a 7th realm martial artist to come and beat you up. Yiming was shocked. The system was digging a hole for self. Not accepting it would definitely be fucked by that pig's old man. Considering the fact that the system was so sincere in helping him out this time, self would just take the loss. Moreover, if the shadow doppelganger goes over and transforms into a body, it will be able to confirm the fact that he has a powerful master. After the promotion of the chakra way, should be able to be a little more bold. Even if someone wants to move him, they have to consider the master behind him. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, then I'll accept it reluctantly. The heaven sending technique sends the shadow split. The shadow split will be torn apart, right? The system works, don't worry host, there will be no problems. Does it accept the mission? Accept. Ding. The mission has been accepted. A temporary ninjutsu carousel is being sent down. Positioning in progress. Target location has been determined. Please prepare the host's shadow doppelganger. It will be teleported to Luang's house in 1 minute. Yiming's main body transformed into Li Feiyu to attend the party, but his shadow doppelganger was still staying at home. The shadow doppelganger briefly prepared and returned to the bedroom to unlock the door. In the next second, a white light flashed and the shadow doppelganger disappeared into the room. The shadow doppelganger blinked and appeared in a wooded area. All trees at a glance. Nothing to be seen. This is Luang's house? Why is it all trees? It couldn't be their home garden. It's huge. When is the main body going to turn the temporary ninjutsu dial? He's waiting for the big show. This was a huge manor, covering an area estimated to be hundreds of thousands of square feet. Not only was there a luxurious castle built, There were all kinds of villas. This was the headquarters of the Luang family, the Luangxian Pavilion, the largest trading chamber in the entire Federation. And the location where the shadow doppelganger was located was in the green belt of the Luang family. Inside the castle, the moment Luang Xingyun's aura emanated, it caused everyone to be shocked. They didn't know what had caused Luang Nebula's anger, and everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Suddenly, two figures appeared outside the door of the room and pushed it open. What's wrong, Nebula? What's happening? Calm down. Collect this aura of yours. Luang Xingyun took a deep breath and collected his self-possessed aura. He looked at the two people who had entered, and an ugly smile appeared on his face. Big brother, second brother, something might have happened to Yuju. What? The two men's faces changed. Something happened to Luang Yuju? Luang Yuju was the proud daughter of their Luang family, a genius who might have a chance to become a seventh realm in the future. How could something happen to her? Who is it? Who dares to touch my Luang family? I'll destroy his entire family. Damn it. Destroying my Luang family's hope? Really, damn it. Lishan Bay City, 15th floor of the Star Hotel. Everyone subconsciously held their breath as they looked at the cell phone in the hands of Luang Yuju. All of them had heard the words spoken from the opposite side. Luang Yuju's father's elder brother and second brother. Wasn't that the head of the Luang family and the chief of the Luangxian Pavilion? There were a total of 3 7th realm martial artists in the Luang family, namely Luang Yuju's father, Luang Xingyun, and Luang Xingyun's father, uncle. Although Luang Xingyun's elder brother and second brother were not 7th realm martial artists, they also had the strength of 6th realm martial artists, one in charge of the Luang family and the other in charge of the Luangxian Pavilion. The reason why Luang Xingyun wasn't the head of the family was because a 7th realm martial artist needed to stay on the front lines, sitting on the battlefield between the human race and the ferocious beasts. Luang Xingyun's father and uncle were on the frontline battlefield in the Moko Deep Ocean, and all three of them switched, one sitting in charge of the Luang clan while the other two went to the battlefield. The people of the Luang family guessed what was going on here. Luang Yuju panicked. She was really a bit scared now, afraid of being fucked to death by Yiming. Dad, I'm fine. You're thinking too much. I'm fine. Really? Dad. What did I just hear? You want to exterminate my entire family? Yiming suddenly made a sound, interrupting Luang Yuju's words. Who are you? Let Yuju go and everything will be fine, whatever you want. Yiming let out a laugh when he heard Luang Xingyun's words. What do I want? I heard that 7th realm martial artists are very powerful. Before I wanted you to come and beat me up, now my mind has changed. How about exterminating your entire family? Luang Hongye beside Yiming choked on the words and coughed out. Cough, old brotherly. I am also a member of the Luang family. Are you going to exterminate even me? Yiming froze for a moment, almost forgetting that Luang Hongye was still there. Luang Hongye hesitated for a moment and spoke. Elder brotherly, can you give me face? After all, I am also a member of the Luang family. Luang Yuju is young and impetuous. Afterward, I believe that they will definitely discipline them properly. Yiming was emboldened by this appearance, which more and more convinced Luang Hongye that he had a powerful master. Even though Luang Yuju's previous words had made him angry, he was ultimately a member of the Luang family, and the Luang family had treated him very well. Luang Yuju was thrilled at the moment, and his grateful eyes looked at Luang Hongye. Uncle Hongye, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Luang Hongye did not return her, he just looked at Yiming. Yiming sighed. Luang Hongye had previously blocked in front of him to absolve him, and was even willing to offer everything, even his life, so how could he refuse? What's more, in the beginning, Yiming did not think of destroying the Luang family. It was only when someone on the other end of the phone wanted to destroy him that he gave birth to this idea. After all, the Luang family's top powerhouses were also the top echelons of the human race, and there was no merit in fighting against the ferocious beasts, but there was also hard work. Good. If the Luang family doesn't give you face, I, Li Feiyu, will give you face. However, there is a price to pay for saying the wrong thing. Master, make your move. In the next second, Yiming opened the temporary ninjutsu dial, and a single bullish ninjutsu appeared on the dial. 8-gate transported armor formation. Super Shinra Heavenly Warrior. Earth exploding Heavenly Star. Heavenly hindering shocking star. Silver wheel transmutation explosion. Golden wheel transmutation explosion. 600 billion detonation talismans. Expansion of the Tao-seeking jade. The God Tree realm has descended. Full-bodied Susanoo. Senjutsu. Kizuna. True Thousand Hands. Chapter 056, Ultra. Shenla Tianj. 8th realm. Crap. Yiming people were numb. These ninjutsu are hanging to the point of no return. Taking out one of them casually, they could hang a 7th realm martial artist and easily destroy the Wang family. The system, this is a ruthless Yiming, who was having trouble choosing, really didn't know what to choose, but luckily it was randomized. He directly turned the dial and all the options began to slide. The formation of the 8 doors of transported armor went past, complete body Susanoo went past, and heaven's hindering shocking star went past. Finally, the dial stopped at Ultra, God's Rakugo. The moment the carousel stopped, a powerful chakra merged into the shadow fraction's body. If the chakra in the shadow fraction's body before was a small stream, the chakra in the shadow fraction's body now was a long river. The chakra within the shadow split's body directly soared to 100 million calories. This was just the beginning. The eyes of the shadow doppelganger suddenly appeared to turn red, and a hook jade appeared in its eyes. Then the eyes of the sharpening wheel of 1 hook jade turned into 2 hook jade and 3 hook jade. Then, the 3 hooks of jade began to rotate, turning into a kaleidoscope shuriken eye. The Sharingan eye spun faster and faster, and finally the hook jade within the eye turned into a strip of circles. This was the eye of reincarnation. The shadow doppelganger turned into the appearance of an old man, and with a slight lift of his foot, his entire body flew up. He didn't waste any time, and almost instantly arrived over the Luang clan's castle. I'll give you 3 minutes to leave. Those who are still in the Luang clan after 3 minutes will suffer the consequences. The shadow doppelganger's voice was small, but it spread throughout the entire Luang clan, and his voice surfaced next to everyone's ears. Inside the castle, Wang Xingyun had not yet reacted to what Yi Ming's words meant when he heard the shadow doppelganger's voice. Associating Yi Ming's words, he instantly knew what was going on. This guy actually had a master, and his master had directly found the Wang family. Wang Xingyun's elder brother and second brother both furrowed their brows. One of them was the head of the Wang family and the other was the head of the Wang Xian pavilion. Both of them were smart people. They instantly understood the current situation. Before they thought that some ungrateful person had offended the Wang family, but now it seemed as if there was a premeditated plan. How long had it been? And the other party had already entered the Wang family. Moreover, the Wang family had 3 7th realm martial artists, and now there was a 7th realm martial artist in attendance. The other party had dared to come over here, which meant that the other party was at the very least a 7th realm martial artist. Wang Xingyun's second brother was the first to react. He hurriedly said into his cell phone, "Little brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" After all, he was a businessman. He immediately realized that the other party's origin was not small, and it was best to make peace in this situation. This was in the Wang clan. If they really fought, not to mention if they won or not, the Wang clan would probably be destroyed. A fight between 7th realm martial artists was no joke. The 3 of them, Wang Xingyun, walked next to the window and saw the shadow doppelganger floating in the sky. Wang Xingyun handed his cell phone to his elder brother, while he flew himself into the air and stood opposite the shadow doppelganger. "Who is your excellency? Why have you come to our Wang clan?" Wang Xingyun carefully sized up the other party, but surprisingly, he couldn't tell the other party's details. The only thing that stood out about the other party was the eyes that were full of circles, making it feel very bizarre. He could be certain that he had definitely never seen such eyes before. "Me? Just a mediocre person. I didn't want to come either, but you guys bullied my disciple and tried to get him killed, so I had no choice but to come over here." As expected, it was that guy's master. Was this really just an accident? He didn't believe it. Maybe it was someone who saw that their Long clan was developing too well and wanted to knock them down a bit. "Your Excellency is also a 7th realm martial artist. Do you not even dare to say your own name?" The shadow doppelganger let out a laugh, as the saying goes, killing and setting fire to night flying rain, and revealing the Saint Han Tianzuan in front of people. "Old man's name? What's the harm in telling you? Hanli. Remember this name. The one who brought you despair. There are still 2 minutes left. In 2 minutes, the Luang clan will disappear from this place." Luang Xingyun's face was ugly. The name Hanli was completely unheard of. There were no Han's big name families in the Federation either. Hanli, your breath is too big. If you want to have a fight, why don't you go somewhere else? The shadow doppelganger shook his head. Saying the wrong thing and doing the wrong thing would require him to take responsibility. It would be good if he could beat Luang Hongya and give them a way out. The Luang family, ruined for sure. This was a good opportunity to establish authority. The more influence it caused, the more convenient it would be for the main body to act in the future. "Your Luang family is going to teach my disciple a lesson without questioning right and wrong. If my disciple didn't have me as his master, he might have been killed by you sooner or later, so you deserve all of this." There's still a minute left. Go back and get ready. The shadow doppelganger's reincarnation. I glanced at Long Xingyun, who instantly felt a huge power rush in. He couldn't feel the source of this power, but he could feel that it was fast and powerful. He fought as hard as he could to fend it off, but to no avail, and in an instant, he was sent flying, falling heavily beside his elder brother and second brother. Vomit! Luang Nebula spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground in a sorry state. Third brother, are you all right? Nebula, I have a healing elixir here. Take it. Luang Nebula took the elixir that was brought to his mouth and said to the two of them in shock. Quickly, leave. 8. 8th realm. He's in the 8th realm. Quickly evacuate the clan. Luang Nebula, he could be certain that this Hanli was definitely of the 8th realm. He, a 7th realm martial artist, did not have any ability to resist, and was severely injured after just being looked at. He could feel that the force had not only acted on the surface of his body, but his own internal organs had been impacted and had shifted. If he wasn't a martial artist of the 7th realm with a stronger life force, he might have died violently on the spot. As soon as the two words of the 8th realm came out, Luang Xingyun's elder brother and second brother were instantly confused, their eyes wide open. Unexpectedly, the guy in the sky was actually an 8th realm martial artist. They knew that there were only a few 8th realm martial artists in the entire Federation. They had all seen them before, and this one wasn't even among them. Where did this 8th realm martial artist come from? Luang Xingyun's second brother forced himself to calm down and said to his big brother at the side, Big brother, you go evacuate the clan first. The faster the better. He then helped Luang Nebula up and said to Yi Ming on the other side of the cell phone, Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Can you have your esteemed master stop first? Lishan Bay City, 15th floor of the Star Hotel. Everyone threw shocked gazes at Yi Ming. This guy's master was actually a martial artist of the 8th realm. That was the 8th realm. The top powerhouse of the human race was the 8th realm. The peak realm that humans could reach now was the 8th realm. A martial artist of the 8th realm is a legendary figure of the human race. But the disciple of such a legend is actually right in front of their eyes. Chapter 057. How many floors to carry a bag of rice? Breakthrough. Elite Upper Ninja. Luang Yuju's entire body was numb. Originally thought that Self was already a loser, with 3 elders of 7th realm martial artists in his family, and one was still Self's old man. She didn't expect that just after coming to this small place of Lishan Bay City, she had offended a disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. This probability was even smaller than her chances of winning the lottery. Why was this kind of thing encountered by her? She especially wanted to slap herself a few times right now. Of course, she wasn't the only one who wanted to slap Luang Yuju. The students next to her all wanted to slap her. Her father and her 2 uncles in the Luang family also wanted to slap her. It's not good to offend anyone, but to offend the beloved disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. Luang Hongya was even more dumbfounded. He had already overestimated Elder Brother Li's master, but he didn't expect to underestimate it. Elder Brother Knight was actually the disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. This kind of person was actually his little old brother, and Self was his big brother. Luang Hongya's entire body was dizzy, as if he had drunk too much. Now, even the Luang family had conceded. It was the Luang family. As a member of the Luang family, he knew best how powerful the Luang family was. But it was such a powerful Luang family that couldn't do anything about Elder Brother Li. A voice came from the cell phone again. Little brother, if it's really not possible, can you let your master wait for a while? It will take some time for the Luang family to withdraw. It was definitely impossible to make the other party not make a move. After all, the 8th realm martial artists had come, so they couldn't have come all the way for nothing. He could only think of ways to minimize the casualties. Yi Ming just wanted to refuse, but then he saw Luang Hongya's pleading eyes. Anyway, it had been waiting for a few minutes. It wasn't that bad. Originally, he thought that he still had to fight with a 7th realm martial artist, but he didn't expect to be fucked over so easily. 7th realm martial artists were indeed not great. A total of 10 minutes was all that was left, and there was no way for him to go somewhere else, so just wait for a while. Good. For the sake of my old brother Luang Hongya, I'll give you another 2 minutes. Thanks a lot, little brother. Luang Hongya, well, I know. The Luang family will remember your contribution. Luang Hongya gratefully glanced at Yi Ming. Luang Hongya wasn't that famous in the Luang family, he was just a little transparent. But after today, no one in the top echelon of the Luang family would not know his name, Luang Hongya. Being brotherly with a disciple of an 8th realm martial artist, as long as the Luang family wasn't stupid, Luang Hongya's status would definitely skyrocket. Luang family, after hanging up the phone, Luang Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief and bought another 2 minutes of time. Second brother, let's withdraw first as well. This senior doesn't seem to intend to rush all the people, thanks to this Luang Hongya. 3 minutes passed, and the shadow doppelganger in midair opened his eyes and saw the 3 Luang Xingyun who had retreated to the outside of the manor. The people in the entire manor had almost all withdrawn, and the martial artists who could fly with those who couldn't quickly left the location of the manor. Of course, besides the people, the financial ones were still in the manor. At this time, there is no one who is heartbroken about the finances. The people are gone. What do you need money for? Luang Xingyun looked at the clansmen still far away and was a little uneasy. The attack range of the 8th realm martial artists was too large. This distance was not sure if it would have an effect. Big brother, second brother, let's retreat a bit further back. Huh? Still retreating? This is tens of kilometers. Luang Nebula shook his head. The 8th realm martial artists were too powerful. It wasn't something he could guess. Retreat again. Hee, Senior Hanli seems to be saying something. His mouth is moving. Luang Nebula curiously turned his head to look, and it just so happened that he knew lip speak, coupled with the fact that a 7th realm martial artist's physical fitness was very strong. Even at dozens of kilometers, he still saw Han Li's lips. How many floors do I have to carry a bag of rice? What does that mean? Second brother, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know what it means? I don't know. An 8th realm martial artist still needs to carry rice? What else did he say? Luang Nebula looked at Senior Han Li's impassioned attitude and tried to read it in Senior Han Li's tone. A bag of rice needs to be carried several floors. Feel the pain. A bag of rice has to be carried on the 2nd floor. Think about the pain. A bag of rice has to be given more than one. Accept the pain. I'll wash the bag of rice. Understand the pain. I've washed so much mud in one bag of rice. People who don't understand pain. And that pile of black tiles. You can't understand true peace. There's mud in every ball. From now on, who gave you a bag of rice? Let the world feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensho. As he spoke, the shadow doppelganger flew higher and higher and higher. After the last sentence fell, the shadow doppelganger raised his hands and white light burst out. At the same time, on the ground, a powerful repulsive force violently appeared at the center of the manor, instantly spreading outwards in a circle. Wherever the repulsive force passed through, everything was destroyed. Whether it was a concrete villa, a steel foundation, nothing could resist this layer of repulsive force. The pupils of the 3 of them, Luang Xingyun, shrunk violently as a sense of deadly crisis lingered in their hearts. Run! Luang Xingyun grabbed his 2 brothers and used all his strength to fly towards the distance. However, the speed of the repulsive force was too fast, and in a single breath of time, it spread outside the manor, and before the 3 of them could fly out far, they were directly knocked out by this powerful repulsive force. The trio violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and were pushed out by the repulsive force at an even faster speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were almost at the location of the Luang family. Luang Xingyun's eyes were filled with the color of blood. Once this force crashed into the Luang family, none of them could survive. Don't. I don't know if it was Luang Xingyun's words that did the trick, but the power disappeared. The 3 were thrown into the crowd of the Luang family and smashed heavily into the ground. Family master. Second master. Third master. The Luang family members rushed to help the 3 out. The 3 were already weak, but they still braced themselves and allowed the people next to them to help them up. Many thanks to Senior Hanli for not killing me. After the trio finished speaking, their eyes went black and they fainted to death. The shadow doppelganger withdrew his own gaze and looked at his feet. The original luxurious manor was currently being left with a deep pit, and everything had disappeared. Where the repulsive force passed, the ground was scraped up, and the ground sank dozens of meters. At a glance, the wave of attacks had washed the ground for nearly 100 kilometers, shocking people. If it wasn't for the fact that if it continued to spread, Luang's family would have finished dying as well, the attack could have spread a lot more. He hadn't even used up his 100 million chakra amount yet. Alas, it was a pity. The shadow doppelganger automatically deactivated the doppelganger and disappeared in place. Lai Shanbei City, inside the 15th floor. Ding. Special mission completed. 100 million Kachakra has been consumed. 20 million Kachakra. 80 million Kachakra remaining. Ding. Obtaining the hidden mission reward. 800,000 card chakra. Congratulations to the host. Strength breakthrough to elite upper ninja. Total chakra amount 900,000 cards. Chapter 058. Rewarding all C-ranked ninjutsu. Ninjutsu Master. Yiming could feel that the chakra in his body had doubled 9 times at once, from the original 100,000 chakra to the current 900,000 chakra, 100,000 chakra short of becoming a shadow class powerhouse. I didn't expect there to be any surprises. Using the remaining chakra would actually return proportionally. Dog system, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have used 10 million cards of chakra. With 90 million Kachakra left, I can return 900,000 Kachakra, and I'll become a shadow class directly. Originally, the destruction of the Long family did not use 20 million cards of chakra, but he thought it was useless, so he used a lot of chakra. Not only destroyed the Long family surrounding also almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that the Long family was too close, he would have wanted to use up all 100 million chakra. Luckily, only 20 million chakra was used. Luckily, he listened to the words of Luang's elder brother and didn't lay his hands on him. Or else how could he have gotten this 800,000 card chakra? The system is silent, directly is not heard. Yiming also did not get to the bottom of it. Earned 800,000 cards of chakra for free is very good. Ding. The host strength breakthrough to elite top ninja. Reward all sea-level jutsu. Water dun. Iron cannonball. Pain in the sky feet. Earth dun. Cracked earth turn palm. Earth dun. Earthland return. Thunder abuse level Chio dance. Thunder dun. Thunder beast chasing teeth shadow dance leaf. Sickle and weasel art. Fox heart art. Ringing through. Water prison art. Chopping the air wave. Submerged in the shadow of the snake hand. Earth dun. Earth in the reflection of the fish technique. Wind dun. Big. Breakthrough. Magical illusion. Here ninjutsu. Fire transportation. Inflammation bomb. Crow split. Water transportation. Takara no jutsu. Finger carving seal. Water transportation. Water chaos wave. 5 seal boundary. Water split jutsu. Heart turning jutsu. Psychic jutsu. Golem jutsu. Fire transportation. Phoenix immortal fire jutsu. Fire transportation. Dragon fire jutsu. Reverse psychic jutsu. The surprise of the chakra hadn't even passed. The system sent another ninjutsu gift pack. In an instant, all the C-rank ninjutsu appeared in Yiming's mind. Illusion techniques, body techniques, evasive techniques, psionic techniques, sealing techniques, all of them flooded into Yiming's mind. Yiming instantly became a ninjutsu master. Previously, there weren't many D and E-ranked ninjutsu attacking ninjutsu, causing Yiming to be more or less flustered. Now it's good. All kinds of ninjutsu are available. The lack of firepower phobia was cured at once. When the upper ninja obtained all of the E-level, D-level jutsu, elite upper ninja obtained all of the C-level jutsu, that the shadow level shall not obtain all of the B-level jutsu. Super shadow could even obtain all A-rank jutsu? System, am I thinking correctly? Isn't it true that the super shadow will be able to obtain all A-ranked ninjutsu? Yes, the host's guess is completely correct. As a holy master of the chakra path, one must surely know all the means of the chakra path. These rewarded ninjutsu are all general ordinary ninjutsu, similar to Bloodline Limit, Bloodline Elimination, Bloodline Netsuke, White Eyes, Rider's Eye, and Eye of Reincarnation need to be obtained by other mission rewards. Yiming nodded. Self really did not guess wrong. Suddenly had a feeling of heartache. If less 10 million chakra, this would have been self already know all the B-ranked ninjutsu. He raised his head and scanned the surrounding area, seeing a pair of awe-inspiring eyes. When he looked at Lan Yu, his eyes became kind. This is not a haughty young lady. This is a child who delivers money. When Lan Yu saw Yiming's eyes, her head shrank and she wanted to hide inside. But the people around her were far away from her, so there was no place to hide. Only Zhang Zishan, who was on the side, had an excited look on his face. He did not think that Self's master grandfather was actually an 8th realm martial artist. As for Yiming's previous statement that his master was dead, it was directly ignored by Zhang Zishan. Self was actually the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. It was as if you were walking down the road and a piece of pie fell from the sky, which already surprised you, only for you to find out later that this pie was actually worth 10 million. This was even lower than the probability of winning the lottery. This would make his head a little dizzy from the sudden surprise. All right, I'll give Luang a face. Let's forget about this. Yiming looked at Si Zishan still swinging his sword and directly lifted the illusion. Si Zishan had gone crazy at this moment. The Yiming in front of him was getting more and more. When he was about to swing his sword again, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything has returned to the initial appearance. Yiming is still in the previous position, only since the people around the side of the people instead of standing far away. Si Zishan froze. What happened? His confused eyes looked towards Lan Yu and the other students, wanting to know what had happened. A few students on the side hurriedly ran to his side in 3 or 2 steps, whispering to him about what had just happened, fearing that he would be hot-headed and want to fight with the other side again. When Zishan heard the student's narration, his eyes became even more confused. He actually wanted to make a move against the beloved disciple of an 8th realm martial artist? The most important thing was that it hadn't even been one yet. Just after making a move, he was confused by a mental attack. One could only say that it was worthy of being the disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. Zishan's face instantly turned white, and he stammered at Yiming. Li, Senior Li, it is me who has eyes and does not recognize MT Tai. Please forgive me. Zishan hurriedly bowed and admitted his mistake, and the few students on the side also bowed 90 degrees and sincerely admitted their mistakes. Yiming waved his hand. He really didn't have any good feelings towards these guys. Get lost, don't get in the way here. Tianlong Martial University was still one of the top martial universities, but he didn't expect it to be so unpleasant. What teachers, what students, simply misguided. If Self didn't have a system, wouldn't he become their object of humiliation? Sita really do not dare to say anything more, with Lan Yu and other people directly left the hotel. Out of the hotel after a few people did not hesitate, directly left the Lishan Bay City, stay do not dare to stay. On the 15th floor, after the people of Tianlong Martial Arts University left, the entire hall briefly returned to lively. The people chatted, but they didn't dare to make too much noise, and their gazes still flicked to Yiming from time to time. Yiming, on the other hand, took Zhang Zishuan and walked over to Lin Qingfeng's table, where Lin Qingfeng and the others, including the teachers and students of the remaining 3 martial arts universities, stood straight, their muscles tensed, their expressions tense. Lang Hongya laughed at their appearance and reached out his hand to pat down Yiming's shoulder, but just as he lifted it up, he seemed to remember something and put it down again. Elder Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is the mayor of Lishan Bay City, Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng hurriedly stepped forward, bowed and extended his hands to shake Yiming's outstretched hand. Lin Qingfeng, meet Elderly Feiyu. Mayor Lin is polite, just call me by my name, no need to call me senior. Lang Hongya pointed at Gu Yuanqing again. This is Gu Yuanqing, we've met. Gu Yuanqing had a feeling of being flattered and similarly bowed and extended his hands. Li, Brother Li, we meet again. Yiming smiled and nodded his head. A trace of regret arose within Gu Yuanqing. He should have known to bring Gu Qingqing over. Gu Qingqing and Li Feiyu seemed to be more familiar. Alas, brother Ah, you have really missed the boat this time. Chapter 059. Ignorant Principle. Misguided. Luang Hongya introduced all the elemental realm powerhouses from the 3 martial arts universities, and all of them shook Yiming's hand very politely. In the end, there were just a few principals left from the high schools in Lishan Bay City, and the first one was the principal of the first high school. This one, the principal of our Lishan No. 1 high school, Zhu Xiangyang. Yiming raised his eyebrows. First middle school? He turned his head to look at Zhang Zishuan, who glanced at Zhu Xiangyang and retracted his gaze. I know about first middle school. Zhu Xiangyang revealed a smile, the creases on his face squeezing into a ball. He was already 60 years old, and there was probably no room for improvement in terms of strength. His only wish was to run his own school better and better, and to be able to make the students of his school stronger and stronger until they surpassed himself. This time the 4 top martial arts universities came to Lishan Bay City is an opportunity, and their relationship, as long as they can pay more attention to a middle school may be able to enter the top martial arts universities. At that time, not only will the ranking of the first school be higher, but there will also be more resources, and more strong people will appear in Lishan Bay City in the future. Originally, he just wanted to improve the relationship with the martial arts university, but he didn't expect that a disciple of an 8th realm martial artist would suddenly appear and know about the first middle school. This was an unexpected blessing. First middle school had a good reputation in the entire Lishan Bay City, the best school with the best students. Li Feiyu must have heard about the good reputation of first middle school from somewhere. Zhu Xiangyang forced back his inner excitement and said modestly, it's all just vanity. First middle school being the middle school of Lishan Bay City, teaching and educating people is what we teachers should do. Yiming gave a disdainful laugh and patted Zhang Zishuan's shoulder beside him. This is my nephew, called Zhang Zishuan. Does Principal Zhu know him? Zhu Xiangyang looked at Zhang Zishuan beside him and felt that he seemed a bit familiar, and his name sounded familiar, but he just couldn't recall it. This, don't recognize. I don't know which school's genius he is from. Forgive me for being short-sighted. I'm really not sure about other base cities. Zhang Zishuan glanced at Zhu Xiangyang. This guy doesn't even know who I am. So he fired me He's not a genius, an unproductive junior. He was expelled from school only a while ago. Zhu Xiangyang's eyelids fluttered, and he had an ominous premonition. He didn't know who Zhang Zishuan was, but he knew that their school had recently expelled a student who was at the bottom of the school. What was it called? It seemed like his surname was also Zhang, so it couldn't be Zhang Zishuan. What? Which school is so ignorant to expel even such a teenage genius? Yeah, this kind of school is simply misguided. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. How can they expel students? Isn't there still a few principals here? Why don't we release them into their school first and let Brother Jiang take the college entrance exam first? The students of the martial university said with angry faces, the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist must be a genius. Which school actually expelled a genius? The principals of the 3 schools didn't dare to speak. They had to know that not only did the first middle school expel the students, several high schools had expelled their students. They were now scared to death, afraid that this Zhang Zishuan was from their school, and were now racking their brains to remember what the expelled student was called. Gradually, the students and teachers of WUU on the side sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, this was a good thing, taking Zhang Zishuan, a genius, into their own school. And when the time came to get good grades on the college entrance exams, it would be beneficial to them without any harm. At this time, they should have opened their mouths to snatch it up. So why did they all keep their heads down, silent, and their bodies seemed to be trembling? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qingfeng coughed. It was impossible not to open his mouth. He actually knew about this matter. He had summoned all the dignified figures in Lishan City, including the principals of all the schools, told them about the task issued by the Ministry of Martial Arts, the arrival of the top martial arts universities, including watching the entrance exams of Lishan Bay City, all through his mouth. Originally, he just wanted the rest of the people to be prepared, so that when the time came, they wouldn't rush the alien elemental realm powerhouses. At the same time, he told the several principals to get ready, and it would be best if they could raise the rankings of the several schools in Lishan, who knew that these principals had directly expelled some students with very poor qi and blood. What could Lin Qingfeng say about their own school? In fact, he had sort of acquiesced to this matter. After all, by sacrificing a few people, he would be able to raise the level of education in the entire Lishan Bay City and raise the inclination of resources in the schools. Who knew that it was such a coincidence that there were actually 2 disciples and grandchildren of 8th realm martial artists in this batch of expulsions? A Yiming, the disciple of an 8th realm martial artist, and a Zhang Zishuan, the disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. This Nima, it really was too much of a coincidence. Li, brotherly. Alas, this matter The principal of the first middle school suddenly raised his head, his eyes firmly looking at Zhang Zishuan, interrupting Lin Qingfeng's words. Child, you are a student of our school, aren't you? At these words, several of the teachers and students of WUU looked at Zhu Xiangyang in surprise, while the other 2 principals breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zishuan nodded without saying anything. When Zhu Xiangyang saw Zhang Zishuan nodding, his entire essence declined. Alas, it's all my fault. I'm old and foolish. Son, I hope you don't blame first middle school. If you want to blame me as the principal. It's me who is obsessed with letting them expel you. Tomorrow I'll resign from my position as principal. It's better to go home and retire. Yushan, who was at the side, asked in some disbelief. Principal Zhu, this is where you're wrong. Little brother Zhang is a genius in general. Why would you expel him? Zhu Xiangyang sighed and because the teachers from the top martial arts universities will come to visit the entrance exam. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the performance is excellent, naturally you can raise your ranking, get more supplies tilted, cultivate more powerful students, and possibly even allow students to enter the top martial arts universities. But some students' chi and blood are just too bad, and it will affect the judgment of the school, so that's why I did this. If I remember correctly, your chi blood should only be 3 points. Zhang Zishuan was silent for a moment, and slowly uttered a number. 3.01. Everyone was shocked once again. A chi blood value of 3.01. So low? One must know that the rest of the people who brought their juniors were all Hotian martial artists. This was still just Lishan Bay City. In other Bay cities, becoming a Hotian martial artist before the entrance exam was a normal thing, and it wasn't even necessarily considered a genius. And Zhang Zishuan, the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist, actually only had 3.01 chi blood. Could it be that he had some other outstanding features? Yushan had some regrets. Why was his mouth so cheap? He had to ask this kind of question. Now it was good. He even implicated himself. I'm so cheap. The remaining 2 teachers from Wuhan University also glared at Yushan. You're the one who talks too much. Zhu Xiangyang smiled to himself and shook his head. Maybe it's because I'm really not suitable to be a teacher anymore. I couldn't detect your special talent. I'd like to take all the responsibility. I hope you won't blame first middle school. Chapter 060, Genius of the Tang Family. Tang Feiyu. Zhang Zishuan opened his mouth to say something, but still didn't say anything. Was he angry? Of course he was angry. Who wouldn't be angry when a candidate who was about to take the college entrance exam was suddenly expelled from the school? If he had made a mistake, he wouldn't have said anything. He was expelled just because his grades were too poor. Isn't school just a place for students to improve? If they can't improve, they're just expelled? Angry was angry, but on the other hand, he knew exactly how poor his talent was, and from the principal's point of view, it didn't seem unreasonable to do so. Yiming knows more than him. The adult world is like this, too normal. Whether it was Zhu Xiangyang, Niu Xiangyang, or Ma Xiangyang, they would all do this in this position. Sacrificing a poor student in exchange for the school becoming better should be something most people would be willing to do. Yiming expressed his understanding, but he couldn't accept it because he was expelled, and so was Zhang Zishuan. They felt very bad as that poor student who was sacrificed. As an adult, I expressed my understanding of your behavior, but have you ever thought about what happens to the expelled students? A teacher is to teach and educate. Since you can't do that, don't be a teacher. As Yiming's words fell, several principals breathed a sigh of relief. When this college entrance exam is over, I guarantee that I, as well as all the teachers in the first middle school who are related to this matter, will all resign and won't be mistreating the students in the future. Zhu Xiangyang was the first to show his attitude. As for waiting until the end of the college entrance examination, he was afraid that a sudden change of teachers would lead to the students' failure in the college entrance examination. After all, there was not much time left until the college entrance examination now. After Zhu Xiangyang finished speaking, Yiming's eyes looked at the principal of the second and third middle schools. The two hastened to say that they would be handled in the same way as the first middle school. Self-laying off, the relevant teachers resigned. Yiming nodded and said to Lin Qingfeng, Mayor Lin, please supervise, there are 2 other middle schools. Of course, don't chill the hearts of those teachers who are looking out for their students. After all, some teachers are slight in their words, and their arms can't twist their thighs. Perhaps there were teachers in any school who happened to be looking out for the students, except that the principal had ordered it, and there was nothing the teacher could do about it, and he didn't want this kind of good teacher to be fired as well. Anyway, this kind of teacher is not in the 5 middle school. The thought of self that break like class teacher, really do not know how he became a teacher. Today, the principal of the 4th and 5th middle schools didn't come, but Yiming didn't forget about them and wouldn't let them escape this. Lin Qingfeng nodded and hurriedly answered, All right, brotherly, I will definitely supervise it. Yiming patted Zhang Zishuan's shoulder and pointed to Lin Tianwu and the others beside him. You go over there and chat with them. This table was full of elemental realms. Zhang Zishuan, a student, wasn't quite fit to stay here, and he wasn't comfortable staying, so he might as well go and stay with those juniors and chat. Anyway, those who should know each other had already met, and everyone already knew Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan nodded and walked towards Lin Tianwu and the others. Yiming, on the other hand, sat down with these elemental realms and chatted. Of course, most of them were still chatting with Wang Hongya, and the rest of them were a little less daring to speak. There's no need to be so formal, feel free. On the other side, seeing Zhang Zishuan walk over, everyone stood up. Zhang Zishuan scratched his head. He was a bit at a loss when he came across this situation. You guys have a seat. My name is Zhang Zishuan. I'm Lin Tianwu. Since Brother Zhang has opened his mouth, let's all sit down and relax. As the mayor's son, Lin Tianwu still had good eyesight. He could tell that Zhang Zishuan was a bit rushed. Guiran. Brother Zhang, I'm Zhu Yud. Inside the Star Hotel, Sister Zhang, who had just finished her busy schedule, let out a sigh of relief as she ran forward and backward. Sister Zhang, it's almost 9 o'clock. The banquet is about to start. You bring a few resourceful greeters to the entrance of the 15th floor to welcome the guests. Sister Zhang's but had just been next to the stool when she was called away by the supervisor again. She hurriedly brought 4 of the more resourceful, younger female welcome guests to the 15th floor. You 2 stand at the entrance, and you 2 guard the elevator entrance. Remember, don't look around, don't talk nonsense. Bow when someone comes. Welcome, you all know that. I won't say more. I'll be in the hallway. Ask me if you have any questions. Sister Zhang gave the 4 female welcome guests a clear explanation before arranging a place for them. Just as they were arranged, the elevator doors opened and several middle-aged men and women walked in. Welcome, several honored guests. This way, please. Sister Zhang watched from the side and nodded. These were all old greeters who had done this many times. so there shouldn't be any problems. She was about to turn around and leave to see what else was wrong when the elevator door on the other side opened, and an older man walked out with a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Her eyes glazed over as she saw a familiar silhouette. Sister Jiang's pupils narrowed violently. Her heartbeat began to accelerate. An unspeakable emotion appeared in her heart, and her entire body turned directly away. Tang San, who had just come out of the elevator, glanced at Sister Zhang, retracted his eyes, frowned, and glanced again. This back seemed somewhat familiar. He was about to open his mouth when Tang Feiyu on the side pulled him. "Third uncle, what are you looking at? Hurry up and go in. I'm a little impatient to see this base city genius." Tang San retracted his gaze, a kind smile on his face. "All right, young Master Feiyu, but you shouldn't have too much expectation. After all, it's a small place with inferior people. What geniuses can come out?" Sister Zhang's body shook when she heard this, both hands clenching the corners of her coat tightly. Tang Feiyu smiled faintly, lifting his slender neck like a proud white swan. "That makes a bit of sense." The two of them walked into the 15th floor, and the first thing Tang Feiyu's eyes did was to look at Lin Tianwu and the others, before shaking his head. "Looking at the aura, it doesn't seem strong." Tang Feiyu withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention to them. At the table where Lin Tianwu was, several people saw Tang Feiyu's disdainful expression. "What does this guy mean, looking down on us? What does shaking his head mean?" Zhang Zishan didn't see the two come in since his back was to the door, so he curiously turned his head to look. "Are they also from our Lishan base city?" Zhang Zishan felt that there was something familiar about the man's back, but could not recall where he had seen him before. Lin Tianwu shook his head with a grave expression. "It's not someone from our Lishan base city. It's probably from the rest of the base cities. I can't see through him. At the very least, he's above the 7th level of the Hotian. His 7th gravity. So high. Is the outside base city really that powerful?" Tang San brought Tang Feiyu to the table at the very front, arching his hand at Lin Qingfeng. "Mayor Lin, we meet again." Chapter 061. The Tang Family of Jinghai City. Li Zishuan. Lin Qingfeng was startled and stood up. He didn't expect the Tang family to come too. "Third Elder Tang. It's been about 10 years since we last parted ways. Gentlemen, let me introduce you. This is the third Elder Tang of the Tang family of the Jinghai City." Everyone was startled. The Tang family of Jinghai City. The teachers and students of the Jinghai Martial University hurriedly stood up to greet the two, realizing that the vice-chancellor of their Jinghai Martial University was surnamed Tang. "Elder Wetjia of the Jinghai Martial University, student XXX, meet third Elder Tang." Even though most of the teachers and students of the Jinghai Martial University didn't like this vice principal who was full of superior and inferior people, there were even many who felt that this person surnamed Tang should have gone to become the vice principal of the Tianlong Martial University. But it was undeniable that the Tang family was indeed very powerful. It was important to realize that all of the vice presidents of the 4 top-tier martial arts universities were invariably 7th realm martial artists, and only the president was at the 8th realm. And of the 3 vice presidents of the Jinghai Martial University, Vice President Tang was the strongest. Not to mention in the Martial University, within the entire human race, the Tang family was considered a top-tier family. Of course, it was still a bit inferior to the Wang family. Tang San nodded to the teachers and students of the Jinghai Martial University and didn't say anything. Lin Qingfeng smiled as he continued to introduce Tang San, and, "This is Li Feiyu. Next to him is Luang Hongya Pavilion Master of the Longxian Pavilion." Tang San frowned, looking at the still-seated Li Feiyu. Why was this guy so rude? He didn't even stand up. Didn't he see that next to him, Luang Hongya had stood up? "Elder Tang San, Luang Hongya, Lai Mountain Base City Luang, Xian Pavilion Master." Luang Hongya shook hands with Tang San. Although the Wang family was more powerful than the Tang family, but Tang San was an elder of the Tang family, and to be an elder was surely a core figure of the Tang family. He, on the other hand, was just a sideline of the Wang family. He couldn't compare to Tang San in terms of status. What's more, he was a businessman. It was normal for him to be 8-sided. "Pavilion Master Luang, I've heard a lot about you. This is Tang Feiyu, our Tang family's young master." The only people Tang San could look up to in here were Lin Qingfeng, the mayor, and Luang Hongya, the Wang family. The rest he couldn't even look at. Especially that guy sitting there, presumably some descendant of Luang Hongya. He didn't know how to be polite, and he was simply disgracing the face of the Wang family. Everyone's eyes went to Tang Feiyu, the young master of the Tang family, the child of the Tang family's headmaster. This is Principal Tang's grandson, isn't it? Principal Tang's son was the Tang family's family head. So the Tang family's young master wasn't the grandson. Tang Feiyu arched his hand and saluted, a faint smile on his face. Tang Feiyu, my father Tang Yutua, Tang Anlin is indeed my grandfather. Tang Anlin was the vice-chancellor of the Jinghai Martial University. So it's the child of the Tang family head, the grandson of Principal Tang. No wonder he's such a genius. He's already an innate martial artist at such a young age. Luang Hongye could tell Tang Feiyu's realm at a glance, an innate martial artist. Indeed, it wasn't something that could be compared to Lishan Base City. He hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and had already become an innate martial artist, knowing that the most powerful person in the entire Lishan Base City was only Guiran, who was at the 8th level of the Hotian martial artist. Zhu Xiangyang looked deeply at Tang Feiyu. This was why he wanted to raise the ranking of the first high school. The more resources the school tilted, the more powerful they were. Several high schools within the city of Jinghai Base were ranked in the top few high schools. A large amount of resources tilted, coupled with the resources of the students' families. That's why so many geniuses appeared. Several people complimented Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu listened to the rest's appreciation with a smile on his face. His heart was very joyful. Inside the women's restroom on the 15th floor, Sister Jiang took a deep breath, wanting to suppress her own trembling body. But it was no use. As soon as she thought of the man just now, she couldn't control herself from remembering the day that made her hard to forget. She adjusted for a long time, but couldn't. She picked up the phone and called her supervisor. Supervisor, I'm not feeling well. It's especially hard. I want to take a vacation, okay? Sister Jiang, why are you taking a vacation at this point in time? Did something happen? No, I'm particularly unwell. All right, Sister Jiang, then you can arrange the welcoming things first. Go back when you're done. Things are almost done. Just need to serve the meal at the end. Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Sister Jiang hung up the phone and walked out of the women's restroom, glanced at her own miserable white face in the mirror, then turned on the faucet to suck her face. As soon as she looked up after washing her face, she realized that there was an extra boy next to her, who looked to be the same age as her son. At the moment, the boy was staring at her face in the mirror, unable to stop staring. Sister Jiang thought that Self's pale face had scared him, and turned her head to force a smile. Boy, I'm fine. I just have some hypoglycemia and my face is a little white. Tang Feiyu looked at the face in front of him. His face was a bit strange. He had thought to wait for the party to finish before going to find her, but he didn't expect to run into her here. What a coincidence. I know you. Sister Jiang froze for a moment, carefully sizing up Tang Feiyu. She could be sure she hadn't seen him before. Could it be Zishan's classmate? You are? Tang Feiyu shook his head, a derisive smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You're Jiang Tsuelian, right? Li Zishuan's mother. My surname is Tang. Tang of Tang Uxian. Jiang Tsuelian's face changed. When Tang Feiyu said the name Li Zishuan, she knew that the other party was a member of the Tang family, not to mention Tang Yusin, a name that she would never forget. You're recognizing the wrong person. My name isn't Jiang Tsuelian. Jiang Tsuelian panicked and turned around to leave, but was grabbed by Tang Feiyu's arm. There's no need to lie to me. I've seen your picture. Part of the reason I came to Lishan Base City this time was because of you. Oh, and that Li Zishuan only. I've heard Uncle San say that. Didn't that kid want to prove to us that he can become a powerful martial artist? I wonder how well he's practicing now. Jiang Tsuelian tried hard to break away from Tang Feiyu's hand, her entire body trembling and her head not daring to lift up. Tang Feiyu was an innate martial artist. How could Jiang Tsuelian, an ordinary person, break free? I don't know what you're talking about. Please let me go. A smile appeared on Tang Feiyu's face. The force on his hand gradually increased, and Jiang Tsuelian immediately screamed out in pain. You let go of me. What do you want to do? Help. The loud sound attracted the attention of a few welcoming guests on the side. They came over and froze for a moment after seeing it, and then left in a hurry. They had seen it before. This young man was today's guest. Either in the Elemental Realm or the Elemental Realm's juniors, they didn't dare say anything more. They could only quietly tell the supervisor. Seeing that the welcome guest had the sense to leave, Tang Feiyu snorted and said, Heh, will someone save you? I advise you better be honest and suffer less. Let's go. Follow me in and show third uncle who I've found. Ha ha ha. Chapter 062. Jiang Zishuan strikes out in fury. The art of mind-messing with the body. In the 15th floor hall, one after another, many elemental realm powerhouses had already come, and all of them were looking at Yiming curiously. This guy named Li Feiyu, exactly what makes him able to sit at the first table? That table is full of people from big families, top martial arts university teachers, Even martial arts university students are sitting at the back. What makes that Li Feiyu able to sit there? Because he's on good terms with Wang Hongya? Didn't you see that even the young master of the Tang family didn't sit at the first table? It doesn't matter that Li Feiyu doesn't know how to behave. Why doesn't Lin Xingfeng, the mayor, know how to behave too? But on the contrary, Lin Xingfeng, Wang Hongya, and a few of the teachers from Wu University all felt that this was justified. Strange. Lin Xingfeng's face was bitter. He really broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach. The others weren't clear about Li Feiyu's identity because they came later and didn't see the scene at the beginning. Li Feiyu didn't say anything about his master, so how would they dare to say anything? That was an 8th realm martial artist, the strongest human being. They didn't even dare to mention it. It was really hard for them to say anything. He was able to envision that when these people came to their own base city, they would definitely say that the mayor of Lishan Base City didn't know how to be courteous or something like that. The first thing he did was to think about the situation, and then he said, I don't know why I'm thinking about it, as long as Li Feiyu is happy. The waiter on the side placed the last dish on the table. Lin Xingfeng stood up. As the host, it was time for him to speak. Gentlemen. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Xingfeng. I'm Lin Xingfeng, the mayor of Lishan Bay City. I'm glad that all of you are able to come to Lishan Bay City. I'm also honored to be able to gather with all of you. I won't say much more. I wish all of you a smooth and safe return from tomorrow's martial division operation. Lin Xingfeng raised the wine cup in his hand to the crowd. To all of you, good luck in martial arts. Lin Xingfeng drank the wine in his hand, and the rest of the people raised their glasses as well. Prosperous martial luck. After a single sip, the door to the 15th floor was suddenly pushed open, and Tang Feiyu pulled Jiang Zuelian in with a look of excitement on his face. Third uncle, look who I ran into. The crowd looked behind Tang Feiyu, a woman wearing a hotel waitress's overalls, her head lowered, her long hair scattered, her face not visible at all. Waitress? The crowd turned their heads away. This was a matter for the Tang family. It had nothing to do with them. Tang San looked at Jiang Zuelian with a confused face. Who is this? Can't see the face at all. Zhang Zishuan's face changed dramatically. A wave of anger grew from his heart. Other people don't know. He still doesn't know his own mother? Even if she was wearing overalls and had a loose cape, the moment he saw her figure, Zhang Zishuan was able to confirm that this was his mother. Zhang Zuelian worked in a lot of places, but also often changed, so did not give Zhang Zishuan said self in the Star Hotel. Mom, let go of my mom. Zhang Zishuan was hot-headed and directly rushed out. It was good that he didn't rush up and yell like an ordinary person. Power prelude. Zhang Zishuan rose up in the air and delivered a big kick to Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu frowned, his chi and blood power running as he slapped out with a palm. With his innate martial artist strength lined out, Zhang Zishuan would be seriously injured if not dead. However, Tang Feiyu's palm actually slapped the air, directly passing through Zhang Zishuan's body. Zhang Zishuan's body suddenly burst out a burst of smoke. At the same time in the smoke rushed out another Zhang Zishuan, holding a handful of bitterness ruthlessly inserted into Tang Feiyu's arm. Tang Feiyu's arm was directly pierced through, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Tang Feiyu let out a miserable scream and hurriedly let go of his hand. If an ordinary weapon was definitely not able to penetrate Tang Feiyu's arm, after all, an innate martial artist had already finished practicing their skin, and their defense was still very strong. But the weapon Zhang Zishuan used was not an ordinary weapon. It was a yellow-rank upper-grade weapon that Yiming had found Wang Shuanga to build. Not to mention Tang Feiyu, an innate martial artist, a Zongshi martial artist could pierce through it. Zhang Zishuan hugged his own mother and hid to the side. Tang Feiyu was still hugging his own arm and howling. Damn, I'm going to kill you. The only thing in his mind was killing Zhang Zishuan, nothing else. Originally, Tang San had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, intending to see how Tang Feiyu would defeat the other party, who knew that in the blink of an eye, not only did he fail to defeat the other party, but he was also stabbed through the arm by the other party. He fiercely stood up. Tang Feiyu was the youngest master of the Tang family, an innate martial artist. How could he be injured? His face was unsightly. He was about to strike out to teach this fellow a lesson. Sit down. Tang San's face was furious. Who was so bold? His Tang family's youngest master was injured and still dared to command him. This wasn't purely looking for death. In the next second, Tang San directly sat down, boarded up. Tang San's anger was instantly doused by a pot of ice water, and more than a few chills ran through his insides. His body lost control. Not unable to move, but losing control. Couldn't even move his fingers. Right after he heard the word sit down, his body was out of control, and he even sat himself down. Who is it? In the end, what happened? Tang San, inwardly terrified. Even his own body cannot control. Is not even life will be lost? How could he still have the heart to care about Tang Feiyu? Lin Qingfeng and the others on the side changed their faces. It's over. Why is this Grand Master angry again? He had only just finished beating up the Wang family, and now he was going up against the Tang family. Tell me, what's the relationship between your Tang family and the Zhang family? Tang San's body turned around and was facing Yi Ming at the same time. He could feel as if he could speak and his body regained its maneuvering, but he was still sitting in the same place without moving around. When he saw Yi Ming, he was first shocked, then he realized, no wonder this guy could sit at the first table. No wonder Lin Qingfeng was the first to introduce him. It turned out that he was so powerful. Yi Ming looked towards Zhang Zishuan and his mother, his brows furrowed. It was reasonable to say that the Tang family was already a big family in Jinghai Bay City. Why would they be related to the Zhang family? Tang Feiyu obviously knew Zhang Zishuan's mother, and this Tang San should know him as well. Seeing that Tang San was about to strike at Zhang Zishuan, he directly used the Heart Confusion body art to control Tang San. Heart Confusion body technique belonged to one of the secret ninjutsu. It was also C rank, and belonged to the same secret ninjutsu as Heart Turning technique. Heart Turning jutsu could focus all of the spirit at one point, and then release it in a straight line, seizing and manipulating the opponent's body with the power of the spirit. This jutsu looked strong, but had many drawbacks. Spiritual power could generally only move in a straight line, and there were great limitations on range and hit points. If the released spiritual power does not hit the opponent, it will not be able to return to the body in a short period of time, and the self will not be able to defend itself, etc., so the risk is very high. Moreover, if the other party is attacked, their body will be injured as well. The art of mind mess body is much simpler, as long as the hit, with the local consciousness, can manipulate the other party's body action, self will not suffer any harm. Chapter 063, Tang and Zhang Families. Conceding. Tang San glanced at Yi Ming with complicated eyes and coughed gently. Li Feiyu, right, you are indeed very strong. I can't beat you, but I advise you to better let go of me. I'm a member of the Tang family. Tang Feiyu is even the son of the Tang family's headmaster. The Tang family's headmaster is a 6th realm martial artist, and Principal Tang is even a 7th realm martial artist. Young man, don't make a mistake for yourself. The surrounding people's eyes were a little strange when they heard this sentence. This sentence was a bit familiar. The last person who said this sentence had his home destroyed. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qingfeng coughed and glanced at Wang Hongya. Lang Hongya hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Brother Tang, it's best if you follow what old Brother Li said. Just now someone from our Wang family did the same thing, and as a result, cough, cough, cough. Now the Wang family is probably gone. Tang San's heart stopped violently, and a heart-stopping feeling rose. The Wang family was gone? It couldn't possibly be. The Lang family was even more powerful than the Tang family. The Wang family is gone? Brother Luang, you can't say that nonsense. Tang San's trembling voice betrayed him, and Luang Hongya shook his head. The Luang family is gone, just before you guys came. Of course, it's not that the Luang family is finished dying. It's that the location where the Luang family was located was destroyed. You'll know when you go back. For now, you'd better listen to Elder Brother Knight. The few people around him also nodded frantically, and the teacher of the Jinghai Martial University even kept giving him glances. Tang San was a bit submissive at once, looking at Yi Ming with a look of not caring. He swallowed his saliva and nodded his head. Good. I'll say. On the other side, before Zhang Zuelian heard Zhang Zishuan's voice and reacted, she was saved by Zhang Zishuan from Tang Feiyu. Zishuan? Why are you here? Get out of here. It's dangerous here. Zhang Zishuan looked at his mother's wrists that had turned purple and red, and the rage within him was incomparable. It's fine, Mom. I'm here, it's fine. Zhang Zuelian couldn't care less about the pain on her wrist, anxiously pulling Zhang Zishuan to leave. Quickly go, quickly leave this place. Go? Where are you going? Dare to hurt me? Give me death. Tang Feiyu's roar came through. For the first time in his long life, he was so heavily injured. His arm was stabbed through. Under his anger, he directly struck out. Tang Feiyu tapped his toes and rushed towards Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan pulled his mother over and blocked in front of her. He knew that it was impossible for self to beat Tang Feiyu. Before, he had borrowed the diversion technique to confuse the other party for a bit, and that was why he had stabbed the other party in the arm. Now Tang Feiyu hit over. How can he block? Relying on the weak breeze of the wind vanishing, chopping air wave? He couldn't dodge, otherwise Tang Feiyu would have hit his mother. Thinking about it, he could only take it hard. It is a pity that the self-fire escape is still not cultivated. Otherwise, even a small fireball should be able to block Tang Feiyu. Zhang Zuelian will not let the child in front of his body. Struggling desperately, Zhang Zishuan had to hold her, leaving his back to Tang Feiyu. However, the expected punch did not land on Zhang Zishuan's body. Zhang Zishuan looked back, only to see Tang Feiyu's face grimacing itself, his fist raised high, fixed in place. What's going on? I can't move. Uncle San, help me. This familiar scene caused Zhang Zishuan to look towards Yiming, who nodded slightly. Only then did Zhang Zishuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful inwardly. At this moment, Tang San could barely even save himself, so how could he still have the heart to save Tang Feiyu? He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. The Tang family and the Zhang family do have a bit of a relationship. Li Zishuan's father is the husband of our Tang family head sister. 3 question marks surfaced on everyone's head, so that Li Zishuan was a direct descendant of the Tang family? If I remember correctly, that child seems to be called Zhang Zishuan? Lang Hongya looked towards Yiming. He remembered that Yiming said it was Zhang Zishuan when he introduced him. Tang San froze for a moment, then reacted. It's probably changed to his mother's surname. His mom's surname is Zhang, called Zhang Zuelian. Don't talk nonsense, get to the point. Good. Tang Yusin, the younger sister of our family head, had a fight with her family 13 years ago and ran away to Lishan Base City to relax. As a result, she met a man named Li Ziyuan, and the two fell in love, falling into a period of passionate love. On the order of the family head, I went to Lishan Base City to look for her and to bring her back. But she insisted on taking Li Ziyuan back and said she wanted to get married. But our Tang family's people aren't married to anyone, not to mention that she's also the sister of the family head. Tang San paused for a moment, then continued. In order to let her die, I sent someone to investigate Li Ziyuan and found that he was actually married and had a 5-year-old child. Li Ziyuan's wife at that time was Zhang Zuelian, and the 5-year-old child was Li Zishuan. I thought that with this discovery, the young lady would die and go back with us, but who knows that she is a love brain. She asked Li Ziyuan whether he liked her or his own wife and child. This Li Ziyuan is not a thing. Without even thinking about it, he said that he liked the lady and didn't want his wife and son. So, she brought our party to Li Zishan's house, and then made it clear and got them divorced. There's no need to talk about what happened after that. The family head couldn't argue with the young lady, and in the end, Li Ziyuan joined our Tang family. Well, that's how things are. This Li Ziyuan's talent is not bad, although the person is a bit older, but with enough supply of resources the strength rises by leaps and bounds, and now he has already broken through the elemental realm. Yiming's finger tapped on the desktop. It's that simple? Going to his home just to make it clear and get them divorced? Tang San paused and hesitated for half a day. Suddenly, his arm moved and he slapped self on the face. I said, not only did I understand, but I said something else, and the lady wasn't very good at speaking, so she said it rather badly. And that's all? Also hit Zhang Chuilian a few times, but very lightly, did not use the power of qi and blood. Did you hit? Huh? This? Times. I hit it, but I really didn't use any force. I was just pretending for the lady. Which hand? Senior Knight. You have to believe me, I really didn't. Which hand? Li Feiyu. You don't go too far. I'm a Tang. Zhang Zishuan patted his mother's hand and, Mom, it's fine. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Zhang Zuelian's head shrunk as she looked at Tang Feiyu's appearance. Zishuan, let's get out of here. Mom, it's fine. Zishan, I don't want to see him. Mom. My arm. A miserable scream rang out as a broken arm flew up and landed on the floor. Chapter 064. Tough Man Li Ziyuan. Feng Wenyao arrived. Zhang Zishuan froze, Zhang Zuelian froze, and the rest froze. Tang San's miserable screams were still echoing in everyone's ears, and everyone who looked at Tang San, who had lost his arm, felt a little unbelievable. At least an elemental realm powerhouse. To have his arm chopped off like this? This was too easy. Everyone's gazes shifted to Yiming's body. Why could he be so powerful? Since he could chop off his opponent's arm, it meant that he could also chop off his opponent's head. All the elemental realm powerhouses developed a strong sense of crisis and were fidgeting, fearing that the next second they would die without realizing it. Yiming's move, Wind Escape, Wind Slice, could actually directly finish off Tang San, probably because the system had sensed Yiming's killing intent, so it released a quest. Ding! Student Zhang Zishuan's experience mission is released. For every time Zhang Zishuan defeats or kills a Tang family member of the direct lineage of the Tang family in Jinghai City and the Tang family members involved in the incident, the host will receive a random special jutsu, including but not limited to blood religion limitation, blood religion netting, and bloodstain elimination. Chakra together not only required cultivation but also experience. The only way to enhance one's own spiritual energy was to keep practicing and accumulating experience. The Tang family had always been a knot in Zhang Zishuan's heart, and letting him deal with it was indeed much better than taking matters into his own hands. What's more, there was also the possibility of obtaining special ninjutsu. Yiming looked at Tang San and said in an icy tone, "This is a small lesson for you. You guys came to Lishan Base City this time for more than just the martial department's mission, right?" The Tang family had traveled all the way from Jinghai City to here. He didn't believe it was for the martial department's mission. Tang San covered his own arm, resenting inwardly, but on the surface, he still feigned a look of fear. Li Ziyuan asked us to take advantage of this martial department's mission to come here to take a look at Li Zishuan and see if he has become a martial artist. Zhang Zuelian's body shook as she gripped Zhang Zishuan's hand with more vigor. Feeling Zhang Zuelian's movements, an angry look appeared in Zhang Zishuan's eyes. What qualifications did that man have to have someone come back to see them? Yiming raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Li Ziyuan still had that little bit of human feelings in his head. Just a look? Tang San's head shrank, not daring to look directly at Yiming. Li Ziyuan explained to us that if Li Zishuan becomes a martial artist, he will abolish him. The words fell. Zhang Zuelian looked at Tang San incredulously. She thought that man was caring about his son. She didn't he expect? Tang San hurriedly added a sentence, afraid that Yiming would misunderstand something. This is what Li Ziyuan said. He was afraid that Li Zixin would be unwilling to find him after he became a martial artist. So he asked us to come over and waste Li Zixin, lest we cause the Tang family to be unhappy. It was really Li Zixin who said this. I swear to heaven, if I violate this oath, I will not be able to advance an inch in my martial arts for the rest of my life. Everyone was stunned. This Li Ziyuan was really ruthless. My name is Zhang Zishuan, not Li Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan's angry voice came out. His fists clenched tightly and his gums were almost bleeding from biting. Tell that dog Li Ziyuan that sooner or later I will find him and waste him. Old. Senior uncle, please let them go. Sooner or later one day I will rely on myself to defeat them. Just as Yiming thought, this matter had become Zhang Zishuan's heart's demon. He wanted to defeat all the Tang family members by his own hands, and then stand in front of Li Ziyuan and tell him that the ones he relied on were just trash. He wanted to abolish Li Ziyuan with his own hands. He would return all the insults that Li Ziyuan had brought to him and his mother. Everyone's eyes looked towards Zhang Zishuan, and some silently shook their heads. Still young and too intentional. Since he had made an enemy of them, he should have been completely exterminated, not only to let people off, but also to tell them that self would defeat them someday. Isn't this hilarious? Good. Yiming glanced at Zhang Zishuan, his mouth opened, and a fireball flew out, directly burning Tang San's broken arm into ashes. Tang San's face was ugly as hell, and his heart started dripping blood. The broken arm could still find a way to connect it when he took it back, but now that it had turned to ash, self would only be a cripple in the future. Go back and tell your Tang family head, if I know that you are engaged in some kind of big bully small moth, then I might also have to let my master perform a play of big bully small. I just don't know if your Tang family can carry it off. Get lost. With a boom. A shocking bang shocked everyone present. The entire Lishan Bay City began to shake, and a huge light instantly illuminated the night, dispelling the darkness as if it was daytime. Everyone looked out the window. The distant Lai Mountain was shrouded in flames. Hundreds of meters of peaks were hardened and flattened. There is Mount Lai? That's the attack of the Obsidian Marquis, isn't it? The Obsidian Marquis made a move? That's a big commotion, worthy of being the first Marquis of the human race. Let's wait. When the battle is over, we'll be able to start the Martial Department's mission. Time went back to half an hour ago when a stream of light crossed the sky and rushed into Mount Lai. Feng Wenyao recalled the specific information of the Eagle Yao in his mind, the 6th-ranked ferocious beast golden-winged eagle, the strongest of the Eagle clan's feudal Marquis realm, who escaped to Mount Lai with 3 5th-ranked ferocious beasts and a group of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, after he was wounded in the western sand wasteland. The speed of the beasts of the Eagle clan were all extremely fast. That's why it was able to escape from the western sandy wasteland. And the ones who escaped with it were either able to escape the ground or were fast, and the ones who were slow to run all died in the western sandy wasteland. However, although they escaped, but all suffered serious injuries. A short period of time cannot be healed. But wherever they recovered a little, it was estimated that Lishan Base City had already been overrun by the ferocious beasts. After all, the strongest person in Lishan Base City was a 4th realm martial artist. The mission this time was to take out the 6th realm ferocious beasts and the 5th realm ferocious beasts as fast as possible. The 4th realm ferocious beasts were too many in number and spread out, making them harder to find. So don't worry about it. The martial arts department will take care of it. Feng Wenyao stopped over Mount Lai and surveyed the surroundings. Just as he was about to probe his spiritual power to look for Eagle Yao, a golden light flashed and Eagle Yao appeared in the air. Feng Wenyao's eyelids jumped, instantly sensing that something was wrong. Eagle Yao's injuries had recovered. The intelligence was wrong. Could it be that Lishan Base City had been destroyed? It couldn't be. Feng Wenyao's residual light looked towards the distant Lishan Base City. The lights were bright. It didn't look like there was a problem. Then how did Diao Yao recover? Feng Wenyao opened his hand, and a red lance appeared in his hand. Sinful beast, don't tie your hands and surrender. Eagle Yao let out a cold laugh and looked at Feng Wenyao with unkind eyes. Arrogant. Do you really think that just because you're called the first Marquis, you're really the first? Today, this Marquis would like to see how much water this first Marquis of yours has. The two of them went head to head. A powerful aura enveloped the air above Mount Lai. All the ferocious beasts felt this aura were trembling on the ground, not daring to move. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 065. The Sun True Flame. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only sporadic specks of light flickering in the darkness. Feng Wenyao stood in the air holding a red lance as flames flared violently, covering the lance. The lance was crafted from a rare fire attribute ore, and the body of the lance was crimson, as if flowing with flames. The tip of the spear flickered with a cold aura, and at the moment, it was pulsating with a blazing flame, as if it could devour all darkness. This flame was not ordinary fire, but was condensed from the extremely strong fire elemental power within Feng Wenyao's body through the weapon's good conduction properties, and had extremely high temperature and destructive power. Even more powerful was the fact that a dragon soul was sealed inside this lance. Feng Wenyao's sharp eyes stared at Eagle Yao, each breath accompanied by the throbbing of the tongue of fire on the lance. For a mere seal marquis-level ferocious beast to try to single-handedly challenge him, it was simply looking for death. Eagle Yao spread its huge feathered wings, its golden feathers glittering with a cold light under the faint moonlight, as if even the air was solidified by the metallic luster on its body. Feng Wenyao let out a low roar, and his red flame lance swung out violently, a long dragon of blazing flames instantly tearing through the air and heading straight for Eagle Yao. Eagle Yao didn't dodge or avoid. His wings revved up and instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a golden residual shadow. The long flame dragon pounced and hit the ground with a bang, instantly setting off a sea of fire. Behind Feng Wenyao, the figure of Eagle Yao emerged. It let out a sharp whistling cry. Its wings violently closed, and a sharp metal storm instantly swept in. Feng Wenyao's eyes stared. His red flame lance drew a graceful arc in the air. The red firelight was like a sharp blade, directly splitting the metal storm apart. The Eagle Yao did not retreat but advanced. Its speed did not decrease at all. Using the cover of the metal storm, it swooped down on Feng Wenyao and swung out its sharp claws. Feng Wenyao reacted quickly, and with a flick of his spear, he deflected Eagle Yao's sharp claws away. The first clash between the two erupted into a deafening roar, sparks flying everywhere as if even the air had been torn apart. The first hoe of the human race doesn't look too good. Eagle Yao snorted and charged up once again. The two of them then quickly twisted together, their flaming lances and sharp claws constantly colliding in the air, accompanied by deafening loud noises and dazzling flames, illuminating this dark night as if it were day. Feng Wenyao danced his lance, the flames at the tip of the lance tumbling and jumping as he moved, like a dragon of flames dancing wildly in the night sky. Every time he swung his spear, a fiery flame would erupt from the tip and pounce on the enemy, turning everything into ashes wherever it went. While Eagle Yao's attack seemed harsh and swift, its wings not only brought it great speed, but also its most powerful weapon. The feathers of the 6th-ranked beast were as hard as iron, and the edge of each feather was as sharp as a knife blade, flashing with a metallic luster. Eagle Yao's speed was extremely fast, and it relied on its speed to barely gain a slight advantage, constantly changing its position. It swooped down, its wings closed, and sharp golden blades manifested on its golden feathers, and the sweeping metal storm instantly enveloped Feng Wenyao. Feng Wenyao flicked his lance, the fire elemental power within his body catalyzed, only to see the flames above the lance skyrocket, transforming into a huge fire dragon that roared as it rushed towards the Eagle Yao. The two collided in the air, once again erupting into a shocking roar. The red flame lance and the metal storm kept colliding in the air, as if they were going to tear apart the entire night sky. Feng Wenyao saw that the Eagle Yao was once again unfolding its wings and preparing to launch an attack, and without much hesitation he directly mobilized the sun crystallization within his body. The flames at the tip of the gun instantly turned golden yellow, and the flames became even hotter, almost melting the body of the gun. The sun crystal was a top-notch fire treasure, rumored to be a crystalline body that fell out from the core of the sun, fused to the extreme and even able to metamorphose one's own fire elemental power into the sun true flame. For him to become the first marquis of the human race, the sun crystallization took a large portion of the credit. A hint of gold flashed in Feng Wenyao's eyes, and then he thrust out the spear in his hand. A golden flame erupted from the tip of the spear and quickly covered the entire body of the spear, transforming into a golden dragon that charged straight at Eagle Yao with devastating power. The golden dragon tumbled in the air. Each dragon scale was condensed from the golden sun true flame, emitting suffocating heat. When Eagle Yao saw this, a trace of shock flashed in its eyes, but it did not retreat. It let out a sharp whistling cry. Its wings flapped violently, and countless golden feathers instantly fell off, transforming into a razor-sharp blade. The combination of the golden elemental power and the feathers formed an even stronger and densely packed metal storm. The two collided in the air, once again erupting into a deafening roar, and the light of fire and metal intertwined to form a brilliant curtain of light. Eagle Yao's pupils contracted violently, looking incredulously towards the center of the metal storm. Its feathers actually melted. Impossible! What kind of flame is this? The golden sun true flame was not comparable to the elemental fire from before. Even the feathers of a sixth-ranked ferocious beast could not carry it. The golden dragon quickly pierced through the metal storm and continued to charge towards Eagle Yao. Eagle Yao hurriedly dodged, but the golden dragon's speed was too fast, and coupled with the fact that it was a bit disoriented for a moment, the golden dragon caught up with it in an instant. At the critical moment, Eagle Yao let out a shrill whistle once again, and its body suddenly became transparent, as if it had turned into a golden phantom. It instantly disappeared from its original spot and appeared behind the fire dragon. The golden fire dragon crashed into the ground without causing any explosions, instead leaving behind a large crystallized hole that was too deep to see the bottom. Feng Wenyao had anticipated that this should be the Eagle race's extreme speed class talent avatar, and with a twist of his wrist, his red flame lance drew a graceful arc in the air, and his entire body transformed into a ray of fire and light as he stabbed directly at Eagle Yao. The golden-colored tip of the spear directly pierced the wings of the Eagle Yao, instantly leaving a burnt hole in its body, and a smell of roasted wings lingered in the sky above Mount Lai. Feng Wenyao took advantage of the situation to pursue the attack. The golden flame spear swung repeatedly, each attack accompanied by blazing flames and violent power. The Eagle Yao did not dare to take it hard but could only desperately dodge, but it was already injured and its speed was slightly affected. The whole eagle gradually showed fatigue under Feng Wenyao's fierce attacks. Feng Wenyao could fail countless times, but it could only fail once. If it was hit once more, it would surely die. It was this moment of concentration that Eagle Yao was caught by Feng Wenyao in a break. Feng Wenyao tightly gripped the red flame lance and condensed the sun true flame in his body on top of the lance. The golden flame lance instantly turned even its body into a golden color, and the air around it had begun to distort with the naked eye. True flame break. Feng Wenyao roared as he threw the lance in his hand, turning it into a golden pillar of light that attacked Eagle Yao. Eagle Yao was so shocked that he couldn't care less about his own face as he shouted, "Hong Tianyi." Chapter 066. The Path of the Cult. Bagua Seal. Somewhere in the corner of Mount Lai, Hong Tianyi's mouth revealed a hint of a smile after seeing the dragon flame gun in Feng Wenyao's hand come off. Sure enough, heaven's will is with me. Feng Wenyao, this time I'll see how you can dodge this calamity. Hong Tianyi disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he had already arrived behind Feng Wenyao. Instead of choosing to save Diao Yao, he chose to directly attack Feng Wenyao. Hong Tianyi's purpose from the beginning was not to cooperate with Carved Yao. Carved Yao was just a pawn for him. Its role was to make Feng Wenyao consume the sun true flame in his body, allowing him to use that true flame break move. Now that Eagle Yao's mission had been completed, he could go to his death. The golden pillar of light instantly slammed into Eagle Yao, directly piercing through its body, and the powerful impact carried it flying to the ground as if it had been nailed to the ground. Eagle Yao stared at Hong Tianyi with wide eyes, filled with hatred. It regretted. Self actually trusted a human. Sure enough, humans were the most cunning creatures in this world. If it went back to the moment when it first encountered Hong Tianyi, it would absolutely do whatever it takes to get Hong Tianyi killed. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Hong Tianyi didn't even look at the carved Yao, took out a disc and slapped it towards Feng Wenyao. A black bagua shrouded Feng Wenyao. Feng Wenyao immediately felt that his own body could not move, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. He let out a cold snort, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Waiting for you. So it's the scum of the Scarlet Sect. When he saw that Eagle Yao had fully recovered from his injuries, he knew that someone must have helped Eagle Yao. In order to draw out the person hiding in the shadows, he deliberately used the true sun flame as well as the true flame break. Sure enough, the little creep couldn't hide and ran out. A golden great sun slowly floated behind Feng Wenyao. This was the great sun materialized by his spiritual power. Together with the sun true flame in his body, it was enough to burn everything. After the great sun surfaced, the Bagua diagram was directly burned by the sun true flame, and the space that was originally blocked off was now restored to its original state. Hee, Feng Wenyao, don't struggle, you can't win. Heaven's will is on me. Feng Wenyao's face changed, his eyes directly red as he roared. You are the Marquis of Heaven's Will? You beast. Was it you who blood sacrificed the entire Tianlin Bay city? The Scarlet Sect was a notorious cult within the Federation, one of the sects that everyone hated the most. This was because the path to becoming stronger that the Scarlet Sect pursued was not the martial path, but the path of sacrifice. Sacrificing 100 people would make you a Hotian martial artist. Sacrificing 1,000 would make you an innate martial artist, and every time you sacrificed, you could break through a minor realm, while the number of people breaking through to a major realm would need to be multiplied tenfold. A 6th realm martial artist would have to sacrifice 10 million people in order to raise one minor realm. As for the Marquis of Heaven's Will, he was the one who sacrificed the entire 30 million people in Tianlin Bay City before he managed to advance to the peak of the 6th realm and was crowned Marquis in one fell swoop. He often hung on to Heaven's Will on his lips, plus his name carried the word Heaven's Will, so he was named the Marquis of Heaven's Will. Of course, it wasn't just because of this. The reason why the Marquis of Heaven's Will was called the Marquis of Heaven's Will was because he was evil. All of his opponents would inexplicably encounter all sorts of accidents, as if it was really like what Hong Tianyi said, that Heaven's Will was on his side. But Feng Wenyao didn't believe it. What providence? It was all bullshit. If Hong Tianyi was really that powerful, he could deal with himself alone. Why would he need to cooperate with Eagle Yao? Hong Tianyi nodded with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Tianlin Bay City? I have an impression. 3,242,671 people. All of them were blood sacrificed by me. This is the will of heaven. It's their destiny. Feng Wenyao's eyes were wide with anger. That was more than 30 million people. They died just like that. Fart. You scum. You actually killed so many people in order to raise your realm. Bastard. Hong Tianyi cocked his head and said in a flat tone, they are all just weaklings. Even if I don't kill them, they will still be killed by the ferocious beasts. It's a death either way. Why don't you make some contribution? Isn't it good to be a part of my power? Heaven's will is like this. I'm just following it. Just like you can't escape this fate today, this is also the will of heaven. Feng Wenyao didn't want to say anything more to this beast as the golden-colored great sun behind him radiated a violent light. Hong Tianyi looked at him unhurriedly, seemingly not putting Feng Wenyao in his eyes at all. Time's up. Feng Wenyao froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant. In the next second, the great sun behind him erupted with a powerful sun true flame, and at the same time, all of the sun true flame in his body was sucked into the great sun behind him. Feng Wenyao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly controlled the sun true flame in his body, but it was useless. The sun true flame began to storm out, madly surging into the great sun. It was as if a huge sun had surfaced above Mount Lai, illuminating the entire Mount Lai region. A smile appeared on Hong Tianyi's face when he saw this scene. I told you, heaven's will is mine. Another 8 trigrams appeared, pinning Feng Wenyao to death in the air, unable to move. Feng Wenyao desperately struggled, but it was useless. The sun true flame was already out of self's control, and he could only retract the great sun that had materialized from his spiritual power. The sun flame in the air lost the carrier of the great sun, and fell to the ground violently, surging into the dragon flame gun. The powerful Sun True Flame burned the dragon flame gun, causing the color of the dragon flame gun to become more and more golden. Feng Wenyao wanted to sacrifice the great sun once more, but it was useless. The spiritual power was unable to spread out as if it was locked inside his body. Don't bother, it won't move. Hong Tianyi had specifically arranged all of this. How could he let Feng Wenyao break free? The first Bagua diagram, the other party was able to break free because he used only elemental power. Now this Bagua diagram was his spiritual power materialized. Unless Feng Wenyao used the Sun True Fire to burn through his materialized spiritual power, Feng Wenyao would not only be unable to move, but any power within his body would not be able to come out of his body. But did he, Feng Wenyao, still have the Sun True Flame inside his body? Feng Wenyao looked towards the dragon flame gun on the ground. A small black 8 trigrams formation appeared within the body of Carving Yao, firmly locking down the dragon flame gun. At the moment, the Sun True Flame on the dragon flame gun was being sucked into the center of the Bagua formation little by little. Damn it, this pawn of Eagle Yao actually had such a great function. Feng Wenyao's pupils shrunk. No wonder he said that Hong Tianyi was very evil, actually able to absorb the Sun True Flame. The energy riot in his body was probably also because of the 8 trigrams formation. He looked into the big sun in his mind, and sure enough, there was a small 8 trigrams array in the center that was slowly rotating. Feng Wenyao let out a cold snort and directly wore out the Bagua formation inside the Great Sun. It's that Bagua formation? Yeah, the Bagua seal. A Bagua seal that combines my darkness attribute and spiritual power researched. It's awesome, isn't it? This Bagua seal is not the Bagua seal from Naruto. Chapter 067. Sinister Hong Tianyi. Abolishing his own future. Humph. Good calculation. First using a 6th rank ferocious beast to force me to use the true sun flame, and using the 8 trigram seal to block my dragon flame gun. If I'm not wrong, your Bagua seal not only seals, but also absorbs energy. Using the 8 trigram seal to draw out my Sun True Flame, then through the connection between the Sun True Flame and the Sun crystallization, it absorbed all of the Sun True Flame within my body into the Great Sun. This was followed by another move of the Bagua seal controlling me without any power within my body, and to get out of the trap I could only withdraw my own materialized spiritual power. Then by using the True Sun Flame on the Dragon Flame gun, I absorbed all of the True Sun Flame in the air into the gun. It seems like you know me very well. Not only do you know my weapon, my abilities, but even my materialized spiritual energy. I really don't know when humanity will stop infighting. Feng Wenyao sighed. This information must have been told to him by the traitors of the human race. Only what I have some questions about is how did you do all this? Feng Wenyao probably guessed Hong Tianyi's operation, but he really didn't quite understand how Hong Tianyi did it. Hong Tianyi even struck the 8 trigram seal within his materialized spiritual power without him reacting. It was too outrageous. The corners of Hong Tianyi's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he clapped his hands to applaud Feng Wenyao's ingenuity. Worthy of being the first hoe of the human race, awesome. You're still the first one to see it. But you don't need to stall for time. I didn't want to kill you in the first place. Trapping you here is just to treat you to a show. Hong Tianyi turned slightly sideways, and Feng Wenyao saw the brightly lit building behind him, where the Lishan base city was. Feng Wenyao's face was ugly. It seemed that he already knew what Hong Tianyi wanted to do. You want to make a blood sacrifice to Lishan Bay City? I see. Your target is not me. You want to influence my father through me, right? Do you think I would sacrifice my own future for some ordinary people? Hong Tianyi had a smile on his face and his mouth was slightly open. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. A group of red-robed people suddenly appeared on the ground, and they drove the ferocious beasts towards Lishan Bay City at the bottom of the mountain. Even the 3 fierce beasts of the 5th realm were among them, driven down together. Feng Wenyao's face was ugly. He knew that Hong Tianyi was forcing him to destroy his own future and save Lishan Bay City. It wasn't that he didn't have any ability to resist. He could still directly shatter the sun crystal in his body, and at that time he could reach the 7th realm in a short period of time. This was the last means of saving his life that all elemental realms had. After using it, if he was unlucky, he might explode and die. If he was lucky, when the energy in his body was used up, he would become an invalid. The body can barely withstand energy higher than the capacity to withstand. The body will become full of holes. It is difficult to recover back. Even if the body recovered back, once the elemental treasure was shattered, there would be no more elemental power in the martial artist's body, and the realm would fall directly to the sovereign realm, and it would be impossible to cross over into the elemental realm again in this lifetime. gambling the future of the first marquis of his clan with the innocent people of a city. This was the gamble that Hong Tianyi had made for him. As for killing Feng Wenyao, Hong Tianyi never had this intention from the beginning. A living Feng Wenyao was much more useful than a dead Feng Wenyao. Feng Wenyao closed his eyes and sighed. Father, I'm sorry, I'm going to fail you. Click came from Feng Wenyao's body. Hong Tianyi turned his head and smiled as a huge 8 trigrams formation unfolded. As the Bagua formation slowly rotated, Hong Tianyi disappeared into the air, losing sight of him. Hong Tianyi. Feng Wenyao's angry roar resounded through Mount Lai as he violently opened his eyes. Golden light instantly shot out from his eyes and struck at Hong Tianyi's location. Unfortunately, Hong Tianyi had already run away. Feng Wenyao's spiritual power instantly swept through the entire Lai Mountain without finding any trace of Hong Tianyi, as if he had never appeared here. He reached out and beckoned, and the dragon flame gun began to tremble violently before flying up into the sky and falling into Feng Wenyao's hands. Feng Wenyao flew up into the sky, and the great sun that had materialized in the back of his head with spiritual energy emerged once again. The air began to distort, the trees began to burn, and even the stones on the ground began to crystallize. He looked towards the ferocious beasts and the scumbags of the scarlet sect within Mount Lai and pressed his hand downwards. Golden light burst out, illuminating the entire night sky. Not only Lai Mountain, but even the darkness of Lai Mountain base city was dispersed. The sky dawned. A golden light hundreds of meters thick shot out from the great sun and blasted above Mount Lai. The mountain shook, and an earthquake struck all within a 1,000-meter radius. The hundreds of meters high Mount Lai was flattened hard by this strike, leaving behind a huge, deep pit. Mount Lai disappeared, along with all of the ferocious beasts in Mount Lai, all of the Scarlet Sect's congregation. All of them disappeared into this world. Feng Wenyao's skin began to crack and ooze blood as a cluster of golden flames gushed out from the crack to dry up the blood and scorch the crack. There's still time. Feng Wenyao reversed his direction and flew towards the west at breakneck speed. His speed far exceeded that of his previous arrival, turning into a golden light that cut through the sky. Western Sand Wasteland, this was one of the 4 great wastelands of the Federation, and it was filled with ferocious beasts. 4th order and 5th order ferocious beasts abound. 6th order can only be regarded as the middle tier, and only 7th order ferocious beasts are the kings of the wilderness. As the name suggests, most of the area is desert. The weather is very hot during the day, while the night is very cold. But for some reason, General 2, who was clearly on duty at night, felt a bit hot, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Just as he was puzzled, a golden stream of light in the sky flew straight into the western sandy wilderness, and with it came the burning sensation that almost dried up the moisture in his body. His face changed, and he was about to make a report when several streams of light flew out from the city. It was a few 7th realm martial artists who were guarding the western sand wasteland. They glanced at each other and left behind 2 of them, while the remaining few followed the golden streams of light as they flew into the western sand wasteland. After a short while, shocking battles erupted within the western sand wasteland. The golden light and the hissing of ferocious beasts all reached the city. After another 10 or so minutes, several martial artists of the 7th realm flew into the city holding a black object, and the smell of roasted meat was faintly heard in the air. The 2 7th realm practitioners stationed in the city rushed to welcome them and looked at the pile of charcoal. What is this? The 7th realm martial artist holding the coke had an ugly face and said in a heavy tone, "This is Minister Feng's son, Feng Wenyao." What? The 2 were shocked. Wasn't Minister Feng's son the first Ho of the human race? How did he become like this? What happened? Cut the crap. Save the people first. Hurry up and bring out your life-saving pills. I'll notify the Ministry of Martial Arts. Chapter 068. No more pretending. Showdown. I am the grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. Lishan Base City, 15th floor of the Star Hotel. The crowd could not help but sigh as they saw the attack in the distance. Worthy of being the first Ho of the human race, this is too powerful, knocking the entire Lishan mountain out of existence, actually. Treading Heaven Realm. What a powerful realm. I wonder if I can reach that realm. Mount Lai was destroyed. Are the ferocious beasts of that Mount Lai still there? Suddenly someone asked such a sentence, and everyone fell silent. You looked at me. I looked at you. They didn't come all the way to Lai Mountain Base City just for the purging mission issued by the Ministry of Martial Affairs, but this move of Yao Riho directly knocked Lai Mountain out of existence. Can there still be any ferocious beasts left alive? Cough, cough, cough. This I will send people to check. Everyone rest assured that is. then play music, then dance. Yiming stood up, a little flustered. With such a big commotion, it was estimated that the entire base city knew about it, and with his understanding of his parents, they would definitely have to go knock on the door. The problem was that his doppelganger wasn't at home. After knocking for half a day with no one there, his parents would probably be worried. It's better to go home anyway. The food is almost done. Night, old brother. What are you doing here? Back. Zhang Zishuan, go. Hit the road back home. The few people on the side were relieved to see Yiming was leaving. They were under a lot of pressure with Yiming staying here. Just a little while ago, they had beaten up the Tianlong Martial Arts University, the Wang family, and the Tang family. If they stayed any longer, they were afraid that they would be beaten up as well. However, thinking in their hearts was one thing. Seeing Yiming leave, everyone stood up to see him leave. Luang Hongye and Lin Qingfeng, on the other hand, sent Yiming's trio to the door. Elder brotherly, take care. I'll be waiting for you at the Martial Artist Association tomorrow. Goodbye, brotherly. Yiming waved his hand and left with Zhang Zishuan and his mother. Just after taking 2 steps, Yiming said to Zhang Zishuan, "You guys should have a lot to talk about. I'll go first." After saying that, Yiming disappeared in front of the two with a tap of his toes. Tightly and slowly finally rushed to the downstairs of the neighborhood. Through the window, Yiming returned to the room, and sure enough, his parents had already started knocking on the door. Yiming hurriedly opened the door and saw his parents' anxious faces. What's wrong? Yiming rubbed his eyes and pretended to have just woken up. There was an earthquake just now. Didn't you feel it? If I don't come out, I'm going to break into the house. Go hide down there. Yi mother looked anxious, pulling Yiming to go downstairs. Mom. What's the hurry? Small tremors don't need to run. Big tremors can't run. If there is something wrong, there is nothing wrong now. Yi mother directly slapped on Yiming's arm, tugging him to go out. What crooked reasoning. What if there is an aftershock later? There was such a strong light just now. I don't know what happened. The recent period has been really plagued with disasters. Yiming, who had just reigned supreme in front of many elemental realm powerhouses, was now like a quail in front of his mother, with no ability to resist. Yiming glanced at Yi father, who helplessly spread his hands. I'm also helpless. But your mom has said it, so go down. What are you looking at, go? Outside the neighborhood, Zhang mother pulled Zhang Zishuan in with quick steps, as if there was someone behind them chasing them. Zhang Zishuan knew that his mother was afraid that the Tang family would follow them. He knew that the Tang family would definitely not dare to, but he didn't say anything more. Along the way, his mother didn't ask anything. She didn't ask why he was there. She didn't ask about Mr. Yiming. She just pulled him forward one by one. After entering the neighborhood, Zhang Zishuan saw Yiming and his family standing in the open space in the middle of the neighborhood. After the square in the middle of the neighborhood was destroyed last time, after a few days of repairs, it had all been made more or less the same. The pits had been filled in, and the ground had been made good. Sister Zhang, just getting off work? There was just an earthquake. There might still be aftershocks. It's better to stay downstairs for a while, and then go upstairs after a while. Yi mother saw Zhang mother and greeted her. Hello, uncle and auntie. Brother good? Yes, just got off work. I heard someone say that the earthquake is over. There won't be any aftershocks. I still have some things to do. Go back. Without stopping, Mother Zhang led Zhang Zishuan into the unit building. After returning home, Zhang mother rushed into the bedroom and started to pack up her things. The Tang family knew where she lived. She had always thought that the Tang family wouldn't put small people like them in their eyes, so she didn't move. Who knew that this time, they would actually send someone over, and they even thought of ruining their own son. This place couldn't stay any longer. It was necessary to change to another place. Zhang Zishuan took Zhang mother by the hand and dragged her to the sofa to sit down. Mom, sit down. I have something to tell you. There's no need to pack up. We're not leaving. Mother Zhang shook her head and didn't say anything. She couldn't put her own son in a dangerous situation. Mom, the Tang family won't dare to come over, don't worry. Your son isn't the ordinary person he was before. My master, uncle, as you can see, is very powerful. Even Tang San, that elemental realm powerhouse, didn't dare to say anything when his arm was chopped off. My senior uncle is a peak elemental realm powerhouse. What's more, my master's ancestor, who's my master's master, he's actually an 8th realm martial artist. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I, Zhang Zishuan, disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. Speaking of this, Zhang Zishuan was a little excited. That was an 8th realm martial artist. Mother Zhang raised her head and looked at Zhang Zishuan, her eyes fluctuating a bit. Really? Zhang mother startled Zhang Zishuan when she spoke. Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't drank water for 10 days and half a month. He hurriedly poured a cup of water for his mother. Really? I only just found out about it. Does the Luangxian Pavilion know about it? My senior uncle is on relatively good terms with the pavilion master of the Luangxian Pavilion, and he even gave me a bottle of elixir when we met. Zhang Zishuan pulled out the elixir from his pocket and placed it on the table. Mother Zhang recognized it at a glance: qi and blood elixir, an elixir for martial artists. She had seen it before when she bought elixirs for Zhang Zishuan. It was very expensive, 100,000 for a bottle. It's because of this incident that caused resentment from another Long family member. She's a student of Tianlong Martial University, an elemental realm martial artist, and her father is still a 7th realm martial artist. And then, finally. So don't worry, when the Tang family finds out, they won't dare to come after us again. It was only after hearing this that the entirety of Zhang's mother breathed a sigh of relief and finished the water in her hand in one gulp. That's great. Our family Zishan has made a name for himself, actually becoming the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. Zishan can become a martial artist, and a strong one too. You won't have to be bullied in the future. As she said this, Mother Zhang shed tears of joy. You keep talking about master uncle and master ancestor. What about your master? Who is it? I must thank him for accepting our family Zishan as a disciple. And also thank your master uncle. Chapter 069, Martial Ministry Meeting. Warning to the Tang family. Zhang Zishuan was a bit speechless for a moment. After much hesitation, he still didn't tell his mother. I need to ask my master about this before I can say anything. He specifically told me before that he couldn't tell anyone about his identity. Zhang mother didn't pursue the matter and nodded her head. Good. Then follow what your master said. It's right not to say anything. Make sure to listen to your master's words and cultivate well. Mom is now going to make some delicious food. When you bring it to master later, let him taste it. Mother Zhang stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Zhang Zishan didn't say anything. Jinghai Base City, this was the largest base city in the entire Federation, and it was also the safest base city, as the headquarters of the Ministry of Martial Arts was located here. At this moment, the lights of the Ministry of Martial Arts were brightly lit, and in a conference room, all of the top brass of the Ministry of Martial Arts were sitting here. Not a single person who could enter this meeting had a realm that was lower than the 7th realm. They were all the top echelons of the human race, the top combatants. The minister of the Ministry of Martial Affairs was even at the peak of the 7th realm, about to step into the 8th realm of power. As for those above the 8th realm, the gods and dragons were nowhere to be seen, except for the time when the 8th Order ferocious beasts appeared inside the Moko Deep Ocean when they could be seen. The rest of the time no one knew where they were and what they were doing. Luoxiu, the vice minister sitting at the front, saw that everyone had come and inquired about the minister at the very front. Minister Feng, everyone is here. Let the meeting begin. Feng Qianhao nodded, his face looking a bit ugly. He already knew about Feng Wenyao's situation. Luoxiu looked at the rest of the people and said in a somewhat heavy tone, "The reason I called everyone back for a meeting overnight is because 2 important things happened today, and all of you are the top echelons of my human race, so you must be informed in place. The first matter, an unknown 8th realm martial artist has appeared within the Federation, raising the Wang family to the ground. The specifics, Wang Yunhai, tell us." The projection in the conference room opened and Wang Yunhai's figure appeared on the screen. "Greetings to all of you. Meet Vice Minister Luo. Meet Minister Feng. The situation is like this." Wang Yunhai switched the camera of his cell phone, and the raised Wang family appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss, what a huge range. Look at the range of this attack. It looks like the handiwork of the 8th realm. Did it become like this just by lifting your hand? Every time I see the power of the 8th realm, it's a shock. Feng Qianhao looked at the Wang clan in the screen, recalling the attack that Wang Yunhai had just described, and inwardly, he almost confirmed that this Hanli was indeed a martial artist of the 8th realm. This Hanli doesn't seem like he's from a cult. There aren't any places that have been blood sacrificed recently. Is it possible that it's from the Beast God cult? Impossible. Those perverts of the Beast God cult don't have feelings, much less keep their hands to themselves. It shouldn't be a cult, or else all the Wang family members would have died. This Hanli's willingness to let the Wang family leave proves a lot. Yes, we can go to Lishan Bay City to get in touch with his disciple and get to know him, and it's best if we can drag him to our martial department. Yes, and quickly. We can't be brainwashed by the Scarlet Sect and the Beast God cult. It's not just Hanli. Isn't that disciple of his, Li Feiyu, about to enter the control realm? To become a martial artist of the control realm at such a young age, his talent is also very strong. Pull him in as well, and the rest of the disciples, investigate them all and pull them in. Luoxiu suddenly spoke at this time. I've already gotten someone to investigate. Hanli has 2 disciples and 1 disciple grandson. The first disciple, Li Feiyu, appearance is probably around 24 years old, wind and fire dual elemental, peak elemental strength, suspected control realm, specializes in spiritual attacks, the rest is unknown. The second disciple, Yi Ming, a senior high school student in the 5th high school of Lishan Bay City, bottom of the list in martial arts, chi and blood value, not even 1, suspected of having unknown talent. The reason why Li Feiyu appeared in Lishan Bay City has a lot to do with Yi Ming. Li Feiyu had appeared in Yi Ming's neighborhood. Apprentice grandson, Zhang Zishan, senior high school student of Lishan Bay City No. 1 high school, also in the bottom half of martial arts scores, chi and blood value of 3.01, similarly suspected of having an unknown talent. Close relationship with Yi Ming, have been together in recent weeks, suspected to be Yi Ming's disciple. Which base city is Li Feiyu from? Where did he go to school? And from where did he arrive in Lishan Bay City is all unknown. Yi Ming is just the opposite of him. All the information can all be checked, and the background is transparent without any problems. As for Zhang Zishan, Luoxiu glanced at an old man and then said, Zhang Zishuan's original name was Li Zishuan. His father, Li Ziyuan, is now the husband of the Tang family's Miss Tang Yusin, who abandoned his wife and children 13 years ago and joined the Tang family. It seems that there was an unpleasant incident in the middle, and this afternoon, the Tang family's Tang San brought the young master of the Tang family, Tang Feiyu, to rush to the Lishan Bay City. An hour ago, the 2 returned to the Tang family, and Tang San broke an arm. Everyone's gazes looked at the old man, who frowned and snorted coldly. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not from the Tang family. Feng Qinhao glanced at him and said calmly, Go back and tell old man Tang, if he dares to mess around, we don't need an 8th realm martial artist to make a move. Our martial department will destroy his Tang family first. The old man's face was hard to see. Is this exactly knocking old man Tang? This is knocking me out, isn't it? All right, Minister Feng, I'll go back and tell him. As one of the vice-chancellors of the Jinghai Martial Arts University, he was originally sent down by the Ministry of Martial Arts and should be impartial, but he had gotten a little close to that old man from the Tang family recently. And that old man from the Tang family had been getting more and more unruly in recent years, getting closer and closer to the worldly families, even wanting to turn the Jinghai Martial University into something like the Tianlong Martial University. As the minister of the martial arts department, it was impossible for him to ignore these things. The world family had become more and more rampant in recent years, suppressing the commoners' children, putting on an air of superiority, and even daring to infiltrate the martial ministry. If he hadn't considered the powerful members of the lineage on the front line, he would have just taken action. Have someone reach out to Li Feiyu, preferably to join the martial department. Yi Ming and Zhang Zishuan are still students. Their mission is still to go to school. Wait until after they graduate from the martial university. Have the military martial university reach out to them to find out the specifics. Luoxiu nodded. All right, Minister Feng. This matter is decided. Han Li's news is blocked off. Don't spread it out. At the very least, don't spread it out before we come into contact with him. Feng Qinhao's sharp eyes swept over everyone present, and they all silently lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. Luoxiu, next matter. The second thing, news has come from the western sand wasteland that Feng Wenyao, Marquis of the Obsidian Sun, is dying of serious injuries. The elemental core in his body is shattered, and his strength has regressed to the sovereign realm. Chapter 070, Martial King. The martial ministry mission is cancelled. As the words fell, the seat was filled with shock. Everyone's eyes went to Minister Feng. Feng Wenyao was his son. What? Marquis Yao is seriously injured and dying? How could this happen? If I remember correctly, it seems that Yao Riho should have gone to Lishan Bay City to clean up the 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. Could it be that he was killed by the 6th-ranked ferocious beasts? Impossible. The Obsidian Marquis is powerful, and there's also the true Sun Flame. How could he not be able to defeat a 6th-ranked ferocious beast? Is it possible that it has something to do with that Hanli? Isn't there a disciple of Hanli in Lishan Bay City? Luoxiu immediately interrupted them, lest they guess wildly. All right, don't make any wild guesses. It has nothing to do with Hanli. The specifics aren't very clear, but someone went to check out Mount Lai and found the Scarlet Sect stragglers. I guess it's related to the Scarlet Sect. We'll find out when the Obsidian Ho wakes up. Recently, the Scarlet Sect has been getting more and more licentious. There was the blood sacrifice of 30 million people in Tianlin Bay City, And now they are targeting my human geniuses like this. They really think that our martial department is a soft target. From now on, fully prepare for war. And when the Martial King returns, annihilate the Scarlet Sect. Martial King, a peak 7th Realm Seal King powerhouse. Although Feng Qianhao was also at the peak of the 7th realm, he wasn't a King Sealer powerhouse. He was still far from being a King Sealer. The Martial King had been sitting on the front line of the Moko Deep Ocean and could rank in the top 3 of the 7 realm strengths of the human race. Is the Martial King coming back? It's been 10 years since the Martial King last returned, right? Some people are going to be out of luck. What about the front line? Won't there be any problems with the Martial King leaving? The Moko Deep Ocean was different from the 4 Great Wastelands. The Moko Deep Ocean was the source of ferocious beasts, and battles were happening all the time on the boundless ocean. Endless ferocious beasts stormed the front line time and time again, and every day there were several sets of ferocious beasts attacking the city. You guys don't need to worry about the front line. Since we have the Martial King back, there must be someone sitting on the front line. You guys just get ready. All martial artists above the 5th realm, all of you. Everyone's eyes were glowing. The Scarlet Sect scum only knew how to brutalize their own people. They should have been exterminated a long time ago. Yes, kill all the scum of the Scarlet Sect. Feng Qianhao looked at them and took in all their expressions, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. After the meeting, Feng Qianhao sat alone in the conference room for a long time. Until it was almost dawn, Luo Xiu walked into the conference room. Minister Feng, the Obsidian Marquis is out of danger. Feng Qianhao sighed in relief and stood up to look into the distance, where there was a warm sun that was about to rise. I know. The next day, Yiming woke up and had a simple breakfast before arriving at the park. Zhang Zishuan came even earlier than him. Yesterday's experience had made it even harder for Zhang Zishuan, and that feeling of powerlessness had once again deepened his desire for strength. After seeing Yiming arrive, Zhang Zishuan took out a lunchbox from the side and opened it to some small desserts. Teacher, thank you very much for yesterday. This is the dessert my mom made. Let me bring it to you to try. Yiming looked at the desserts inside the lunchbox and took one to taste. Well, it tastes good. Your mom is good with her hands. Hee hee, not bad. Try this red bean paste one. Delicious. Okay. Leave the rest for now. I'm not hungry after I just ate. Teacher, can I tell my mom about you being my teacher? You didn't tell him? Then this pastry? Yiming thought that Zhang Zishuan had already said it. He actually felt that it didn't matter, now that a lot of people already knew about it. It was the same whether this kind of thing was hidden or not. As long as the matter of the chakra path was not casually told outside, it would be fine. In the past, he was still a bit of a wimp, but now that he had not only reached the 5th realm in terms of strength, but also had a backer in the 8th realm, he could act a little more boldly. Zhang Zishuan shook his head. You said before that you couldn't just tell anyone, so I didn't. Well, it's fine for you to tell your mom, but the matter of the chakra path is kept secret for now. I'll take some time to tell my parents as well. It's not a good idea to keep it a secret. Okay, teacher, I know. Yiming covered the lunchbox and put it aside. Seeing Zhang Zishuan look like he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it, Yiming rolled his eyes. If there's something, say it. If there's nothing, go cultivate. There's something. Teacher, I want to ask about Master Ancestor. Is he really an 8th realm martial artist? No. Not an 8th realm martial artist? Then how did he do it? Yiming slapped Zhang Zishuan's head. Zhang Zishuan's head shrunk and covered his head. Are you stupid? It's not like we're practicing martial arts. That's a 6th Dao level powerhouse. Hurry up and go cultivate. I have something to go out. Zhang Zishuan froze for a moment. A 6th Dao level powerhouse. Wasn't that equivalent to an 8th realm martial artist? Crap. Self was actually the grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. It was too awesome. Teacher, the 10 perfection pills are almost gone. Where did you buy that? I'll go buy some. Yiming waved his hand. It just so happened that he was going to Wangxian Pavilion, so he could just buy some more, by the way. No need. It just so happens that I'm going over there. Just bring it back for you. Yiming left the park and arrived at the Martial Artist Association. A long way away, Yiming saw Wang Hongya standing at the entrance of the building and waved after seeing him. Elder Brother Knight? Elder Brother Luang, why are you here? You're not waiting for me. Luang Hongya was very happy today. His face was glowing red. His mouth was rising all the time. He couldn't suppress it. Older Brother Li is here. Come in. I must have a good drink with you today. A drink? Isn't today a mission for the Ministry of Martial Arts? Why do you still need to drink up? Yiming followed Luang Hongya inside the Wangxian Pavilion. Wang Hongya was about to pour the wine, but was stopped by Yiming. Elder brother Wang, aren't you going to fulfill the mission of the martial department? Why are you still drinking? Drinking this early in the morning? Lang Hongya laughed and put the wine aside. It's also true that the main thing is too happy today. There's no need to go on the mission of the martial department. Yiming frowned. No need to go? That wouldn't do. He still had a mission. He had to help Wang Hongya get the highest points in the martial department mission to exchange for the spiritual rosary in order to obtain the sharing wheel eye. That was a Sharingan eye. Why don't you have to go anymore? Is something wrong? Lang Hongya nodded and said to Yiming, didn't the Obsidian Marquis go to deal with the 6th-rank ferocious beasts last night and directly knocked out the entire Lai Mountain? All the ferocious beasts died out. Now there are only a few 2nd and 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts left in Lai Mountain. The 4th-ranked ferocious beasts are all dead, so the Ministry of Martial Arts canceled the mission. Yiming's brain directly went down. The ferocious beasts were gone? This is still completing an egg mission. Night, old brother. Old brother, I have to thank you. After the Wang family knew about last night's situation, they asked me to thank you and gave me a reward. Guess what it is? Chapter 071 Reward. Sharingan. The 5th floor martial arts center. What reward? Yiming didn't have the heart to think about what rewards. He only wanted to know what he had to do to obtain his own rewards. System, what about this? The ferocious beasts in Lai Mountain are all gone, and the martial arts department even canceled the mission. What about my sharpening wheel eye? Give me back my sharpening wheel eye. The system was directly rendered speechless by Yiming. Host, you have to be clear. The martial arts department mission was canceled, and the system has nothing to do with the host to solve their own. I solve a hairline. The ferocious beasts are gone. You are not rigorous in this mission. This is your system's problem. How can you let me solve it? Ding. Detected a deviation in the quest and is revising the quest. Requires the host to help Wang Hongya obtain the spiritual rosary. Mission rewards sharpening wheel eyes. Mission duration 1 month. Expired mission counted as a failure. Yiming was quite happy to hear that the mission was being modified, but he was dissatisfied after hearing the mission requirements. He had only heard of spiritual rosary beads. Where to get them? It would also take a month. System, aren't you being difficult? I don't even know what a spiritual rosary looks like. And I helped Wang Hongya obtain a spiritual rosary. Why don't you just say that I failed the mission? Ding. The host's strong desire has been detected. The mission will be judged a failure. Stop, 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 stop. I'm just saying it. I'll take it. I'll take this mission. Damn system. It's so detestable. It's really disgusting. It seems that self will have to inquire about how to get the spiritual rosary beads. Wang Hongya was so excited and happy with himself that he completely ignored Yiming, saying that he was letting Yiming guess, but actually said the answer right away. It's spiritual rosary beads. Ha ha ha. The Wang family rewarded me with a spiritual rosary bead. Yiming froze for a moment and thought that he was hallucinating. What? Spiritual rosary bead. Knowing that I met you in order to get the spiritual rosary, the Lang family rewarded me with a spiritual rosary. The martial division mission doesn't have to be done even if it hasn't been canceled. Older brother Knight. Brother has to thank you. Crap. A spiritual rosary? Rewarded because of me? Doesn't that mean that the mission is complete? Ding. Mission complete. Receive reward. Sharingan eyes. Is the reward claimed? There will be a short period of time where the eyes will be different after claiming it. Do not claim it, not yet. System, I was wrong. You are the best system in the world, the most awesome system. You are the eternal God. Yiming's face showed joy. His heart was even more excited. The sharing wheel I had arrived. The Wang family, truly my wealthy family. Ha ha ha, old brother. Isn't it true that you are also happy for me? This time thanks to you. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to get the spiritual rosary? Wang Hongya took out a bunch of papers from under the table. The top one had the words house transfer contract written on it. This is what old brother promised you before. Sign it, and this martial arts center is yours. Yiming hesitated for a moment, since what favor did not help, but also took so many system rewards. Wang Hongya also want to give him something. This is a little. As if Wang Hongya had read what Yiming was thinking, he smiled and said, Don't be polite, old brother. Just a spiritual rosary is enough for this set of house, and there are more benefits that old brother got. If it wasn't for you opening your mouth before, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on this set of properties. Sign it, sign it. Hearing Wang Hongya's words, Yiming did not hesitate and directly opened the contract to take a look. This look was a shock. Which is a martial arts center, this is directly gave him a building, A total of 5 floors, a floor of 1,000 square meters. Waday. Yiming's eyes were about to glaze over. Elder brother Luang, this is too big. Luang Hongye waved his hand. Not too big, and it's not all my doing, there's also Mayor Lin's. There are all kinds of equipment inside. The equipment is all complete. Hurry up and sign it. I'll take you to see it after signing. Yiming picked up the pen and was about to sign, when he suddenly reacted and put the pen down. Almost forgot. This is for my senior brother. Wait for him to come over and sign it. Lang Hongye froze for a moment. Senior brother? Yiming? Okay, then let's go. Go check it out? Okay, wait a bit. I'll go buy something. Yiming stood up, greeted Luang Hongye, and then left. He came to the corner of this floor and saw the pinkish pink store again. Old man Jiang, give me 10 more bottles of 10 perfect pills. Huh, you actually have people here. Walking into the store, he realized that there was another person in the store, very tall and big. Yiming's 180 was only up to his chin. It was estimated that the other person had to be over 1 meter 9. A strong tendon meat with a childish face made Yiming a little shocked. Does not look very old, estimated only the appearance of junior high school students. How to feel his muscles can punch to kill the appearance of ordinary people, He saw Yiming came in face a little red, turned his head away, as if he felt embarrassed to be seen in such a place. This old man surnamed Jiang. Yiming came here to buy pills twice, is considered to be Jiang old man rare guests. Old man Jiang cursed and came out, holding 5 bottles of 10 perfect pills on the table. You guys don't know moderation? The dosage is actually so large. Not afraid of being weak? Why only 5 bottles? I want 10. There are only 5 bottles left. Hurry up and take them away. Stone, come in with me. The big man let out an "oh" and followed old man Jiang into the back. Yiming shook his head and sked. TSK, the little old man is actually good at this. Yiming swept the money over, put the 10 perfect pills into his space ring, and turned to leave. He took out his phone and called Zhang Zishan. Zishan, follow my doppelganger to this location later, number 666 World Garden Road. I'll send you the location. Okay, teacher. Yiming left behind a shadow doppelganger, then walked to the door and got into Luang Hongye's car. Elder brother Li, we're off then. Good. Elder brother Luang, I'll squint a little. Yiming closed his eyes, and inwardly, he had long been waiting to find out what his self's sharing wheel eye was like. The sharing wheel eye had powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. With Sharingan eyes, one possesses insight beyond the ordinary, can observe the flow of energy within the body, and can inflict and see through illusions, replicate body techniques, and non-blood relay limit jutsu. Once there was a guy with a writing wheel eye, through the writing wheel eye to copy thousands of jutsu, known as copy ninja. You can imagine how powerful the Sharingan eye is. Writer's eye can be opened through strong emotions. After opening, the eye will turn into a hook jade in the eye. So writer's eye is divided into single hook jade, double hook jade, and 3 hook jade. Further on is the writer's eye metamorphosis state, kaleidoscope, eternal kaleidoscope. Chapter 072, Kaleidoscope Ability. Chakra can actually increase longevity. The kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes could only be opened after enduring great negative emotions in the state of the 3 hook jade sharing wheel eyes, such as witnessing the death of a beloved person or killing them with one's own hands. Eternal kaleidoscopes are even more rare and require a pair of kaleidoscopes to be transplanted in order to advance to eternal kaleidoscopes. Kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes also have side effects when used. The eyes will be wasted if used too much, but the eternal kaleidoscope does not have such side effects and can be used however you want. System. Receive the sharpening wheel. Ding. The reward has been issued. Yiming's eyes suddenly hurt and his eyes fell into darkness. Even if his eyes were closed, he was plunged into endless darkness, the darkness of nothing. Even if the sunlight outside shone on his eyes, there was still nothing. Luckily, this feeling didn't last long before he regained his vision at L. Yiming opened his eyes, took out his cell phone and saw his own eyes. Red eyes with a black in the center and 3 hooks further out were threaded by a faint black line. Yiming's mind moved and his eyes returned to normal. System, how come it's only 3 hook jade? Why isn't it a kaleidoscope? Why isn't it an eternal kaleidoscope? Host, don't dream. Pick up a 3 hook jade shuriken for nothing and just be happy. What words? What do you mean by picking it up for nothing? That's the sharpening wheel I got from my hard work. Host is shameless. You're pulling this too far. How am I going to evolve the 3 hooks into a kaleidoscope? There's no way I'm going to be allowed to kill my parents. Don't even think about it. No, The Kaleidoscope Sharingan and Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan can't be obtained directly, but you can obtain the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's ability by doing quests to upgrade it to Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What does that mean? Gaining one Kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel Eye ability upgrades one eye to Kaleidoscope, and with two abilities, both eyes are upgraded to Kaleidoscope, and at the same time, you can open Susanoo. Why is it that only two eyes can open it and others can open it with one eye? Host, this system advises you to have some face. What a rookie system, go on. Gain 3 Kaleidoscopic Sharing Wheel Eyes ability, 1 eye upgraded to Eternal Kaleidoscope, 4 Kaleidoscopic abilities, 2 eyes upgraded to Eternal Kaleidoscopic Sharing Wheel Eyes. What? You also get 3 Kaleidoscope abilities, 4 Kaleidoscope abilities? Yes, all Kaleidoscope abilities can be obtained. Crap, the system is bullish. I take back that sentence from before, you're not a rookie. It's good that the host knows that. Then when I can gain 2 Kaleidoscope abilities, will you upgrade one of my eyes to an Eternal Kaleidoscope Rider's eye and the other eye will still be a 3-hook jade? Can't. Then what if I use my eye when I kaleidoscope and go blind? That's the only host you have. Considering the host's suggestion, you can choose to open the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan in one eye and the other eye again. Then, can I open Suzaku with only one Eternal Kaleidoscope? Can. Good. You're a good system. Yiming's mouth grinned. This system was so nice to talk to. If he could give it a score, he would definitely give it a 94. He left a score of 6 because this system was not 6 enough. It actually had to do tasks to give rewards. Couldn't it just give rewards directly? Yiming looked out of the window, and his 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eyes appeared again. The whole world seemed to slow down. He could see the boss selling pancake fruits on the roadside, picking his nose while flicking his boogers randomly into the sauce. He saw a lewd man see a long-legged girl and sneakily squint at her. He saw a fly in the sky, waving its wings towards a bubble of shit on the ground. Yiming withdrew his gaze and looked at Luang Hongya, and with a thought, Luang Hongya suddenly raised his hand and lowered it again. The 3-hook jade in his eyes disappeared, and Yiming withdrew his riding wheel eyes. Before, his illusion was strong. He was only relying on his spiritual power to be stronger and forcefully cast the illusion. Now with the sharing wheel eye, his illusions could be hit by even a single inattention of a 6th realm powerhouse. Martial artists below the 6th realm were even more likely to be struck by a single glance. With the sharing wheel eyes, even other people's mental attacks could be easily defended against, especially the illusion type. This thing, what a pervert. System, I got it, but can my students get Sharingan or something like that? And the blood succession limit or something like that? Including the strength to break through the 6 paths level, doesn't it require a bloodline or something? Don't worry, host, the students' growth quests contain all sorts of rewards, Sharingan eyes, white eyes, and the like. And strength breakthroughs don't require blood veins either. Host, please don't bring the anime into this system. The simplest example. In the anime, Chakra cultivation won't live a long life, but reality will. What? Chakra also has the effect of increasing longevity of martial arts. After breaking through the treading heaven realm in Budo, the lifespan would increase by 50 years, and one could live for 150 years. This was still what Luang Hongya had told him before. Further on he didn't know, but it must be a bigger increase than this, right? He had always brought that from the anime into the system, so he thought that not only would Chakra not increase his lifespan, it might even decrease it. But he didn't take it too seriously. There weren't many martial artists in this world who could live until their own great life expectancy was approaching, and almost all of them died fighting off ferocious beasts. Chakra is extracting energy from the cells, but at the same time, it is also feeding back energy to the cells, harboring them, and their lifespan will become longer. So the stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. Novel setting, no bar. Bar means you're right. Bar means I don't understand Naruto. Shadow level increases lifespan by 50 years. Super shadow level increases lifespan by 100 years. 6 paths level increases lifespan by 200 years. And beginner level increases lifespan by 500 years. Remind the host again, do not bring anime into this system. Crap, 500 years. Shadow level can increase lifespan. Wouldn't self be able to increase it right away? Bull. These 2 words couldn't be more appropriate to describe you. Yiming suddenly thought of another thing. What if the martial arts paths were practiced together? Wouldn't the 2 paths directly increase by 100 years after reaching the 6th realm? System, what if Chakra and martial way are cultivated together? Will the lifespan be stacked when they both reach the 6th realm? No, and host your martial arts talent is too poor. You won't be able to become a 6th realm martial artist even if you cultivate until you die. Grass. What about other people's cultivation? Students cultivate? Students cultivate, whichever one reaches the sixth realm first, whichever one increases their lifespan, but it will only increase once. That's good. If the student life is longer than mine, then I'll be unbalanced. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of a five-story building. Yiming was about to get off when his cell phone vibrated. Oldie, just now Gu Qingcheng came to look for you, and you weren't there. She asked me to tell you that the Law Enforcement Bureau had a mission today and followed the Blue family side of the law enforcement team to evacuate. Chapter 073. How Jian was kidnapped. Yiming rushed to it. The Lan family? Yiming had almost forgotten about this minor character. The recent encounters were not with the Luang and Tang families who possessed the seventh realm, but also with martial artists who had elemental realm strength at worst. The Blue family, a family whose strongest person was only at the peak of the Zhongshe. If not for Hao Jian's reminder, he would have forgotten about it. All right, I'll go and settle them once I'm done with the matter at hand. Hao Jian was dumbfounded. Why did he feel something was wrong? Hadn't Self contacted Yiming to tell him to be careful? What did it mean to solve them? Huh? Who are you going to solve? The Blue family? Hao Jian sent the message, but no one replied. Yiming had already gotten out of the car and stood in front of his own martial arts center. It had to be said that a five-story building was indeed high, especially this kind of martial arts hall building, with 5 floors of nearly 20 meters. The exterior decor also looked very high-end, and there were 2 stone lions placed at the entrance. This was the Thundering Martial Hall before. It's also one of the more powerful martial arts halls in Lishanbei City, and the owner is a peak Zhongshe martial artist. Unfortunately, the luck wasn't very good. Went out for a trip, and just happened to run into a 6th-order ferocious beast escaping and coming. The pavilion owner even brought dozens of disciples all GG. This place was originally the real estate of the base city. After the mayor knew I was going to send you, he also gave me a discount and was bought by me cheaply. Go in and take a look. Luang Hongya brought Yiming into the building. The interior decoration was even more luxurious. It looked golden and brilliant. There's everything in the martial arts center. The first floor is mainly a reception hall for opening to the public. There are also some workout equipment and a ring. The second floor is... In short, there's almost everything in these 5 floors. You can rest, you can retreat, you can cultivate, you can have whatever you want. How about it? Still satisfied? Yiming nodded, very satisfied. Satisfied that he couldn't be satisfied anymore. Originally, he just wanted to find a small room that would allow him and Zhang Zishuan to not have to stay in the park all the time. He didn't expect to get such a large martial arts center directly. Satisfied, too satisfied. Brother Luang, thank you so much. Small thing. What's the point of being polite? Compared to what I got from you, these are not worth mentioning. Luang Hongya took out 4 cards from his pocket and handed them to Yiming. The cards were exactly the same as the membership card that Luang Hongya had given him before, only the colors were different. The one he had before was silver-white, while the top one in Luang Hongya's hand now was a transparent color, like a crystal. This is our Luang Xin Pavilion's diamond membership card. Only those who are strong in the 8th realm are qualified to have it, and you can get a 30% discount on everything you buy in all the Alliance's Luang Xin Pavilions. So please bother to pass it on to your esteemed teacher, old brother. This one is a gold membership card. For you, 50% discount. The last 2, for your senior brother and nephew, silver membership cards. Luang Hongya could be said to be full of sincerity. The gold membership card was only for 6 or 7 realm martial artists. The silver membership card was even more for 4 or 5 realm martial artists. The diamond membership card was even more impressive, with a direct 30% discount. A $10 million item could be bought for only $3 million. The Luang family was hemorrhaging money. Yiming did not dwell on it this time and directly accepted it. Good, thanks a lot. Lang Hongya said with a raised eyebrow. These are anonymous, yo. Your senior brother has arrived, so I'll return first. You guys familiarize yourselves first. Zhang Zishuan and the shadow doppelganger walked in from the doorway, and without continuing to say anything more, Luang Hongya turned his head and left with a greeting. Seeing that there was no one in the building, Yiming directly lifted his shadow doppelganger and transformed back to his original form. He had seen it all. There was no surveillance or anything like that in the building. Teacher, such a big martial arts center. It will all be ours in the future? On the way, the shadow doppelganger had already talked to Zhang Zishuan about the martial arts center, and Zhang Zishuan looked very excited. Yes, it's all ours. We'll be practicing here in the future. Wow, it's so big. I like it so much. Teacher, I'll take a look around. Well, feel free. Just treat it as your own home. I'll take a call. Yiming's cell phone suddenly rang. Picked it up. How Jin's call. Hey bitch, what are you looking for your big daddy for? Humph. Sharp-tongued brat. A cold snort came from the opposite side. The voice was a hoarse male voice. Once heard, it was not Hao Jian. Yiming's face directly changed. Who are you? Where is Hao Jian? Wanna know? Come to this location in the west of the city. I advise you better not tell anyone, or you will only see corpses when you come. A location was sent over. Yiming took a look and knew where it was. I need to make sure Hao Jian is safe first. In the west of the city, inside a small abandoned factory building, Hao Jian was tied to a pillar, unable to move. Next to him was a man wearing an Ultraman mask, wrapped tightly all over. He pulled off the cloth from Hao Jian's mouth and placed the phone in front of Hao Jian's mouth. Old Yi, tell the law enforcement team. Don't come over. It must be. The man punched Hao Jian in the face, directly making him unconscious. Did I tell you to say so many words? Hear that? Hurry over or don't blame me for being rude. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuanjui took off his mask. Yiming was too evil. He didn't dare to be careless. It was better to be cautious. Even though they might have guessed that it was the Blue family that had acted, without seeing Self's face, it was rightly regarded as a false accusation. What's more, according to his arrangement, Hao Jian and Yiming should have a hard time escaping death. Zhao Yuanjui looked towards the several large boxes in the depths of the plant, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yiming, I don't believe you can still escape this time. Zhao Yuanjui turned around and left, finding a place where he could see the factory building and cat up. Half an hour later, the cell phone rang. Where are you? I don't see anyone. Zhao Yuanjui sneered. Of course he couldn't see anyone. It just wasn't that place. He resent over a location. Go here. After hanging up the phone, he picked up another phone. Is this kid alone? Yes, he's alone. Good. In case Yiming really told the law enforcement team, and the law enforcement team followed him over, that wouldn't be fun. Although most of the law enforcement team had gone on a mission, there were still a few clerks around. If they followed over, maybe even the law enforcement team would have to be killed together. It would be too troublesome. Fortunately, Yiming was more obedient and did not tell anyone. 10 minutes later, Yiming appeared in Zhao Yuanjui's line of sight. Zhao Yuanjui watched him walk into the factory building and pressed a switch in his hand. Inside the plant, Yiming walked in and found Hao Jian tied to a pillar. After seeing Yiming came, his eyes were panicked. He was about to take 2 steps forward. 3 yellow hairs holding a stick came out from the side. Kid, what do you want to do? Yiming froze for a moment when he saw a few people. Wasn't it the Blue family members who were up to no good? These 3 yellow hairs were skinny and bony with a killer haircut. Definitely not martial artists. Who's a martial artist with a stick? As a matter of fact, they were indeed not martial artists. They were just found by Zhao Yuanjui to be scapegoats. It's cheap. $1,000 a person. Just helping to beat up Yiming. It's simple, isn't it? Deep inside the factory, the red light on several large boxes suddenly turned green, and the doors of the boxes slowly opened, revealing several pairs of green eyes. Chapter 074. Driving a Fierce Beast. Yiming killed the fierce beast in seconds. Yiming sensed the movement inside in an instant. He looked at the 3 yellow hairs and said in an icy tone, I advise you guys to better leave here now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave if you want to later. The leading yellow hair glanced at the yellow hair next to him, then laughed out loud. Haha, laughing me to death. Can't you kid read the situation? How dare you threaten us? If we, the 3 Peach Garden brothers, wimp out a bit, we'll write our names upside down. The last yellow hair seemed to have heard something and turned his head to look behind him as a huge rat appeared behind him. Fierce, fierce, fierce. The yellow hair on the side patted him on the shoulder, holding the stick over his shoulder. I understand. Brothers, get on me and beat him to death. Fierce beast. The yellow hairs turned their heads and ran. What brothers? All left behind. The other 2 yellow hairs froze for a moment, feeling as if there was a chill behind them. One of the yellow hairs turned his head trembling, only to see 2 huge incisors biting directly towards him, biting him in half. The other one was paralyzed with fear by this scene. Tears and snot couldn't be stopped, and a foul smell emanated from underneath him. Fierce, fierce, fierce. Before he could finish his words, he jerked over. Surprisingly, he was directly scared to death. The first yellow hair who ran away first had already escaped to the door at this moment. Seeing that he could go out, his face showed a smile of survival after the robbery. But he was happy a little too early. The ground suddenly rumbled. A giant rat just drilled out. Yellow hair ran straight into the giant rat's 2 large incisors, and then was swallowed by the giant rat in one gulp. A giant rat in front, a giant rat behind. How Jian had despaired. This was a ferocious beast, without being a martial artist. In front of a ferocious beast, there was only one end, death. Not to mention that there were two more beasts. No, four. Two more beasts came out from behind the beast. It's over. It's over. How Jian knew this kind of beast. He talked about it in school, the demon mole. Looking at the size of the four demon moles, they should be second-order beasts, corresponding to innate martial artists. How could Yi Ming, a high school student, deal with them? How Jian fell into a deep self-blame. If not for the fact that he was captured, Yi Ming would not have come to save himself. In How Jian's gaze filled with guilt, Yi Ming clapped his hands together. When transportation, when cut, the four demon moles were directly sliced in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. How Jian didn't react, and the demon moles didn't react even more as their bodies became two pieces. It had to be said that the vitality of the beast was indeed exuberant, and it still did not die immediately after becoming two cut-off pieces, and its body was still twitching on the ground. Yi Ming walked in front of Hao Jian, and in his shocked gaze, he removed the things in his mouth and untied him. Hao Jian's mouth was wide open as he looked at Yi Ming, while looking at the body of the demon mole that was still flailing on the ground. It just kept looking back and forth, as if he was a retard. Bitch, your brain shouldn't be paralyzed. It's a wasted trip. Your kind will probably be drooling even if you're cured later. Hao Jian had been looking straight at Yi Ming and jumped violently, hooking a hand on Yi Ming's shoulder. Crap. Old Yi. What the hell? What did you do? How did you do it? These are four second-ranked beasts, and they died with a slap of your hand? Is there some kind of mechanism hidden in your hand? Hao Jian lifted Yi Ming's hand up, flipped it over and over to look at it, and lifted it up high. Yi Ming directly drew back his own hand and wiped it on his body. I don't do gay also. You should call me what? Forget it? Call you what, master? Don't even think about it. Forget it then. I was going to teach you a few tricks. Yi Ming turned around and walked away. Hao Jian's eyes lit up, directly a sliding shovel, kneeling in front of Yi Ming. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's worship. Yi Ming was directly speechless. This then was too shameless, too cheap. Get up. Finish the matter on your head first. Okay, la master. Hao Jian jumped up, then walked behind Yi Ming to rub his shoulders. Master, is this force okay? It's okay. Tell me, what's the situation? I don't know, is not immediately the college entrance exams, today's vacation. I just went out of the school door not long before the blackness of the eyes, and then came here. A person wearing an Ultraman mask called you, and asked you to come and save me. I figured that it must be someone from the Blue family. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Hao Jian's eyes. Gu Qingqing had only told him that there was no one left to watch over the Blue family side, and someone on this side had kidnapped him to blackmail Yi Ming. Looking at the appearance of the four ferocious beasts, it was obvious that they wanted to cause them to die, and then put the blame on the ferocious beasts. In addition to the Blue family, he could not think of anyone else. Yi Ming nodded. The ferocious beasts had all appeared. They must be related to the martial artists. For second-order ferocious beasts, it would definitely take a third-realm martial artist to capture them. Besides Zhao Yuanjui, he couldn't think of anyone else. This Zhao Yuanjui, over and over again, purely looking for death. This time, he had to get him killed no matter what he said. It should be, Zhao Yuanjui is probably around. Even if the ferocious beasts killed us, he still needs to clean up the scene so that he won't be discovered by the Enforcement Bureau. Hao Jian's face changed and the movements on his hands stopped. Then won't we be discovered by him if we go out? Yeah. Wouldn't we not have to find him if he finds out? But he's a peak zone sure martial artist. Old Yi. Huh. Master. That old dog Zhao Yuanjui is a peak zone sure martial artist. Oh, just watch my master's performance. Outside the factory, Zhao Yuanjui stood in the distance with his brows furrowed. It's been so long. Why hasn't the ferocious beast come out yet? It's only against 5 ordinary people. Is it as long as that? It shouldn't have run away from underneath. The demon mole would have been able to make holes and drill the ground. It was possible that it had run away from the ground. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanjui walked out and headed towards the plant. He had already decided that Yi Ming and Hao Jian were dead. He really couldn't think of any possibility that they could escape. If an ordinary person could escape from the hands of a second-order beast, then what else to practice martial arts, directly practicing escape techniques on the line. Zhao Yuanjui just walked to the door of the factory. Yi Ming and Hao Jian walked out from inside, and the three of them just happened to hit each other. How Jian had a look of fear on his face and hurriedly protected Yiming in front of him. Master, over to you. Your disciple, I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die here. Zhao Yuanjui's eyes widened. What happened to these two guys? They were actually still alive. Could someone be following them? Himph. Where is the senior person here? Why don't you come out and meet them? I'm a peak Zhongshe martial artist. I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Chapter 075. How Jian's Growth Quest. Good system. Yiming and Hao Jian both looked at each other and snorted out a laugh. Bastard, there's no one here. It's just the two of us. Zhao Yuanjui ignored these two guys. If it wasn't for the fear of the person who killed the ferocious beast, the two of them would have died long ago. Master, what if this buster ignores us? Bother. Directly fuck it to death. Yiming was about to clap his hands when the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding, student Hao Jianqing's mission is released. The Blue Clan has repeatedly targeted the Hao Clan, requiring student Hao Jian to personally resolve the Blue Clan. Mission reward. All Shadow Secret Arts. Yiming's hand stopped in the air. Shadow Secret Arts are those that belong to specific ninjutsu. There is no level to speak of, and they belong to secret ninjutsu. If there was no quest, there was no way to unlock the Shadow Secret Arts. Shadow Secret Art can control the opponent through their own shadow. Hit the opponent belongs to the more bizarre jutsu. However, because there are various restrictions on the use of the Shadow Secret Art, people with high intelligence may be able to utilize it better after learning it. It just so happened that Hao Jian was a smart guy. The Shadow Secret technique could be said to be specially prepared for him. System. This Zhao Yuanjui shouldn't be counted as a Blue family member. Counts. Zhao Yuanjui is an envoy of the Blue family, and without Zhao Yuanjui, there would be no Blue Enterprises, so Zhao Yuanjui is also a part of it. So what you're saying is that you can't kill Zhao Yuanjui now. You have to wait for Hao Jian to kill him personally? That's right. Yiming looked at Zhao Yuanjui with a strange expression. This guy's luck is so good? Zhao Yuanjui's brows were furrowed at the moment. After sensing a circle, he could determine that there were no others around, perhaps scared away by his own strength. He looked towards Yiming's duo, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Two little bastards. There is no one to help you now. Let's go. Let's go in and talk. Zhao Yuanjui exuded the aura of a peak Zhongshe powerhouse and pressed Yiming and the two of them to enter the plant. Yiming slowly backed away, and Hao Jian froze for a moment and also followed to retreat back into the plant. Holy shit, you won't not be able to do it. You said before inside that it was easy to deal with him. Said as if you could slap him to death with one palm. That's why I came out with you. What's the situation now? What's the situation now? You won't be able to beat him. Yiming glared at him. Just you have a mouth. Turn over your hand and crush, understand? First give him hope, then bestow him with despair. What do you know? Hao Jian looked at Yiming in shock, looking up and down as if he was seeing Yiming for the first time. Holy shit, when did you kid become so ruthless? Aren't you afraid of playing it off? This is a peak sect master powerhouse. He knew that Yiming had killed the second-rank beast, but he didn't know how. Just blinking his eyes into two halves, Hao Jian didn't think towards the elemental power. Don't worry, it's impossible to play off. Yiming walked into the plant, then said to the system, No, I will kill this Zhao Yuanjui. He came to find me trouble 3 times and even went to my house. What if he doesn't solve it and hurt my family? Ding. After the host kills Zhao Yuanjui, the mission will be judged a failure. Bullshit. The mission has failed because you, the system, abused your rights. You see for yourself the mission released to ask student Hao Jian to personally solve the Blue family members. Is Zhao Yuanjui's surname Blue? His surname is Zhao. He's a member of the Zhao family. No matter what relationship he has with the Blue family, he's also a Zhao, unless he changes his surname to Blue. Otherwise, if I kill Zhao Yuanjui, the mission won't fail. The system went straight to silence, the dog host giving his opinion for 3 days. Ding. Student Hao Jianqing is in the process of modifying the mission. Blue's enterprise and Hao's enterprise have always been in a state of antagonism. This time, they even want to kill the host student, requiring student Hao Jian to personally bring down Blues and kill the Blue family members who are in despair on the day of Blue's closure. Mission reward. All Shadow Secret techniques. Yiming raised his eyebrows. He was ready to not use the Shadow Secret arts. He didn't expect the system to really change the task, but he was really good at talking. System, you're a good system. I will definitely find you a mother system in the future. This system has no gender and does not distinguish between male and female. Then in the future, I'll find you a system that doesn't distinguish between male and female. The system was speechless and simply ignored Yiming. Yiming had a smile on his face and looked towards Zhao Yuanjui. This was good. He could just kill it. This son of a bitch, a mere peak zongshi trash, actually dared to provoke him repeatedly. To know that all those elemental realm martial artists were all like good babies in front of them, they didn't even dare to look at him for more than a second. This bastard not only wanted to kill him, he also wanted to deal with his family. If he doesn't die, who will? He had to die. The system's proposal was very good. Let him die in despair. How to make him despair? It must be to let him jump first. Jump until he is the happiest and slap him down. Zhao Yuanjui looked at Yiming viciously. Although he hadn't been in contact with Yiming for a long time, he hated Yiming far more than he hated Hao Jian. This dog almost killed Lan Yu and cut off his dream of entering the elemental realm. He caused himself to have to go to his senior brother and was humiliated. After looking for Yiming 3 times in a row, all 3 times he was blocked back by various reasons, which made the anger in his heart already burn higher than the sky. Damn scumbag, I'm going to crush all the bones in your body, inch by inch. I'll see who can come to your rescue. Yiming turned his head to look at Hao Jian and gave a wink. Hao Jian nodded and fiercely took a step back, tightly blocking Yiming in front of him. You dog, how dare you kill me? I am the young master of Hao's enterprise. Have you Long Clan gone crazy? Zhao Yuanjui glanced at Hao Jian and seemed to penetrate his thoughts. Can't he, a peak zongshi martial artist, deal with 2 high school students? Heh, want to gather evidence to bring down Lan? What's the harm in telling you? If Hao dares to go against Lan, he will die sooner or later. Killing you is just a warning to Hao. Sooner or later, one day, all of you Hao family members will die. Still want to collect information? I've blocked all signals before I came in. If you want to pass the news out, fine, just get out alive. The question is, can you guys do it? Hao Jian nodded and took his cell phone out. That makes sense. I've already finished recording. Master, do it. Master? Zhao Yuanjui immediately began to look around. He had obviously checked many times. There was absolutely no way anyone could be there. Good. Yiming suddenly spoke out, attracting Zhao Yuanjui's gaze. Ha ha ha, this guy is your master? Laughing my ass off. Come, Master Yiming. Let me see your strength as a master. Zhao Yuanjui laughed out loud and then threw a punch. Yiming sneered and similarly punched out. Painful Sky Fist. Based on the power generation method of the Pain Heavenly Kick, it changed from a kick to a punch. Gathering all the strange strength in his fist, he threw out a punch. Chapter 076, Earth Escape. Zhao Yuanjui begged for mercy. Monstrous power is a technique that gathers chakra in an instant in the fist or fingers to get a powerful destructive force that cannot be exerted by only the physical body. Based on his physical body and strength alone, Yiming was definitely no match for Zhao Yuanjui, who was at the peak of zongshi. But he had chakra. Zhao Yuanjui stared at Yiming with a disdainful face. A mere student actually wanted to spar with him. It was simply whimsical. He had already foreseen Yiming's arm breaking and blood splattering everywhere. Sure enough, blood splattered on Zhao Yuanjui's face. He hadn't even begun to rejoice when a heart-rending pain reached his heart. Ah! Zhao Yuanjui couldn't hold back any longer and screamed in agony, clutching his bloody arm. At this moment, his right arm was limp, all the bones seemed to be broken, and white bone crumbs could be seen just from the blood-drenched arm. The bones of the entire arm had been shattered. Yiming wouldn't even have a problem breaking his arm if he wanted to, but there was no need to be that bloody. He was still a child, so he didn't use too much chakra. Just like that, Zhao Yuanjui couldn't withstand it, and his entire arm was directly ruined. This would be holding his arm and backing up repeatedly, wailing. Don't wail, it's just a wasted arm. How big of a deal is it? Hao Jian saw this scene can be relieved. Yiming can handle on the line. His whole person feel a lot of hardness. How is it, old dog? How is my master's strength? Zhao Yuanjui's face was horrified. How is this power so strong? Even if he didn't use his qi and blood power, it shouldn't be like this. With all his skin, flesh, and bones practiced, his physical strength alone should have crushed ordinary students. He, a peak zongshi martial artist, actually had an arm cost without the slightest resistance. Could it be that Yiming was born with tremendous strength? How is it possible? You're just a student. How could you be so strong? Zhao Yuanjui didn't dare to keep his hand in. Yiming was very wrong. The qi and blood power in his body surged out crazily. His footsteps were a little bit, and he quickly rushed towards Yiming. Running thunder break. Zhao Yuanjui seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning. His intact arm lifted up and struck out with a fist. Yiming raised his foot and stomped towards the ground. Earth transportation, earth wave technique. The ground in front of Yiming seemed to turn into a sea wave, undulating up and down. How could Zhao Yuanjui expect extra waves on the flat ground? He was directly tripped, his body lost balance and flew out. He immediately began to adjust his position in the air, still punching at Yiming. Earth transportation, hardening technique. Yiming raised his hand and extended a finger in front of Zhao Yuanjui's fist, hardening all of his attacks. Zhao Yuanjui's eyes were glazed over. His own full-force strike was blocked by a finger? Impossible. Zhao Yuanjui couldn't believe that Yiming's strength was actually so strong and retracted his fist to strike again. Yiming was not spoiling him, stretching out his finger with more blue arcs of electricity. His hand gently slashed from the side and Zhao Yuanjui's fist flew out. Ah! Zhao Yuanjui screamed miserably and retreated far away. He didn't dare to continue his attack. He looked angrily at Yiming and shouted, "Damn guy! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you." Zhao Yuanjui transported his qi and blood power to his legs and ran towards the door with a miso. He only had one thought right now, to run. Run or die. What Yiming, what Blue family, he had put it all behind him. He only wanted to live now. Yiming disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he had already arrived at the doorway, just in front of Zhao Yuanjui. Zhao Yuanjui was dumbfounded, turning his head to look behind. Yiming had already disappeared. Where did he not know by now that Yiming was a more powerful martial artist than him? Even though he did not know exactly how he had cultivated to this level, he knew one thing. Self might die. Zhao Yuanjui directly knelt on the ground and began to kowtow frantically. Yiming, spare my life. It's all because the Lan family commanded me to do it. It's all because of Lan Yu and Lan Tian. They told me to kill you. Yiming glanced at Hao Jian, who was in a daze in the distance. He stood frozen in place. His mouth was so big that he could stuff an apple in it. Zhao Yuanjui's hands to now, but only a few dozen seconds. Hao Jian's brain has not yet turned around. The fight is over. He really couldn't figure out how Self's brother had become so strong. What about the promised hangman? The penultimate? Cough. Yiming coughed and woke up the dazed Hao Jian, who looked as if he was waking up from a dream. Seeing Yiming's eyes, hastily pulled out his cell phone. Just because I beat up Lan Yu, so the Lan family is going to kill me? And why is Hao Jian? Yes, because you beat up Lan Yu wants to kill you, and Blue Sky also wants to kill you. As for Hao Jian, Lan Tian had wanted to kill him for a long time, but never had the chance until recently when the Bay City was not peaceful and there were a lot more ferocious beasts, so that's why I was allowed to do it. What's with the ferocious beasts then? Blue Sky was afraid that after you guys died and were found out, Hao's family went crazy and retaliated. So he looked for a few ferocious beasts and asked me to fake it to look like you guys were killed by the ferocious beasts. Zhao Yuanjui did not dare to hide anything. He said whatever Yiming asked. Yiming looked at Hao Jian. What do you have to ask? Collect some evidence and bring down the Blue Enterprise. Yiming didn't forget Hao Jian's growing mission to bring down Blue Enterprise. Hao Jian would have recovered by now and walked over to Zhao Yuanjui and started asking some questions. After a few minutes, Hao Jian put away his cell phone with a smile on his face. He asked a lot of questions about Blue's irregularities, such as forceful buying and selling, assassinating opponents, etc. With this evidence, he could directly bring down Blue Enterprises. I've said everything I know. Please let me go. After finishing all this, Zhao Yuanjui started kowtowing again, hoping that Yiming would spare his life. His eyes swiveled around, trying to see if he could find a way to live. The only way to survive was in Hao Jian, who definitely could not have the terrifying strength of Yiming. Unfortunately, this guy Hao Jian had been hiding behind Yiming. Even when he asked himself a question just now, he was hiding behind Yiming, cautious as hell. He did not have the certainty to cross over Yiming and grab Hao Jian. Zhao Yuanjui's movements did not escape Yiming, who slowly raised his hand. Yiming, my brother is a strong person of the elemental realm. Once I die, my brother will know to look for me. Leave me alive, and I can help you push back the Lan family. Yiming's face did not change in the slightest. An elemental realm martial artist? Garbage. No need for that. You better go to hell. Zhao Yuanjui's lowered head snapped up. The pupils of his eyes instantly shrunk into vertical pupils, and a patch of green scales appeared on his face. Why do you have to force me? Yiming, I want you to die. Chapter 077. Beast God Cult. Fierce Beast Organ. Yiming was stunned by Zhao Yuanjui's sudden reaction, and Hao Jian behind him even took 3 steps back. The scales on Zhao Yuanjui's face were increasing, not only his face, but white scales appeared on his body wherever the skin was exposed. He opened his mouth wide. The corners of his mouth even grinned directly to his ears, revealing jagged teeth and a snake's head like a snake's letter in his huge mouth. A cold air was spat out from Zhao Yuanjiao's mouth. Yiming took a step back and grabbed Hao Jian's collar, leaving the doorway in a flash. The cold air hit the door and directly froze the door. The temperature of the entire plant dropped a lot. Zhao Yuanjui's change was not over yet. His drooping arm was recovering quickly. Even the broken hand on his other arm was growing out at the moment. His entire body had become slender, and his head looked just like a snake's. He turned his head, his snake pupils staring at Yiming in death, his tongue spitting out and making a hissing sound. "Why are you forcing me? Hiss, not only are you going to die, but your family members are going to die as well." Hiss. Zhao Yuanjui had no intention of escaping. This form couldn't be revealed, or else he would never have peace in the future. Hao Jian's entire body shrank behind Yiming and looked at Zhao Yuanjui in horror. At this moment, Zhao Yuanjui looked like a standing snake from afar. What is this thing? Old Yi, you can handle it. Hao Jian looked at the cold ice on the door. This seems like elemental power. This old dog shouldn't have the strength of the elemental realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhao Yuanjui didn't say much. His snake pupils stared at the two. Hao Jian felt his own goosebumps rising, a vicious cold rushing straight to his heart. Die! Zhao Yuanjiao's speed was even faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yiming and opened his bloody mouth. Endless cold air gushed out from his mouth and sprayed towards Yiming. Yiming frowned, clapped his hands together, and opened his mouth. Huge flames spewed out directly from Yiming's mouth, directly crashing into the cold air and burning it into vapor. Yiming did not use much chakra. He was very curious about Zhao Yuanjui's current state, and the flames disappeared after burning the cold air. Zhao Yuanjui took 2 steps back and looked at Yiming in surprise. Hiss, you're also from the beast god cult? Zhao Yuanjui was enlightened. No wonder Yiming was so strong, fast, and powerful. So he was also a member of the beast god sect. Beast god cult? Yiming froze for a moment. What was that thing? It looked like Zhao Yuanjui seemed to think that self was the same as him. After thinking for a moment, Yiming nodded his head. Hiss, I didn't expect you to be a member of the beast god cult as well. It's really a big water that washed over the Dragon King temple. Hiss, a family doesn't recognize a family, ah. Zhao Yuanjui had a hideous smile on his face, but his inner heart sank. Originally, he thought that he could kill Yiming by relying on his elemental abilities, but he didn't realize that he was also a beast god cult and also possessed elemental powers. There was no way out now. Even if he wanted to kill him, he probably couldn't. His eyes looked at Hao Jian behind Yiming, and his eyes showed a ferocious light. Yiming, it's even if you're from the beast god cult, but Hao Jian, he must die. Our trail can't be exposed, or the Ministry of Martial Arts will be in hot pursuit. Yiming raised an eyebrow. Pursue relentlessly? The Ministry of Martial Arts? You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. No, hiss, you have to kill him in front of me. Otherwise, what if he exposes me? Yiming suddenly thought of something and slapped his head. Alas, look at this brain of mine. How could I have forgotten? For a little chicken like you, there's still a need to make false pretenses. Zhao Yuanjui immediately had a bad feeling and was about to strike again when he saw Yiming's eyes change. Red eyes with 3-hook jade. 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eyes. Yiming directly hypnotized Zhao Yuanjui and began to question him. What is the beast god cult? The beast god cult is one of the cults explicitly banned by the Ministry of Martial Arts, capable of transplanting parts of ferocious beasts into humans to help them possess the abilities of ferocious beasts. Transplanting parts of ferocious beasts into humans? It sounded as if ordinary people could become stronger than martial artists even after transplanting parts of ferocious beasts. Zhao Yuanjui, a Zhengshi martial artist, was actually able to perform elemental attacks after being transplanted. Why did the Ministry of Martial Arts ban it? Isn't transplantation a good thing? For ordinary people, having power would allow them to survive better. So why was this sect called a cult? Not all parts of ferocious beasts can be transplanted, and after transplanting the parts of a ferocious beast, the human's consciousness will gradually change towards the ferocious beast, and the more it is used, the more violent its character becomes, and it will eventually turn into a humanoid ferocious beast. No wonder. This seems to be a cult. This is not properly turn people into beasts. This should be the cult that Hao Jian had talked to him about before. He glanced at Hao Jian, who obviously realized it as well. What kind of beast parts can be transplanted? I don't know. The Beast God Church regularly releases quests. and you can get fusible fierce beast parts after completing the quests. Quests? What kind of quest? What was the quest you completed? What fierce beast parts were obtained? I didn't complete a quest. My brother gave it to me. The one I fused was the snake gallbladder of a 4th rank frost python, and I was able to release a cold aura through the snake gallbladder. You really have a brother? Yes. He's the one who's in the beast god cult. I'm not. In order to protect my safety, he asked me to tell the public that he is my senior brother and has a very bad relationship with me, so that even if something happens to him, he won't implicate me. What else do you know about the beast god cult? Tell me. That's all I know, but my brother told me that there is a possibility that the beast god cult has something to do with ferocious beasts, and that most of the quests he does are against humans. The rest weren't told to me, and he wouldn't let me touch the beast god cult. Quests targeting humans? Related to ferocious beasts? Yiming's brows furrowed as Hao Jian spoke. Is it possible that these so-called fierce beast parts that can be fused are actually given to the beast god cult by the fierce beasts? Yiming turned his head to look at Hao Jian. It was not impossible. According to you, there is still a possibility that this beast god cult was established by fierce beasts just to disintegrate us humans from within? The possibility is high, otherwise the martial department wouldn't have rushed all of us to extinction. We haven't even heard of such a thing. Can fierce beasts be that smart? Hao Jian shook his head and looked at Zhao Yuanjui. Is the Blue family related to the beast god cult? No. Then why did you stay in the Blue family? Lan Tian saved my life, and I placed a fierce beast organ in Lan Yu's body that can keep absorbing his power until the fierce beast organ matures so I can transplant it directly into me. Yiming and Hao Jian looked at each other. Both of them were a bit surprised. I didn't expect there to be a windfall. What organ? Chapter 078, Poor Lan Yu. Second disciple Hao Jian. A heart, the heart of a bloodthirsty beast. It can absorb the power of one's qi and blood, and even elemental power. And when it is transplanted into another person, the power can be released and transformed into self. As long as I wait for Lan Yu to become an elemental realm, I can take it out and fuse it with my own, and after the fusion I can break through the elemental realm. But because Yiming made a move on Lan Yu before, almost breaking Lan Yu's path to martial arts and almost destroying my path to promotion, so I could only find my brother and ask for an elixir to help him recover. The heart of a bloodthirsty beast is very rare and can only be parasitized once, for which my brother scolded me severely. Good guy. Yiming straight away called out good guy. No wonder such a heart to kill me. Make me think that Lan Yu is his son like, the whole thing is his furnace Poor Lan Yu. I guess he doesn't know about it yet. He looked to Hao Jian's cell phone. The recording has been on it. Think it is necessary to let Blue Yu know. The expression must be very funny. Yiming raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Zhao Yuanjui's body shook back to normal. With a sharp jolt, he retreated a few steps back. What happened? Hiss Yiming, what are you up to? Why haven't you killed him yet? Yiming clapped his hands together and said to Zhao Yuanjui, Actually, I lied to you. I'm not from the beast god cult. Killing him is impossible, but I can kill you. His mouth opened and flames gushed out. Really think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Yuanjui opened his huge mouth and spewed out the discreet cold air from the snake spa once again. Originally, Zhao Yuanjui would have thought to put up a fight like last time, but who knew that this time, the flames rushed out of the cold air without the slightest obstruction, destroying it. Before Zhao Yuanjui could react, the flames had already surrounded him. No, no. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yuanjui directly turned into charcoal and fell to the ground, turning into black ash. Seeing that Zhao Yuanjui was finally dead, Hao Jian instantly regained his previous appearance. He grabbed Yiming's shoulders and shouted loudly in front of Yiming's ears. Crap! How the hell did you kid do that? Quickly teach me, I want to learn too. His mouth said excitedly, but there was still a hint of worry in Hao Jian's eyes. Yiming, he didn't understand, half a month ago. He was still a scum, a real scum. Now all of a sudden he's so bullish. Cult, may not be impossible. Before Zhao Yuanjui also said, the beast god sect, just one of the cults, there must be other cults. Combined with the ones Yiming asked him before, combined with his elemental realm senior brother, it had to make Hao Jian worried this disciple of yours is no good no spirit of honoring the master at all. Don't teach, don't teach. Don't master. Yiming master. Really can't I call you father okay? Father. Teach me. I will be called Yi Jian from now on. Yiming was directly speechless. This guy was too shameless Roll. Who wants you as a son? Let's go somewhere with me and teach you a couple hands. How Jian's eyes lit up after Lao Yi told him. He would know if it was a cult or not. If it was a cult, self must stop him. Okay, Father Yi, let's go. Yiming rolled his eyes and brought him to the martial arts center. Inside the martial arts center, Zhang Zishuan was refining his chakra with his legs crossed and immediately walked over when he sensed Yiming's return. Teacher, you're back? Teacher. Hao Jian walked out from behind Yiming, glancing at Zhang Zishuan and then at Yiming. Zhang Zishuan's face changed slightly before Yiming had said that he would call him directly by his name in front of others. This wouldn't stir up a problem. He was about to say something when Yiming spoke. Eng, this is your eldest senior brother, Zhang Zishuan. Zishan, this is Hao Jian. You know him from now on. He is your second senior brother. Zhang Zishuan sighed in relief, then a happy smile appeared on his face. He had a senior brother now. Great. Senior brother Hao Jian. Welcome to the division. Hao Jian's mouth opened before replying. Senior brother. Please take care of senior brother in the future. Yiming nodded and said to Hao Jian. The basics will be taught to you by Zishan, and when you've refined your chakra, you'll be considered initiated. I have 2 requirements for you. The first one, what I teach you in cultivate should not be told to the public. No one can say anything. The second, use the recordings. You have to bring down the Blue clan as soon as possible. Remember, it's to bring down the Blue clan, not to send the Blue family to prison. Hao Jian scratched his head. The first thing, if you don't say it, just don't say it. Probably no one will believe it when you say it, since you worship Yiming as your teacher. The second one is a bit strange. Why not send to prison? Is it? Good. I know. Zishan, tell your senior brother about the chakra way, and then teach him the chakra refining method. Okay, teacher. Yiming walked upstairs, found a room with a computer, and opened the game. Downstairs, Hao Jian curiously followed Zhang Zishuan and surveyed the surroundings. Eldest brother, just where? This is teacher's martial arts center. We can practice and spar here in the future. Ah, Old Ye's martial arts hall? Zhang Zishuan stopped and turned his head, his face somewhat serious. Senior brother, I know that you had a good relationship with your teacher before, but since you've worshipped him as your teacher, you have to respect him. It doesn't matter what you and your teacher say in private, but I want you to address him as teacher or master in front of me. L. Hao Jian stared at Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan's expression was serious and earnest. He could tell that Zhang Zishuan respected Yiming very much. He nodded, inwardly happy that old Yi had found a good disciple. Good. I know, eldest brother. Zhang Zishuan nodded and brought him to the large cultivation room on the 2nd floor. I'll first tell you about our cultivation path, the chakra path, a path that is different from the martial arts path. Hao Jian's body shook and his eyes got serious. It really wasn't the martial path. The chakra path is... Zhang Zishuan told Hao Jian everything Yiming had told him, as he had told him. Hao Jian was first serious, then shocked and skeptical, until Zhang Zishuan cupped his hand seals and executed wind transportation, chopping airwave. Crap. It's really so dickish. Old Yi, oh no. Where did teacher learn such a powerful move? Did that elemental realm senior brother teach him? Zhang Zishuan's eyes were a bit strange. Elemental realm senior brother? That? Elemental realm senior brother? Are you talking about Li Feiyu? Hao Jian nodded. He heard Gu Qingqing say it during the last dinner. Li Feiyu is a teacher transformed. The elemental realm elder brother you're talking about is the teacher himself. Huh? What? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Master Ancestor should only have one disciple for teacher. I haven't heard teacher say that. Master Ancestor? Who is Master Ancestor? Zhang Zishuan said in an excited tone with a look of adoration on his face. Master Ancestor? I don't know who Master Ancestor is, but I know that Master Ancestor is very strong. How strong? 8th Realm. Chapter 079, Blue Sky Rage. Gu family passed. Blue family, Lan Yu was walking around anxiously by the sofa. The moment he didn't hear about Yiming's death, he found it hard to breathe. Lan Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the documents in his hands, very leisurely. He didn't put this matter in his mind at all. Zhao Yuanjui was a peak Zhongshe martial artist. Dealing with 2 students was considered killing a chicken with a bull's knife. He really couldn't think of any reason to fail. The phone on the coffee table rang, and an excited smile appeared on Lan Yu's face as he looked towards Lan Tian. Lan Tian unhurriedly picked up the cell phone and placed the call public. How's it going? Is it done? Boss. The person on the opposite side hesitated, half a day without saying a word. Blue Sky suddenly had a bad feeling. He picked up the phone and asked, What's wrong? Speak. I can't contact Patriarch Zhao. Lan Yu immediately became anxious and hurriedly shouted loudly. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't contact Uncle Zhao anymore? Where is Yiming? Yimingji went to Zhao Zengshir's place, but after I went there, Zhao Zengshir wasn't around, and the phone couldn't be reached. What about in the factory building? No one inside? The factory building? There are still ferocious beasts in the factory building. I don't dare to go there, young master. I'm only a Hotian martial artist. If the ferocious beasts are still there, you punk, hurry up and go inside. What is the Blue family doing with you? Snap. The sound of the blue sky slap in the Blue Yu face. Blue Yu cover face instantly dare not speak. Go in to see. If the ferocious beast is still long ago rushed out, the ferocious beast will not obediently stay in the plant. Lan Tian said with a grim face. His tone was tough. Okay, boss. Don't hang up the phone. I'll wait. Lan Tian's heart was a bit heavy, and after a few minutes, the voice from the opposite side came. Boss, I didn't see Patriarch Zhao. However, those 3 yellow hairs are dead. It seems like they were bitten by a ferocious beast, and the ferocious beast is also dead, sliced in half by something. Lan Tian's heart was in his throat. 2 halves? Zhao Yuanjui wasn't one to use a sword. The ferocious beast should have been killed when it died. What's more, there was no item in their original plan to kill the beast. Is there anything else at the scene? No, just these corpses. Yiming and Hao Jian are not here. Why is there so much black ash? Black ash? Yes, it seems like something lit up. There is a hard thing. Crap. It seems like bones. Did Patriarch Zhao set the 2 on fire? All right. Lan Tian hung up the phone and immediately called Zhao Yuanjui. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Lan Yu sat down on the sofa and asked carefully. What's wrong, Pops? The current Lan Tian's face was horribly gloomy. He wasn't an idiot. There was a high probability that something had happened in this situation. As for that pile of black ash, it could be Zhao Yuanjui. Otherwise, why couldn't he contact Zhao Yuanjui? An elemental realm powerhouse had struck. It's still fire type. Gu Yuanqing? Or some other external elemental realm powerhouse. Ordinary fire couldn't possibly burn someone to ashes, only fire elemental power, and in the entire Lishan base city, only Gu Yuanqing was a fire elemental realm. The rest of the elemental realm powerhouses shouldn't be able to strike for no reason. The Blue family could not have gotten to its current size without Zhao Yuanjui's help, and if anything really happened to Zhao Yuanjui, he would have to regret it to death. The more Lan Tian thought about it, the more irritated he became. And on the side of Lan Yu was still there asking questions. He turned his head and slapped. This time he didn't hold back. Lan Yu was directly slapped out. It's all because of you, beast. If it wasn't for you, how could Yuan Ma have gotten into trouble? You better pray that my guess is wrong, or I'll come back and break your legs. After saying that, Lan Tian put on his clothes and left the house. He was going to go and see for himself what had happened. On the other hand, in the Gu family, Gu Yuanqing finally found a chance to meet with the head of the Gu family in private. Big brother, sister-in-law went out? The Gu family head didn't know what Gu Yuanqing was up to, being as secretive as a thief. Yes, what's wrong? Gu Yuanqing nodded and gave him a rundown of what happened last night. This is your chance. The Gu family master's heart skipped a beat. Even his shock at Li Feiyu was suppressed. What opportunity? I don't know what you're talking about. Since Li Feiyu's backstage is so hard, then you should just get on better terms with him more often. Tell me what for. Gu Yuanqing frowned, still pretending in front of his own brother. Come on, there's no one else here. Can't you put away that wimpy look of yours? Do you think I don't know about all the shit you've done? I'm just turning a blind eye. The Gu family head's pupil shrunk, and he hurriedly pulled Gu Yuanqing back a bit, then opened the door again and looked around to make sure no one was there before he breathed a sigh of relief. You know all about it? Nonsense. I'm at least an elemental realm powerhouse. Can't I find out about those little moves of yours? Brother, this is an opportunity. It just so happens that Qingqing and Yiming are very familiar with each other. That's the disciple of an 8th realm powerhouse. Don't you want to have a family reunion? The Gu family head's brows were furrowed as he paced back and forth in the study. When Gu Yuanqing saw that look on his face, fire rose up in a mischievous manner. How did I have such a wimpy blood brother like you? After so many years, how many grievances has Qingqing suffered? And Xiaomei, every time you still have to claim that no one is home to run over to see her. Aren't you tired? The Gu family head stood frozen in place, then lay down on the sofa, covering his own head. The moment he mentioned Gu Qingqing, he felt sorry for her, making her suffer so much. But he had no way out. His wife was the mayor's sister, and his own brother's elemental situation was also dependent on the Lin family. The Gu family's existence was due to the Lin family, and he didn't dare to fall out with his wife. He is the head of the Gu family. Isn't it normal to have a few redheads? This era is not the strongest is honored. Want to have a few wives well. Why can't he? Lin Qingxia loves him and treats him well, but she's too strong. Every move he made was governed by her. Gradually, he became a bit annoyed, but for the sake of his brother and the Gu family, he didn't dare to say anything. It just so happened that at that time, he met Wang Dongmei. Although Wang Dongmei was only a servant, she was not only good-looking and had a good figure, but also had a very good personality. After a period of time, the two of them came into contact with the master of the Gu family and began to pursue them madly. Not many women can resist the pursuit of rich, powerful, and capable men, not to mention that there are a lot of concubines in this world. So Wang Dongmei fell, and then there was Gu Qingqing. Wang Dongmei originally did not want to give birth. She knew the situation of the Gu family, knew that the Gu family master could not give her a name, and she did not need these. As long as she can accompany the Gu family master is enough. However, the Gu family master does not think so. Are their own children, how can he bear to abort? So he let Wang Dongmei give birth to it, intending to show down with the Lin family and have a good talk with Lin Qingxia. Chapter 080. Gun Gu Family Head. The college entrance exam was approaching. As a matter of fact, the Gu family head did the same thing, and when Wang Dongmei was about to give birth, he found Lin Qingxia, intending to make things clear with her. He wanted to marry Wang Dongmei and give her a name. However, it just so happened that day that Lin Qingxia told him that Lin Qingfeng might get an elemental treasure that she could ask for and give to Gu Yuanqing. It was this matter that directly strangled the Gu family head's idea of wanting a showdown. He knew that if Self spoke about this matter, once the two families fell out, there was no way for Gu Yuanqing to get an elemental treasure and break through to the elemental realm. Therefore, he concealed this matter and then told Wang Dongmei. Wang Dongmei understood him well and said that it didn't matter. She never wanted any name. She even left home directly, wanting to give birth to her own child and take care of it herself. The head of the Gu family definitely did not allow it and brought her back to give birth to Gu Qingqing. At this time, Lin Qingxia knew. As expected, Lin Qingxia was furious and thought it was Wang Dongmei who took advantage of her pregnancy to seduce the Gu family head and gave her a scolding. As for the Gu family master, he was like a quail, shrinking his head and standing to the side. The elemental treasures hadn't arrived yet, and he didn't dare to say that it was Self who had courted Wang Dongmei, so he could only watch silently as Wang Dongmei was scolded. Fortunately, Lin Qingxia is a knife-mouth and bean-curd heart person. She is not used to seeing Wang Dongmei, but the child is innocent. She didn't kick Lin Qingxia out, but only let her live in a remote place in the manor, and she was not allowed to leave the place where she lived. The Gu family master stood by the side and said nothing, not even daring to show her pitying eyes. Even when Lin Qingxia asked someone to take care of them, they were all rejected by the Gu family master. It was as if the Gu family master couldn't see them very well and hated them very much. He thought that only by doing so would this matter completely have nothing to do with him. Despite this, by the time he got the elemental treasure, Gu Qingqing was already in high school. For more than 10 years, he didn't dare to mention this matter, and only dared to secretly run to see Wang Dongmei when everyone was away. As always, Wang Dongmei understood him and never blamed him, and even told Gu Qingqing not to blame the head of the Gu family. If she wanted to blame, she could only blame herself. The Gu family head rejected all of Lin Qingxia's help for Gu Qingqing's mother and daughter, and even Lin Qingxia's request for Gu Qingqing to go to the first middle school was dismissed by him. This proved to be effective. Not long after Gu Qingqing had just gone to the 5th middle school, the elemental treasures reached Gu Yuanqing, who had not only become an elemental realm powerhouse, but also the captain of the law enforcement team. After so many years had passed, the Gu family head was used to this and wasn't going to tell the truth. But Gu Yuanqing was having a hard time. Ever since he found out that his own brother often secretly went to Wang Dongmei, he knew what was going on. All of this was for Self, for the Gu family, for the Gu family. But Gu Yuanqing didn't want to stay like this. Still thinking, what's there to think about? Let Qingqing get in touch with Yiming more, get a good relationship. It's best to be with that Yiming kid. Then won't you be able to talk to your sister-in-law? The Gu family head's face showed a difficult color, obviously still hesitating. The words are so, but I'm afraid of Qingxia. Afraid of what, Why are you so timid and wimpy? It's not like I'm asking you to repudiate your sister-in-law and speak to understand that it's only a matter of marrying sister-in-law Xiaomei back. Do you like sister-in-law Qingxia? Do you like sister-in-law Xiaomei?
Yes.
That's enough. You're so slow. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Maybe Yi Ming won't be in Lishan Bay City after the exam. This is the last chance. If you give up, I guess Xiao Mei's sister-in-law will only be able to stay in that place forever. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Xiao Mei's sister-in-law and Qingqing. The Gu family head gritted his teeth, slammed the table, and stood up. Good. I'll listen to you. You go to Qingqing and let her have more contact with Yi Ming. Why don't you go? You still want to be like before? No, no. I'm not mentally prepared. I did so many things before. Qingqing is going to hate me. Let me slow down. I need to think about how to explain to her. Gu Yuanqing opened his mouth and said nothing, finally turning into a sigh. The Gu family head was not a good father, not a good husband, but he was a good brother, a good family head. Gu Yuanqing turned around and left, leaving the Gu family head alone, not knowing what he was thinking. Inside the martial arts hall, Hao Jian had a shocked look on his face. After understanding the chakra path, he realized that his world had been turned upside down. One realm can release elemental power. It didn't even need elemental treasures. Most importantly, Yi Ming's master was actually a 6th path level powerhouse equivalent to the 8th realm of martial arts. This guy's luck was too good. He instantly remembered what Yi Ming had asked him during the previous test, whether there were any other cultivation paths in the world. It was that meeting where Yi Ming met his master, right? No wonder. All the things in Hao Jian's mind connected and formed a closed loop. However, it's a good thing that the chakra path is so powerful, plus there's a big brother of the 8th realm. Shouldn't it be promoted? Why hide it from the world? Hao Jian pondered for half a day, but he couldn't think of a reason. But he knew one thing. Since a strong man of the 8th realm felt that it was good to keep it a secret first, there was absolutely nothing wrong with keeping it a secret. After getting the chakra refining method from Zhang Zishuan, he didn't hesitate for a second and started refining. When he didn't have enough physical strength, he started taking the 10 perfection pills. In the afternoon, Yi Ming came down from upstairs and checked Hao Jian's cultivation method, then said to him, "Don't forget about the Blue family as soon as possible. I guess the Blue family will soon know about Zhao Yuanjui's death. Avoid them jumping over the wall in a hurry." Hao Jian nodded. "I've already sent the stuff to my dad. There should be a result in the next 2 days. Maybe just before the college entrance exam we can bring down the Blue family at that time. I really want to see if Lan Yu can take the college entrance exam." Yi Ming slapped his head. The college entrance exam. Why did he forget about this? There's still a mission for the college entrance exam. Getting the top 3 places in the college entrance exam. The better the results, the better the rewards. I don't know what kind of rewards there can be. Bitch, 5 days is enough time for you to cultivate your chakra. Teach you some ninjutsu after you're done. Get a good grade then. Zishuan, cultivate the fire escape as soon as possible. There are only 5 days left in the college entrance exam. When the time comes, take a second and come back with a bang. The two looked at each other and nodded. Okay, teacher/master. Yi Ming nodded and turned to leave. It was time to go home at this point. It was also time to tell his parents about himself. Chapter 081. Informing parents. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Yi Ming changed into slippers and walked into the house. Son, back. Quickly wash your hands for dinner. Yi mother carried a bowl of very moist water spirit fish on the dining table. On the table, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything, as if it was New Year's Eve. Wow, why are there so many delicious food today? You guys are rich. Father Yi walked over, his face full of smiles. Haha, my son is just smart. Your mom and I both got promoted and got a raise today, so we're celebrating specially. Promotion and pay raise? Yeah. In the morning, my boss called me over and gave me a promotion and a raise. Coincidentally, your mom also got a promotion and a raise today. Coincidence? After making such a big splash last night, their parents got a promotion and a raise today? It was probably Lin Qingfeng and the others who gave an explanation to the people below. Li Feiyu and the others couldn't figure out the origin, but they were still very clear about Yi Ming. Maybe Zhang Zishuan's mother's position also had some changes. Asked tomorrow. Yi mother brought the last dish to the table and put her apron aside. Ah, son, Mom has good news for you. Mom, I have news for you too. Yi father coughed. I've already told my son just now. Yi mother glared at Yi father. You're the one with the long mouth. Son, your parents have gotten a promotion and a raise. Even if you become an ordinary person, you will be able to feed and clothe yourself in the future. Yi Ming sighed and said with some disappointment, It may be difficult. Your son, I am destined to become the brightest star in the whole world. Ordinary can't. Yi Ming picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. In them it was so moist. Ye father and ye mother looked at each other with a puzzled look in their eyes, as if they were asking each other what was wrong with their son today. Ye mother touched Ye Ming's forehead, and it was not hot. Ye Ming slapped Ye mother's hand away and rolled his eyes. Half a month ago, a person found me and said that I have excellent talent and am a 1 in a million genius. Would I like to worship him as a teacher? Then I thought about it for a while and decided to worship him and became his little disciple. Father Yi blinked. He understood this plot. Did he take out a few supreme secret books for you to choose from? There was the Rulai Divine Palm, the 9 Young Divine Power, or something like that. Yi Ming's eyelids jumped. Actually, don't believe me. Pops, nothing to watch less movies. Those are all lies. But the matter of me worshipping the master is true. Ye mother stopped the chopsticks in her hands, her brows furrowed. You didn't give him any money, did you? No. That's fine then, just don't give any money. Ye mother picked a large piece of fish and put it into Yi Ming's bowl. Eat more fish, fish tonifies the brain. Yi Ming put down his chopsticks and looked solemnly at Ye father and Ye mother. I admit that I had an element of gambling, but my luck was good. I gambled right. That man is a martial artist of the 8th realm. Father Yi and Mother Ye's hands both paused for a moment, then sighed. Alas, child father, take the child to the hospital tomorrow? Okay, it just so happens that I know the neurologist. Make an appointment directly after dinner later. Yi Ming was simply speechless and clapped his hands together. A Yi Ming appeared next to him, directly scaring Ye father and Ye mother. Ye father directly fell off the chair. Ye mother's chopsticks fell on the table. Father Yi took a closer look. Isn't this my son? I have 2 sons? Happy to be a father? Holy shit. Scared me for a second. This is my son? The shadow doppelganger laughed out loud and pulled Father Yi up. Pops, you're so timid. Father Yi got up and looked at the shadow doppelganger, then at Yi Ming. This is? Real or fake Yi Ming? No, both are real. This is my shadow doppelganger. Yi Ming snapped his fingers and the shadow doppelganger disappeared. Only now did Father Yi and Mother Yi reluctantly believe it. The two of them looked at each other and gulped. Son, you really found an 8 realm martial arts teacher? Ye father's voice trembled. Asking these words, he felt that he was crazy enough to ask himself. Yi Ming put the fish into his mouth and nodded. Yes, I also have an elemental realm senior brother. The one who killed the ferocious beast in our neighborhood before was him. That big fireball? Right, that big fireball. Hiss no, I need to calm down and think. Father Yi stood up and started walking back and forth around the dining table. Mother Yi also had dull eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Father Yi turned around twice and looked at Yi Ming's eyes. The martial artist of the 8th realm said that you have good talent and then accepted you as his disciple. Right. You also have an elemental realm senior brother, the one who handled the fierce beasts in the neighborhood. Right. It shouldn't be. Your martial arts talent is so poor. You haven't even reached a chi blood value of 1 for so many years. How is it possible? Father Yi muttered and circled around the table again. Stop spinning. Hurry up and eat. The food will get cold later. Eat. By the way, this matter is fine for you guys to know. Don't tell others. My master said to keep it a secret. Yi Ming looked at the duo. His mind moved, and he hurriedly asked the system. System, can I take my parents as students? If they sincerely want to worship the master, and the host also sincerely wants them to be your student, then you can. Yi Ming's head directly waddled. It was better to say so much nonsense than to just say no. Which mom or dad would sincerely want to worship their own son as a teacher? What if I become something else? Likely Feiyu or something like that. Can I worship my master? No, you must sincerely worship the host as your teacher. Grass. Then I won't be tired of accepting disciples in the future. How am I going to recruit students on a wide scale? This system is a holy teacher system, not a headmaster system. It's not for you to take everyone as a student. Then how do I spread the chakra path? The host teaches the student can take on another student. The way the student takes on a student is not subject to any limitations, provided the student reaches the upper ninja realm. Human energy is limited. The host only needs to teach their own students well. The number of students is precious in essence, not in many. What about my old mom and dad? Can't they follow the chakra path? The host can't accept them as students, but that doesn't mean they can't be taught the chakra extraction method. There's just no mission reward. Oh, to put it bluntly, you want to hack my rewards, got it? Yi Ming ignored the system and looked at his parents, thinking about it for a while. He was still a bit hesitant. Teaching the parents was simple, but whether the parents could keep the secret was difficult. In case it leaks out, Self-mom that big mouth he is too clear but. 8-realm martial arts thing many people know, exposed no matter, but the chakra thing's exposed on the more troublesome. After all, the strength of the 8 realm is just Mashu only, there is a system in, he should not use a few years to the 8 realm, such as the real 8 realm strength, and then teach parents chakra cultivation method is not too late. Knock knock knock. Just as Yiming was thinking, a knock sounded on the door. Chapter 082. Mother Zhang's visit. The Lan family's hopes were dashed. How could someone knock on the door at this hour? Yiming glanced at his father who was still spinning around and his mother who was sitting in a chair in a daze. These two people had not slowed down yet and had not heard the knock at the door at all. He stood up and opened the door to the room. Zishan. What brings you here? Zhang Zishan was carrying a bunch of things in his hands, and Mother Zhang was also carrying a bunch of things in her hands. The two of them were standing at the door, looking very nervous. Teacher, this is my mom. Zhang mother hurriedly bowed, 90 degrees, looking very respectful. Teacher Yi, I'm Zhang Zuelian, excuse me. Hearing the movement at the door, Yi mother barely reacted and walked out. Sister Zhang, why are you here? Come in. Why did you take so many things? Mother Zhang revealed a smile and said to Mother Yi, Sister, first time at home, here are the gifts brought. Just call us by our name, Zuelian. Mother Zhang froze for a moment. Gifts? This was too much. She roughly swept a glance. These things were estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. This is too expensive. We can't have it. Sis, you have to take this. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, how could our family Zishan grow so fast? And our boss even gave me a promotion and a raise today. All because of Mr. Ye's help. When she went to work today, Star Hotel's boss directly promoted Zhang Zuelian's position to supervisor, with a salary of $30,000 a month. This was more than what she had earned from several odd jobs before. This was all because Yiming had accepted Zhang Zishan as his disciple, and she was treated this way. Yi mother blinked her eyes. Her head was a bit spinning. Teacher Yi? Who was Teacher Yi? Yi father wasn't a teacher either. Yiming pulled his mom and cleared his throat. Zhang Zishan is my disciple. Teacher Yi is talking about me. Aunt Zhang Zishan, come in. Okay, Teacher Yi. Mother Zhang and Zhang Zishan placed the gifts in their hands at the door and changed their shoes and walked in. Yiming was about to enter the living room when Yi mother pulled him. You took Zhang Zishan as your disciple? Aren't you misleading people? Yiming was simply speechless. What does it mean to be a misguided disciple? How many people wanted to be his disciple, and he still didn't want them? Mom, the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. If I put out the word, do you believe there can be hundreds of millions of people who want to be my disciple? Mother Ye's expression stagnated. Then she remembered that it was a bit too dreamy for her own son to be the disciple of an 8th realm martial artist. Does your master know about this? You've only just become an apprentice. Why are you still accepting disciples? Noah, I can teach. Don't worry. Zhang Zishan's strength is now comparable to a martial artist. Huh? Are you sure? You're not kidding? Yi mother was shocked beyond words. Wasn't Zhang Zishan only 3 points of chi blood value before? But now he could compare to a martial artist? She dully followed behind Yiming and walked into the living room, feeling that the world had been turned upside down. Yi father would have slowed down by now, warmly entertaining Zhang Zishan and his mother, unable to stop the smile on his face. Zhang Zishan and Zhang mother stood in front of the sofa, not daring to sit down until Yiming came over and spoke. No need to be so formal. After Zhang mother sat down, she looked at Yiming gratefully. Teacher Yi, thank you for being willing to accept Zishan as your disciple. I'll be troubling you from now on. If there's anything wrong with Zishan, it's time to beat him up and scold him. Yi father and Yi mother looked at Yiming with strange gazes. Their own son was just a student with extremely poor talent a few days ago. Now all of a sudden he became someone else's teacher. It always felt strange. Zishan is still very serious, very hardworking, has been practicing. I believe that this college entrance exam can definitely achieve a good result. Zhang Zishan clenched his fists and nodded. Mom, teacher, don't worry. I'll definitely get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Next, Zhang mother and Yi father and Yi mother chatted a lot, from children to work. Yi father and Yi mother realized that it wasn't their efforts that led to their promotion and salary increase. It was all because of their own son. The two men were incredibly proud of themselves, compared to their own efforts to get promoted and get a raise. Because of their son's excellence and get promoted and get a raise is more let them feel proud. Timesel, proud of their own children. While they were talking hot, the Blue family was silent. Lan Tian sat on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another. Lan Yu sat like an ostrich with his head buried in his chest. Since the afternoon, House Company had started sniping at Blues Company, and in just one afternoon, 1/3 of Blues industry had been seized. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 days for Blues Enterprises to go out of business. It took him decades to get Blues Enterprise to this point, and it only took less than a month for his own good son, Lan Yu, to bring it down. The more Lan Tian thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't wait to strangle that King's son. He contacted all the Bay City executives, even his backers, and the result was only one sentence. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. Thinking about it, he then realized that this person he shouldn't have offended was Yi Ming. He spent a lot of money and finally got a message. Yi Ming's senior brother was a peak elemental realm powerhouse and was in Lishan Bay City. Instantly, he figured everything out. Everything was Yi Ming. Everything was because of Self's son. He thought a lot this night and brought Lan Yu to Yi Ming's home to apologize and ask for his forgiveness. But things have come to this point. Apologizing in the past is no longer useful. He had his men rush straight into Yi Ming's house, arresting his parents and threatening them. But after killing them, how would Self deal with Yi Ming's senior brother? He also thought about letting his men directly kill Yi Ming's entire family. Since you destroyed my family, I will also destroy your family. The big deal is that we will die together. In the end, his rationality stopped him. He had even thought about not wanting the Lan Enterprise anymore, and directly taking Lan Yu to leave Lishan Bay City and start all over again in another city. The problem was that the college entrance exam was coming up soon, and once Lan Yu went to another Bay City, there was no way he could take the entrance exam. Thinking about it, he could only wait for the college entrance exams to finish before taking Lan Yu to leave. Blues Enterprise, no more, no more. Blue family members are still on the line. As long as his own son can get a good grade, until his strength improves, to re-establish a Blues easy. He extinguished the last cigarette, closed his eyes, and lay on the sofa. Blues don't want it. Let it pass. Blue Yu at the side was anxious. He usually relied on the name of the Blue Clan's young master to show off at school. If the Blue Clan fell, he couldn't even imagine how he would be ridiculed back at school. Dad, it's not that serious. Blues is our family business. It can't be saved. No one in the entire Lishan Bay City dares to help us. If the Blue Clan is gone, it's gone. It's enough that we still have you. As long as you're strong enough, the Blue Clan can be revived for you with the movement of your mouth. Strength, that's what matters in this world. Lan Yu was silent. He seemed to understand. He raised his head to look at his father, whose half of his head was white, and said firmly, I understand, father. I'll cultivate well and strive to break through to martial artist in the next few days. Chapter 083, Black-Robed Man. How Jiansheng was on a long mission. Inside Lan Yu's room, he cultivated hard, but his heart kept fluctuating and he couldn't quiet his mind. Yi Ming, it was all Yi Ming. If it wasn't for Yi Ming, the Blue family wouldn't be at this point now. Why should he, a loser, be able to be looked at by the elemental realm? Why him? Not me. You are Lan Yu? A cold voice suddenly appeared in the room, startling Lan Yu. Lan Yu hurriedly turned his head and realized that a strange man had appeared behind him. Wearing a black robe that covered the entire person, even with the lights on, he couldn't see what was inside the robe and could only vaguely see 2 green lights. You, who are you? Lan Yu carefully backed towards the door, ready to call for help. Me? You don't need to know who I am. You can ask for help anytime you want. Big deal. I'll kill all the rest. Lan Yu was shaken. His entire body froze in place. The black-robed man slowly walked over and raised his arm, revealing his arm that was covered in black hair, which didn't seem to resemble a human hand at all. The palm of his hand was also covered in black hair, completely unable to see its appearance. He stretched out his index finger, revealing his 3 centimeters long curved fingernail, and pointed it at Lan Yu's chest. I felt its presence. You're the chosen one, ah? The black-robed man's index finger gradually exerted force, piercing through Blue's clothes and into his chest. Lan Yu felt a hint of pain, but he didn't dare to resist at all. Luckily, the black-robed man did not intend to kill him and lifted his finger up, the tip of his nail stained with a hint of blood. The black-robed man sent the blood into his mouth and closed his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. Want to become stronger? Want to kill that guy called Yi Ming? Lan Yu froze for a moment, then said without thinking. Want to? I want to even in my dreams. But his senior brother is a peak elemental powerhouse. Peak elemental? Heh. So what if he's at the peak of the elements? He won't be able to enter the college entrance exam tournament. Lan Yu's IQ finally came online at this moment. Even if I kill Yi Ming on the college entrance exam field, I'll still have a hard time escaping death when the college entrance exam is over. Even my family will die. Hee hee, don't worry. I'll take care of the peak elemental martial artist. You only need to take care of that, Yi Ming. Lan Yu fell silent. His heart began to struggle intensely, and in the end, the hatred within his heart took over everything. Good. What do I need to do? The corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc under the black robe. It's very simple. I will let you become stronger, break through to martial artist, or even stronger. Of course, you need to help me bring something into the examination center. Good. What is it? I'll come to you the day before the entrance exam. You'll know then. Okay. When will I get stronger? Right now. Are you ready? Ready for what? Accept the pain. What? An arc of light flashed, and Lan Yu's left arm flew out in the air, his eyes snapping wide as intense pain instantly swept through his mind. Before he had the time to shout, his entire being blacked out and fainted. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were still 2 days to go before the college entrance exam. Inside the martial arts center, Hao Jian directly jumped up from the ground, shouting loudly, I refined chakra. Upstairs, Yi Ming's eyes lit up as a system beep sounded. Ding, student Zhang Zishan has completed Growth Quest 2, rewarded with the Jutsu Scorching Transportation over Steam Killing. Scorching Transportation has finally arrived. Yi Ming himself possessed the body of the Chakra Patriarch, and all the bloodline limitations and such could be used as soon as they were acquired. It's kind of like having a big kill move. Base card +1. Yi Ming walked downstairs, and before he saw Zhang Zishan, he saw Hao Jian first. Old Yi. Oh no, master. I've refined chakra. Yi Ming was a bit surprised. If he remembered correctly, it had only been more than 2 days. At first, Zhang Zishan took 3 days to refine chakra. Doesn't this mean that Hao Jian's talent is a bit better than Zhang Zishan's? Yi Ming took out the chakra test paper from his spatial ring and handed it to Hao Jian, explaining to him about the chakra attribute. Hao Jian nervously took the test paper and input the chakra he just refined. Ding! Student Hao Jian detects the chakra attribute as Earth. Reward Jutsu. Sand-binding beer. Sand-binding beer uses sand to quickly approach the enemy, wrapping them in it and preventing them from moving. Good skill. Unfortunately, there was no sandfall sentry, which could only trap people, not attack them. With a hand, the sand on the ground surrounded the enemy, then with a squeeze of the hand, the enemy was directly crushed. Pretending to be a divine skill, Hao Jian watched the test paper in his hand gradually shatter and looked at Yi Ming nervously. What attribute am I? Earth attribute. It matches you well. Hao Jian was all excited. Earth attribute. Fantastic. Earth attribute is good. Earth attribute is good. Strong defense. Why does it match me? Think for yourself. I'm going to find Zishan. Hao Jian scratched his head. Could it be because I'm naturally stable and as thick as earth? Unlikely, right? Crap. Are you guys calling me dirt? Calling me dirt. Hao Jian hurriedly caught up with Yi Ming. What about after he refined his chakra? What is he going to do? I'm done refining chakra. What's next? Ding. Student Hao Jian's growth task is released. Growth task 2. Learn an earth evasion ninjutsu and release it. Task reward. Sandfall burial. Growth task 3. Chakra reaches 10 cards. Become a shimanobi. Task reward. Random jutsu. 100,000 kachakra. Yi Ming's footsteps paused for a moment, then proceeded to walk forward. Another 3 growth quests. The system was good. It could be. When he found Zhang Zishan, he was practicing fire escape, and when he saw Yi Ming come in, he quickly greeted him with a smile. Teacher, I learned fire escape. Not bad. Release it towards me, L. Good. Zhang Zishan didn't hesitate and started pinching seals at Yi Ming. LLL. Zhang Zishan opened his mouth and a fist-sized fireball was spat out. Crap. Fireball. Bull. Hao Jian exclaimed, inwardly shocked. Zhang Zishan could actually spit out a fireball. Chakra was too powerful. Yi Ming nodded and dispersed the fireball with a punch. Not bad. The seal formation is a bit slow. Practicing? The college entrance exam is coming soon. This time I'll teach you guys a new technique that you can use for the college entrance exam, the Monstrous Force technique. Monstrous Force doesn't need to pinch hand seals. Hao Jian can learn it for the time being. As for the rest, let's wait to teach it later. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Lands was in danger and could close down at any time. But Yi Ming didn't wait for the closure after all. Instead, he ushered in the day of the college entrance exam first. Chapter 084. The high school exam begins. Physical fitness test. The The college entrance exam is a big day once a year, a day to change one's destiny. As long as one can get into a good college, one can change one's destiny against all odds. Today was the first day of the college entrance exam, the day of the literature exam. The civil examination only takes one morning, and in the afternoon, you have to go to test your physical fitness, and the next day, you can start the martial arts examination, and then the martial arts examination is 3 days long. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. For the martial arts candidates, the civil examination was not particularly important. The most important thing was the martial arts exam later on. The martial arts exam could choose to participate or not. Not everyone wanted to go to the martial arts university. There were also people who just wanted to live an ordinary life. For those who participated in the martial arts exam, the focus was on the physical fitness test in the afternoon. It was important to know that the physical fitness test included a chi and blood test, which was also divided. The scores of the physical quality test and the actual combat test were divided according to 3 or 7, with the physical quality test accounting for 3. The physical fitness test included a test of chi and blood, strength, and speed. Chi and blood was Yiming's weak point. In the 5th middle school, all the students were in the gymnasium to be tested, and almost all the homeroom teachers were here. Yiming and Hao Jian both sat together, and at the very front sat the homeroom teacher. The college entrance exams hadn't ended yet. The principals of the various schools hadn't changed yet, and these class teachers underneath didn't know what they were about to face at the end of the college entrance exams. Lan Yu sat beside the class teacher, wearing a black robe that covered his body tightly. Only his face was exposed, looking incomparably pale. Lan Yu actually came to participate in the college entrance exam. I thought he wouldn't come to participate. Hao Jian quietly spoke next to Yiming, his gaze deadpan on Lan Yu. This guy actually tried to kill him and Yiming. If he didn't know why Yiming kept them, they would have been arrested long ago. Yiming had told him, just let Blues go out of business. He couldn't let Lan Yu and his father be locked up, otherwise things would have been over long ago. He had a lot of evidence in his hands that could have gotten Lan Yu and his family locked up until they died, but it was a shame. Yiming took a look at Lan Yu and withdrew his gaze. Just a student. When Lan's is completely finished, they will die. Next, senior class, Gu Qingqing. Yiming and Hao Jian cast their gazes downwards. Not only the two of them, but almost the entire student teachers in the room. All of them looked at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was still in a tight outfit, which outlined her figure in a concave and convex way. She came to the machine that tested her chi and blood and stuck her finger in. Gu Qingqing, chi and blood value 13.35, Hotian martial artist first level, 10 points. The entire gymnasium was about to explode when the announcing voice came out. Crap, 13 points of chi and blood value. Martial artist 1. Our school has a martial artist. Too dope. Worthy of being the school goddess. Love it, Gu Qingqing. I love you. Hao Jian slurped around Yiming's ears. TSK, this Gu Qingqing guy's talent is really good. It's a pity. Why don't you take her as your disciple as well? Yiming knew that Hao Jian wasn't serious and was just joking. To know that he had previously called Gu Qingqing as schoolgirl Gu, goddess Gu, since the last time he had dinner, he had been calling her by her first name. What exactly was the reason? Yiming also knew. Gu Qingqing and him were not the same kind of people. At the very least, not right now. After the chi and blood test, there was the strength test. The strength test, on the other hand, was a boxing meter that could test out strength through punching. Each person had 3 chances to strike and take the highest strength. Gu Qingqing stood in front of the strength tester and punched out. 1,215 kilograms. 1,257 kilograms. 1,271 kilograms. Final score, 1,271 kilograms fist power, 95.2% power control, 9.52 points. With a chi and blood value of 13.35, it was reasonable to say that 1 point of chi and blood was almost equivalent to 100 kilograms of punching power, but the truth was that very few people were able to strike the full power perfectly. After all, power generation techniques were also very important. Gu Qingqing's ability to hit a punch power of 1,271 kilograms was already very impressive. Almost all of the previous students were only able to hit with half the power of their chi and blood values, and 10 points of chi and blood values was only 500 kilograms of punching power. All the students were once again shocked. A goddess is a goddess. This talent is too powerful. Lastly was the speed test, the 100-meter run. Gu Qingqing's final test data was 22 meters per second. Full marks for speed. Gu Qingqing, 10 points for chi and blood, 9.52 points for strength, 10 points for speed, total score of 29.52 points. As long as the chi and blood value exceeded 10 points and the speed exceeded 20 meters per second, it was a full score. The only thing that was different was the strength, which was counted according to control. If the control value exceeded 100%, there would even be extra points. 110% would be 11 points, and power control was an extra point. In the midst of the cheers, Gu Qingqing came down from the playground and did not return to her own class. Instead, she came to class 5 where Yiming was. She sat next to Yiming under the gaze of the crowd. Lan Yu's envious and jealous gaze glanced at Yiming, then retracted. Hao Jian saw Gu Qingqing sitting next to him and said with a smile, "Congratulations, classmate Gu. This is the first such a high score in 5th middle school in so many years." Gu Qingqing shook her head. What was the point of becoming a martial artist? As usual, she was a weakling. She looked towards Yiming. Instead, she was looking forward to what Yiming's score would be. "Yiming, it seems like Lan knows about senior night's matter, and there hasn't been any movement lately." Yiming's eyes were confused and glanced at Hao Jian. "It's no movement, but it's coming soon. When the college entrance exams are over, it's estimated that the Blue family will be gone." Hao Jian glanced at Lan Yu, feeling that this guy seems to have changed a lot. If before, he would have jumped out to force lie, but today he is so quiet. "You guys, it's best to be careful, in case Lan Yu targets you in the entrance exam tomorrow." Hao Jian snorted and laughed. "Just him, still targeting me. Does he still think I'm the same person I was before? I'll make him look good if he runs into me." Gu Qingqing shifted her gaze to Hao Jian. If she remembered correctly, Hao Jian's chi and blood value didn't seem to be high, so why was he so confident? She had a feeling that this change seemed to be related to Yiming. This was a woman's sixth sense. As time slowly passed, Gu Qingqing sat next to Yiming and kept talking, but most of the time it was Hao Jian who was talking back to her, and not much to Yiming. Yiming was now focused on his career, and a woman would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Unless that woman is his disciple, he won't be interested. Of course, this is not the meaning of master and disciple romance. Being attached means being attached to her strength. Sigma men, never fall into a woman's trap. Next, senior class 5 prepare. The homeroom teacher led everyone to the side of the playground, leaving Gu Qingqing sitting alone. "It's finally time for class 5, Yiming. What exactly is your strength?" Gu Qingqing's eyes followed Yiming's figure in the crowd and fell into silence. "Senior class 5, Lan Yu." Lan Yu raised his head and walked towards the front, placing his hand into the chi and blood detector. Chapter 085, Martial Artist Lan Yu. Hao Jian who shocked the crowd. Lan Yu, chi and blood value 10.12, Hotian martial artist I, 10 points. The entire gymnasium was once again abuzz. Even the principal looked at Lan Yu in surprise, and the class teacher was even more excited. In the first 4 classes, there was only one martial artist, Gu Qingqing, and he originally thought that there was only one martial artist in the entire school, but he didn't realize that Lan Yu had also become a martial artist. Lan Yu has also become a martial artist? Holy shit, how did he progress so much? Boss Lan Yu, awesome. A martial artist now, awesome. Lan Yu, Lan Yu, Lan Yu. Class 5 was all abuzz. They didn't realize that the number 1 in the class, Lan Yu, had become a martial artist without saying a word. Hao Jian frowned, sensing something was wrong. "No, Lao Yi, something's not right. How could Lan Yu become a martial artist? He only had over 8 points of chi blood before. How could he have risen to 10 points in the past few days? You have to know, he was still lying in the hospital for a while before. It's only been a few days since he recovered." Yiming didn't care, let alone Lan Yu becoming a Hotian martial artist. So what if he became an elemental realm martial artist? It wasn't the same thing as slapping his hand. It doesn't matter. In front of absolute strength, all conspiracies are illusions. Turn over your hand and suppress it. Understand? Hao Jian pondered for a moment. What he said really fucking makes sense. Lan Yu walked to the strength detector, raised his right fist and punched it out. 970 kilograms. 990 kilograms. 1002 kilograms. Final score 1002 kilograms punch power, 99.01% power control, 9.9 points. Lan Yu's power control is so perfect? It's more perfect than even Gu Qingqing. It's a bit interesting. The corner of Yiming's mouth revealed a smile. To say that this was Lan Yu's own skill, he said he didn't believe it. It seems that someone is helping the Lan family. Even Gu Qingqing, who was sitting in the audience above, glanced at Lan Yu in surprise. How did this guy become so powerful? To actually have 99% control of his power, even more powerful than self. The smile on the principal's face was even wider. I didn't expect this Lan Yu's talent to be so good. No worse than Gu Qingqing's. The next test was the speed test. Next is the speed test. Lan Yu's speed is moderate, only 18 meters per second, getting 9 points. The final score was 28.9 points, 0.6 points less than Gu Qingqing, ranking second in the school. After finishing his test, Lan Yu glanced at Yiming and then quickly retracted his gaze. Yiming saw hatred in his gaze, the kind of hatred that could not wait to kill him. Time slowly passed, and it was finally Hao Jian's turn. Senior Class 5, Hao Jian. Hao Jian patted Yiming's shoulder and said with a smile, Hey, watch me perform. Hao Jian walked to the qi and blood tester and put his hand in. Hao Jian, qi and blood value 5.12, 5.12 points. Hao Jian's qi and blood value didn't attract anyone's attention. There were quite a few people with a qi and blood value of 5. It was considered to be the lower middle level in the whole school. Hao Jian then walked to the strength tester and moved his arms. A fist was swung out while the monstrous power technique was used. Half of the chakra exploded out at this moment. 600 kilograms. After throwing a punch, Hao Jian directly withdrew his fist, not intending to throw a second punch. With half of the chakra left for running, the next few punches definitely didn't have that power. Although 600 kilograms wasn't a lot, and many of the students present had punched out, and there were even a lot of punches higher than 600 kilograms, everyone was still shocked. In all the years in Lishan Bay City, there hadn't been a case where their own punching power was higher than their qi blood value, and Hao Jian was the first. Even the principal stood up in shock, looking at Hao Jian in disbelief. Genius. A true genius. 5 points of qi and blood value punched out 600 kilograms of punching power, 1/5 more punching power. Our 5th middle school is going to rise. It's really going to rise. If every realm in the future could have 1/5 more punching power, it would be terrifying. If Hao Jian was a martial artist with 10 points of qi and blood, he would be able to directly punch out 1,200 kilograms of punching power, which was close to catching up with Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was also shocked as she looked at Hao Jian, not realizing that Hao Jian's power was actually controlled so perfectly. To know that she can hit 1,300 kilograms of punching power is to practice for a long time to do, and also use the family's martial arts to barely reach 95% of the control. Lan Yu, that guy does not know what reason has 99% of the control, has been very shocked her, did not think that Hao Jian even more so that she was shocked. Gu Qingqing's gaze turned to Yiming, and she silently chanted inwardly, "Is it because of you?" Yiming. Final score 600 kilograms fist power, perfect control of own power, power control 117.19%, 11.72 points. 117%. Everyone was in an uproar, perfect control of one's own power and an increase, too powerful. Hao Jian immediately shocked everyone present. Lan Yu was even more horrified in his eyes. How is it possible? Hao Jian, why can become so powerful? To know that he is powerful but experienced a lot of pain. Why Hao Jian can become so strong? Lan Yu clenched his fists, looked at Hao Jian angrily. Hao Jian didn't care about that much. Using half of his remaining chakra, he ran through 100 meters. Speed 12 meters per second, 6 points. Hao Jian, chakra 5.12 points, strength 11.72 points, speed 6 points, total score 22.84 points. Hao Jian proudly walked back to class 5 and walked to Yiming's side in a crowd of envious gazes, tilting his head. How was it? Not bad, average. Ask Zishan how many points. Hao Jian pulled out his cell phone and sent out a message. First middle school, gymnasium. Zhang Zishuan stood in place with his eyes closed, refining his chakra, and pulled out his cell phone when he felt it vibrate. After seeing Hao Jian's message, he replied back. I haven't tested yet. What's your score? 22.84 points, strength 11.72 points. Zhang Zishuan's eyes glared. 11 points. More than a perfect score. You used weird power? Yes, used it. The effect is not bad. You'll give me the score after the test later. Good. Zhang Zishuan was looking forward to it. Hao Jian could get 11 points for that amount of chakra. Wouldn't self get even more? Next, Zhang Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan walked forward and placed his hand into the chakra tester. Zhang Zishuan, qi and blood value 4.1. 4.1 points. 4 points of qi and blood value. It had actually grown a little bit. Knowing that before, he only had more than 3 points. He then walked over to the strength detector again and used all his strength to swing out 2 punches. 300 kilograms. 310 kilograms. He then mobilized the chakra in his body and gathered it in his fist with a strange power technique. A fist blasted out. Chapter 086, Zhang Zishuan's test results. Yiming took the field. 900 kilograms. Final score 900 kilograms fist power, perfect control of one's own power, power control 219.51%, 21.95 points. The moment the score came out, the entire gym stood up. How is it possible? 21 points. Crap. That's nifty. The punching power has doubled. This, is something wrong? Zhang Zishuan's homeroom teacher's eyes were about to glaze over. Was this a score that a human being could punch out? Is this the score of the one who was at the bottom of the class and at the bottom of the school? He wiped his own eyes, over and over again, always feeling that there was something wrong somewhere. The principal of the first middle school was shocked but felt that it seemed justifiable. After all, he was the disciple grandson of an 8th realm martial artist. He shook his head with a bitter smile and sat down. A student with such a good talent, Self actually expelled him from the school. No wonder Self's school was still in this state after so many years. Alas, it is better to go home and farm. Gu Yiren, Lin Tianwu, and the two of them were also shocked inwardly. Their power control was around 97%, and compared to Zhang Zishuan, there was a difference of more than 100%. Worthy of being the grandson of an 8th realm big brother, there really was some unknown talent, so low in qi and blood, but so strong in power control. One should know that their strong power control was all due to the fact that they had practiced martial arts after arriving at the martial artist. However, all martial arts skills must require the realm of a martial artist in order to be practiced. How did Zhang Zishuan achieve this? Zhang Zishuan looked at his own score and was very satisfied. It was very good, 200% power control. He wasn't complacent. Instead, he was very happy that he ran into Mr. Yiming. Otherwise, he might only get 2 points. Walking onto the runway, Zhang Zishuan moved around for a bit, then leapt out with a jerk. Speed 18 meters per second, 9 points. Zhang Zishuan, 4.1 points for qi and blood, 21.95 points for strength, 9 points for power, 35.05 points total. The gymnasium was once again abuzz with the first ever perfect score in Lishan Bay City. No, beyond a perfect score. Although his score exceeded the perfect score, the final counting of the score would still be based on 30 points, and the extra points would be specially labeled. It's impossible to say that a perfect score of 100 points and you scored 110 points is unreasonable. This kind of will be specially labeled to have the right of priority. Generally speaking, after applying to the school, the special labeling is the first thing that the school will see. Even the school's first Gu Yiren and the school's second Lin Tianwu, the total score of the two is only about 29.7. Zhang Zishuan jumped to become the first in the first middle school. Zhang Zishuan returned to his own class, and everyone looked at him with a shocked face, simply unable to believe it all. The homeroom teacher was even more distressed. If he had insisted a little, maybe Zhang Zishuan wouldn't have been expelled. If I had insisted, maybe Zhang Zishuan wouldn't have been expelled. It's useless to say anything now. Although Zhang Zishuan took the college entrance exam in the first middle school, he is no longer a student of the first middle school. Alas, Zhang Zishuan did not care about the gazes of the rest of the people, and after sending the message to Hao Jian, he closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra. He knew that he was still weak, and compared to the Tang family he was still far from it. He had to seize the time to cultivate and try to become stronger. As for Yiming's test results, he didn't even need to think about it. He must have been very shocked. Inside the 5th middle school, Hao Jian couldn't help but sigh after seeing Zhang Zishuan's results. Awesome. This senior brother of mine is really awesome. Straight full marks and 5 more points. Everything was in Yiming's expectation. He had nothing to marvel at. He just said lightly, "Cultivate well. You can also reach that step. He just cultivated earlier than you and used more effort than you." Hao Jian nodded. He had seen Zhang Zishuan's obsession with cultivation. In the past few days, Zhang Zishuan had not stopped. He had been cultivating. Cultivation Fiend was talking about people like him. Hao Jian all wondered how he was able to endure the loneliness. Next, Yiming, make ready. Hao Jian patted Yiming's shoulder with a strange smile on his face. Go on, old Yi. Give these mortals 1,000,000,000 points of shock. Gu Qingqing sat up straight and stared at Yiming's back. It was finally his turn. I wonder how much his test score can be? Previously, Yiming's qi and blood value was not even 1 point, even if his power control was very strong. I guess it would be hard to get a full score. I wonder how many points he could have. 20? 25? Lan Yu's gaze also drifted towards Yiming. Humph, just wait. When it comes to tomorrow, there will be something for you to see. Just a piece of trash. If it wasn't for the luck of being looked at by an elemental realm powerhouse, Yiming would be nothing. Yiming walked to the qi and blood tester and put his hand in. Yiming, qi and blood value 1 point. Yiming raised his eyebrows. Wow, the qi and blood value went up to 1 point. Previously, since I had a small wish to have my qi blood break through 1 point, I didn't expect the small wish to be accomplished. Yiming is awesome. Awesome. Yiming turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was that guy Hao Jian, with his long mouth, yelling at that. The students in the 5th class were a bit surprised that Yiming's qi blood actually broke through 1. To know that his 3 years of high school had not even increased his qi blood as much as this month. It's okay. Yiming's qi blood finally broke through 1. I've always had 2 wishes. One is to get myself into a top martial arts university. The other is to see Yiming's qi blood break through 1 in my lifetime. I thought that this life wouldn't be able to come true, but I didn't expect it to happen. I actually realized one. You guys, Yiming is at least our classmate. Don't be so detrimental. That's right. The qi and blood value breakthrough 1 is not the same as playing the top martial arts university. How difficult to test. These two actually put together. You don't say, you really don't say. According to Yiming's previous progress, the 2 wishes are really a difficult one. Haha, maybe Yiming and Hao Jian are the same, and his power control has directly broken through 100%. Are you kidding? Hao Jian is at least the young master of Hao's enterprise, rich. What does Yiming's family do? Can it be the same? Their relationship is so good. Maybe Hao Jian helped Yiming a little. Isn't that right, Hao Jian? Hao Jian disdainfully looked at a few people, mocking Yiming, waiting for Yiming's results to come out, waiting to be hit in the face. Yiming walked to the front of the power detector and delayed to make a move, as if he was thinking about something. What is the maximum amount of force this strength detector can withstand? What if it breaks? Do I have to pay for it? The teacher in charge of the test on the side snorted out a laugh. Don't worry, the power detector can withstand a fist force of 100,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to the fist force of a beginner martial artist. So don't worry about hitting it. If you break it, not only do you not have to pay for it, maybe the principal will even reward you. Chapter 087. Crushing the Tester. The Regretful Principal. Puahaha. Laughing me to death. Yiming, he even asked if he could break the strength tester. He doesn't really think he's very powerful. What's wrong with asking? Maybe he can break it. After all, his qi and blood have broken through 1. Isn't it normal to hit 100,000 kilograms of punching power? Ha ha ha, I can't make it up. Come on, Yiming, I believe in you. Break the power detector. Come on, smash him. Yiming. A group of people throughout the gym began to coo, watching the jokes. A school's number 1, or even the entire Lai Shanbei city's number 1, actually wanted to break the strength detector. Hilarious. Could it be that Yiming had gone to school for 3 years and studied humor? Yiming raised his hand and lightly punched out, using a little bit of chakra to explode away. Then, boom, sound. The power detector exploded into pieces on the spot. The teacher on the side was shocked. The pieces of the instrument smashed on him. Blow up. Exploded? The entire gymnasium was silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shocked as they looked at the debris all over the ground. Eyes blurred? It's shattered. Shattered. Impossible, Wasn't it said to be able to withstand 100,000 kilograms of punching force? Yiming has 100,000 kilograms in 1 punch? My head is a bit dizzy, help me. Gu Qingsheng stood up with a complex expression on her face. Shocked, unbelievable, incredulous. How on earth did Yiming do that? 1 point of qi and blood to punch out 100,000 kilograms was too shocking. Was this the reason why even the 8th realm bigwigs wanted to take him as a disciple? Or did he himself have this kind of talent and it was just being developed? Lan Yu's eyes were glaring out. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were piercing into his flesh. Impossible. Why was Yiming so strong? Impossible. Something must have gone wrong with the machine. Before Lan Yu could say anything, the homeroom teacher all but screamed out. He couldn't believe how the hangman he had always disliked and dismissed could be so strong. He couldn't even punch 100,000 kilograms since. The principal, who was on the podium, also had a somewhat ugly face. He didn't know Yiming, but he could hear what the rest of the people were saying. Wasn't the bottom of the school that guy who was expelled? He actually managed to punch 100,000 kilograms? You call this the school's number 1? The leader at the side was also a bit confused and looked at the principal and asked, what should we do? The strength detector has been knocked out. How can the students in the back be tested? The principal took a deep breath and stared at Yiming's back. Report it to the top and ask the top to send a more advanced strength detector. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards Yiming's direction. Yiming scratched his head and looked at the teacher on the side. What about this? My grades? The teacher looked at the debris on the ground in confusion, then looked at Yiming again. I don't know either. I've presided over the college entrance exam for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered this situation. The principal walked over with a smile on his face and kindly said to Yiming, Yiming, student don't need to be in a hurry. I've already asked the above to redeploy the equipment over. Why don't you come over here and rest for a while first? We just happen to have a restroom there. Yiming sized up the principal. Of course he knew that this person in front of him was the principal, and it was this guy's order that he was expelled. What did he want to do now? He wouldn't be planning to let self return to the 5th middle school, right? Dream on? Yiming turned his head away, ignored him, and walked directly back to his class. He is not a student of the 5th grade. Why would he give a damn about the principal? The principal's face sank, and he was extremely dissatisfied. A small student also dared to give the principal a face. The vice principal on the side hurriedly came over and whispered, Principal, is Mr. Xiaoyi angry? Suddenly expelled from school, he must be a bit disgruntled. Young people, just coax them. Only then did the principal's face ease a little and followed him up. When the people in Class 5 saw Yiming return, they just stared at him blankly. None of them dared to speak. Only Hao Jian excitedly came over and, Crap, old Yi, you're a bit of a dick. 100,000 kilograms of fist power, awesome. You shouldn't have used your full strength here. Yiming rolled his eyes. He definitely didn't use his full strength. Not to mention the use of full strength, half the chakra of the heavenly pain punch down. The entire gymnasium is probably going to shatter. The principal walked into Class 5's location, and the homeroom teacher immediately fawned and came to the front. Principal, you're here. Are you looking for student Yiming? I'll call him. The homeroom teacher didn't wait for the principal to reply before shouting loudly, Yiming, come here. Yiming ignored the homeroom teacher and chatted with Hao Jian. The homeroom teacher's face was a little embarrassed, feeling a little embarrassed about his own face. Principal, wait a moment. I'll go over and call him. The principal waved his hand. Yiming doesn't even care about me. How can he care about you? Go over together. The principal and homeroom teacher walked over to Yiming. The homeroom teacher said with a cold and angry face, Yiming, can't you hear me calling you? Yiming scratched his ears and blew his fingers. I have to oblige you if you call me? What kind of onion are you? Do I fucking know you? All the surrounding students' ears perked up. Yiming was awesome. His strength had come up. He actually dared to dislike the teacher. The class teacher's face became even more ugly and said through clenched teeth, I am your class teacher. How do you talk to me? Don't you know how to honor your teacher? Yiming directly laughed out. Teacher, you are also worthy? You are the homeroom teacher of Class 5, a teacher of the 5th middle school. It has nothing to do with me. Have you forgotten that I have been expelled by you? Believe it or not, I'll give you a punch and make you just like that machine. You. The class teacher pointed at Yiming, half a day without saying anything. He was really afraid that Yiming would give him a punch. He couldn't carry it. Yiming frowned, directly reached out and grabbed the class teacher's fingertips and directly skimmed them. You. The class teacher held his own fingertips, which were directly broken. He had the intention to say something, but when he thought of Yiming's appearance of blowing up the machine with one punch just now, it all turned into a cry of pain in the end. Hao Jian stood aside with an excited face. It was too good. He had wanted to do this for a long time. This garbage teacher, day in and day out, was making distinctions in the class, and there were more than one or two people who were dissatisfied with him. There were many students who were just as secretly happy inside as Hao Jian. But what shocked the rest of the students the most was what Yiming said. He was expelled. Chapter 088 Moral Abduction. Testing again. The principal coughed and said to the people around him, Take the teacher down for treatment. Student Yiming, I know you're still angry about being expelled, but I also have my own hardships. I'm willing to apologize for my actions. So how about this? I invite you to rejoin the 5th middle school. Scholarships, all kinds of resources won't be less. Yiming's face was strange as he glanced at the principal. This guy didn't seem to know about that day's party. In fact, the principal of the 5th middle school really didn't know. After all, he was not a martial artist of the elemental realm, and he was not told at all. When the college entrance exam was over, just directly remove him. Yiming didn't even think about it and directly refused. No need, just say dismissal. See that my strength has increased and want me to go back. How can it be that good? The principal's expression stagnated, slowed down, and then said, Student Yiming, I know you are angry. I can understand, but I am also thinking about the school, for the sake of thousands of students. Do you know why the students of the 1st middle school why there are martial artists every year? while our fifth middle school has only had martial artists this year in recent years? Could it be because our fifth middle school students are less talented than first middle school? Of course not. Our fifth middle school students are also very talented. But it's because of the allocation of resources. First middle school is ranked above us. They have more resources than our school, and the resources available to their students are also more than ours. That's why they have more martial artists. But it's different now. If the fifth middle school has you, then our fifth middle school will be able to surpass the ranking of the first middle school and obtain more resources than the first middle school. At that time, there will be more and more students in our fifth middle school who break through to martial artists. It's a virtuous cycle. As the principal, I'm sorry for my previous behavior, but for the sake of the future of the fifth middle school, for the sake of the future of the students of the fifth middle school, please come back. The principal bowed deeply. The school leaders on the side also bent down and bowed, and the gazes of all the students turned to Yiming. Yiming, why don't you come back? After all, fifth form is your alma mater. A student from class 5 spoke up, followed by students from other classes. Yes, Yiming, come back. We need you. Yiming, you've always been a part of our fifth form. Yiming, come back, my classmate. As expected of a principal, the principal mobilized the emotions of all the students in just a few words, making all the students stand on the principal's side. After all, the principal had said that it was about the future of all of them. If your mouth can't talk you down, use great power to press you down. One mouth is not enough. The whole school, thousands of tens of thousands of mouth is not enough? How Jian on the side were angry and laughed. One, two of the really shameless. Before the test, also all looked down on Yiming. One sneering, now start, we are classmates. Really fucking loaded. How to morally kidnap old Yi. How come I didn't see you guys so agitated when old Yi was expelled? Now, it's starting to get agitated. The principal ignored Yiming and just looked at him. Student Yiming, what do you think? If you are willing to come back, the school is willing to compensate you for your loss, a $100,000 scholarship plus a bottle of Qi Benefiting Dan. Qi Benefiting Dan was an elixir used to polish Qi in blood. It was very useful before becoming a martial artist. It was a bit better than the effect of Qi Gathering Dan. The price was at $5,000 apiece. The price of a bottle of Qi Benefiting pill was $50,000, plus $100,000 in cash. The principal thought that so much money would definitely impress Yiming, a student whose family was not very rich. Especially with the envious and jealous eyes of the rest of the students, it made the principal even more certain that Yiming would definitely not refuse. I refuse. It's none of my business what happens to the fifth middle school. I'm not a student of the fifth middle school. The resources allocated to the school, I haven't seen or enjoyed them either. So what's the point of you telling me? Saying something for the sake of the students of the fifth middle school, then I would like to ask, how many people present have gotten the school's resources? Yiming's gaze swept over those students who had spoken. Do you really think that the school will give you resources if they have them? Dream on. The students fell silent. The school's resources? To be honest, they really hadn't seen it. It's been 3 years. How could the school have any resources? If anyone was qualified to take resources, it should be her. Everyone's eyes turned to Gu Qingqing, who shook her head. I've never used the school's resources, and the school has never given me resources. However, I seem to have heard that first middle school will give resources to the top-ranked students. The principal's face twitched. The resources were indeed there, but it was true that he didn't give them to the students. The resources of the fifth middle school were already very little, and what little resources there were used on his family's boy. It was worth mentioning that his son was not in the fifth middle school, but in the first middle school. Mr. Yiming. All right, don't beep. I'm not a student of your school. Don't lecture me here. And I'm going to ask about school resources for the rest of the students if I'm bullshitting. The principal's face gradually turned cold as he turned around with a cold snort and left. The students of class 5 all quietly gave Yiming a thumbs up. Hao Jian even directly yelled out loud. Old Yi, you're really awesome. You even dare to dislike the principal. And dislike away awesome. The principal heard this and became even more angry. If he could still void Yiming's qualification for the college entrance exam before the college entrance exam. But now that the college entrance exam has begun, there is no use for him to do anything. Right? There is also the power detector. That thing hundreds of thousands of dollars, eh? Let this kid pay. Thinking of this, he said to the vice principal at the side. After the test, let Yiming pay for the power detector. The vice principal froze for a moment, glanced at the principal, and nodded. In the mayor's office, the secretary suddenly knocked on the door. Mayor, there's a slight problem at the 5th Middle School Examination Center. Lin Qingfeng paused for a moment. 5th Middle School? Wasn't that Yiming's school? What's the problem? The secretary said with a somewhat strange expression. Their power detector was knocked out. Lin Qingfeng jerked his head up. It was busted? A detector with a fist power of 100,000 kilograms, just like that? Send a higher level strength detector over and send me a copy of the video of their scene. Okay, Mayor. Half an hour later, a new strength detector was moved into the gymnasium. Student Yiming, please come over for another test. The teacher in charge of the test was very polite and called Yiming over, who walked over to the strength detector and asked again, how much power can this thing withstand? It won't explode again, right? The teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with some uncertainty, it should. It won't. Right. Yiming nodded, and Chakra mobilized once more, this time using even less than half as much as last time. A fist struck out. Chapter 089. 1,314 points. Worshipping again. 131,452 kilograms. Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't explode. The teacher on the side was sort of relieved to see that the machine didn't explode, but then his eyes stared straight again. 130,000 kilograms of punching power. Damn, really stronger than me. It's not a punch that can kill me. The surrounding students were also in an uproar. The first time they were able to blow up the machine and said that there was something wrong with the machine, it barely made sense. The second time they punched out 130,000 kilograms of punching power, there was no way it could be fake, right? Yiming maintained the amount of chakra he had inputted and casually swung out 2 punches. 131,452 kilograms. 131,452 kilograms. 3 consecutive punches of 130,000 kilograms convinced everyone present. Gu Qingqing had a shocked look on her face, and while she was shocked, she was still a little excited inside. Yiming's division was actually so powerful. If I could join it, I wouldn't worry about becoming a strong person. Yiming's power control was too strong. Not only was he able to increase his own attacks, but he was even able to find 3 punches with the exact same power. What kind of control is this? Self must find a way to join Yiming's division. Final score 131,452 kilograms punch power, perfect control of self power, power control 1,314.52%, final score. Score 1314.52 points. Even the machine lagged a bit, probably because no one had ever gotten such a high score before. Over 1,000 points for a 10-point question, anyone else would be confused. A red light flashed on the strength detector, which then uploaded Yiming's score directly. The entire room was boiling. The only 2 people whose faces were ugly as hell. One was the principal. Yiming not returning to the 5th middle school. He was having a hard time in his heart. The stronger Yiming was, the harder it was for him. The other was Lan Yu. His already pale face became even paler. On what grounds? What makes Yiming so strong? Self almost didn't die before barely becoming a martial artist. What qualifications does he have to be stronger than Self? He turned his head, walked out to find an unoccupied location, and dialed a phone. After the call was connected, an ice-cold voice came over. What's wrong, didn't I say? Don't contact me if there's nothing going on. Yiming's test results are out. Qi and blood value 1 but strength 130,000 kilograms. Oh? A Qi and blood value of 1 but a fist strength of 130,000 kilograms? That's a bit interesting. Maybe he's still in the same path. Lan Yu froze for a moment and then reacted. No wonder Yiming's power is so strong. So it's the same as me. No, I have to be stronger than him. How can I become stronger? Jia. I'm happy that you have this idea. Get ready. I'll find you at night. After testing his strength, Yiming came on top of the track. 100 meters per second, 10 points. Yiming, 1 point for Qi and blood, 1,314.52 points for strength, 10 points for speed, total score 1,325.52 points. More than 1,300 points. If it wasn't for the restriction that physical fitness was only based on 30 points, Yiming would probably be able to take first place with this score alone. After the test was over, Yiming turned his head and left. He wasn't a student of the school anyway. So what was the point of staying here? The principal frowned and said to the vice principal at the side, You, go stop Yiming and make him pay for the power tester. The vice principal was simply speechless. This principal is AF * king asshole. Isn't he? X. People are geniuses, don't befriend them, but offend them. Is there something wrong with your brain? It's true that after being a principal for so long, his brain isn't working well anymore. Whoever likes to go, he's not going anyway. The vice principal coughed and looked to the side of the school a few senior. Ahem, Director Li, you go there. Director Li, Director Ma, you go over there. Teacher Jiang, you go over there. Everyone was not a fool. No one wanted to offend a genius, a future powerhouse. After some excuses, Yiming's figure all but disappeared into the gymnasium, and no one went up. Gu Qingqing watched Yiming's figure disappear. She didn't follow, but inside she wanted to join Yiming's division even more. After the physical quality test, Yiming's strength instantly spread throughout the entire Lishan Bay city. Some didn't believe it, some were skeptical, and some took it as a complete joke. How could something so outrageous happen? There was no doubt that Yiming instantly became the center of attention in the entire Lishan Bay city, attracting everyone's attention. The next day, for the second stage of the martial arts examinations practical test, all the senior students from all the schools gathered at the Bay City's gymnasium. Yiming stood in the 5th middle school and attracted most people's attention. He closed his eyes and ignored the gazes of the people around him. Instead, Hao Jian cheaply looked around chatting. Teacher. Zhang Zishan walked over from the side and stood beside Yiming. Yiming nodded his head. Anyway, most people now knew that Zhang Zishan was his disciple. There was no need to hide it. Zishan, you came over our 3 musketeers. We can definitely take the top spot in the college entrance exam. The students on the side looked at Zhang Zishan curiously. Who was this guy and why was he called Teacher Yiming? The people from the 5 schools were together, and when they asked each other, they probably knew the situation. Everyone's eyes changed. Zhang Zishan's power control was also that strong. Could it be that Yiming taught him? Gu Qingqing also heard Zhang Zishan's voice and had a look of realization. It turned out that Zhang Zishan was Yiming's disciple. No wonder they ate together last time. She suddenly remembered the scene from the previous meal. Why Hao Jian could become so powerful? Logically speaking, this was Yiming's master's martial art. It should be impossible to pass it on to Hao Jian. Now she knew. Hao Jian really worshipped Yiming as his master. She walked to Hao Jian's side and asked curiously, Hao Jian, you worshipped Yiming as your master? Hao Jian scratched his head and glanced at Yiming, realizing that he was resting with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. Yeah, weren't you present? Gu Qingqing froze. So childish? Just a couple sentences off the top of your head, and you're worshipping the master. Why did it feel so simple? Why? Your heart is moved. If you're impressed, just ask my master. Hao Jian said quietly to Gu Qingqing, drumming her on the side. Gu Qingqing's mind was full of thoughts. She worshipped Li Feiyu as her master because he was an elemental realm powerhouse and was still young. But Yiming, he was about the same age as self, and his chi blood value was only 1 point. Yiming's power was indeed very strong, but she always felt awkward in her heart to worship a person of about the same age as her master. After all, she was a genius, while Yiming was a notorious scrapper. Gu Qingqing bit her lip and walked to Yiming's side. Yiming, can I worship you as my master? Chapter 090. Foreseeing the future. Yiming opened his eyes and glanced at Gu Qingqing before turning his head. Can't. Gu Qingqing's body shook, her face a bit ugly. Can I ask why? How can I worship you as my teacher? Yiming shook his head and did not say anything. Gu Qingqing bit her lip and stood aside, suddenly feeling aggrieved. She didn't know why Yiming looked down on her so much. In the end, what was it that Hao Jian and the others had that self didn't? Gu Qingqing suddenly remembered what the restaurant owner had said to her earlier and was about to open her mouth when a person walked up on the podium of the stadium. Quiet! A loud voice echoed in every student's ears, and everyone subconsciously closed their mouths, not daring to speak. Introduce yourself. I am the main invigilator of this college entrance examination. The practical examination will begin soon. I will first introduce the specifics of the examination. The main invigilator was dressed in a green military uniform, a small, flat-headed, middle-aged man. He had a scar on his face, from his left ear all the way to his chin, which was a bit frightening to look at. The practical test is the same as previous years, still fighting ferocious beasts in the wilderness. If there are those who want to quit, you can still do so. In the field, there is no chance to quit. You are facing ferocious beasts. They won't look at you as students and show mercy. In previous years, the college entrance examination has killed and crippled a few people. So, raise your hands if you have to quit. Being an ordinary person and receiving protection from martial artists is actually quite good. As the main invigilator's words fell, everyone fell into silence. Even though some people had already known about the actual combat test, they still raised their hands trembling under the words of the main invigilator. After the first student raised his hand, one after another, every school had someone raise their hand. Teachers of each class take the students who have withdrawn out. After 5 minutes, no one had raised their hands anymore, and the main invigilator then nodded. You guys are very good. If you don't even have the courage to face a ferocious beast, Becoming a martial artist is nothing more than a way to die. Next, introduce the rules of the actual battle examination. The actual battle location is divided into 4 areas. The outer area, ferocious beasts that do not enter the rank. Each kill awards 1 point, quasi-ferocious beasts 5 points. In the inner area, first-order ferocious beasts, killing 1 rewards 10 to 99 points. Speaking of this, the main monitor paused for a moment. Originally, it would have been enough for him to just introduce these 2 regions, as the latter 2 regions were not something that Lishan Bay City could touch. But this year, a monster had come out. He glanced at Yiming and continued. Center area, second-order ferocious beasts, 100 to 999 points for killing 1. Core area, third-order ferocious beasts, 1,000 points for 1. By the way, there is no number of ferocious beasts in the periphery, but there are only 100 ferocious beasts in the inner periphery, 10 ferocious beasts in the center area, and 1 ferocious beast in the core area. The ferocious beasts in the 4 regions will only stay in their own regions, so if you don't want to find death, don't head to regions you shouldn't go to. Before the start of the actual combat test, you will be given a wristwatch each, which will record your actual combat situation and record your points. Weapons needed will also be uniformly issued. You are not allowed to use your own weapons, elixirs, and if you find out, you will directly cancel your results in the entrance examination. Points may not be transferred, may not be snatched, may not intentionally injure or kill. Violators will cancel the results of the college entrance examination, and serious cases will be directly handed over to the law enforcement team. After the start, all of you will be randomly dropped into the outer area. Note that the uninitiated ferocious beasts and quasi-ferocious beasts in the outer area are randomly roaming around. If you encounter any dangers, press the distress button on your wristwatch in time, and we'll have a martial artist to rescue you. Of course, the moment you press the button, your college entrance exam ends early. There is no cooperation in the examination hall, and if you have the help of the rest of the people when killing the ferocious beasts, you will not gain any points. Those who maliciously disrupt the exam will be directly canceled. The practical examination will last a total of 2 days, so if there are no questions, we will leave now. Any more questions? All the students didn't say a word. Their thoughts flew to the examination center of the practical test. Hao Jian rubbed his chin and disliked Yiming with his arm. Old Yi. Teacher. Under Zhang Zishuan's fierce gaze, Hao Jian changed his name to Yiming. Teacher, it feels like this college entrance exam doesn't seem to be very difficult. Yiming nodded. It was more than not difficult. It could simply be said to be very simple. There was absolutely no problem for him to take first place. The college entrance exam was not a big problem for him, and for Zhang Zishuan, there was no problem to be careful. After all, he also knew a few ninjutsu. Only Hao Jian, only cultivate chakra not long. 3 body art can be skilled. The earth system jutsu is not one. Want to take a top-ranking strength? Difficult. Yiming teach Hao Jian's earth system ninjutsu is called earth escape. Heart decapitation technique. Belongs to the D-level ninjutsu. Cultivation is still a little difficult. Need to use the earth to dive into the ground to carry out surprise attacks or avoid attacks, and can even directly pull the enemy into the ground. The art of heart beheading is only a D-rank jutsu, but when practiced to a high level, it can even directly pull the enemy into the depths of the earth to suffocate and die. Unfortunately, Hao Jian hadn't even practiced the change in the nature of chakra for too short a time. Yiming suddenly thought of something and checked the system's quest again. System, the better my results, the better the rewards. What about Hao Jian and Zhang Zishuan? They are also cultivating the chakra path. If their results are good, are there any rewards? System. Ding. Releasing a student mission that requires 2 of the host students to achieve 2nd and 3rd place grades in the college entrance exams. Mission reward, Kaleidoscope Shuri ability, foreseeing the future, once. Yiming was shaken. He just asked so casually. He did not expect the system to really release a task. The reward of this mission was even more incomparably awesome, actually being able to foretell the future. Even if it was only once, it was still quite impressive. There were many abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel Eye, and foreseeing the future was one of them, but this ability was very rare. If only I could draw this ability in the future. Yiming glanced at Hao Jian and Zhang Zishuan and said to them, this college entrance exam, 2nd and 3rd, you guys have to get it. Zhang Zishuan nodded solemnly. With his current strength, relying on ninjutsu, he could indeed get the top 3. Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely get the top 3. Zhang Zishuan was certain, but Hao Jian was not. He wrinkled his face and said with some difficulty, Old Master, isn't it a bit difficult? I've only been practicing for a few days. Yiming glared at Hao Jian. This reward was imperative for him. He called Hao Jian to his body and quietly said a few words beside his ear. Hao Jian looked at Yiming with wide eyes and his face was filled with excitement. Can. Master is awesome. Chapter 091. The actual combat examination begins. On the north side of Lishanbei City, there was a huge basin where the practical test site for the college entrance exam was located. After years of remodeling, the basin was just about divided into 4 areas, each separated by steep mountains, with only 4 entrances to the east, west, south, and north. Lan Yu stood in place, wearing an ordinary set of protective clothing and holding a long sword in his hand. The protective clothing was the standard for all students, while the weapon was chosen by Lan Yu himself. Having a weapon was better than being empty-handed. He looked around and didn't see a single person. This basin was simply too big. He was currently standing in front of a small forest, and there didn't seem to be any ferocious beasts around. Blue Yu remembered the black-robed man's explanation given to him last night and walked towards the neighborhood. His goal was not these ferocious beasts in the periphery. He wanted to go inside. In order to be able to kill Yiming, Lan Yu had once again experienced biting pain last night. This time it was even more unbearable than the previous times. If he didn't have a strong desire within him to kill Yiming, he definitely couldn't help it. A hint of scarlet flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. Yiming, you wait. I will let you feel pain that far exceeds me 100 times. He left his spot with a tap of his toes and ran towards the center of the basin. On the other side, in the same woods, Yiming was not as lucky as Lan Yu. A small green snake violently catapulted out of the tree and shot towards Yiming. With a flick of Yiming's hand, a plum blossom dart flew out, directly slicing the small snake in half. The small snake fluttered twice on the ground and then stopped moving. He looked at his wristwatch, and the points on it had changed from 0 to 1. He roughly understood the functions of the wristwatch. To put it bluntly, it was very simple: a positioning function, a help function, and a points function. Although the wristwatch did not have a monitoring function, there were many cameras around it, almost covering the entire basin. Yiming walked to the tree and removed the plum dart. He discerned the direction and then walked towards the center. The third-ranked ferocious beasts in the center area he definitely wanted to take out, so that once he scored 1,000 points, he would be the proper number 1. In previous years, the strongest high school student in the entire Federation was only an innate martial artist, and a grandmaster martial artist had never appeared. So as long as he kills the third-order beast, the first place in the Federation will definitely be him. However, just to be on the safe side, a few second-rank beasts could also be taken out. What Yiming needed to do now was to go to the junction of the outer and inner perimeter and find Hao Jian and Zhang Zishan. In order to ensure that he could get the rewards for the mission, he decided to help the two. The main supervisor said that they couldn't cooperate, they couldn't deal with the beasts together. They didn't say that they couldn't go together. To determine whether there is cooperation or not is based on the positioning on the wristwatch. When attacking the beast, if someone is helping, or if someone is within 10 meters, it is considered cooperation. Yiming's strength, not to mention 10 meters, could kill a third-order beast at a distance of 100 meters. He only needed to stand far away and help the two control the beast when necessary. Although it is a little unfair to the rest of the students, but the world itself is an unfair world. The college entrance examination cheating was caught is deserved, not caught is the ability. Besides, if you have the ability, what's wrong with helping the people around you? Do you want to pretend to be a gentleman and watch your disciple get into a garbage martial arts university? Yiming was walking slowly on the road, and those who didn't know thought that he was taking a walk and didn't feel the tension of the college entrance exam at all. Along the way, even if he didn't take the initiative to look for ferocious beasts, he ran into a few ferocious beasts that didn't enter the rank. No, another group of yellow wolves surrounded him. The leading wolf king was also a quasi-ferocious beast, equivalent to a quasi-martial artist. There were about 8 ferocious beasts that did not enter the rank, totaling 9 wolves. Yiming yawned and pulled out 9 plum blossom darts from his pocket. The plum blossom dart was different from other weapons. After all, it was a thrown-concealed weapon. So 10 plum blossom darts were considered one weapon. It was just enough to deal with 9 ferocious beasts. It is a pity that I did not obtain the shadow diversion technique of the hand sword. Otherwise, where would I have brought so many plum blossom darts? One would have been enough. On a tree not far from Yiming, there was a surveillance camera that captured this scene. On the outermost side of the basin, there were a few small buildings here, and in one of the rooms of one of the buildings, there were 3 walls full of displays, and in the center, there were a few very large displays. This was the monitoring room for the college entrance exam, and at the moment the main invigilator, Lin Xingfeng, and the 4 teachers from the Martial Arts University were all sitting here. The teachers and students of Tianlong Martial University had all gone back, and after Zishan informed the school of the situation, the school sent a new teacher over. As for the students, all of them had left Lishan Bay City. After all, the mission of the martial arts department was gone, and it was useless for them to stay here. These teachers from the top martial arts universities were all here for Yiming and Zhang Zishuan, wanting to pull these two into their own schools. Not to mention how their grades were. Just being the disciples and grandsons of the 8th Realm powerhouses was enough for them to enter the top martial universities. At the moment, the huge display screen in front of them was showing Yiming and Zhang Zishuan and the others, and due to how Jin's results in the physical test, his situation was also displayed on the screen. Zhang Zishuan and how Jin's luck was very good. They hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts from start to finish, unlike Yiming who had encountered them several times. I heard that Hao Jin is also Yiming's disciple. This Yiming seems to be accepting disciples too often. Ping Jin, the teacher of Tianlong Martial University, suddenly spoke up, expressing his dissatisfaction with Yiming. The fact that a student was actually accepting students who were the same as his own as disciples, and most importantly it seemed that they had all learned the mastery of an 8th Realm powerhouse, was a little too much for him to accept. Southeast Martial University's Yushan snorted coldly. Tianlong Martial University was really shameless. All of them had offended Li Feiyu before, and this would still think of coming to recruit Li Feiyu's senior brother and nephew. It was simply ridiculous. What a salty carrot. What does it have to do with you if people accept disciples or not? Although Yiming's qi and blood is almost there, his 130,000 kilograms of punching power already has the strength of a Zhongshi martial artist. Why can't he take on a disciple? Ping Zhiyin's face showed a displeased look. Why was this Yushan like a mad dog, biting anyone he caught? It's just fist strength. It's easy for a sect master martial artist to kill him. It's not that if you have enough fist strength, you can match a sect master martial artist. Heh, aren't you in the elemental realm? If you have the ability to try to kill him, I'll see if you can. Cough cough. Teacher E, be careful with your words. The teacher of the Jinghai Martial Arts University on the side coughed and reminded Yushan. Yushan's face changed and he shut up decisively. Lin Qingfeng looked at the atmosphere that was a bit off and opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Do you guys think Yiming can deal with these ferocious beasts? Chapter 092. The Art of Reflecting Fish in the Earth. How Jian was in danger. I think it's a bit dangerous. It's okay not to be surrounded. Once surrounded, it's estimated to be a bit difficult. 1 by 1 can be broken. 9 together is estimated to hang. After all, just a student, facing the ferocious beasts, maybe, or panic. I don't think so. With his speed, he can completely kill one first, and then run out before killing another, 1 by 1. After all, he is the disciple of an 8th Realm big brother. If he can't even solve 9 trash ferocious beasts, it would be too shameful. Everyone expressed their own opinion. Although Yiming's strength was strong, his qi and blood was only 1 point. Not only was his qi and blood power very little, but his body's defense was similar to that of an ordinary person. If it was 1, it could still be dealt with 9 it was hard to say. However, his speed was there. Even if he couldn't deal with it, he could still run away. He might even be able to kill all the ferocious beasts with his speed. It was just a pity that Yiming was strong in all aspects, but only his qi and blood power was too poor, and martial artists relied on qi and blood power. I have a different opinion. He should be able to solve it easily. With his strength, he should be able to easily pierce through these ferocious beasts after throwing the plum blossom dart out. As soon as the main invigilator's words were finished, Yiming in the video flung out 9 plum blossom darts, instantly shattering the skulls of the 9 wolves. Seeing this scene, the main invigilator revealed a look that it was true, but inwardly, he was extremely puzzled. How on earth did Yiming do it? With a blood value of only 1 point, why was his punching power and speed so fast? Not only was he puzzled, everyone present was puzzled. Only that it was a matter of an 8th Realm martial artist, so none of them asked. He had thought about the Beast God sect before. After all, most of the Beast God sect was in such a situation, just relying on replacing one's own flesh. The organs enhanced one's own strength, but none of the qi and blood values were high. However, the Ministry of Martial Arts did not make any movement, as if it knew why Yiming had such a strong power. He really couldn't figure it out. In some unknown room, a few men in scarlet robes had actually seen this scene of Yiming's move as well. A few people looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with gravity. Could it be that old guy? It shouldn't be. That Hanli doesn't seem that old. It's all at the 8th Realm. Wouldn't it be easy to change his face? What about the Beast God Sect's side? Could it be the Beast God Sect's handiwork? No. Not to mention that Yiming doesn't have any characteristics of a ferocious beast on him. Did they really succeed in their research? Strength, speed. all almost at the level of a Zongshi martial artist. Yet the qi and blood are so low. Maybe it really succeeded. Then the operation against Li Shan is suspended? No. Continue. Let's see if we can force out that old man. Good. At the sight of the practical test, Yiming retrieved the plum blossom dart and stuffed it into his pocket as he continued on his way. I don't know if it was because his luck had changed for the better, he didn't encounter a single ferocious beast on the road behind him, and managed to reach one of the 4 entrances for the outer perimeter to enter the inner perimeter. Not long after arriving at the entrance, there was a student running from the distance with a lot of blood on his body. Yiming fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be Lin Qingfeng's son, Lin Tianwu. Lin Tianwu was a Hotian martial artist, so he definitely wanted to enter the inner perimeter to kill the first-rank beasts. Yiming had seen Lin Tianwu at the previous party, but Lin Tianwu did not know about it. Lin Tianwu stopped not far from Yiming and arched his hand. Lin Tianwu from the 1st middle school. Brother is Yiming from the 5th middle school, right? He had never seen Yiming in person, but he was very familiar with Yiming's picture, and his father had specifically told him to get on good terms with Yiming if he had the chance. Yiming nodded and arched his hand. Yiming, but I'm not from the 5th middle school. They've already expelled me. Lin Tianwu thought of what Li Feiyu had said at the party before. Those principals had really kicked the bucket. There were actually quite a few of these things in previous years, but this year, they ran into 2 freaks, Yiming and Jiang Zishan. Obviously, their talent is so poor. Their qi and blood is so low that they can't do anything. But they just happen to have a special talent, and they worshipped under a strong person of the 8th realm. That's the 8th realm. He was envious to death. These principles are indeed too unreasonable, but when the college entrance exams are over, the city lord's office will liquidate these principles. It will definitely seek justice for Brother Yi. Then thank you, Brother Lin. Brother Yi is polite. I'll go in first. See you again sometime. Good. Lin Tianwu didn't chat too much and simply said a few words before leaving. He knew the reasoning of too much is too late. Meet and familiarize yourself first. There will be plenty of opportunities to slowly get acquainted in the future. After Lin Tianwu left, Yiming didn't know what to do for a while, and he didn't bring his cell phone in. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zishan and Hao Jian, 2 people have not yet appeared, but Yiming waited a little impatient. He looked at the surrounding cameras and found a corner to clap his hands. Shadow divergence technique. Earth transportation. Art of reflecting fish in the earth. The shadow doppelganger appeared behind Yiming and quickly dived into the ground and began to swim underground. Earthen reflecting fish technique could dive into the ground, allowing the body to move freely in the earth. Hao Jian and Jiang Zishan were too slow to come over, so it was better to go directly to them. The main invigilator and the others looked at Yiming standing at the entrance with his eyes closed, and a few people looked at each other. What is Yiming doing? Why don't you go in? Like he's waiting for someone? It can't be waiting for Jiang Zishan and Hao Jian, the 2 disciples, right? Maybe he's trying to help the 2 of them press the battlefield. What should we do if they're judged to have cooperated? Pretend we didn't see it, or in case Yiming was judged to have cooperated and then canceled the results of the college entrance exam, they couldn't guarantee if the big brother of the 8 realms would find them in trouble. All eyes shifted to the main invigilator. He was the one in charge here. He had the final say on how to rule. The main invigilator frowned. This was really not easy to deal with. That 8th realm big brother's temper doesn't seem to be very good, directly hitting the Wang family, in case his disciples' college entrance examination results are canceled. If he directly hits the Ministry of Martial, it is better to take a step and see what happens. Yiming, don't make it difficult for me. Hao Jian seems to be in danger, quasi-ferocious beast. In the surveillance video, a huge spider appeared in front of Hao Jian. Its half-meter tall body was surprisingly colorful. Hao Jian's face was unsightly. His luck was too bad. The first beast he encountered was actually a quasi-beast, or a colorful poisonous spider. Although the colorful poisonous spider is only a quasi-beast level, its toxicity is very strong, and it can even poison first-order beasts to death. Even a Hotian martial artist would retreat and not dare to fight against it. Hao Jian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned his head to run. A spider silk suddenly spat out from the colorful poisonous spider and shot straight towards Hao Jian. The speed of the spider silk was incredibly fast, and it caught up with Hao Jian in the blink of an eye and wrapped him up. Chapter 093, Confluence. Violent Lan Yu. Even if Hao Jian practiced Chakra path, his strength was only 700 kilograms, not even comparable to a martial artist, and his speed was even worse than a martial artist. So how could he avoid the attack of the colorful poisonous spider? The white spider silk wrapped Hao Jian up and crashed into the tree. With a boom, white smoke came out, and Hao Jian, who was originally entangled, suddenly turned into a plank. The colorful poisonous spider was dumbfounded. Its 8 eyes were spinning around, but it didn't see where Hao Jian ran off to. It walked to the board that was entangled by the spider silk and opened its mouth to bite it. Yuck! What a piece of wood! Where are the people? Hao Jian hid in a tree not far away, covering his mouth and snickering. A mere quasi-beast still wants to eat me? No way. If it wasn't for the fear of being discovered if he ran too loudly, he would have run away long ago. His speed was not as fast as the speed of a quasi-beast, not to mention that this was also a quasi-beast that could swing. As for counterattacking, it was even more impossible. When I was in school, my teacher taught me that spider-type beasts have spider senses, so sneak attacks are completely non-existent. Hao Jian touched his neck and felt it was a bit cold. Turning his head, he saw a huge mouth biting down towards himself. A thick, fishy odor instantly hit the tip of the nose. The distance is too close, Hao Jian simply reacted. Suddenly, the giant snake's movements paused for a moment. Hao Jian didn't know what was going on, but this was a good opportunity. He hastily jumped under the tree to avoid the giant snake's attack. He had just left his original position when the giant snake bit down on the tree, snapping the branches and creating a huge commotion. The multicolored poisonous spiders instantly spotted Hao Jian and surrounded him. The giant snake on the tree on the side also hovered on the tree, stretching out half of its own body, spitting out its letters and looking at Hao Jian. It's going to be over. Hao Jian's brain was a bit confused. This just started the college entrance exam. It's not going to fail. Bitch, do it. Hao Jian vaguely seemed to have heard Yiming's voice. He took a look at the 2 ferocious beasts, the giant snake and the colorful poisonous spider, both of which paused in place, and instantly knew that the voice just now was not an illusion. He violently rushed towards the colorful poison spider, drew his long sword from his back, and slashed it across. With a flash of sword light, the colorful poisonous spider immediately separated from it, its body splitting into 2. The corner of Hao Jian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards the giant snake again and slashed out with the sword. The giant snake also followed in the footsteps of the colorful poisonous spider and was cut in half. Hao Jian shook the blood from his sword and inserted it into his sheath. The few people in front of the monitor looked at each other in disbelief. They froze and didn't see how Hao Jian cut the 2 ferocious beasts into 2 halves. The swords were just ordinary long swords. There was no grade. Hao Jian's chi and blood power was not enough, and his strength was not enough. He should not even be able to break the ferocious beast's defense. How did this come to be 1 sword, 2 sections? After Hao Jian finished off the 2 ferocious beasts, he searched the ground and finally saw Yiming's outstretched hand in a dark corner. If it was him, he would not have been able to deal with the 2 beasts. But there was Yiming. A wind escape, wind slash, slicing straight through. That was why he had brought his long sword. The wind slice technique is not easy to detect, plus it avoids the camera when it is activated. So it is easy to create the illusion that the beasts were sliced by the sword. This way Hao Jian was able to get a good score through Yiming's help. This was what Yiming had told Hao Jian earlier, which excited him for half a day. With Yiming's help, Hao Jian's movement speed began to accelerate, moving quickly in the direction of the inner entrance. However, whenever any ungrateful beasts rushed over, he would directly draw his sword and slash. Every time, he was able to cut the opponent in half with a single stroke of his sword. On the other hand, Zhang Zishan was also rushing towards the entrance of the inner perimeter. He had also encountered several ferocious beasts on his way, but he had easily resolved them all. Touching the ferocious beast after the 3-body technique and punching the beast's head was just so simple and rough. After using the monstrous power technique, his power could reach the level of a martial artist, and it was very simple to break the heads of these unranked beasts, only the speed was a little slower. Moreover, after the chakra was used up, he had to slowly recover his strength before refining the chakra. So when Zhang Zishan arrived at the entrance, Hao Jian had already arrived at the place long ago, and Yiming had even been waiting at the entrance for more than 3 hours. Master, sorry, I'm late. Yiming shook his head, indicating that it was fine. In fact, Self-Shadow Doppelganger had found Zhang Zishan long ago, only that he had been in no danger, so he did not make a move. Zhang Zishan was not like Hao Jian, who had no ability to fight back, and might be able to GG the kind of fierce beasts he encountered alone. Since Zhang Zishan could deal with the ferocious beasts, then let him deal with them, just so he could exercise a bit. Let's go. Enter the inner perimeter. The inner perimeter was different from the outer perimeter. The inner perimeter was full of first-order ferocious beasts, not to mention Hao Jian. Even Zhang Zishuan would be in danger if he encountered them. So the shadow doppelganger did not lift, and had been following at the bottom of his feet. Tian Longwu Das Ping Jian frowned tightly and suddenly spoke. This is considered cooperation. This time Yushan didn't dislike him. He just looked at him with a strange expression. Whether it's considered cooperation or not is up to the main invigilator to say. What's the point of you saying it? And the main invigilator isn't blind. He hasn't even opened his mouth. So you're here beeping and beeping and beeping. Are you teaching others to do things? The main invigilator snorted coldly and glanced at Ping Jian. As long as you don't kill the ferocious beasts together, attracting the attention of the ferocious beasts doesn't count as cooperation. I remember the rules of the martial arts department very clearly. Hearing the dissatisfied tone of the main invigilator, Ping Jian knew that he had said a bit too much and quickly apologized. Sorry, it's me who spoke too much. Yushan had sort of realized that this Ping Jian was even more of a braindead than Bing Zishan, a proper brainwashed person. Not to mention offending the people from the martial department, he also kept saying bad things about the disciples of the 8th realm here. Do you really think that the temper of an 8th realm martial artist is that good? It's a pity that Li Feiyu wasn't here, or else this guy's fate would probably be miserable. Hee, that guy is Lan Yu from the 5th form, right? Actually able to kill even a peak first-rank ferocious beast? Lin Qingfeng's voice pulled the crowd's gaze back to the monitor screen. Lan Yu had relied on his own fists to harden a peak first-rank monkey to death. It's true. I didn't expect that there is actually a little genius. If I remember correctly, his blood has only just reached 10 points, right? And his strength hasn't even reached 100 kilograms. I didn't expect that he could actually kill a peak first-rank ferocious beast. It's a violent person. The ferocious beast is already dead. This Lan Yu is still beating its head. It's all pulpy. Let me look at this Lan Yu's profile. His qi and blood were not high before, and he was beaten by Yiming? After recuperating, his qi and blood went up by 2 points and his strength skyrocketed. Did he awaken some talent? The remaining few Wus froze for a moment and took Lan Yu's information and sized it up. Pity. Yushan sighed. Such a good talent had fallen on such a person and had offended Yiming. Ping Jian, however, his eyes lit up. Lan Yu's character was not good as a person, but his talent was strong. This point he felt was good. Their Tianlong Martial University originally did not have a few good character. Those children of the family which is not more dude than Lan Yu. Talent is good on the line. This Lan Yu is good. Chapter 094. Second Order Fierce Beast Unicorn Horse. Hard resistance to a blow. Lan Yu struck the head of the ferocious beast in front of him with one fist. Blood and brain matter splattered onto Self's face. Instead of disliking it, he grew more and more excited, his eyes flashing with light. Finally, he stopped, and the ferocious beast underneath him had already turned into a puddle of broken meat. He licked the blood next to his lips with a face of enjoyment. This kind of morbid pleasure was simply too good. He stood up and continued walking towards the center. He wanted to walk to the innermost part, to the core area, to meet that one and only third-ranked ferocious beast. This was the task that the black-robed man had given him. If he failed to accomplish it, Lan Yu's body shook, and he would end up in a very miserable situation, 100 times more painful than before. Therefore, he didn't even look for Yiming's and walked directly towards the core area. Of course, if he ran into Yiming halfway, he didn't mind finishing him off. Yesterday's him couldn't deal with Yiming, but today's him could kill him with a single move. Thinking of this, he touched his own neck, where there was a nearly 10 centimeters long scar. Lan Yu kicked the ferocious beast away, looked towards the entrance into the center area not far away, and resolutely walked in. X. Not long after Lan Yu left, Gu Qingqing walked out from the side. She was originally looking for a first-order ferocious beast and accidentally walked to this location to see the brutalized side of Lan Yu. Lan Yu's strength shouldn't be this strong. There was definitely something wrong. A peak first-order ferocious beast, which Lan Yu had killed with almost no effort, was completely different from his performance in the physical fitness test. Because of Yiming, she had investigated Lan Yu before. Lan Yu wasn't the type to hide his clumsiness. He hated to let everyone know how powerful he was. But in just one day, why was the difference so great? Gu Qingqing pondered for a while and felt that it was necessary to talk to Yiming about this matter. Yiming's strength was indeed powerful and fast, but his defense was definitely no match for a martial artist. If she didn't know about Lan Yu's situation and was punched by him in close quarters, something might go wrong. She turned her head and walked in a direction. She didn't know where Yiming was, but she had run into Lin Tianwu on the way and knew that Yiming was at one of the entrances. She might be able to run into him if she went over from here. After Lan Yu entered the center area, his entire body began to mettle, not daring to strut around like he did in the inner circle. His attack power could take care of second-ranked ferocious beasts, but only if he could hit a second-ranked ferocious beast. To pass through the center area and enter the core area, one needed to be careful. There were only 10 second-ranked ferocious beasts in the center area, but the entire center area wasn't very large, and it was still easy to run into second-ranked ferocious beasts. No, not long after entering, Lan Yu ran into a second-ranked beast. A huge bear. Luckily, it was sleeping, so Lan Yu carefully went around from the other side and passed through its habitat without any danger. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a black unicorn horse staring at him not far away. A unicorn horse was not a unicorn. The two were very different. What the unicorn horse was best at was speed, and the nearly half-meter-long unicorn horn on its head could pierce through enemies like a lance. And its favorite thing is to wear its prey on top of the unicorn. Lan Yu's heart lurched, and he couldn't care less about startling the bear. So he opened his legs and started running. Silulu. The unicorn horse was very excited to see Lan Yu running, its head slightly lowered, aimed the unicorn horn on its head at Lan Yu, and ran at a fast pace. How fast could a second-rank ferocious beast be? Let's put it this way. A little bit of chi and blood power is roughly equivalent to a speed of 2 meters per second. The standard speed of a Hotian martial artist is 20 meters per second, while the standard speed of an innate martial artist is 200 meters per second. Second-ranked ferocious beasts were equivalent to an innate martial artist, and ferocious beasts like the unicorn horse, which specialized in speed, were even faster than the speed of an innate martial artist. As for Lan Yu, his speed was only about 20 meters per second. Just as Lan Yu started to run out of step, the unicorn horse had already arrived behind Lan Yu. The defenders hiding in the shadows were all ready to strike. As soon as Lan Yu pressed the distress button, he would strike. The defense personnel in the central area were all martial artists of the Zhongshe realm, and were fully capable of saving Lan Yu before he died. But if Lan Yu did not press the distress button, it was impossible for the defense personnel to make a move. Even if Lan Yu died under a ferocious beast. This was the rule of the college entrance exam. What if the candidate didn't call for help and the defense personnel made a move, and then when the time came, the candidate said that nothing would happen to himself and blamed the defense personnel for making a move to end his college entrance exam early? It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. There was even a case where a child of a fifth realm powerhouse was saved, and instead of thanking the defense personnel, the fifth realm powerhouse wasted the defense personnel. Since then, no matter what happened to the candidates, as long as they didn't call for help, no defense personnel would step in, even if they died on the spot. This was also the reason why those candidates were told that they would die before the practical test. The defense personnel were ready, but Lan Yu didn't press the call for help button. He turned around and held his left arm in front of his body in front of the unicorn horse's unicorn horn. The two collided together, surprisingly making a sound like steel clashing and even rubbing out sparks. Lan Yu was sent flying dozens of meters away by the powerful force against his head, while the unicorn horse's brain buzzed as it stood still. It had just slowed down and was about to catch up with Lan Yu when the black bear's palm directly slapped on its body, sending it flying. It turned out to be the second-ranked black bear from before that woke up and rushed up to give the unicorn horse a slap. The unicorn horse crashed into a tree in a sorry state and stood up with a miserable hiss. How could it still have the heart to find Lan Yu? Escaping first was the most important thing. The black bear of the second stage was very powerful, but its speed was very slow. If it was usual, it could easily run away. But just now the black bear's palm directly injured its internal organs. It is now a little difficult to stand, let alone run. Seeing the two ferocious beasts facing each other, Lan Yu let out a sigh of relief, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to leave. As he ran, he looked at his left arm. The yellow skin had been scratched, revealing the black scales inside. He hurriedly used to tear off a piece of clothing and wrapped his arm to cover it. Inside the monitoring room, the eyes of several teachers from WU were a bit glazed over. Lan Yu had actually blocked a strike from a second-order ferocious beast. This was really out of everyone's expectation. They had thought that Lan Yu would ask for help, but they hadn't expected this result. Ping Jin slammed the handle of his own chair and bellowed. This Lan Yu, our Heavenly Dragon Martial University wants it. Chapter 095. Encountering a First-Order Fierce Beast. Zhang Zishan struck out. The remaining 3 martial universities didn't say anything. They had roughly understood what kind of person Lan Yu was from the information. The information in their hands wasn't the official information, but rather the more complete information that they had gotten through the City Lord's mansion. It included Lan Yu's usual actions, the actions of the Lan clan's enterprises, and most importantly, some speculations about the Lan family instructing Zhao Yuanjui. A martial artist's talent was certainly important, but character was even more important. The three martial arts universities undoubtedly did not look at Lan Yu. Even Yushan was not as strong as Tianlong Martial Arts University. In previous years, it was the Southeast Martial University and the Heavenly Dragon Martial University that had snatched the most intense people. Yushan's eyes rolled, suddenly realizing that this didn't seem like a bad thing. If Tianlong Martial University recruited Lan Yu, it would definitely not be able to recruit Yiming. Yiming and Lan Yu's relationship was like water and fire. So how could Yiming be willing to be in the same school as Lan Yu? Coupled with the previous actions of Tianlong Martial University, the possibility of Yiming going to Tianlong Martial University was slim to none. Yushan didn't care if Yiming ended up going to his own school or not, as long as he didn't go to Tianlong Martial Arts University. Of the four major colleges, Southeast Martial University was the worst, and every time he snatched someone, he almost never got it. He had long gotten used to it. The crowd watched the surveillance video, their brows furrowed. Is he going to the core area? With his strength, he can't even deal with the ferocious beasts in the center area. So why would he think of going to the core area? In the surveillance video, Lan Yu carefully avoided one ferocious beast after another, gradually approaching the core area. An hour passed, and after wiping the sweat from his head, Lan Yu finally arrived at the entrance of the core area. The core area was different from the center area. The center area had 4 entrances, but the core area only had 1 entrance. Without hesitation, he walked into the core area and saw the giant beast sleeping in the distance. It was a tiger with a blue body, its blue fur glistening in the sunlight. A third-ranked ferocious beast, a blue-eyed tiger. Lan Yu gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't even carry off a single blow from a third-ranked tiger-type ferocious beast. It wasn't simple to complete the black-robed man's mission. He thought that he could just enter the core area, directly charge up, and let the third-order beast bite off a piece of meat from his right arm. But now the situation is, after the past blue-eye tiger bite, we'll be able to swallow self alive. How the hell can this be? Just as Lan Yu was pondering, Yiming and the others who had entered the inner perimeter finally encountered their first-order beast. A black snake, about 1 meter in length, not very big. How did I have such a good relationship with a snake today? It was actually another snake. It had to be said that there were really a lot of snakes in this place. The first ferocious beast Yiming encountered when he came in was a snake. Hao Jian also encountered a snake, and Zhang Zishuan had encountered a snake before, and now he encountered a snake again. Hao Jian frowned and felt bad, slightly stepping back and protecting Yiming in front of him. The snake he encountered this time was a black mamba, which was extremely poisonous. Zhang Zishuan took out his flying dagger and took a step forward, blocking in front of Yiming. "Teacher, I'm on." "Good." Zhang Zishuan stormed out and threw the flying dagger with vigor, then began to pinch the seal in his hand. "Unicin. Split art." A puff of smoke appeared, and Zhang Zishuan suddenly turned into 2 now, rushing towards Black Mamba with one on the left and one on the right. Yiming turned his head to look at Hao Jian and then Zhang Zishuan and let out a long sigh. Ugh. Hao Jian scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. It's not a lack of strength. Seeing Zhang Zishuan rushing over, the Black Mamba did not hesitate in the slightest and directly catapulted towards Zhang Zishuan's body. This time, it was Zhang Zishuan's turn to freeze. How did the ferocious beast distinguish his main body? The Black Mamba opened its huge mouth, revealing 2 sharp teeth, and bit down on Zhang Zishuan. With a boom sound, Zhang Zishuan turned into a wooden board. At the same time, Zhang Zishuan appeared behind the Black Mamba, one hand holding a flying knife directly stabbed into the Black Mamba's 7 inches. The other hand grabbed the Black Mamba's snake's head and pressed it to the ground. Zhang Zishuan did not choose to stab the head, so he stabbed at the 7 inches. He still knew how to beat a snake to 7 inches. Zhang Zishuan's monstrous power technique was used, directly slicing the ferocious beast into 2 halves from the Black Mamba's 7 inches. Despite this, the snake's head was still shaking madly. Zhang Zishuan didn't dare to let go and pressed hard on the Black Mamba's head. It was only after a few minutes that the Black Mamba slowly lost its life, and Zhang Zishuan's wristwatch had 24 more points all of a sudden. Zhang Zishuan sighed in relief, throwing the snake head in his hand far away and sitting on his butt on the ground. The first-order ferocious beasts were indeed formidable. It looked like he had secured the ferocious beast in a single move, but it was actually very dangerous. If he didn't have the diversion technique, the substitute technique, the one who got seconded would be him. Fortunately, he was prepared and reacted quickly, Seeing the black mamba charging towards himself, he began to pinch the substitution technique. After avoiding the fatal blow, immediately began to counterattack. These steps, but where a slow step, he could not kill the black mamba. Just what he did not understand was how the black mamba knew where his main body was. Masked right? Senior brother is powerful. A first-order ferocious beast taken directly. How Jian clapped and yelled loudly. Zhang Zishuan smiled coyly and, it was just luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the ferocious beast bounced into the air without a borrowing point, coupled with the substitution technique that made it freeze for a split second, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on it so easily. It's not luck. It's the fact that you timed the battle well, of course not without your usual hard training. If you were a bit slower in forming your seal, I guess you would be the one lying on the ground. Yiming was very satisfied with Zhang Zishuan's performance. His fast sealing speed and quick reflexes made him feel like he was born to be a good material for fighting. Teacher is overrated. The student has a doubt. Why can this ferocious beast see through my essence? Is it luck? A serpent-type ferocious beast I encountered before seemed to be coming directly at my main body as well. I thought it was luck, but this one is the same. It's simple. Didn't I tell you before? The split technique isn't really a split body. It's just a lingering split body that confuses the enemy. The snake is not a human. Its eyesight is very poor. It's more of a heat probe. It relies on heat to distinguish between humans. Zhang Zishuan suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder the snake can find my main body every time. The split body of the split technique doesn't have any heat, while the main body is all heat. Of course it can tell which one is the main body. It's not that it can tell which one is the main body, but it doesn't even know that there's such a thing as a bilocation. It only knows of your existence from start to finish. Putting a diversion in front of the snake was like playing the piano for a deaf person. It was a waste of effort. Oh, then I won't be able to use the diversion technique on the snake from now on. Yiming shook his head. No, on the contrary, using the split technique on snakes might be more effective. It can better confuse snake-type ferocious beasts.